Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1073, Returned Again to Convas Town. Alvin Abraham. Ascending to the angel. Dorian sat up at once, looking back at his student in disbelief. Although the name Alvin Abraham had not been mentioned by members of the family in recent years, Dorian still knew exactly what kind of existence that was. He was the only genius in nearly 2,000 years who had broken through the shackles and advanced into the high sequence after the ancestor had disappeared. Although he had refused to reveal the truth behind the full moon ravings to anyone else, and was resented by many in the family for that, it had to be said that his success had been the only ray of light for the family in its despair. Unfortunately, after more than 1,000 years, no one in the family had been able to replicate his path. It was said that after this ancestor had become a wanderer, he had traveled the starry sky and had never been heard from again. Was he returning from the starry sky now? And even about to advance to sequence 2? For a moment Dorian felt somewhat excited, but he still forced down his emotions and asked his student as if seeking confirmation, "Is the word of Viscount Ebner Brian reliable? He is a prophet. Besides, this was a message he specifically asked me to pass on to you, so I don't think it will be false." First spoke without hesitation. "Of course, you trust him, but who knows if he has other intentions toward the Abraham family? No, if he really were a prophet, there would be no need to deceive us with something like this." Dorian's thoughts raced as he pondered for a moment before asking cautiously, "What does the Viscount want? He wouldn't be kindly reminding us out of goodwill, nor simply trying to raise your value in my eyes, right?" Teacher's way of addressing Edner is getting more and more respectful. First complained inwardly, but outwardly she shook her head. "I'm not very sure. Since he chose to do this, he must have his own considerations. But I can confirm that he has no ill intentions. With the amount of power Ebner has displayed, and with how much he knows about the Abraham family, if he truly had malicious intentions, teacher, you would all have been finished already." Dorian neither acknowledged nor denied his student's assurance. After thinking for a while, he asked tentatively, "I want to meet with the Viscount. Can you help arrange that? Actually, I could just pull Ebner over right now, but I'm afraid it'll scare you. It's better to let you have some preparation first." After turning through a few thoughts, First nodded. "No problem. When do you want to meet him?" Dorian closed his eyes in contemplation, his expression gradually growing serious. After a few seconds, he finally made up his mind and smiled. "Let's set it for next Monday evening." He had to go to Southville County first and make some necessary preparations. "All right, I think that won't be an issue." First nodded slightly. Before she came, she had already received Ebner's authorization, so she could make such arrangements for him. After finishing the main business, Dorian leaned back slightly again and asked teasingly, "In order to get the Viscount to help you kill Louis Veen, you must have paid a considerable price, right? Normally, assassinating Louis Veen, who was backed by the Aurora Order, would cost at least 30,000 pounds. He knew very well that, with his student's financial situation, she definitely could not afford that. First shifted uneasily, looking a bit guilty. "I didn't pay much. Ebner took the initiative to help. And I also cooperated by acting as bait once." Dorian shook his head, feeling that acting as bait did not match the value of killing Louis Veen. But he didn't continue the topic and instead said, "You're carrying Lemino's travel notes now. You shouldn't have any shortcomings in combat, but sometimes accidents happen without warning, and you might not react in time. So, keep this amulet on you." As he spoke, he took a pure crystal amulet the size of a coin from his coat pocket. "It will automatically form an invisible barrier to block an attack when you are attacked. But likewise, you will also be imprisoned inside the barrier and can only leave using abilities like Blink. But overall, it is still a very powerful item for handling emergencies." In the glow of the light outside the window, a line of Hermes text surfaced on the amulet's surface, "Prison of the Heart." Before Furs could refuse, Dorian chuckled. "Louis Veen is my enemy. I should be the one to pay the reward for eliminating him. I don't have that much cash right now, so I can only use some items to offset it." "No, there's no need." Furs shook her head sincerely. When she had planned to kill Louis Veen, she had simply wanted to help her teacher take revenge. She hadn't considered any possible reward afterward. After all, she didn't lack these things now, and not to mention the main ingredient for a Sequence 6 potion, even the Beyonder characteristic for Sequence 5 had already been prepared for her by Ebner. Dorian straightened his expression and said, "Do you want me to feel guilty and uneasy? Don't worry, your teacher still has some assets." Furs nodded helplessly. "All right." Dorian revealed a smile again. Then he set up a ritual and summoned Malmos, a void creature that loved music. He took 2 stacks of documents from the creature's sphere-like body. These are 2 properties in Backlund, one in the Hillston district and one in the Cherwood borough. The locations are pretty decent. Their combined price should be around £6,500. Whatever you can sell them for is yours. I can't let that viscount look down on my student. Dorian did not say the last sentence aloud. Although the Abraham family had declined, as a former angelic family with a long history, they still possessed numerous assets, including land, forests, real estate, manors, and mines. Dorian only controlled part of them, while most belonged to various smaller branches of the family. £6,500. That wasn't bad. Furs nodded and accepted the documents happily. Although this amount equaled only what she earned from her current scripts and film shares, with it she could lie flat again for a while without needing to work hard. Then, Furs brought up the hermit lady's request for a meeting. Because she had mentioned it in her previous letter, Dorian wasn't surprised. He simply changed his earlier plan and decided to delay it for now. If Alvin Abraham really returned after ascending to angelhood, then the Abraham family would no longer have to fear the visit of a stranger who had clearly expressed goodwill. At the same time, inside the villa at 28 Kent Street, with the omniscient eye being contaminated by the unknown and unable to delve deeper into the unknown land, Ebner also woke from Danit Tinker's memories. In the next moment, his figure disappeared from the villa and appeared above Convas town on the outskirts of Backlund. With Danit's memories, he fully understood what exactly the Baron of Convas experiment aimed to achieve. End of chapter. Chapter 1074, The Experiment. After more than 10 months, Ebner looked at the small town below, which had hardly changed, and couldn't help feeling a bit emotional. He had first met Fanny and Emma here. Even the mausoleum-styled Old John Hotel looked exactly the same as before. These thoughts flashed past and vanished. Ebner shifted his gaze, then blinked directly to the entrance of the ruins of the Baron of Convas castle. Because Mr. Azek had sealed this place with a single drop of his blood, the surrounding area looked extremely withered, with not a trace of vegetation, even though it was late May. Fortunately, this location sat at the foot of a hill, in a rather desolate area, so no one had become suspicious. Of course, Mr. Azek's seal was strong enough that even the 2 Conva barons inside could not escape. Even if some passerby noticed something strange here, they would have absolutely no way to deal with it. But Ebner clearly did not belong to the category of average people. He didn't even use the pure white eye. Merely by activating his insight ability and observing for a few moments, he had already found the weak spot of the seal. After a brief thought, he had a plan. He created, within his own white tower, an illusory sequence 4 beyonder characteristic of the death pathway, then briefly turned himself into an undying, using the domain of death to invade the weak point of the seal. Using it as a fulcrum, he pried at the entire structure of the seal until, after a few minutes, it collapsed on its own due to internal disorder. TSK, resolving a problem in the easiest manner possible, this is exactly the quality a true discerner should have. Ebner nodded in satisfaction, then stepped into the buried ruins of the Baron of Convas' old castle without hesitation. At that moment, a heated argument echoed from the underground ruins. Are you a curly-haired baboon? You can't solve such a simple equation. Because of your mistake, my entire month of work has gone to waste. After all, the original data you gave me was wrong. How is that my fault? My deductions were perfectly fine. The problem lies in the parameters you gave me. They quickly began pushing the blame back and forth, apparently still unaware that the seal had been lifted. Edner had already seen this through insight. After all, he had let the seal collapse on its own, the disturbance had been almost non-existent. Soon, 1 man and 1 ghost who were practically wrestling appeared before Ebner. The ghost was no different from the Baron of Convas in Ebner's memory, young, handsome, and filled with the thirst for knowledge. This was the very same Baron of Convas, who had been killed by Bernadette, whose spirit had been preserved and imprisoned here by Mr. Azek. The other one should be the new Convas, the one Mr. Azek had mentioned, the one who had been reborn here immediately after the first Convas died. Only, this new Convas appeared significantly older than the previous one, already looking like a middle-aged or even slightly older man. The 2 men, engrossed in their academic bickering, still hadn't noticed Ebner's arrival, continuing to toss blame at each other. Ebner remained concealed nearby, his pure white eye open, his insight running at high speed as he stared at them for a long while. Finally, he let out a sigh and murmured silently. So that's how it is. So this was the actual result of that experiment. No wonder Roselle was inspired after finding the abandoned castle at the center of the Delayer forest and, in the Dream Labyrinth Tower, turned himself into a state similar to the Baron of Convas, producing a pile of polluted, alternative avatars. Unfortunately, first, the sea of chaos that polluted the Baron of Convas still lacks a concrete consciousness. Second, Roselle lacked a crucial requirement, and that is that the Baron of Convas is my descendant, and he is not. Wait. It seems he really did consider making Fanny bear my son to achieve that. I just arrived too early. Thinking of this, Ebner examined the two Convas again. Although he had still not recovered the memories of his time as the Death Consul, Conva was ultimately a descendant of Vicente Miranda, Jane's ancestor. He couldn't simply ignore this situation. As for why Danit had used Vicente's descendants for the experiment, it had been a forced choice. When Danit and the vessel of the God of Knowledge went to the abandoned castle at the center of the Delayer forest to conduct research, that person had already been polluted by the Sea of Chaos. Using him as an experimental subject could at least preserve a sliver of hope for survival. At this moment, the men and Ghost, both Convas, turned their heads at the same time and looked at the figure of Ebner, who had suddenly revealed himself. Before they had time to react, they saw that the cuff of the familiar-looking man's shirt was growing larger and larger, and the next moment they were involuntarily pulled into it. Both Convas immediately used their respective abilities, even letting viscous black liquid spread across their bodies. But it was all useless. They could only watch themselves get sucked into the sleeve. Mystic reappearance, universe within the sleeve. A foe so formidable that Azek himself had once needed to intervene in order to temporarily resolve the problem was now so easily sealed away by the current Ebner. This isn't something worth being proud of. They were both sequence 3s. Bernadette also easily killed the Baron of Conva back then. I wonder who is stronger now, me or Bernadette. Speaking of which, the brightest moment of my descendant's life was probably when he fought Archbishop Hollermick of the Church of Steam to mutual destruction. Of course, he relied on the power of the sealed artifact, 1-025, at that time. Thinking back on it now, 1-025 sought out Conva, and Conva could use its power so easily, because in a certain sense, the former was the ancestor of the latter. After a few internal complaints, Ebner stepped again, leaving the ruins of the castle and descending into the core region of the Delayer forest, into a half-collapsed castle overgrown with green vines. Blinking into the underground hall of the ancient castle, he looked at the empty bronze door frame, its doors removed long ago, and the corner of his mouth twitched. He thought. Confirmed. Roselle really did remove the bronze doors of his dream mausoleum from here. He even took Lady Austin, whom the Baron of Conva admired and who had become an ancient wraith, and made her the guardian of his mausoleum. And thinking of the God of Fortune temple beneath the fragrant manor in Byam that had been stripped bare. Roselle truly was a master of dismantling things. Fortunately he died not long after becoming a god, otherwise he might have changed the mythical form of the Black Emperor pathway into a husky. After mentally roasting Roselle for a while, Ebner stepped through the door frame that had lost its bronze doors and walked down the stairs into the bottomless pit below. Originally, this place had been an entrance where the Sea of Chaos intersected with reality. But with Danit's memories, Ebner now knew that after the experiments conducted by his previous life self and the 2-5 dragon, the entrance had been relocated. So aside from some leftover monsters formed from residual pollution, there was nothing dangerous here. And those monsters were weaker than the Baron of Conva, so Ebner naturally paid them no attention. As he walked, he casually unleashed Storm of Light to clear away all monsters along the path, and finally reached the bottom of the pit. There was nothing here except a 6-pointed star altar, with an open bronze coffin resting upon it. I remember this place used to have some decorations. After all, the me of Danit's era and the current me share similar personalities, particular, fond of ritual. Could it be Roselle took those too? TCH. The information was wiped too cleanly. Even fate can't trace it. Besides the lingering influence of the Sea of Chaos, someone of the same pathway must have cleaned it up. The Knowledge Emperor, perhaps. Unable to see anything useful, Ebner listed Roselle as the number 1 suspect. After cursing him a bit more, he approached the 6-pointed altar and looked inside the bronze coffin. Inside lay a man wearing full black armor. His features were handsome and heroic. This was the true body of the Baron of Conva, Benjamin Conva Grant Miranda. At the moment, his eyes remained shut, but that did nothing to stop the threads of black, viscous liquid from slowly seeping out. Half the coffin was already filled with this tar-like sludge. Fortunately, the seal formed by the hexagram altar kept the black liquid contained within the coffin, preventing it from spilling outward. To simulate my state, Danit and the 2-5 dragon transferred the entrance of the Sea of Chaos into Conva's eyes. Thankfully he is my descendant, born a believer of Lubo, so as long as I permit it, he can borrow the power of the unknown. That's the only reason he wasn't completely devoured by the Sea of Chaos. And the core of this experiment was to let the Sea of Chaos replace the unknown land, let Conva's true body replace the great being sleeping deep within the unknown land, and let the reborn versions of his avatars replace the versions of me across many lives, so they could simulate and test the many theories that I and the 2-5 dragon proposed. After murmuring this inwardly, Ebner couldn't help recalling the turbulent, dramatic life of Danit Tyneker, whose memories he had recently retrieved from the imprint within the unknown land. End of chapter. Chapter 1075, Missing Memories. In July of year 428 of the 5th epoch, at the very beginning of the transmigration. Because of Sua's birth, the chained god had less and less time awake. The original right hand of God, Danit, also died at this time under the siege of the indulgence faction of the Rose school of thought. When Lu Bo's consciousness awakened within this body that was only 30 years old, the body's elder sister, Rainet, had just arrived and saved him. Although Rainet was only sequence 3 at the time, she was in no way inferior to an ordinary sequence 2, for she carried an angel-level sealed artifact. You are not Danit, and you are not God. Rainet stared at her younger brother, seeing through his disguise instantly. Because she already knew that Danit was the vessel of God, Rainet had never been too close to him. But even so, she still noticed that Danit was not the same as before. Still, perhaps because she had received an oracle, or perhaps for some other reason, Rainet did not pursue the matter further. In February of year 429 of the 5th epoch, inside the royal palace of the Highland Kingdom, Danit unexpectedly discovered that the original owner's consciousness had not disappeared completely, or rather, he had indeed died earlier, but as the right hand of the chained god, he could revive by borrowing the chained god's power. What surprised Danit was that when the chained god's consciousness revived, it seemed to have already predicted Danit's descent. It even cut off, with Danit's permission, its own connection to its true body by relying on the power of the unknown land. Although Danit remained wary of the chained god's consciousness, after long-term interaction, they gradually became friends. The consciousness of the chained god taught him many things, and Danit, in turn, told it many secrets only he knew, including stories from novels and TV shows of his previous life. Unfortunately, in Danit's memory, at the time he transmigrated, Lord of the Mysteries still hadn't finished its final volume, so he didn't know what ultimately happened to the chained god. Just like that, over a decade passed. During this period, because Danit had become Lu Bo and no longer lacked humanity like he had when he was right hand of God, his relationships with his family gradually grew warmer. But as Rainet prepared the ritual to ascend to Sequence 2 Ancient Bane, which required her to become a cursed item used by others for at least 300 years, thus unable to continue providing protection for the Highland Kingdom or the Temperance faction, the Indulgence faction resumed their schemes against Danit. Thus, after the original owner's closest relatives passed away one after another, Danit was forced to flee under the guidance of the consciousness cut off from the chained god. This period of escape was fraught with danger, and he almost died several times. Fortunately, after entering the territory of the remnants of the Balam Empire, he obtained the protection of the Pale Queen, Sia Palenque Eggers, and was finally safe. Danit was not surprised that the Pale Queen would intervene, because by this time he could barely endure the pollution from the unknown long enough to read some memories from his previous life as Alvin. He knew that a wanderer of the Abraham family had once come to the southern continent and had helped the Pale Queen ascend to the angel level. Unfortunately, the mythical creature form of the prisoner pathway was unlike that of the reader, seer, and other pathways. It could not cut off a portion of the mythical creature's organs to explore the unknown land. Because of that, he could only obtain this tiny sliver of information. He didn't even have the coordinates of the northern continent. In year 461 of the 5th epoch, Danit found, under the sea west of Baronport in West Balam, a ghost ship crafted by Alvin and left near the southern continent. Because it could travel underwater and traverse the extreme conditions of the raging sea, Danit named it the Flying Highlander. Relying on this vessel, Danit successfully reached the kingdom of Fainapotter on the northern continent in the autumn of year 462. After that, Danit changed his name to Daniel and traveled around the northern continent until year 480, when he finally settled in Lenberg. It wasn't because he wanted to stop, but because his unique nature was sensed by the god of knowledge and wisdom, who forcibly brought him to Lenberg. For the next century, Danit cooperated with the god of knowledge and wisdom's various studies. When the god realized he could not extract the unknown, and that because Danit knew too much, the phantom, omniscient eye, placed into the unknown land through the channel had been completely contaminated, and even his true body had been affected, with the power of the unknown invading his soul, the god of knowledge immediately changed his strategy and began a more conciliatory approach. Fortunately, although he had previously studied Danit, he had merely restricted Danit's movements and had not done anything excessive. And once he became polluted, Danit gained the leverage needed to restrain him. At the same time, because Danit was already friends with the chained god's consciousness, he wanted to help him break free. For this, he needed the wisdom of the god of knowledge, so ultimately he chose cooperation. In year 600 of the 5th epoch, Danit began teaching at Lenberg University and promoted a series of reforms, establishing the academic journal impact factor system. Afterward, with the help of the god of knowledge, Danit began more thoroughly researching the secret of his own transmigration, as well as the connections and states among each version of himself. Then, came the events after year 745, following the War of Broken Oaths. Danit, along with the descent vessel of the god of knowledge, entered the abandoned castle at the center of the Delayer forest to study the Sea of Chaos. There they discovered the polluted Baron of Convas and Lady Austin. The Baron of Convas was a descendant of the death consul Vicente. Danit intended to rescue him, but because he was too deeply polluted, even the unknown could not pull him back. In the end, taking the advice of the god of knowledge, he used him in the experiment. But the result of the experiment would only be confirmed after the Sapphira Castle emerged. Recalling this far, Ebner let out a sigh, for this portion of memory was incomplete. At the very least, the period after Danit began teaching in Lemberg up until the War of Broken Oaths contained many missing pieces. Ebner suspected that he himself, or some god, had erased them. After all, during that time, he had likely planned the scheme to deal with the Mother Tree of Desire and free Tolna. And leaving these memories intact would allow the Mother Tree of Desire to sense them. When dealing with a great old one, no amount of caution was excessive. Of course, he sensed that more than just that had been erased. For example, his long-time suspicion regarding the cause of the War of Broken Oaths, there was no trace, no content at all. End of chapter. Chapter 1076, the price marked clearly. In fact, when reviewing his past experiences after becoming a cognizer, Ebner had already noticed that the memories he received last week from the Machine Emperor were also somewhat discontinuous, as if something had been omitted. This is most likely because someone doesn't want me to come into contact with certain things at this stage. I just don't know whether this someone is myself, or one of those gods. Ebner narrowed his eyes slightly, set the matter aside for now, and looked again at the true body of the Baron of Conva inside the bronze coffin. Although judging from the end result, this experiment was largely meant to conceal the plan targeting the Mother Tree of Desire, allowing the sealed artifact, 1-025, to logically bear the aura of the Sea of Chaos, the Mother Goddess of Depravity, and the Sapphira Castle, ensuring Tolna could be rescued. But the experiment itself also possesses extremely high value. Back then, Danit and the 2-5 Dragon had already completed several experimental projects and even obtained conclusions. But now, there remains one last goal that must be verified. Thinking of this, Ebner first prayed to the Fool. After receiving a response, he widened his sleeve and released the two Convas, the men and the ghost. The moment they appeared, one used chaos, the other unleashed distortion, coordinating seamlessly to throw these abilities at Ebner, intending to make him misjudge his choice of abilities or cause those abilities to malfunction. These two abilities came from the armor they wore. In short, neither of them believed they could defeat Ebner. They only hoped to create enough confusion to escape. Unfortunately, such petty tricks were utterly useless before a cognizer. In fact, even before they left the space of mystic reappearance, universe in the sleeve, Ebner already knew every response they would make. With just a slight touch to the fulcrum of fate, he made them suffer the consequences of their own abilities. Thus, the target of chaos fell upon the other Conva, and the distortion applied afterward caused the two of them to share the effects of chaos evenly. Watching the two, man and ghost, fall into confusion to the point they even forgot to run, Ebner clapped his hands lightly. Then he easily broke the weakened, mental island barrier caused by their chaotic state and hypnotized them. After that, he turned toward the ghostly, youthful version of the Baron of Conva and said, "Come, recite with me. The fool who does not belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The yellow-black king who controls luck." Upon hearing this, the Conva ghost's face showed signs of struggle, but in the end, he still followed and recited, "The fool who does not belong to this era." Because Edner had communicated with Klein beforehand, a paper angel descended from the gray fog and landed upon the Conva ghost, instantly freeing him from hypnosis. Sapphira Castle. The Baron of Conva murmured, his expression a mixture of joy and disbelief, as if the task etched deep into his spirit had finally been completed. Ebner ignored him. Even though the paper angel had freed him from hypnotic influence, he was still unable to escape Ebner's control. After fully seeing the changes in the Conva ghost, Ebner turned to the middle-aged Conva and said thoughtfully, "You, recite another honorific for me. The great pure white eye, Lord of Fate, Emperor of Knowledge and Machinery." Since he had not yet designed a new honorific after reaching sequence 3, he continued using the previous one. After all, it had been proven effective and could successfully communicate with the unknown land. And as the middle-aged Conva finished reciting the honorific in Ancient Hermes, Ebner immediately used the cognitive lever to pry at the strength of the unknown and polluted Conva along that connection. Once that was done, Ebner walked to the six-pointed star altar and operated the ritual, continuing the experiment left incomplete more than 6 centuries ago. The two Convas, one polluted by the Sapphira Castle, the other by the unknown, turned into streams of light and flew into the six-pointed altar. They entered the bronze coffin and merged into the true body of the Baron of Conva. At the same moment, the extraordinary chainmail glove, Hand of Wisdom, which Ebner had obtained back when he was sequence 7 from the Conva Castle, suddenly disappeared within its seal, leaving behind only a blank card. Mr. Azek said long ago that the states of these two Convas were the combined product of the Shepherd Pathway Sequence 3, Trinity Templar, and the Spectator Pathway Sequence 3, Dreamweaver. But that actually isn't accurate. In truth, the simultaneous existence of the original body, youth, and elder selves is the feature of the Trinity Templar, the personality and hobbies are the simulation of the Dreamweaver, the extraordinary items they carry are the creation of the Cognizer, only that all these abilities reach the level of Spherote. Their relentless pursuit of the Sapphira Castle and the unknown is the definition of the Justice Mentor, because in their eyes, this goal is the sole justice, superior to personal preferences or emotions. As for the traits of the Sea King, they stayed unmanifest due to being far from the ocean, though one could glimpse traces from how easily Conva caused a landslide to bury his own castle. In summary, although the experiment on Conva was intended to simulate my state, because his essence, his spherote, was different, his state naturally differed from my reincarnation pattern and leaned more toward the characteristics unique to the Sea of Chaos. For now Conva's true body contains the sealed entrance of the Sea of Chaos and is being continuously polluted by the pillar-level spherote. And his two avatars, his two life stages, youth and elder, brought back the pollution of the other two spherote. Hey, even without recovering my memories, just from this alone, the purpose of the experiment is already obvious. No wonder Roselle became obsessed with balancing pollution after coming here. Unfortunately, the mother goddess was too strong and could influence his actions, making it impossible for him to finish his goal. Forget Roselle. Let's see if Conva can successfully find balance among these three types of pollution and escape madness. That is his only hope. Though the pollution of the mother goddess of depravity would have been more suitable, the one on the moon will never cooperate, so the unknown must be used. And based on the 2-5 dragon's judgment, the unknown is not inferior to the Sea of Chaos in status. Moreover, both my unknown and Klein's Sapphira Castle cannot exert much power, while the Sea of Chaos is only an entrance, still sealed and incomplete. And this is just a simulation. If my greatest future enemy truly lies asleep within the unknown land, then I must enter with complete spherote. So this is the meaning of all my lives. And judging from Alvin's attitude, it wasn't because of Klein. While pondering, Ebner observed the state of Conva inside the bronze coffin. He saw him continually adjust the balance of the three spherote-level forces through the ritual effects of the six-pointed altar. Black, gray, and white intertwined, fused, then separated again. No one knew how long it took. When the outside sky had grown dim, the three colors finally reached equilibrium. The overflowing black viscous liquid retreated into Conva's eyes. His previously frenzied spirit calmed and sank back into slumber. Meanwhile, within the underground ruins outside Conva town, a young Baron of Conva sat up once again. But this time, the aura of the Sea of Chaos on him was extremely faint, nearly imperceptible. Seeing this scene through distant insight, Ebner nodded thoughtfully and murmured. The true body sleeps, and the new avatar can act relatively normally. Is this the best outcome? Perhaps this is also the outcome most desired by the gods and angels watching over me. So this is the price clearly marked on the gifts they have given me. End of chapter. Chapter 1077, The Meaning of Existence. In truth, my current situation is very similar to Klein's. Klein would have to face the true creator in the future, while he himself would need to confront the unknown, and in fact, he was in even greater danger, because his connection with the unknown might be far tighter than Klein's connection to the true creator. The unknown was very likely his true, original body. It might be the real Lubo. Thinking of this, images of his friends flashed through Ebner's mind, the faces of Zio, Furs, Edwina, Fanny, Klein, Hazel, and the others. He slowly closed his eyes, then opened them again, as if he had made a decision, murmuring. But even if that is myself, I personally do not want to become a part of it in the future. I am Lubo, and I am Ebner, yet after descending into this world, we are no longer the same. And if I truly become part of it, I cannot guarantee that I wouldn't eventually harm my friends. So when it comes to opposing the unknown, my interests align with those gods and angels involved. However, I do not want something like the Conva experiment to happen to me. But that was ultimately only a simulated experiment. My situation is far more complicated than Conva's, and the unknown is not the same as the Sea of Chaos. There is still plenty of room to maneuver. Thinking this, Ebner exhaled softly. Then he took out various materials and resealed the ancient castle at the center of the Delayer forest, lest some reckless person barge in and lose their life. This environment, while harmless to him, was still fatal to mid- and low-sequence beyonders. As for the newly born avatar of the Baron of Conva, Ebner captured him once more. After a round of friendly and cordial communication, the Baron signed a contract, agreeing to work for Ebner for 10 years. Only then did Ebner bring him to Beltane and throw him directly into the city's great construction campaign. Northern District, St. Samuel Church. After granting the Baron of Conva momentary, paper angel protection, at Mr. Tower's request, Klein walked calmly out of the washroom and returned unhurriedly to the prayer hall. As for why he dared to perform such things inside a church, he was helping Ebner. The goddess would definitely not blame him. While such strange thoughts spun in his mind, Klein used the specks of light shining through the wall behind the altar to casually sweep his surroundings, taking in all the praying believers. With just one glance, he locked onto his target. Acting entirely natural, he walked down the aisle. In the first row sat an elderly man wearing a black clergy robe, cold aura, pale face, dry yellow hair. Eyes shut, praying with focus. Klein had seen him before, one of the internal wardens. He usually took shifts on Fridays and would enter the underground stairway after prayer. Klein did not approach directly. 2 rows away, he sat down, handing his hat and cane to his attendant, his disguised subordinate, General of Hell, Ludwell. Then, during the act of sitting, he pressed his left thumb twice against his index finger joint, silently activating his vision of the spirit body threads. Suddenly, Klein's eyes were filled with countless illusory black threads, densely emerging from beings within the hall, flowing outward into infinity. He settled into position, then shifted his gaze, focusing on the internal warden. The moment he saw it, he nearly let out a surprised sound. But thanks to the clown's self-control and his expectation that something unusual might occur, he maintained composure easily. In his sight, although the elderly man with dry yellow hair also had spirit body threads extending outward, his interior was pitch black, a void devouring the origin points of those threads, completely unlike a normal beyonder. As expected, he's already been eroded by the sealing core's power. His soul has begun to mutate. In a way, he's become part of the sealing core. Any sign of losing control would instantly provoke the instinctive response of that item, forcibly suppressing him. No wonder internal wardens must volunteer and already be elderly, they clearly know the fate that awaits them. Feeling a sudden sense of melancholy, Klein prepared to close his spirit body thread vision. Just then, someone tapped his shoulder. Klein's scalp tingled instantly. He tightened his grip on the small booklet hidden in his left hand, ready to activate the endless transport book and flee. But the next moment, he saw the face of the person who tapped him. He stopped his escape instinct, used the clown's ability to maintain his Dwayne Dante's facade, squeezed out a smile, and nodded politely, as if greeting an acquaintance. And indeed it was an acquaintance. The one who startled him was none other than the man who had just prayed to the fool for help, Mr. Tower, Ebner Bryan. Ebner really does show up like a ghost. I thought he wasn't a follower of the Evernight goddess. What is he doing here praying? As soon as the suspicion formed, Klein remembered the connection between Lou Bo and the goddess, and immediately understood. A few minutes later, after the collective prayer ended, Klein saw Ebner go into the confessional. When he came out, he held a delicate-looking box. They left the church one after the other and boarded the same carriage. Only then did Klein finally ask, unable to restrain himself, "Is startling me really that amusing to you?" Ebner toyed with the box in his hands and laughed. "I wasn't trying to scare you. You nearly caused that internal warden to lose control, you know." Lose control? Klein did not hide his shock. Thinking quickly, he guessed, was it because I observed his spirit body threads and triggered symptoms of losing control? Yes. If I had arrived even 1 or 2 seconds later, that warden would have reacted violently, dragging you into a dream to conduct processing. And afterward, the sealing core of Cheney's gate would definitely have been alarmed. Whether you passed that test would depend entirely on your acting skills. As he spoke, Ebner observed Klein carefully and found that Klein's mental state was far better than in the original timeline. Since he already knew the goddess was an Earth compatriot, infiltrating Cheney's gate felt more like a test than a lethal mission. Not to mention, he now had Ebner as a chaotic friend, and Sharon living with him long-term. With all this, Klein's psychological risks were far milder, nowhere near the fragmentation of the original. Properly soothing him would be beneficial for his future state. After all, the real catastrophe would come after Klein became a demigod. Altogether, this was a positive divergence, not a waste of Ebner's transmigration. As these thoughts flickered quickly through his mind, the brief trace of existential confusion in Ebner vanished completely. I am Lou Bo, I am Ebner, and above all, I am myself. Klein didn't notice the shift in Ebner's mood. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Do you have any way for me to exhibit the long-term erosion effects of the sealing core beneath Cheney's gate?" Ebner blinked, then looked up and down at Klein, or rather, Dwayne Dante's, before smirking. "Has the 30,000 pounds of sponsorship funds for Beltane City arrived yet?" Klein's expression froze, but he still answered smoothly. "The first 10,000 pounds has already been arranged with your company's manager and with Bishop Electra." Bishop Electra? Ebner looked puzzled. Why involve a bishop of the Church of the Evernight in donations for urban construction? He could have simply used insight, but suppressing his insight made the guessing game more fun. "It's because the first 10,000 pounds is mainly for repairing, no, building, the Evernight Church in Beltane City," Klein said earnestly. "This way I fulfill Mr. Tower's transaction and build goodwill with the Evernight Church. 2 birds, 1 stone. Perfect." He thought secretly. Originally it was buying KM Company shares for donations, but now you're using my deal to buy favor. Truly worthy of you, Mr. Fool. Despite the internal grumbling, Ebner didn't mind. It was all money being invested into his territory anyway. Whether it built houses or churches, the meat stayed in the pot. Then Ebner thought for a moment and answered Klein's earlier question. "For the matter of the internal warden's condition, just ask Bernadette. You understand, it's better if I don't interfere with the Evernight goddess's test for you." The goddess clearly wanted to continue evaluating Klein. Ebner shouldn't interfere. And honestly, if he really wanted to help, he could just hand Klein the Trickmaster potion formula, no need for theatrics. Ebner smiled, then added. Besides, asking Bernadette for help is much cheaper. You just need to team up with her and clear the 8th and 7th floors of the Dream Labyrinth Tower with her. That should complete the deal. Dream Labyrinth Tower. Klein clearly knew of that place. He even knew it was Ebner's divine, private property, so he frowned. Aren't you afraid she'll discover it's impossible to reach the 4th floor after passing the 5th? Bernadette clearing the 6th and 5th floors. She'd probably fail hundreds of times. That map was practically impossible without cheating. Most demigods who fought together in the First Floor Holy Grail War, except Tollers, had spent 100 years grinding through the 5th floor. But Ebner simply said confidently. It's fine. The Dream Labyrinth Tower will return to normal soon. Once he handled his current matters, he would take complete control of the tower. Hearing this, Klein looked at Ebner suspiciously for a few seconds, but never suspected Ebner had already advanced to Sequence 3, Cognizer. After all, Ebner had only become a seer in early April, and it was now only late May. Still, if Ebner didn't mind, Klein felt that using tower clearing as a trade with Bernadette was a perfectly good idea. He quickly accepted the suggestion. After a bit more conversation, he finally looked at the ornate box in Ebner's hands and asked curiously. What is that? Smiling, Ebner flicked the lid open, revealing the item inside, shrouded in a thin layer of darkness. It was a strange crown, mottled with rust and blood. End of chapter. Chapter 1078, Friend. Just by looking at the crown mottled with rust and blood, Klein's spiritual intuition was already shrieking in frenzied warning, telling him exactly what kind of terrifying thing it was. What is that? Klein pulled his gaze back, his tone heavy. It's an item similar to the Calamity Seal, a sealed artifact formed from Conqueror B under characteristics. Numbered 0 to 33. It should have originally been in the lone royal family's collection, but during Monday night's battle, it appeared in the hands of the Black Saintess. Ebner gave only a short explanation, yet his tone was layered with meaning. He had entered the confessional intending to pray to the goddess for details about the outcome of the battle, but unexpectedly, Ms. Ariana, the servant of secrecy, manifested directly and handed him this crown. As for his inquiry, she told him to ask Princess Vera. Conqueror. Sequence 1. Even though Klein had mentally prepared himself somewhat, he still jolted in shock. A long moment passed before he steadied himself, considering the implications embedded in Ebner's words. So the lone royal family really is deeply connected to the witch sect. What exactly are they planning? Although Klein had heard of their collusion long ago from Vice Admiral of Ailment, Tracy, and had even confirmed it during the affair involving Mad Captain Connors Victor, he did not expect the connection to be so deep enough for a zero-grade sealed artifact to change hands. They're trafficking slaves, creating the Great Smog. What are they trying to accomplish? Klein couldn't help pressing. These are matters for after you become a demigod. Knowing now won't help you. Edner glanced at him and repeated the line he'd said to Zio countless times. Once you become a trickmaster and your survival ability skyrockets, then you can charge headfirst into trouble. By then, you'll act in the light, and I'll act in the shadows. Perhaps the Lone Kingdom really can be overturned. Although he still didn't know what Vera, no, Tamara, was plotting, the fact she chose the identity of a lone princess clearly meant she didn't come just to enjoy life. Some ritual, perhaps. She claimed not to be a potion pathway beyonder, but something resembling the Western continent's ordained system, yet even that required rituals. And such rituals likely involved the sovereign of a nation. As thoughts raced, Ebner continued chatting with Klein until the carriage arrived near 160 Buckland Street. Only then did he bid farewell and step down. As he was about to turn onto a nearby street, he suddenly looked back toward a corner alley. His lips curved slightly before he stepped directly into the spirit world. All passers-by ignored this, except for a single hidden gaze within the alley. Old man, did he actually spot me? Leonard muttered to himself, turning slightly. Of course. You shouldn't challenge a cognizer's intelligence and detection abilities, Pales sighed. And he noticed both you and me. Even though Pales was weakened, he was still Sequence 1. Yet in that brief clash of informational decoding and insight, he had actually fallen behind. He may be a cognizer, but he is not an ordinary cognizer, Pales stressed again. But wasn't your old friend a vampire duke? How did he ascend the reader pathway so quickly? At this speed, it's almost like watching a god revive. Leonard said incredulously. How should I know? Rhine has always been mysterious. Though he's affable and not arrogant, even as a mere Sequence 2 vampire duke he dared call his majesty brother. And his majesty didn't mind at all, in fact, he found it perfectly natural. Pales recalled with a mix of awe and resignation. But someone at his level, why approach Dwayne Dantes? He's just a merchant who got lucky in arms deals. Leonard frowned. He wasn't worried about Dwayne. He was worried about Daly. If Dwayne got dragged into something terrifying and implicated her. Among the Beyonders who emerged from Tingen, only he and Daly remained. He couldn't bear to see Daly, who had finally walked out of the shadows, fall into despair again. Despair should be carried by me alone. Haven't you heard? Dwayne Dantes donated to Ebner Bryan's territory, Beldane. Meeting privately is perfectly normal, Pales replied casually. He trusted Ryan's character. Ryan treated friends with extraordinary sincerity, especially female friends. I still think something shady is going on. Even if Dwayne wants to enter high society, he doesn't need to bribe a newly made viscount. Leonard looked at the villa at 160 Buckland Street and made up his mind. Tonight, I'm going into Dwayne's dream to ask him directly. Pales didn't reply. He merely sighed silently. He already knew the outcome, either this foolish boy would be tricked or return with nothing learned. After all, besides Ebner, he had sensed an ancient aura on Dwayne Dantes as well. And during the informational clash with the cognizer, he had stolen part of the truth. Combined with his long-standing knowledge that Dwayne was actually Dunn Smith. He had basically deduced everything. Foolish child, have you ever considered the possibility that your enemy might not even exist? After leaving Buckland Street, Ebner didn't immediately seek Princess Vera for details of Monday night's battle. Instead, he went first to Inspector Fassen's home in the Cherwood Borough. Since Etries had received word from Anderson and gone adventuring again, and Inspector Fassen was, as usual, working overtime, the large house contained only Mrs. Fassen, several cleaning maids, and the infant Tolna. Mrs. Fassen was reading in the sitting room, while a drowsy maid watched over the baby in the bedroom. Ebner's figure appeared silently by the crib. The sleepy maid quickly fell into a deep sleep. Baby Tolna floated into the air the moment she sensed him, scanning the surroundings before relaxing. Why are you here? She asked in surprise. Then she realized it herself. So you recovered Danit's memories? Yes, but a portion is missing. Ebner nodded slightly. Do you know who erased them? Tolna shook her tiny head. You should know, I only had a sliver of consciousness staying with you back then, and even that fragment's memories were restored only after you sacrificed 1-025 in the Danit maze, letting the right hand of God return to my main body. So if your memory was tampered with, the part of me merged with you would not have escaped change. So that's how it is. Truly flawless. Most likely my own handiwork. Something I'm not allowed to know yet. Ebner nodded thoughtfully and turned to leave. But then Tolna called out to stop him. Ebner paused, turned back, without using insight, confused. Hanging in the air, Tolna fixed her innocent infant eyes upon him, and said solemnly. Since you've recovered Danit's memories, then now I must say this. Thank you, my friend. Thank you for keeping your promise and saving me from the mother tree of desire. Ebner froze for a moment, then slowly smiled. 300 years of memory spent with that fragment of Tolna's consciousness resurfaced. And the joy of helping a friend escape despair rekindled his certainty in his own existence. He smiled brightly. You're welcome. We're friends. End of chapter. Chapter 1079, The Three Rules. Nighttime, number 160 Birkelund Street, inside the master bedroom. In his dream, Dwayne Dantes suddenly became lucid. He knew an outsider had arrived. A nighthawk. But as the husband of a nighthawk, Dwayne should have been thoroughly screened already. As he muttered inwardly, he looked around and realized he was standing inside his own second-floor bedroom. Next came the knocking, thump, thump, thump. Come in. Dwayne tried to make his voice sound like he was talking in his sleep. The handle turned. The bedroom door opened, and a familiar figure walked in. Clad in a black windbreaker, wearing red gloves, black hair and green eyes, handsome features. It was Leonard Mitchell, Klein's so-called poet classmate. Dwayne, we meet again. Leonard casually sat down on a chair in the bedroom and took a sip from the teacup. What brings you here, Leonard? Dwayne slipped naturally into character. Under the effect of the nightmare ability, he knew he had to behave normally. Leonard set down the teacup. His voice sank. Why did you invest in Ebner Bryan's domain? Ah, so it's for this. I thought you came to expose me. Well, even if you wanted to, best wait until I pass the goddess trial and enter the Chinese gate. Otherwise, something unexpected might happen. Klein's mind spun quickly, and then he honestly responded. I knew Viscount Bryan before I came to Backlund. Yes, when I was doing business in Byam, I received a lot of his support. Dwayne's entire resume had been fabricated by Klein and memorized thoroughly. And Ebner's Fragrant Leaf Tavern in Byam had dealings with countless merchants, utterly untraceable. As for revealing who owned the tavern, Edner no longer cared about such trivialities. After giving the fictional story, and conveniently selling Ebner along the way, Klein finished speaking. So that's why. Leonard nodded internally, but wore a stern expression as he asked. Does Daly know about all this? Klein answered without hesitation. She does. When we went to buy him to complete that arms transaction, we also received Viscount Brian's help. In truth, the Church of the Evernight Special Department had done the real work, but given Ebner's relationship with the goddess, stretching the definition counted as his help too. Klein added silently. So Dwayne's luck and sudden fortune were connected to Ebner Brian, that old monster. Maybe even arranged by him. No wonder Dwayne would invest in his domain. This explains everything. After confirming there were no other secret dealings, Leonard finally relaxed. As long as Daly wasn't getting dragged into danger, he had no reason to object. Otherwise Daly would definitely be upset. Leonard stood up and used Nightmare to cloud Dwayne's memories, ensuring that when Klein woke later, he would only remember vaguely, having had a dream, with no clear details. Having done that, he left the dream. Didn't even say goodbye. Truly rude. After Leonard vanished, Klein muttered before sighing. It's still not the time. And even if I revealed myself, you might not believe it. Better wait until you discover it yourself. He sat silently for several seconds, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Then he woke up. He shifted, leaning against the headboard, and gazed toward the window. Outside the pitch-black night, gas street lamps cast a pale, withered glow, making everything seem cold and lifeless. The next moment, the reflection on the windowpane shifted. Sharon, wearing a small black soft hat and an elegant dark court dress, appeared in the glass, meeting his eyes. Someone came. Sharon asked concisely. Her soft, ethereal voice and doll-like beauty somehow lifted Klein's mood instantly. In Backlund's West Borough, inside a luxurious residence. Princess Vera, in her nightgown, watched Ebner emerge from the spatial transit. She smiled and waved a hand, releasing thick mist that enveloped the room, draining the crimson glow from the windows. Good evening, Princess Vera. Ebner placed a hand over his chest in salute and greeted her. Strictly speaking, Vera glanced at the clock, teasing, it's already deep into the night. That's because I stayed chatting with Torsna. But considering you're one of MI9's chiefs, even if I came earlier, you might not have been free. Though he complained inwardly, he apologized politely on the surface, then went straight to the point. What was the outcome of Monday night's battle? He needed to know whether the lone royal family might react rashly due to the attack on the Black Saintess. Possibly triggering an early war, or pushing George III into a reckless ascension. Seeing his concern, Vera smiled. Don't worry. The lone royal family still doesn't know that Black Saintess was attacked. They only learned someone reported a high-sequence demoness infiltrating the Hall family's ball. But the Black Saintess is their highest-ranking liaison. If she goes missing or dies, or stops contacting both Lone and the demoness sect, wouldn't they become suspicious? And if she escaped, the situation would be even worse. Ebner analyzed. Princess Vera wagged a finger in mock admonishment. We had 5 angels present. Medea may be experienced at fleeing, but escaping that lineup was impossible. And besides, she cannot defeat me. Medea. Edner, though his cognizer abilities already told him much, still asked aloud. Vera gave him a playful look before explaining. Medea is a member of the 4th epoch, succubus, bloodline. She once served the Night Emperor, and even took part in the siege against me back then. Without waiting for his next question, she continued. After I imprisoned her, I forced her to open her spiritual body and inscribed 3 rules upon it. First, for the next 100 years, so long as it does not harm her or deliberately send her to death, she must obey at least one of my commands each month. Second, she may not reveal, in any form to any existence, that she is under my control. Third, she may not seek revenge on you, nor on any of your friends. With these 3 rules carved directly onto her spirit, she's essentially our servant now. Naturally she won't expose anything to George III. Ebner considered a moment before asking. What if she prays to the primordial demoness? These rules were inscribed through the uncertainty fog. Even Chick cannot remove them. Vera replied confidently. And praying to a deity would violate the rules, she can't do so at all. Besides, I hold the ultimate right of interpretation. She can't bypass them. So that's how it is. Ebner studied the rules, though there seemed to be loopholes, Vera could patch them instantly. No real issue. Right, after being bound, Medea voluntarily revealed information. Some of it concerns you, Vera added, noticing Ebner preparing to leave. Ebner swallowed his farewell, interest piqued. What information? The demoness sects, Red Saintess and White Saintess have paid a heavy price to invite the Blue Saintess. The 3 of them plan to head to Trier to capture Owen Delian. They originally wanted Medea, too, but she refused. Chapter 1080, Monday. The Red Saintess and the White Saintess invited others to move against Owen. If you hadn't mentioned it, I might have forgotten. But the Owen currently active in Trier in his place was Daphne of the Secret Order, disguised as him. And she was a scholar of yore, as well as the good friend of the Red Saintess, Margaret. Since Daphne had not reported anything, it meant the Red Saintess and the White Saintess were still only gathering people. Judging from the strength Owen had shown, Margaret and Katerina likely believed they needed to invite an angel to be safe. Since the Black Saintess refused, would they now invite the Yellow Saintess, who acted during the Sonia Island sea monster battle? Or perhaps an angel affiliated with another nation or organization? After all, members of the demonesses sect mingled widely. As these thoughts stirred, Ebner nodded to show he understood and regretfully declined Princess Vera's invitation to stay. He teleported away from the West Borough. He still had important things to do tonight, such as going into the deepest nightmare of Convas town in East Chester County to find Yerlin. Southwest she could place another angel avatar into his unknown land. Although such a weak avatar wasn't important to the current Ebner, without it, Yerlin would be unable to borrow the power of the unknown to suppress the hazards within her. And he also needed to deliver the Red Saintess Margaret's blood to Kohinum. Margaret's surname was Constantine, she was one of Kohinum's descendants. Her blood was one of the materials the Queen of Disasters required to free herself. And Convas town's nightmare form only appeared deep at night, so Ebner couldn't linger with Vera too long. After Ebner's figure vanished, Princess Vera withdrew the mist shrouding the room. She then said coldly to a corner. "Since you are already here, come out." A moment after she spoke, a figure abruptly sketched itself out from that corner. Long waterfall-like hair, fair skin, a black veil, tight black bodysuit. It was the Black Saintess, Medea, whose soul Vera had bound with the 3 great rules. Because the room had been shrouded in fog earlier, Medea did not know Ebner had come. Of course, that same fog kept even the newly ascended cognizer Ebner from detecting her. "Your Highness." Medea knelt on one knee, holding a gem engraved with intricate patterns resembling a black eye, greeting. "Did you discover anything?" Vera asked flatly. "Please forgive me. I did not encounter anyone suspicious." Medea answered with feigned fear. Naturally, for an angel, most of that was acting. Vera didn't care about the performance and simply said. "Tomorrow, take a different direction. Continue using the twisting demon eye I gave you to search Backlund." "Yes, Your Highness. I shall excuse myself." This visit was only for routine report. Medea had no intention of lingering near this terrifying woman. "Go." Vera waved her hand gently, and Medea's figure was erased from reality. Only then did Princess Vera turn to gaze out the window and murmur softly. "I have a premonition. The wish-granting lamp is somewhere in Backlund. Or someone in Backlund holds clues to it. The appearance of a catastrophe demoness always brings disaster. It forces anyone hiding something to expose themselves. And the twisting demon eye is a sealed artifact formed from the Black Emperor Pathways Sequence 2, the Duke of Entropy. If the lamp spirit senses it, it may draw near. And then disaster will form naturally." Monday, Intis, Tolna City. Ebner strolled through the northwestern town and saw that the traces of the war from a week before had been nearly erased. So he jokingly said to Fanny, who walked beside him. "You've managed this place beautifully. No wonder they call you the Saintess of Tolna." Fanny's cheeks reddened at the title, and she hurriedly said. "Actually, Leon was the one who contributed most in killing the blood worship cultists. I hardly did anything." Back then, when she charged into the encirclement, she had ridden Leon disguised as a white horse. This intimidated both sides and let her easily kill the demon family members who dared show themselves. Had Leon revealed his true form, the level of deification around her would be far higher. But too much was never good. A trump card like Leon was best kept hidden. But when the film is made in the future, we can recreate the truth. The Saintess of Tolna descending on a white lion. The spectacle will be stunning. And Leon, as a rare white lion, will definitely sell well as figurines and plush toys. As these thoughts flashed across his mind, Ebner and Fanny finished touring the barracks. Then he finally brought up serious matters. The blood worship cult sacrificial events have erupted throughout the region. Most failed, but a small minority succeeded. Fortunately, due to timely intervention by the churches and our people's efforts, civilian casualties are nearly negligible. But financial losses are enormous. And according to the Mechanical Heart Squad's investigation, over 90% of the cases point toward the Prime Minister. He will likely be impeached this week. When that happens, everyone will push him down, and the Delian family's past crimes will be dug up. Their collapse is inevitable. But they will not surrender quietly. Trier will become extremely dangerous. You should not return for now. I've also informed Elaine to bring a team here to film, to promote your image as the Saintess of Toulon. After several months of parliamentary experience, Fanny was no longer the politically naive girl she once was. She frowned. But if I don't return at this crucial moment, I won't be able to seize the greatest benefits. Ebner shook his head. You are still too inexperienced. Even with high prestige, you cannot claim that position. The Church of Steam and the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun both intend to change the political structure and will field their own representatives. You cannot compete. Better to step back, and use this as leverage to negotiate. He paused, then looked toward the east with a faintly malicious smile. Besides, taking control of the nation now is not a good thing. You'd likely end up blamed for the failure of the upcoming war. Fanny didn't understand his meaning, but she trusted him and accepted his advice gladly. 3 p.m., above the gray fog. Deep red silhouettes rose from both sides of the bronze table, solidifying into blurred figures. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Justice Audrey stood joyfully and saluted. Today, she finally broke through the 7th floor of the Dream Labyrinth Tower. The others stood to greet as well, receiving the ancient being's nod from the seat of honor. As they sat, Magician first glanced at Judgment beside her, then at Tower across the table. For some reason, she felt the Tarot Club's mystical purity had changed. Ebner, Zio, Audrey, Emlyn, and myself. More than half the Tarot Club members are people I know in real life. Is my social circle too large? Or do my friends all conveniently match Mr. Fool's criteria? Am I secretly a protagonist or an important supporting character in reality too? She shook her head to banish the absurd idea. Just as the hermit spoke. Honorable Mr. Fool, I have 2 pages of Roselle's diary this time. Ever since she connected with the Mystic Queen, the diary supply has become terrifyingly stable. Klein nodded slightly, smiling. Very good. After a short silence, Hermit Catlia manifested 2 yellow-brown pages, which hopped through the air like spirit world jumps into the fool's hand. Klein slowly lowered his gaze to read. December 29th. A new year is nearly here. All the mausoleums are complete. There is no turning back now. If I fail this time, I may truly have to wait for Lubo to save me in the future. End of chapter. If you want chapter 1086, just say next. Chapter 1081, Roselle's last diary. Roselle had built all the mausoleums, no turning back now. This journal entry must have been written the night before he attempted to ascend as the Black Emperor. And there's only this tiny bit of text on the entire sheet of parchment. December 29th, the end of the year. Historically, he fell in the White Maple Palace on the 30th or 31st. So this might be the final written words of a great emperor, of a fellow transmigrator. According to Libo, Roselle deliberately arranged his own death to wash away the pollution, relying on the Black Emperor's resurrection ability to be reborn. But he didn't succeed. Just what kind of pollution could defeat even a sequence 0 true god? Or rather, what exactly was the entity behind the primordial moon? Even a true god was helpless. Klein exhaled softly but did not allow himself to dwell on it. He flipped calmly to the next sheet. This page had no date, but at the top, written in ancient Fasak, was a single line. Directly continues from the previous entry. The handwriting was elegant, steady, and obviously different from Roselle's, clearly a note added by the Mystic Queen. Was she clarifying that this was the true final entry? Written after Roselle began thinking Libo might save him. But why with no date? With lingering confusion, Klein continued reading. I've long suspected that besides Libo and myself, there must be other transmigrators in this world. And Libo confirmed that the Evernight goddess and the ancient sun god were transmigrators as well. But today, on the eve of becoming a god, I suddenly found a message Libo left for me. It didn't appear out of nowhere, it had always been there. I simply couldn't comprehend it before. Even though now it's clearly just a note written in loan language. This is the application of the unknown authority. Anything defined as unknown becomes incomprehensible and loses its original function. No. The function isn't lost. Its nature becomes different. As for what that difference is, I cannot yet see. If I had enough time, perhaps I could study it clearly, but unfortunately, as I said, there's no turning back. But back to the point, the note contained very little. It merely told me that in the future, in the 5th epoch, year 1349, another transmigrator tied to the Sapphira Castle would descend into this world. He would walk the road of the fool and become another source of support for me in the future. TCH, Libo is sounding more and more like a mystic prophet. As if my failure were guaranteed. Or perhaps the unknown he represents naturally aligns with pathways involving fate. After all, the underlying fabric of this world is chaotic, fate can be observed, but in the end, it remains unknown and uncertain. But doesn't he realize, if he embodies unknown, then how could he be certain of my fate? Doesn't that suggest I still have a chance to succeed? In any case, since Li Bo left a message, the future transmigrator he calls the fool must achieve a high level of power. So, following the principle of hit 3 strikes whether or not the tree has dates, I'll leave a few reminders for that future transmigrator little brother. First, if you encounter Li Bo below sequence 3, you may trust him completely. Based on my years of interacting with the catastrophe seal, and the information I gathered about his previous life, I can confirm that the human part of him is extremely reliable, keeps promises, loyal to friends. Unless you're a woman, and a beautiful one at that, there's no need to be overly guarded. Sequence 3 is a threshold. By then, the divinity within Li Bo's own characteristics will be strong enough to stir the unknown to maintain balance. If not properly handled, Li Bo at this stage, whether sequence 3 or sequence 2, will behave in ways that may cross certain lines, acting only for his own benefit. This is normal, many ordinary people are like that, but you can't entrust your back to him the way you would a life-and-death friend. As for sequence 1, the unknown fully overwhelms the divinity within his characteristics. Even though Li Bo prepared extensively before becoming the catastrophe seal, and even allowed himself to be polluted by certain terrifying things, he still can only occasionally maintain self-control. His state becomes similar to those long-dead ancient gods. Of course, when he's not stable, he won't be rampaging. Rather, it's indescribable. If I must compare, then during his unstable periods he resembles that Mr. Under the full moon, seemingly normal, but always giving me the sense it's an act. Right, some of these conclusions come from my own observations, and some from the knowledge I suddenly obtained before ascending. I suspect the catastrophe seal is plotting something, like how it used me later to carry out those arrangements. Heh. In short, this page is essentially my epilogue. If I succeed, then what follows is a divine existence. Whatever the catastrophe seal wants will no longer matter, I could drag it out and spank it if I wanted. If I fail, there will be nothing more, until, well, you know. So, go forth, you who can read my journal, whether the fool or another friend, and uncover the secret of our transmigration and the truth buried within it. I will watch over you, if I am still alive. And lastly, remember this. Beware the moon. Klein wasn't shocked that there were more than 2 transmigrators, Li Bo had said as much. But the fact that Li Bo precisely foretold Klein's transmigration more than a century beforehand, that was terrifying. It even made him suspect that his own transmigration might be related to Li Bo. But Klein immediately denied that. He had already confirmed that Ebner, or Li Bo, could not influence the mysterious space above the grey fog, and Klein's transmigration was clearly tied to the Sapphire Castle. Besides, when he first met Li Bo, the latter was only sequence 7, according to Roselle, still within the trustworthy range. So Li Bo's so-called cheat is actually called unknown. Yet his current spectator pathway is the most suited for embodying omniscience. Is this his way of resisting the unknown's pollution? Looks like I must warn Mr. Tower not to rush his advancement to sequence 3. The catastrophe seal deliberately revealed this to Roselle, perhaps during a rare moment of clarity, wanting Roselle's diary to warn its future self. Klein sighed silently and then considered the remaining content. Unknown aligns with the fate pathway. Li Bo's old god of luck, and now prophet Ebner, both align with fate. So that's how he predicted my arrival. And, beware the moon, what does that mean? Beware the primordial moon. But she was already killed by Lilith. So does it mean the being behind the primordial moon? Is that what polluted Roselle? Is it on the moon? One question after another surged through Klein's mind, before finally settling into silence. He made the diary vanish, turned his head toward the hermit, and said, "What do you want to ask?" The hermit, Katlia, pushed up her heavy spectacles and lowered her head respectfully. "Honorable Mr. Fool, I would like to know the meaning of these 2 symbols." Then, with his permission, she manifested 2 Chinese characters in midair. And. End of chapter. Chapter 1082, Alger's Anxiety. Upon hearing the hermit's question, the members of the Tarot Club abruptly returned from their own thoughts. They first looked at the 2 symbols the hermit had manifested, then all turned their gaze to the top seat of the bronze table, waiting for a chance to learn a new piece of Roselle script, that is, forcibly memorize the shapes and meanings of the 2 symbols. Of course, Son Derek and Tower Ebner were exceptions. Li Bo. Bernadette had repeatedly encountered these 2 Chinese characters in the Emperor's diary, so she felt they must be extremely important and wanted to learn their meaning. But even a Rhodes did not dare delve into Li Bo. If I tell the hermit what they mean, it may bring her danger. Thoughts rapidly circling, Klein glanced several times at Tower, who sat nearby, before speaking solemnly. They represent, when placed together, the true name of a hidden being. The true name of a hidden being. As a clairvoyant, the hermit Katlia's curiosity surged instantly. She wanted to ask which hidden being it was, and how the true name should be pronounced. But she immediately remembered Mr. Fool's rule of equivalent exchange. She knew she no longer had the qualifications to ask an additional question this session. Her lips moved slightly, but in the end, she regretfully gave up the thought. For Mr. Fool to speak with such gravity, the hidden being behind these symbols must be far from ordinary. Even when discussing the true creator or the primordial demonesses, he never used such a solemn tone. The hanged man Alger instinctively filled the silence with speculation, clasping his hands tightly as countless uneasy thoughts turned in his mind. Meanwhile, Justice Audrey looked at the fool with bright, hopeful eyes, wishing that this benevolent and generous great existence might offer a more detailed answer, allowing her to learn the true name of another deity besides CHK. But the result disappointed her. The fool ignored her gaze. Audrey, don't be greedy. If you want knowledge, you must work in exchange for it, not wait for it to be handed to you. Besides, Mr. Fool's silence may be a form of protection. But still. I thought that after advancing to psychologist and completing the trials of the Dream Labyrinth Tower, I would be immune to such temptations, yet I'm still so curious. Justice silently chastised herself. At this moment, Klein deliberately refused to give them time to ponder or, worse, ask something inappropriate. He leaned back in his chair and said flatly, "It's your turn." Hearing this, the hanged man Alger withdrew from his spiraling thoughts and looked toward the magician Furs, saying, "I intend to rent Lemino's travel notes for 2 days. The price should be £400, plus supplementing any extraordinary abilities I use, correct?" He had already familiarized himself with the ocean songster's abilities last week and was almost ready to challenge that primitive island. Lemino's travel notes would increase his chances significantly. "When do you plan to rent it?" Furs asked, instantly energized by the arrival of business. "Any 2 days from tomorrow to the end of the week, the exact time still depends on confirmation." Alger shifted his gaze toward the world faintly, answering somewhat cautiously. Magician Furs pondered a few seconds before saying, "The 3 demigod pages on Lemino's travel notes are all filled. If you use any of those pages and cannot refill abilities of equal level afterward, you'll need to pay extra." This condition was perfectly reasonable, yet Alger still froze for a moment. In his impression, Magician had always been timid and passive in the Tarot Club, almost never proposing additional conditions. But today's magician was clearly different, more assertive, more confident. Did someone give her confidence? Or had her strength fundamentally increased? As his thoughts interwove, Alger nodded in acceptance and asked, "What's the price?" The primitive island was exceptionally dangerous. Even with the world as an ally, he might need to use a demigod ability. Magician Furs considered briefly, unable to quantify her own efforts precisely, she could only probe tentatively. If you can't refill them, each demigod ability costs £1,000. After all, the success rate of recording demigod abilities was abysmally low. She knew just how difficult it had been to fill those 3 pages. £1,000. That wasn't expensive. One certainly couldn't hire a saint even once for £1,000. But Alger, being cautious, still asked, "What are the 3 demigod abilities?" Furs answered without hesitation. "One is the Sun Pathway Spear of No Darkness. One is the Spectator Pathway's Mind Stripping. And the last is called Historical Projection. I'm not sure which pathway it belongs to, but it lets you call out the historical projection of someone you know to fight for you. The more familiar the person, the higher the success rate and the longer the projection lasts. If you know an angel, you can even summon their past self, the spiritual consumption would just be enormous." This last ability had been recorded after Ebner borrowed the notes and found someone to imprint it. Originally, it had been consumed during the Black Saintess incident, but Ebner had refilled it yesterday. First privately added this explanation in her mind. The upper limit of this 3rd ability surprised Alger deeply, but for his purposes, the first 2 were much more practical. He didn't know any angels, and even demigods he'd only ever seen a few times. If he had to pick the people he was most familiar with, it would be Temperance and Tower. But could that even count as familiarity? And he remembered Tower once mentioning this ability. Tower had used it to kill the Despair Nightingale, pulling out an angelic projection in the process. So Magician did not exaggerate. Suppressing his sigh, Alger accepted the additional terms and concluded, "When I confirm the date, I will ask Mr. Fool to inform you." He then turned toward the top seat to request private communication with the world. Ebner didn't know what they discussed, but could guess it was about the primitive island. He wasn't very interested. That place belonged to Adam, and as the follower of the 2 to 5 dragon, Ebner had no desire to wander into Adam's sight unnecessarily. Next, the world negotiated with the hermit regarding payment for angel blood. Afterward, the hermit privately asked the magician about the Abraham family and Mr. Dor. Just as sensory shielding ended, Justice asked to privately communicate with Tower, Magician, Judgment, World, and Temperance. How did the Tarot Club turn into a cluster of mini-meetings? Klein complained silently, but he still fulfilled her request and shielded the others. Seeing this, Alger instantly felt alarmed, convinced he was being excluded from the inner circle of the Tarot Club. At the same time, he felt a bit relieved. It explained why Magician had become bold. She must have joined that small group. Inside the private group, Justice Audrey spoke first. Mr. Tower, Miss Judgment, Miss Magician, Miss Temperance, Mr. World, thank you for your help. It was thanks to you that my family avoided the disaster brought by the demonesses. Ebner glanced at the others. Seeing none intended to respond, he answered on their behalf. You're welcome, Miss Justice. We, Judgment, Magician, and I, were there at the time. If we hadn't resolved her properly, we might have faced disaster as well. He laughed self-mockingly and added. Besides, she was after me. For Zio, Furs, Klein, and Sharon, this wasn't surprising. The first two had heard a summary from Ebner already, while Klein had learned the general situation in the carriage and then told Sharon afterward. Only Audrey reacted with shock and concern. Then what will you do? Mr. Tower, aren't you still in danger? Ebner only smiled and shook his head, saying with deep implication. The Black Saintess can no longer create any disaster around me. Seeing their stunned faces, everyone except Klein's, Ebner nodded in satisfaction and continued. To catch her, 5 angels took action that night. End of chapter. Chapter 1083, Defiant Struggle. 5 angels. Something that big actually happened in Backlund that night. Audrey, Furs, and Zio were all stunned, especially the latter two. After learning this, they no longer doubted why Ebner had been unconscious for 4 days. After all, for him to participate in an event involving such terrifying forces and end up merely unconscious was already extremely fortunate. As for Klein, he already knew some of this. One of the angels who had acted that night was his own messenger. Justice Audrey, after the shock faded, found herself itching with curiosity. After all, Mr. Tower had thrown out such an explosive statement, then simply smiled without explaining further. She desperately wanted to grab him and ask for details. But she also knew that if Mr. Tower was unwilling to elaborate, he must have his reasons. She took a breath, calmed her own emotions, then reorganized her thoughts. My parents rushed back from East Chester after finding out that my brother had brought a demoness as his dance partner. According to the plan, I claimed that I suddenly obtained important intelligence, which was why I went to the kitchen to start the fire and disperse the guests. My parents will probably suspect the Psychological Alchemy Society interfered. Just like with the report made before the Great Smog. She wasn't worried about exposing her identity. Zio, Furs, and Ebner already knew who she was, and had proven themselves trustworthy. And the world was the fool's blessed, her identity wasn't a secret to him either. As for Temperance, from the world's attitude, it was obvious he wouldn't hide it from her. Besides, this time the report to the Church of the Evernight had been processed by Miss Temperance. While Audrey drifted momentarily in thought, Ebner slightly nodded. He felt her handling wasn't bad. After all, that handbag-carrying assistant, Island, was a ready-made scapegoat. Still, after some thought, he added a reminder. You don't need to worry too much about the Evernight Church's investigation. Among the angels who acted that night was a servant of concealment. Klein shot him a sideways glance, mentally grumbling. I've never been worried, not with you involved. Hidden servant. Audrey immediately seized on this, asking with curiosity. It is the potion name for sequence 2 of the Sleepless Pathway. Edner explained briefly and then dropped the subject. Audrey nodded thoughtfully, as if understanding something, then continued. Mr. Tower, my father plans to arrange a meeting with you this week, discussing the Film Academy Awards. Academy Awards? Don't tell me he's naming it Oscars. Klein silently complained. Ebner immediately understood Earl Hall's intentions. He couldn't help admiring the banker's vision. Even as a transmigrator, he still felt slightly inferior in this field. Of course, admiration was one thing. His expression remained perfectly calm as he said. I understand, thank you for informing me, Miss Justice. Since the Earl's little cotton-padded jacket had leaked information, naturally Ebner would seize the initiative and prepare, so that he could hold the advantage in negotiations. Justice knew she had essentially disclosed her father's plans, but she felt that since Mr. Tower had effectively saved her family from calamity, giving up some benefit was only fair. As the topic wrapped up, the small meeting also neared its end. Audrey originally wanted to ask about precautions for the 6th floor of the Dream Labyrinth Tower, but after thinking, she decided she should explore it herself first. After all, as long as she collected enough points to exchange for a detachment talisman, she wouldn't actually die. Besides, after clearing the 7th floor, her authorization level had increased. She could finally bring Susie along for adventures in the tower. After sensory shielding ended, Katlia subtly scanned left and right. She too felt, faintly, like she was being left out of the Tarot Club's inner circle, much like the Hanged Man. This won't do, she grumbled inwardly, though her face remained calm. She could faintly sense that the magician had grown much closer to Judgment and Tower, almost blindly trusting them, with strange, unspoken understanding. Was it because they had participated in some operation together? Similarly, she sensed the hanged man's anxiety. But he seemed to recover quickly, and suddenly appeared far more confident, so something good must have happened to him recently. He bought the main ingredients for Ocean Songster long ago. And today he didn't even ask about the Abness sea monster. So he must have succeeded in his advancement already. That would explain his regained confidence. As a founding member of the Tarot Club, with his strength catching up, it wouldn't be hard for him to step into the core group. Hidden Queen Catlia suddenly felt a hint of crisis. As the Admiral of the Stars, renowned across the 5 seas, she had always possessed some psychological superiority, aside from those 2 high-ranking beyonders. But recently, the world had displayed power capable of hunting a pirate admiral, and now the Hanged Man had become Sequence 5, a Sequence 5 exceptionally good at naval combat. She felt she no longer had the qualification to look down from above. A surge of urgency she hadn't felt in a long time suddenly erupted in her heart. By then, the Tarot Club had entered the free communication phase. Ebner turned toward the little son beside him. "You're still in Silver City?" After receiving the reply, "Has that shepherd elder come to you again?" "Yes, my recent tasks are to familiarize myself with my abilities and patrol the surrounding areas." Little son Derek answered frankly. After pausing, he continued. "Elder Lovia has not approached me again. After I relayed your reply to the chief, she only said, 'I know,' and never came again. And recently the 6-person council seems busy with the old chief's burial chamber. I don't have the authorization to know the specifics." Klein remembered hearing Derek mention that the former chief of Silver City had built a tomb deep underground to move into, but had never come out again, suspected of failing a switch to the Death Pathway Sequence 3. Who knows what happened inside that burial chamber? My spirituality tells me something dangerous is hidden there. Before Klein could speak, Tower Ebner vaguely said. That burial chamber may undergo certain changes. You should be more cautious. After all, unlike in the original timeline, the Evernight goddess had likely obtained death's uniqueness far earlier. Who knew what had become of Silver City's former chief now? Little son nodded solemnly. I'll try my best to learn more about the situation. Communication continued. Aside from the Hanged Man sharing that Sonia Island was under full alert, there wasn't any major information. Soon, this segment reached its end. In the process, Justice Audrey felt faint disappointment. She had neither bought nor sold anything this session, contributing very little. Even the huge incident on Monday night, the only thing she did was set the fire. She didn't participate at all. But after glancing across the table at Emlyn the Moon, she felt slightly comforted. A peaceful and stable life was the normal state, after all. Before long, the main tarot gathering ended. Each member saluted and departed, leaving only Klein and Ebner in the grey fog. Klein hesitated for a long moment before finally asking. Ebner, you still haven't recovered the memories of the Calamity Seal, right? No. Although the Calamity Seal is relatively recent in history, it is far too special. To this day, I cannot obtain any information from it. Ebner answered honestly, though he found Klein's question strange. Good. The prophecy in Roselle's diary that the Fool would descend in 1349 clearly came from the Calamity Seal. As long as you haven't regained those memories, then maybe, just maybe, you still don't know that I am the Fool. Klein clung to a tiny shred of hope. At that moment, although he'd long suspected that Ebner likely had already discerned his true identity, an instinctive shame made him cling to the possibility. A last trace of defiant struggle. End of chapter. Chapter 1084, Ebner's Thunderous Methods. Although the effectiveness of insight was greatly weakened above the grey fog, Ebner still discerned hints from Klein's barely concealed emotional changes. It seemed that the Roselle diary he received this time contained information regarding the Calamity Seal. Moreover, those contents most likely involved the Fool. So, Klein's earlier question, and the obvious relief he showed after learning that Ebner still hadn't recovered any memory from the Calamity Seal, now made sense. As for this sort of self-deception on the Fool's part, Ebner naturally noted it down silently, treating it as material he could use in the future to help Klein preserve his humanity. Yes, Ebner had long confirmed that Klein already suspected that he had seen through his identity as the Fool. After all, in the last several instances when Ebner needed the Fool's help, Klein barely bothered to conceal anything, at most making the world pray perfunctorily, and sometimes even skipping that step entirely. This meant Klein subconsciously no longer regarded the Fool's identity as a real secret. Otherwise, given Klein's caution, and his natural love for theatrics, how could he be this careless? What he was doing now was merely a last, futile resistance, or rather, his refusal to confront the reality of social death. This was actually wonderful, full of the light of humanity. If one day Klein stopped caring about such things entirely, that would be the real tragedy. As these thoughts turned in his mind, Ebner decided not to expose the truth proactively, unless Klein personally came to confront him. After all, once the fool's vest was ripped away, Klein might very well give up pretending entirely, and that would remove a great deal of fun. At the same time, Klein had no idea what Ebner was thinking. He was currently editing the final diary pages of Roselle. After cutting out all the parts regarding the fool, he manifested the remaining section and sent it to the tower's side, saying, "This is Roselle's final diary. Most of it concerns you." "Concerning me?" Ebner's attention sharpened immediately. He lowered his gaze to the parchment and began reading intently. "Unknown authority, can it define all things as unknown, making them impossible to comprehend or utilize? That must be just one of its functions, and it must also be able to reverse the effect, restoring an unknown object to known, otherwise Roselle wouldn't have recognized the words on that sticky note. I wonder where that note is now. If I could obtain it, perhaps I could spend some time seeing through its mysteries. And, the unknown is more compatible with pathways related to fate. No wonder the Wheel of Fortune would choose to cast itself into the domain of unknown. And I even told Little Snake about the grand concept of the Ring of Fate. Lastly, Sequence 3 is a threshold. Likely because advancing to it induces a disturbance in the unknown, right? Fortunately, I completed the advancement at the goddess's side. She seems to have resolved that issue for me. At least, I haven't noticed any erosion from the unknown. As for personality changes, aside from acquiring some of Danit's habits, nothing major has shifted. After all, Danit is Lubo who had just finished graduate school, slightly younger than me, the university lecturer, but still me. From Ebner, to the Mechanical Emperor, to Danit, the further back the timeline, the younger the version of me the memories belong to. I remember I once mocked the god of luck for being too chunibyo. Don't tell me that really was me when I was still chunny. Thinking of what that self-proclaimed Oliver Constantine did, it's not impossible. Ebner's thoughts drifted far for a moment, but he soon returned to the present. He refuted Roselle's slander about his woman troubles, then looked at Klein, whose expression clearly showed disbelief, and said after some deliberation. As for the Calamity Seal, based on the memories I just recovered from Danit's lifetime, Roselle may indeed have guessed correctly. Its creation was probably the result of theoretical research and experimentation conducted by me and the God of Knowledge. He then gave Klein a brief outline of Danit's life. Klein listened with great interest, then latched onto one of the glossed-over points and asked, "You said you and the God of Knowledge conducted research for 100 years. What were you studying?" Ebner shot him a flat look. "We were studying me." "Are you sure you're not telling a joke?" Klein inwardly complained. But seeing that the other party had no intention of further explanation, he could only give up and change the topic. "The hangman invited me to explore that primitive island with him on Wednesday. Do you have any advice? If I tell you, be careful of Adam, you'll probably refuse to go entirely." Ebner grumbled inwardly, but on the surface he thought for a moment and said, "If you encounter danger you can't resolve, ask the hangman for the no-layman's travel notes, and pull out a projection of me." After ascending to Sequence 3, with the augmentation from the domain of unknown, he could sense his own projections anywhere in the world. All right. Klein accepted immediately. While his inside avatar was holding the small meeting, Ebner's main body had just finished discussing Toulon City's affairs with Fanny. After parting with her, he teleported to the Intis headquarters of Brain Film Company, visiting his most capable employee, Helene. After discussing business for a while, Helene sealed the room with spirituality, then said excitedly, "A few days ago, Tracy came to capture me, but I managed to defeat her head-on." This was the first time she had held the upper hand against Tracy, and she was eager to share it. Since then, the menace of the Vice Admiral of Ailment no longer weighed upon her mind. Indeed, Helene had advanced to Sequence 6 Conspirer. She carried multiple powerful items given by Ebner for self-defense, and even possessed a demigod-level talisman. Under such conditions, if she still lost to Tracy, who was away from the sea, without her subordinates, and unwilling to go all out, "Miss, you would truly become a disgrace to the hunter pathway." Edner watched Helene's bright smile and didn't have the heart to dampen her excitement. He switched the topic, warning her about the hidden dangers in Trier and urging her to go to Toulon to continue filming The Saint of Toulon. After hearing this, Helene thoughtfully said, "No wonder Tracy suddenly appeared. She must have gotten some inside information and wanted to take me away. She's really quite attached to you. Still, poaching my company's employee so brazenly. That absolutely requires punishment. If Helene were taken away, where would I find another employee with such ability, background, connections, and enthusiasm?" After boosting her confidence with more chicken soup, Ebner used spiritual triggers he had secretly planted in Tracy's mind long ago to locate her. And instantly teleported to the Vice Admiral's side. Tracy was hiding in a manor at Trier's outskirts, property belonging to her mother, Saint of White Katerina. When Tracy saw Ebner suddenly appear, she trembled in fear and attempted to activate her mother's magical item to escape through the mirror world. But her understanding of Ebner's strength remained stuck months in the past. She believed he was merely an overspec sequence 5 incapable of countering a demigod-level object. Reality, however, was vastly different. She crashed into the full-length mirror and shattered it completely. Stunned, Tracy had no time to react before Ebner grabbed her shoulder and locked gazes with her blue eyes. In the next instant, the secret technique Charm Human activated. Tracy's spirit wavered, and soon she regarded Ebner as the person she admired and trusted most. After becoming a cognizer, Ebner could simulate many pathways traits. The technique had thus evolved to a fundamentally higher level. The secret technique originated from the vampiric pathway, a sublimation of the beast tamer's power, a low-tier version of using beauty to tame any creature with spirit, akin to the primordial demonesses. It worked only on humans or humanoids lacking strong will or sufficient status. And Tracy, despite being a half-demoness demigod descendant, had lived far too smoothly. Aside from her encounters with Klein and Ebner, she had never suffered true setbacks. Her will was not strong. Coupled with her mid-sequence status being insufficient to resist the elevated secret technique, she was easily charmed, becoming, for the time being, Ebner's fan. To be honest, using manipulator powers to brainwash her, or directly invoking Lou Beau's honorific, would have been easier. But the former causes irreversible mental damage, and the latter's consequences are unknown. Tracy has done plenty of wrong things, but she treats Helene quite well. So she'll simply be punished with a few months of work. After asking for the location of the Black Death, Ebner took Tracy with him onto the pitch-black ghost ship. If he showed leniency toward Tracy for Helene's sake, he showed none to the crew. Those with heavy sins were eliminated instantly, leaving only their heads, to be handed over to Alger for bounties. Those with lighter sins had their mind islands breached, false personalities implanted, forced to atone for their crimes. Before a cognizer, none of their pasts could be hidden. End of chapter. Chapter 1085, The Meeting. Dong, dong, dong. Someone knocked on the captain's cabin door of the Blue Avenger. "Come in," Alger said in a deep voice. He had just secretly finished practicing his singing ability. A sailor pushed open the door, glanced back nervously, and, under the urging of several companions, stepped inside with hesitation. He pressed his right fist to his left chest and saluted. "Storm above." After Alger responded, the sailor forced a smile onto his face and said, "Captain, the brothers have all been hearing terrifying howls at night lately. We suspect a sea monster is following us, or something unclean has latched onto the ship. So could we return to a busy port first and have a professional check things?" Alger used every ounce of willpower to keep his expression from collapsing. He inhaled deeply several times before saying after a moment's thought, "I understand how you feel. How about this, we'll head toward Linder Harbor, resupply there, and stay for one day." "All right, Captain." The sailor pressed his right fist to his left chest again, excited. "Storm be with you." "Storm be with you." Alger watched the sailor leave and close the door. His expression immediately darkened. "Is my singing really that terrible? I always go very far away to practice, how can they still hear it? No. This shouldn't be my problem. It must be caused by the abilities of a sea singer." It was said different sea singers produced different effects with their songs. Some used beautiful melodies to disturb the enemy's spiritual body, making them dazed or unfocused, or enhancing their own explosive strength. Some simulated thunder to intimidate foes. Some used chaotic, grating sounds to irritate the enemy and make them lose rationality. And he might have gone a step further than the third type. His voice had greater penetration and power, not only distressing but even capable of directly causing harm. As Alger struggled to analyze the situation, his spirituality was suddenly stirred. Someone seemed to be observing him. He grabbed his extraordinary weapon and swung toward the source of the gaze. He froze. Two uninvited guests had appeared silently inside the captain's cabin. One was Dr. Strange, whom he had met once before. The other was a strikingly beautiful lady, someone he was very familiar with from bounty posters. The Vice Admiral of Ailment, Tracy. Dr. Strange was one of Mr. Tower's identities. But Alger remembered him abandoning that disguise. While he remained wary, Dr. Strange's face began shifting. In the blink of an eye, he became a young, handsome gentleman. Naturally, this was Ebner. He smiled at Alger, who was maintaining a defensive stance. "I showed that face earlier so you'd recognize me. If you're unsure, you can pray to Mr. Fool to confirm." Hearing this, Alger frowned and glanced at Tracy, displeasure hidden in his eyes. He had now confirmed the visitor was indeed the Tower, but the Tower shouldn't expose Alger's identity in front of a pirate admiral. He was already planning how he would complain to Mr. Fool about this matter. "Relax. No matter what she sees or hears now, she won't remember it afterward," Ebner explained with a glance at the Tracy he had charmed. The charm human ability was far stronger than he had anticipated. It was as if he had added a new personality into her spirit. Thankfully, he hadn't used high-level contamination or hypnotic suggestion, otherwise, she might never recover even after the ability faded. Roselle might very well have been PUA'd like this by the fallen mother goddess on the moon. Though of course, the being on the moon was far more domineering than him. Alger scrutinized the vice admiral of ailment. Her eyes were locked on Ebner's face with an expression like a pet gazing at its master. This was absolutely not how a pirate admiral should act. She's been controlled by the tower. He instantly prayed to Mr. Fool without hesitation. Even if the chance was small, if Tower used this ability on him, he probably couldn't resist at all. His only hope would be the Fool. Ebner allowed him to finish chanting the honorific, then smiled. Now you can relax. Alger steadied himself, looked between Tower and Tracy again, and asked heavily. Sir, what have you come to me for? Ebner broke the seal on a card and drew out a sack. These are the heads of all pirates on the Black Death with bounties over 1,000 pounds. I hope you can redeem them for bounty rewards. Same split as always, 30-70. Heads of all pirates worth over 1,000 pounds. Alger was stunned for a moment. Then, when he realized the implications, joy flickered in his eyes. Though exchanging bounty was risky, the profit was enormous. And he still owed the world a considerable sum. He forced himself to remain calm and said after thinking a moment. It will take some time to exchange all of these. You understand that I can't bring all the heads out at once, that would attract unnecessary trouble. No problem, Ebner replied, and I can make it easier for you. He pointed at Tracy. I remember you once said you received missions to join the fleet of the Vice Admiral of Ailment, the Pale Admiral, or the Admiral of Stars. Well, now's the perfect chance. Tracy won't refuse. Afterward, how you use her original subordinates' heads to redeem bounties, I don't need to teach you that, right? Of course, you'd best leave her fleet before the end of the year. My punishment for her lasts only until then. And during this period, the Vice Admiral of Ailment will be the most aggressive pirate in the seas when it comes to destroying the slave trade. Alger narrowed his eyes, weighed the situation, then nodded. All right. I'll accept your suggestion. Good. I have other matters to handle. The Black Death is only a few hundred nautical miles away. Just speak with the normal Tracy when the time comes. With that, Ebner removed his hat, pressed it to his chest, saluted Alger. Then vanished with Tracy. Alger stood there stunned for a long moment. Finally, he looked toward the undulating sea outside the window and whispered a single word. Demigod. In Backlund, inside a private room at Sorenzo restaurant. Dorian paced anxiously across the room, waiting for his student Furs and the Viscount Brian to arrive. Even though he had prepared himself, now that the moment of truth approached, his heart was inevitably nervous and uneasy. He didn't know how much time had passed before a knock sounded on the door. His student's lazy voice followed. Dorian listened for a few seconds, took a deep breath, walked to the door, turned the handle, and pulled it open. Outside stood Furs, brown hair slightly curled, wearing a dark long dress. At her side was a young, handsome gentleman carrying hints of the sea on him. Hello, Mr. Dorian Gray Abraham. End of chapter. Chapter 1086, A Detective. Hello, Mr. Dorian Gray Abraham. Hearing the gentleman beside his own student openly state his surname, Dorian no longer held on to any remaining hope. He let out a breath, responded to the greeting, and then led the two of them into the private room. After both sides sat down, Dorian had no mood for small talk and asked directly, Your Lordship Viscount, I'd like to know whether the matter you mentioned earlier, the imminent return of our ancestor, Alvin, is actually true. Your Furs's teacher, you can just call me Ebner. Ebner offered a polite remark first before answering. By the end of this month, or early next month at the latest, His Highness Alvin will surely restore the glory of the Abraham family. If the glory of the Abraham family doesn't return, how am I supposed to complete the miracle invoker ritual? Hearing the certainty in Ebner's tone, Dorian felt both excited and uneasy. He asked again, did our ancestor, Alvin, obtain the help of the god of knowledge or the Earth Mother goddess? In his view, since Ebner, who was a blessed of both deities, had taken the initiative to reveal this matter to the Abraham family, it had to be due to divine instruction behind the scenes. The greatest supporter behind Alvin's advancement was actually the Evernight goddess. While thinking this inwardly, Ebner only smiled and shook his head. No. The reason I had first notified you was actually for your own good. As far as I know, before His Highness Alvin disappeared, he was on very poor terms with the Abraham family. If you wish to resolve that estrangement, then it's best to welcome him when he returns. And as a sequence too, Alvin should be able to provide some of you with protection during the full moon. Hearing this, Dorian could no longer restrain himself. He sprang to his feet and asked excitedly, Your Lordship Viscount, is this true? Is the nearly 2,000-year curse of the Abraham family finally going to end? It's true, Ebner replied firmly. With the abilities of a miracle invoker, even without borrowing the power of the unknown, he could still create the miracle that allowed a small number of people to not hear the ravings. And he wanted the Abrahams present also because the ritual required enough members of the Abraham family gathered together, appearing before others, to announce that this angelic family, forgotten by history, had returned. After the initial excitement, Dorian gradually calmed down. He pondered for a moment, then looked at Edner and asked, "Can you give me a reason to believe you?" After all, gathering the clan carried significant risk. If this was a trap, they could all be captured in one move. Ebner glanced at him, curled his lips, and countered, "There may be considerable risk, but compared to what you stand to gain, would you really not take the gamble? Even if you don't gamble, since you appeared before me, your aura has been recorded, your fate observed. That means most Abrahams connected to you no longer have secrets from me. If you truly don't come by then, I could simply capture you all myself." Dorian did not know of Ebner's bandit-like thoughts. He mulled over the words and finally gave a bitter smile. Yes, with hope right before his eyes, how could he not gamble? He had devoted great effort to nurturing Furs, aside from her good character, mostly because of a vague prophecy from an ancestor. At most, he only needed to make some safe arrangements, hide the sealed artifacts and formulas more securely, leave some descendants behind as seeds. That way, even if it turned out to be a trap, the Abraham family could still continue. After a long time of thought, Dorian finally took a deep breath, made his decision, and asked, "Your lordship Brain, where should we go to welcome the return of our ancestor Alvin?" "The main peak of the Hornassus mountain range. But remember, do not attempt to climb the peak. Just wait at the foot of the mountain," Ebner reminded him solemnly. Late at night, near the Backlund Bridge, Klein followed the location provided by the hermit, searching for signs of the queen mystic Bernadette. This was information he had obtained during a private discussion with Katlia at the tarot gathering about mythical creature blood. At that moment, he suddenly saw strands of green pea vines falling from the sky, weaving into a lush, dense forest. Klein paused briefly, then followed the path formed by the vines and stepped into the forest. He walked through the fairy tale scenery for quite a while before seeing the green plants merge into a hammock-like seat, gently swaying above. The queen mystic sat there, dressed in an Inta-style white shirt and a dark black jacket, a thin rapier at her waist. Aside from not wearing a tricorn hat, she was dressed like a standard sea captain. Unlike the last time in Backlund, when she had only shown a pair of black leather boots while meeting Sherlock Moriarty, her chestnut hair now flowed freely. Her deep blue eyes looked over gently but without emotion as she said, "You were willing to venture out to meet him for Katlia's sake. That is good. I can offer two types of payment. One is allowing you to observe the Wheel of Fortune card once. You should already know what it represents, as one of those blasphemy cards he created. The second is a method to allow the temporarily weakened to briefly recover some power. A method to recover power during a weakened period. Venturing out to meet him." Did the Queen Mystic guess that this was related to the Snake of Mercury? Does she think Septon is being hunted, and that my visit to him involved significant risk? That doesn't make sense. Angels include Sequence 2 prophets. Why wouldn't the fool be allowed to have an angel from the fate pathway serving him? Believe it or not, I could just ask Mr. Tower for a drop of the luck god's blood. Forget it. His blood might have side effects. If Miss Hermit gets contaminated, that would be bad. I also don't know whether Septon knows the method for reaching Sequence 0 in his pathway. If he doesn't, then the chance to observe the Wheel of Fortune card would be irresistible. But, unlikely. He has lived so long and is Sequence 1, there's no way he doesn't know the ritual for becoming a god. Heh. I wonder what image Roselle has on the Wheel of Fortune card. A snake with the Emperor's face and other animals. Thinking with mild anticipation, Klein nodded coldly in Gehrman's usual manner. All right. Bernadette's gaze did not shift as she asked, "What else did you want from me by requesting this meeting?" Klein paused briefly, then spoke the lines he had prepared. "I want your help in making him appear as though he has long been suffering from the erosion of the core seal behind the Cheney gate of the Church of the Evernight. In exchange, I can guide you through the 8th and 7th floors of the Dream Labyrinth Tower." As he spoke, Klein let the Wraith Seigneur manifest beside him. Bernadette's eyes lit up. She looked deeply at the properly standing Admiral of Blood. Without asking how Gehrman Sparrow knew she had a method or how he knew she couldn't pass the 8th floor of the Dream Labyrinth Tower, she simply nodded lightly. "I can inflict the corresponding erosion upon him, but once that is done, your marionette will essentially be ruined. He will function normally at first, but as time passes and the erosion deepens, he will gradually fall asleep and never awaken again." She paused, then added, "He can last no more than 2 more months." Klein struggled internally for 2 seconds, then replied without much expression, "All right." He placed his hand over his chest and bowed. "Thank you for your help." The Queen Mystic Bernadette said nothing more. As she summoned her servant to deliver the needed supernatural items, she casually reminded him, the conditions need slight adjustment, it will be the 9th, 8th, and 7th floors. All 3. Klein was stunned at first, then realized. The Queen Mystic can't guarantee stable passage through the 9th floor of the Dream Labyrinth Tower either. On Tuesday morning, after leaving the Dream Labyrinth Tower, Bernadette, who had been silent the whole time, finally couldn't hold back and asked, how did you do it? Klein, for once not maintaining Gehrman's persona, answered with a smile. As you know, I used to be a detective. End of chapter. Chapter 1087, Turmoil. In the capital of Intis, Trier. Ebner stood casually atop a tall building, overlooking the Tulip Central Avenue, the road built during the Roselle era that led directly to the Prime Minister's office. At this moment, the entire 8-lane avenue was packed with people. They surged forward together toward the building Roselle had modeled after the White House, an unstoppable human flood. Work. We want work. The Prime Minister is ruining the country. He must step down. The shouts of thousands, tens of thousands, perhaps even more, merged together, growing louder and clearer. This march had been triggered mainly because Charlie Delian had signed another decree the previous day, and this one was even more conservative than any before. He actually wanted Intis to return to how it was before the Roselle era, no more privately owned factories, with only the state, the churches, and major families allowed to operate them. The order seemed like an attempt to curry favor with the churches and noble families, but it was naive. The times had changed. Even the Solar family wouldn't dare dream of completely discarding the capital outside their control. Let alone anything else, just the unemployment it had already caused was enough to destroy Intis. There is definitely someone pushing this march from behind, likely people from the churches. Both the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun and the Church of Steam have people secretly organizing it. As I suspected, the reason the churches allowed this madman, Charlie Delian, to act so recklessly was likely to make ordinary citizens and the powerful families completely lose faith in the current system, making it easier to replace the government. As for the deeper purpose, it should be that the churches want to take this chance to clean out all the monsters and freaks lurking within Trier. After all, George III's attempt to ascend as the Black Emperor could be concealed from the churches, but certainly not from the gods. They must have foreseen that a world-spanning war was imminent. In fact, Faysac's early preparations weren't even subtle. If Lone hadn't been purposely turning a blind eye, the signs would have been discovered long ago. Anyway, as for Trier, demons, evil gods, and even outer deity blessed have infiltrated the upper echelons. If they aren't cleaned out before war arrives, should they be allowed to run rampant when the gods are too occupied to intervene? A nationwide upheaval, a movement that changes the political structure, can easily uproot all those unstable elements. Hey, and the Delian family will be hit the hardest. Their internal makeup is so complicated that even I cannot fully discern how many factions have planted people inside. Thinking about it now, it's because Intis has no angel family anchoring the nation. It's far too easy for cults to infiltrate the top. During the eras of Sauron and Roselle, such things were nearly impossible. And now, once the churches and gods are too occupied to intervene, disasters will erupt immediately. Standing on the rooftop, Ebner observed the fate of the marching crowd and soon discerned all the schemes and plans behind it. But something is wrong with these people's rivers of fate. Why are they all gradually flowing toward a dead end? Is something major going to happen at the Prime Minister's office? Noticing the sense of wrongness growing stronger, Ebner immediately stepped forward and vanished from the rooftop. Inside the Prime Minister's office, the White House, Prime Minister's Secretary Marvin stared nervously at Tulip Avenue through the window. His originally handsome face was filled with terror, and sweat trickled down his forehead. It wasn't that he had never seen such a crowd before, nor heard the overlapping shouts of so many people. He had even participated in and led marches far larger than this. But back then, he had been one of the marchers, one of the punishers. Today, he was one of the targets being punished. He subconsciously looked to both sides of the crowd and was shocked to find that the policemen and soldiers who should have been stationed to supervise the march were far too few. Compared to the vast sea of people, they looked like tiny splashes of foam against crashing waves. Damn it. Was a march of this scale not reported? But an unreported march should have been dispersed halfway. Did the police headquarters and the Capitol Guard deliberately allow it? Yes, the march still looks orderly and hasn't turned into a riot. That must mean there are plenty of organizers and leaders. Thought after thought flashed through Marvin's mind, and his expression grew increasingly grim. Step down. Make the Prime Minister step down. Beat Delian to death. The cries became more synchronized and more thunderous. Coupled with the densely packed heads filling the avenue, the sense of oppression was overwhelming. Secretary Marvin snapped back to his senses and instinctively turned to look for the Prime Minister to discuss countermeasures. But the instant he turned, a sharp pain struck his chest. He stared blankly as a man pulled his hand out of Marvin's chest, holding Marvin's still warm, still beating heart, and began eating it. Marvin recognized him. He was one of the Prime Minister's newly recruited bodyguards. His surname seemed to be Norse. His consciousness began fading. In the final moments of his life, he saw a member of the machinery hive mind rushing over desperately. Too late. The Prime Minister seems to be summoning something. Marvin used the last of his strength to shout at the machinery hive mind member. Unfortunately, only his lips moved. No sound emerged. A moment later, the roar of a steam-powered machine gun filled the room, and the demon who had been eating hearts was instantly riddled with demon-hunting bullets designed to target evil forces. A bearded man in the front confirmed the demon's death under his teammate's cover. Then he crouched beside Marvin, checked briefly, and finally shook his head. Captain, Secretary Marvin was just an ordinary person. This kind of wound can't be saved. The man addressed as Captain nodded slightly and, while staying alert to the surroundings, quickly instructed. Once the demons be under characteristic precipitates, regroup with the Archbishop immediately. He paused, then looked at the team's only female member, a Sequence 7 witch, and ordered. Secretary Marvin seemed to want to say something. Before his spirit dissipates, do a seance. I'll keep watch. The witch did not hesitate and began performing the seance. Moments later, she suddenly clutched her head and screamed in agony. What happened? Both the captain and the bearded men were shocked and instantly went into response mode. One pulled out incense to stabilize her mind, while the other raised his gun at her head, ready to act if she showed signs of corruption. After several minutes, the witch finally regained a sliver of clarity. She screamed hysterically. Hurry! Evacuate everyone immediately. The Prime Minister, he summoned a monster into himself. Monster. The captain and the bearded men exchanged a glance, then immediately used their communication devices to report to the Archbishop. Meanwhile, not far from the Prime Minister's office, atop another building, Yaldabaoth, dressed in a red formal suit, quietly observed the white structure, as though he could see directly through the walls into the underground. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth lifted into an exaggerated smile. So you finally couldn't suppress yourself. You stopped caring about the lives of the Norse family long ago. But they're still your anchors. If they all die here, you won't be doing well either, will you? The hidden contingency arranged by the dark side of the universe, the one given the final remnant of the abomination characteristic, who secretly advanced to Sequence 1 without being discovered by the mother tree of desire. Nor's body. On the other side of Trier, 4 young girls, each stunningly beautiful in their own distinct way, gathered together and looked toward the Prime Minister's office. As expected, another disaster has begun. The girl in the yellow dress sighed with a hoarse yet magnetic voice. End of chapter. Chapter 1088, Disaster. The several girls appearing in Trier were naturally the white, red, blue, and yellow, for saintesses of the demoness sect who had come to trouble Owen. Among them, aside from the yellow saintess, Natalia, who was a Sequence 2 demoness of catastrophe, the white saintess Katerina, the red saintess Margaret, and the blue saintess Veronica were all Sequence 3 level unaging demonesses. Within the demoness sect, only those who advanced to Sequence 3 were qualified to receive a codename based on a color. At this moment, hearing the yellow saintess sigh, the red saintess Margaret furrowed her brows slightly. She was an Intis native herself and still held some affection for Trier, not wishing to see it fall into disaster. But she quickly discarded such unnecessary sentiments. After all, none of the women present, including herself, were good people. If they revealed a weakness, they might easily be exploited to death. Your Highness, where are we going to ambush Owen Delian? I also need to inform my friend first. Margaret asked. But before she finished her sentence, the yellow saintess Natalia interrupted her. Narrowing her gem-like bright blue eyes, she shook her head. No need to inform outsiders, and I don't trust them. As she spoke, she brushed the ends of her golden hair, as if thinking deeply, and finally said, we just need to wait near the Delian family's old residence. Hearing Natalia openly declare distrust toward her friend, Margaret's expression tightened. But as the other was an angel, her decision could not be opposed. Margaret could only bow her head and reply, yes, Your Highness. The white saintess Katerina's eyes suddenly turned sly. Smiling, she suggested, why don't we split up and meet in front of the Delian family's old residence later? Natalia glanced at her. Although she was nearly 1,000 years younger, she instantly saw through Katerina's plan. She wanted to use this chance to gather traces of catastrophe for a ritual. Natalia sneered inwardly, but accepted the suggestion on the surface. Only when the other 3 demonesses had departed in different directions did Natalia shake her head and silently murmur. A group of fools. Based on my sense for catastrophe, the most critical location of this event is actually near the Delian family's old residence. Just like Roselle said, abandoning the route to chase trivialities. Lone Kingdom, Backlund. After receiving the perfunctory answer, I used to be a detective, from German, Bernadette allowed her form to turn transparent and dissolve into a spray of bubbles. The bubbles scattered and vanished, and the dark green pea vines retracted from German's sight. By the time her figure reassembled, she was already inside her temporary residence in Backlund. Even with Gehrman's guidance, the 7th floor segment in the Dream Labyrinth Tower spanned a long period. Bernadette had still spent an entire night within it and felt mentally fatigued. She intended to follow the habit she had maintained for nearly 2 centuries, bathe first and recover. But just as she removed her outer coat, revealing an into-style white blouse underneath, a cough suddenly sounded behind her. Bernadette stiffened at once. This was her own residence, surrounded by defensive rituals she had set up. Even in her current tired state, she was still a clairvoyant. For someone to get so close without her spirituality warning her. She instantly shifted into a combat stance. Her chestnut hair swept upward with the movement, her straight brows tightening into a sharp, unfamiliar expression. Since becoming a demigod, this was the first time someone had approached her without her noticing. Bernadette's ocean blue eyes swept backward. Then she quietly relaxed. She recognized the intruder. It was Jane's good friend, Mr. Tower, a high-ranking member of the organization Katlia had joined. She didn't know how he infiltrated her residence, but he likely bore no ill intent. Her thoughts turned rapidly. Bernadette asked gently and calmly. "How did you know I was here? You're a clairvoyant, aren't you? You didn't get even a hint." Ebner nearly responded like that in his mind but quickly realized speaking it aloud would sound too arrogant. This must be because of the conqueror crown I'm carrying. At that level, its influence is inevitable, making me want to provoke everything. After a brief guess, Ebner smiled and said, "You have access to the Dream Labyrinth Tower because I granted it to you." In other words, he found her through the connection. For others, this link might not work. For a cognizer, it was more than enough. Bernadette nodded slowly. "I see." She didn't linger on the topic. Instead, she put on her coat again and asked, "What did you come for?" Ebner looked at her, then carefully organized his words before saying, "I recall that the Sequence 2 potion of the Mystery Prior pathway is called the Sage. To advance to that level, one must stop a disaster involving high-level forces. Correct?" Bernadette's expression shifted slightly, as if she had sensed something. She said nothing and simply gestured for him to continue. "And right now, a disaster is about to unfold in Trier. If it isn't stopped, tens of thousands might die. It is a catastrophe potentially even more terrifying than the Great Smog." After listening, the Queen Mystic Bernadette fell silent for a few seconds. Then she raised her hand, and her gentle yet emotionless voice gained a subtle undertone. "Take me there immediately. With your hint, I have already foreseen the massive crisis brewing in Trier." Ebner relaxed and smiled, then took her hand and activated his teleportation. Before seeking her out, he had discerned how she would respond. Roselle's eldest daughter was, just like in the original history, righteous and kind to the point of seeming foolish. She could never watch her homeland be destroyed. Moreover, she might be able to use this opportunity to ascend to Sequence 2 Sage, though she detested such disasters and had even fallen out with her father because of them. And the reason Ebner didn't take action himself was that Trier was not Backlund. The eternal blazing sun held grudges against his Rhine persona. If he used half-god powers, it might pass unnoticed. But using his former life abilities would definitely draw higher-level attention. At that point, even with the god of steam and machinery promising an angel to protect him, it wouldn't be fully safe. Far better to let Bernadette, who also wished to save people, act openly while he aided her covertly. Actually, Mr. Fool would be the best candidate, but he's still too weak. Ebner sighed inwardly as he led Bernadette through the spirit world toward Trier. At that moment, an extreme evil aura erupted from the White House, the Prime Minister's office. The Queen Mystic's ocean blue eyes dimmed instantly, losing focus before closing for 2 or 3 seconds. When she reopened them, she frowned. A divine abomination has descended, but it isn't Sua. And Benova has already arrived, carrying a 0-grade sealed artifact capable of dragging the target into concealment. It seems the disaster has already passed. The disaster already passed. Ebner opened the eye of pure white again, observing the flow of fate among the marching crowds, only to see their rivers of fate growing clearer, all flowing toward death. No. Something else is happening. Just as he thought this, a far more corrupt, blood-drenched, filthy aura burst upward from the White House, instantly shattering the concealment around it. Ebner and Bernadette both clearly saw Benova's mechanical body being wrapped in forces of corrosion and defilement, dissolving into rust in 1 second. Fortunately, that was only one of his many mechanical bodies. This is the abyss descending. Ebner and Bernadette could no longer restrain their shock and exclaimed in unison. Inside a building near the White House, Yaldabaoth, dressed in a crimson formal suit, looked at the corrupted Benova and murmured with a smile. The Night Emperor's imprisonment sentence set by the dark side of the universe has just ended. The Mother Tree of Desire is entangled with the tenebrous world, unable to intervene for now. Sua is fully occupied with digesting Tolna's remnants. He glanced at the other Bonovas rushing in and shook his head. My target truly is the divine abomination, Nor's far body. But I never said I needed his characteristic, Bonova. You misunderstood me. He is merely a tool for the demon monarch to break free. Besides, I told you through Charlie Delian that my goal was the descent of the abyss. And the abyss was never meant to descend in the west, it was always intended to appear in the heart of Intis, right here in Trier. Now, even if the god of steam and machinery and the eternal blazing sun perform temporary god descents, it will already be too late. Unlike the Evernight goddess, your vessels for god descent require preparation and ritual alignment. And the time needed will be more than enough for the abyss to devour every cathedral in Trier. Finishing his words, Yaldabaoth laughed wildly and arrogantly, as though deliberately revealing these truths. End of chapter. Chapter 1089, The Arc de Triomphe. On the rooftop of a tall building not far from the White House. Facing the sudden, god descent level catastrophe, Ebner and Bernadette performed prophecy almost simultaneously, and in the next second obtained the same critical keyword for breaking the situation. Arc de Triomphe. The Arc de Triomphe, after the Roselle era, the only marvel left standing, was located in White Maple Square, just a few hundred meters behind the Prime Minister's White House. But that was just an ordinary structure, wasn't it? Wait. Ebner, full of confusion and just about to ask Bernadette if she had any clues, happened to glance at an old-style building, and a flash of lightning streaked through his mind. Wait. Arc de Triomphe, a gate. I remember one entry in Roselle's diary describing how the Knight Emperor once cooperated with Mr. Dor to construct a temporary door on an island in the Vencombe Storm Sea. And Roselle later found that ruin. Mr. Dor told me that he once collaborated privately with the Knight Emperor to briefly construct a door, attempting to draw down a great power. But their attempt failed. The Knight Emperor went mad and fell, and he himself was exiled from this world because of it. I cannot judge how much of his words are true. Perhaps the reason for his exile wasn't that, but the cooperation indeed existed. Because I once found a ruin of a door on an island in the Storm Sea, and its structure matched his description. Recalling that diary entry, Ebner remembered speculating that the Knight Emperor had wanted to open a breach on the seal of Sapphira Castle, drawing in the power of the corresponding nation of disorder. After all, the Knight Emperor's soul originated from the god Coffin. And Ebner had also once suspected that, near the end of his life and pushed to desperation, Roselle might have tried to imitate that. The Arc de Triomphe was only fully completed decades after Roselle's death. It kept being funded because the Delian family supported it from behind the scenes. That ancestor of the Delian family was very likely Lady Julia, a former MI9 spy of Loan who clearly had a close relationship with Roselle. The secret in the Delian family's vault was guarded by that ancestor, who supposedly never left her post for over a century. Their old estate was not far from the Arc de Triomphe, and their underground treasury might even lie directly beneath the monument. Bornova once warned me that even divine vessels were unwilling to approach the Delian treasury. Putting all this together, the true key to breaking the situation must lie in the short-term mission Lilith assigned me. Explore the Delian family's hidden secret. So, did she really not know the secret within? And what roles are she and the goddess playing in this matter? Different insight. I separately considered the clues, then merged their conclusions, allowing Ebner to instantly understand what he needed to do. At that moment, another insight. I captured Yaldabaoth's flamboyant speech. Ebner immediately grasped even more hidden truths, and the cruel reality that the churches would not be able to respond in time. Wasting no time, Ebner broadcast the intelligence he had, insight, into the surroundings. He and Bernadette belonged to pathways adept at using knowledge. In urgent situations, this method was far faster than words. Almost instantly, Bernadette finished receiving and analyzing the information. She understood that the only ones capable of stopping the catastrophe now were herself and Ebner. Her expression did not change. Her palm flipped, and an item appeared. It was golden, shaped like a small kettle, yet a wick protruded from its spout. As her right hand slowly brushed the mysterious sigils covering its surface, the wick ignited silently. A light like viscous liquid rose upward, forming a blurred and distorted pale golden silhouette. Eternal lamp genie, my second wish is, grant me, for one day, the power of a knowledge emperor. Bernadette spoke solemnly in giant tongue, without a shred of hesitation. The item in her hand was the magic wishing lamp Vera had been searching for, originating from the first epoch. The celestial worthy had captured the soul of an outer god, the son of chaos, and forced it into a miracle invocator characteristic to create this object. Although never held by the 7 churches, it possessed an official 0-rated sealed artifact designation. 0-05, it could fulfill 10 wishes for its holder, but always with twisted results or horrifying, unpredictable consequences. None of its previous owners met good ends, including Roselle Gustave. However, today Bernadette sharply sensed that the lamp genie was oddly cooperative. There was no twist in the fulfillment of her wish. Though such unusual compliance only made her more cautious, she had no time to investigate. Feeling the power of the knowledge emperor flood her body, she glanced at Ebner, transmitting the instruction for him to activate the Arc de Triomphe. She herself, together with her swiftly arriving brother Bornova, rushed toward the descending abyss. The dark side of the universe, the devil monarch, the abyss, for body was a true god, an authentic sequence 0. Even though he had only just escaped, even though the abyss had not fully entered reality, he was not an opponent that a false sequence 1, knowledge emperor, could fight. Bernadette charging forward meant a 90% chance of death. Though she didn't care about that, she could have been peacefully bathing in her Backlund home. It was he who dragged her here to confront death. Clearly, like the Church of Steam, I underestimated that Prime Minister's preparations. Indeed, whether it was me or anyone else, even members of the Psychological Alchemy Society, when we heard he intended to summon the abyss, we all thought he was insane and doomed to fail. Where did that arrogance come from? If I was influenced into that arrogance, then the mastermind must be capable of bypassing even the pure white angel's spiritual protection within the eye of pure white. Never mind, thinking about that now is meaningless. Since I brought her here, I must bring her back alive. With that resolve, Ebner took out a talisman covered in complex patterns. It was a replica he created using the spirit worm of the scholar of your Daphne, imitating the historical projection talisman the goddess had once granted. But its effect was far inferior to the original. Its projection duration was short, and like the transformation cards he made, it could only summon those former life Leobo projections with a guaranteed 100% success rate. Those Lubos only went up to sequence 2 and normally could not intervene in a conflict involving a true god. But among them, Rhine Calendia was special, because she, yes, she, was now Lilith's vessel. Summoning Rhine's historical projection was equivalent to Lilith acting through her. If only I could summon Rhine's Sequence 1 Angel King versions, with Lilith controlling her, perhaps even the dark side of the universe could be forced back. But at best, he could now only ensure Bernadette and Bornova survived. As he considered this, Ebner ignited the talisman with spirituality and pulled a handsome man in a red shirt from the gap of history. The man's eyes were dull for an instant, then brightened with clarity. Ebner did not exchange pleasantries with Lilith, he simply nodded, and then teleported to the gate of the Delian family's old estate. To avoid unnecessary trouble, such as bloodline verification rituals in the family vault, he released Owen at the very instant of teleportation, while his true body entered Alvin's question labyrinth. But just as he prepared to step into the mansion, he suddenly found himself surrounded by 4 enchanting silhouettes. End of chapter. Chapter 1090, Battle with the Demonesses. Golden hair and blue eyes, a proud figure, a wreath on her head, draped in a transparent yellow veil, the yellow saintess Natalia. Dignified and holy, mature yet light and delicate like a young maiden, wearing only a simple white robe, the white saintess Katerina. Red hair like fire, alluring and seductive, adorned with expensive jewelry and dressed in a red gown, the red saintess Margaret. Round-cheeked, petite, with her iconic deep blue hair and an elegant temperament, the blue saintess Veronica. Ebner was not unfamiliar with the 4 demonesses surrounding him. Even Veronica, whom he had never met in person, he had seen before through the historical projection provided by the scholar of your Daphne. Not to mention Katerina, whom he had once controlled. Margaret, whom he had knocked unconscious and drawn blood from. And Natalia, whom he had fought on Sunia Island just last week. Vera warned me earlier they came to seek revenge on Owen. And this time, Margaret didn't go join Daphne and the black-clothed men, as he expected. Instead, she came straight for him. Of course. Natalia is a demoness of catastrophe. Wherever she appears, disaster is highly likely to erupt. And since I intend to prevent that disaster, fate will naturally pull us into meeting. Not to mention, I carry 2 items formed from Conqueror characteristics. For a sequence 2 of an adjacent pathway, my presence naturally has a converging effect. His thoughts flashed as Ebner made his move without any hesitation. He immediately had the Owen-Delian clone transform into a dragon, and at the same time activated both the Wild Hunt badge and the Nightingale badge, releasing the incomplete mythic creature from the Hunter pathway, as well as the Despair Nightingale Panacea. The Wild Hunt badge came from the floating city in the forsaken land of the gods. The Nightingale badge was a replica, and when Ebner created it and summoned Panacea's wraith, he had indirectly helped the goddess reveal her attempts to grasp the authority of the death god. If it were any other time, Ebner wouldn't mind exchanging a few jokes before fighting. But now, every second wasted was irresponsible to Bernadette, who was fighting for her life. So he seized the initiative immediately. Neither the dragonized Owen nor the Wild Hunt nor the Despair Nightingale could truly defeat an unaging demoness. But holding them off for a minute or 2 was definitely possible. Furthermore, Ebner had given Owen the false echo of faith, created when the impersonation mentor incarnation of Hearts One from the black-clothed organization died. When necessary, he could use it to broadcast a Lubo message. Although broadcasting in the real world was far weaker than live, inside the mind, since demonesses could preemptively block sound when sensing danger, it would still create significant trouble for the red, blue, and white saintesses. As for the Book of Virtue, it required prior preparation and was not suitable for sudden encounters, so Ebner didn't use it. In an instant, countless black lines erupted around the blue Saintess Veronica, twining toward the descending wild hunt giant. The white Saintess Katerina blocked the despair nightingale's black flame with her own black fire, smiling meaningfully. So you were captured by Owen too. And the red Saintess Margaret suddenly went blank. The next second her mind was invaded by Owen. Last time she was captured, Ebner had not only implanted false memories into her, but also tampered with her mental island and left behind subtle triggers. Thus in just one exchange, Owen gained a decisive advantage. At that moment, Ebner's true body flashed out from Alvin's question labyrinth, only to be blocked by the woman draped in the transparent yellow veil, the one who had never intended to join the other battlefields, as though she had been waiting for him all along. The demoness of catastrophe, the yellow Saintess Natalia. Ebner's heart sank, but he had already anticipated this. He didn't waste time. He immediately took out his ever-present magic mirror, and drew on the power of the pure white angel within the eye of pure white, releasing all 3 remaining layers of its sealing at once. When he first obtained the magic mirror, Ebner already knew it was created using the extraordinary characteristic of the Shepherd Pathway's Sequence 4 Black Knight. Because the mirror sealed a fallen angel of the Sun Pathway, the artifact's essence was extremely high. If fully unsealed, it could unleash the power of a 0-rated sealed artifact, but only briefly. However, the mirror's creator had set 4 layers of seals inside it. Once all 4 were undone, the angelic evil spirit within would recover its memories from when it was still an angel. At that point, it would no longer be a sealed angelic specter, but something comparable to a revived angel containing the Black Knight characteristic. And once fully freed, that angel would also gain complete autonomy. It would follow only one final command from the holder under the rules, then do whatever it wished. It might even attack the holder. But Ebner was not worried. After such a long period together, the evil spirit's form had long been shaped into that of the pure white angel in his land of the unknown. Given the example of another angelic specter, Dorian, who had merged with him before, betrayal was extremely unlikely. And even if it did rebel, Ebner could forcibly reshape it into another Flora Jacob. Their connection ran too deep. With the magic mirror fully unsealed, a golden figure, its features blurred and gender unidentifiable, suddenly appeared. The illusory chains binding it shattered one by one, and its 4 pairs of wings, tinged with black, unfolded behind it. Kiselu, the eternal blazing sun church's 3rd fallen pontiff. Rumored to be a solar divine bird. The white Saintess Katerina, while engaged with the despair nightingale, couldn't help exclaiming. Having lived through the War of 4 Emperors, she was the oldest and most experienced among the 4 demonesses. Yet despite Kiselu's intimidating appearance, Ebner knew well that this spectre only possessed an angel's level of rank, not the true power of one. Even with support from the Black Knight characteristic, it could burst into angel-level combat only briefly, and was still not enough to defeat a demoness of catastrophe. So, while Kiselu rose to engage Natalia, Ebner took out a reenactment of yesterday talisman created by Klein using Sapphira Castle, and teleported it into the magic mirror's possession. Then took the pair of wings containing the fluid manipulation authority, inherited from Grand Duke of Blood, El Nors, and handed them to his Yalalan double, summoned from within the eye of pure white, so it could assist from the side. All of this sounded complex. But in reality, less than a single second had passed. Naturally, Natalia would not wait idly. She used this same second to seal the surrounding space and unleash a horrifying catastrophe that drove one's body, spirituality, mind, lifespan, and will towards simultaneous decay and destruction. Disaster was not only external calamity. The collapse of the self was disaster as well. In the span of a heartbeat, Ebner felt his body age several years, countless ailments erupting within him. His spirit wilted, and even his will to save others eroded. So this is a demoness of catastrophe. A fusion of the authorities of time and catastrophe. When the body dies, spirituality fades, lifespan extinguishes, mind withers, and will dissolves, one becomes stone. The mythic form of the demoness is Medusa, so does their petrification originate from this disaster, calamity. In Buddhist scriptures, a kalpa is indeed tied to time. Birth, existence, destruction, emptiness, that is a kalpa. And decay of body, spirit, mind, lifespan, will, this feels like the 5 weaknesses of heaven and men from myth. Even as he rammed through wild associations, Ebner activated the Eye of Pure White, using the Pure White Angel's authority to erase these abnormalities. Only authority could counter authority. Seeing Kiselu, temporarily restored to peak state through the reenactment of yesterday, successfully entangle Natalia with Yalalan's cover, Ebner wasted no time. He quietly gripped a strange crown, rusted, foul with dried blood. Then, with the authority of the Conqueror, which shattered all obstruction, Ebner manifested a flaming warhorse beneath him, condensed a blazing spear into his hand, and charged toward the weak point he had in sight, unstoppable. Where the spear pointed, all obstacles broke. This was the ascended form of the Reaper's power. The only pity was that he had no army of his own, he could not lead a legion to charge with him and unite their strength into one. Otherwise, this blow would have been even stronger. Yet even as a low-spec version, enhanced by the Conqueror-derived sealed artifact, this thrust could not be stopped by the temporary seal constructed by the Yellow Saintess, especially since Ebner had targeted its weakest node. Thus, as expected, the seal was pierced instantly. Ice and black flame were in turn burned away by his blazing spear, and Natalia, locked in combat with Kisselou, momentarily felt her mind blur. And Kisselou naturally seized the opening. The brilliance of the Sunchaser shone down upon the Yellow Saintess, immediately weakening her abilities by a tenth. Meanwhile, Yalolin took the chance to use Mystic Reenactment, Perseus's sword and Mystic Reenactment, Athena's shield, causing the sword and shield to appear directly in Kisselou's hands. End of chapter. Chapter 1091, The Final Obstruction. After breaking through the blockade laid down by the demoness of catastrophe Natalia, Ebner immediately stopped drawing upon the crown formed from the Conqueror characteristic, sealing it back up using the residual power left behind by the goddess. Although he wasn't purely relying on this grade 0 sealed artifact, more accurately, he was leveraging the knowledge and experience provided by the Calamity Seal, using the abilities of a cognizer to pry at leverage points so he could exert the strength of a Sequence 1. Even so, even after simulating the upgraded abilities of the Warrior Pathways Weapon Grandmaster to minimize backlash, Ebner still didn't dare allow the crown to remain in an unsealed state. After all, the crown carried with it an astonishing curse, one that continuously drew enemies and hatreds to the bearer. In a sense, it was the ultimate version of provocation. Or rather, that terrifying curse was like issuing a challenge on Ebner's behalf to the River of Fate itself, which of course responded by delivering surprises. Come to think of it, the reason that Black Saintess was so unlucky, getting besieged by 5 angels, then escaping with the crown only to crash directly into the goddess's hands. Aside from his own aggregation effect, the crown's negative effect had clearly played a role. And the fact that 4 demonesses just so happened to show up seeking revenge at this moment. 80% chance that was also the crown's doing, even though the goddess had already sealed it, drastically weakening the effect. Fortunately, the enemies it drew in were still within the range Ebner could handle. While mentalying the artifact's side effects, Ebner continued his movements without pause. A few flashes brought him directly before the door of the Delian family's underground vault. Along the way, he didn't encounter a single obstruction, not even traps, as if the interior of the Delian family manor had 0 defenses. That was highly abnormal. Suddenly, Ebner's gaze hardened. He saw that the vault door had already been opened. And lying in a pool of blood before it was Cyril Delian, the former second pope of the Church of the Eternal Sun, and currently a servant of Ebner. Although this former pope's condition was even worse than that of the third pope, Richelieu, inside the mirror, ever since he entered Cyril's body he had been slowly recovering. With the physique of a black knight, discounting mystical items, his real combat strength exceeded that of most saints. Yet even he was now sprawled in a pool of blood. And with the Black Knight's dominion over flesh, he actually couldn't stop the bleeding or regenerate. A flash of pure white ran across Ebner's eyes. He instantly grasped everything that had happened. Without showing the slightest concern for Cyril's life or death, Ebner manipulated the unknown land even as he stepped directly toward the vault entrance. But before he could enter, countless sword beams materialized out of thin air, some in front of Ebner, some within his body. In the next instant, they all exploded simultaneously, shredding Ebner into pieces. Silence returned to the area before the vault. Half a minute later, a figure gradually appeared. It was a man in his 30s, wearing dozens of small braids in his hair. Yet thanks to his strikingly handsome features, the hairstyle actually made him appear stylishly unrestrained. He held a lavish orange greatsword and laughed. Just as expected. Another rat trying to infiltrate my family's treasury during the chaos. What a pity. Everything in there ultimately belongs to the Lord. Glancing at the blade in his hand, he added lightly. And that includes you. The orange hue faded from the sword, then the entire blade vanished. Yet its sighing voice echoed from nowhere. I fled because I did not wish to aid another demon, yet I've somehow ended up in the hands of a believer of the true Creator. Jack, haven't you ever considered that your Lord does not actually want what's inside the vault? And that by doing this, you are sabotaging his plan. This man, Jack Delian, belonged to the Delian family's evil god faction, originating from the Iron Blood Cross Order. He himself was an Iron Blood Knight, and by wielding the great sword that had defected from the Prime Minister, he relied on its borrowing light to hide, and the flash ability of its paired silver rapier to heavily wound Ciro guarding the door. Then he used the blade's inherent dusk to freeze Ciro's time, preventing recovery. At the sword's words, Jack sneered. The Lord didn't stop me. The sword sighed again, its tone full of meaning. And you haven't noticed anything wrong around you. Wrong. Jack froze. And then the scene around him shattered. He now saw the men who had attempted to slip into the vault standing not far away, smiling at him. Perhaps wary of the greatsword, the men had not taken advantage of Jack being trapped in the dream to attack. Yes. Everything just now had been a dream. Even with the swords borrowing light to hide, the moment Jack prepared to strike, Ebner had inside eyes at him and immediately dragged him into a dreamscape. Staring at the seemingly relaxed Ebner, Jack's eyes flickered with suspicion. Unable to hold back, he asked. You didn't enter the vault while I was unconscious. That didn't make sense. Not attacking him could be chalked up to fear of the sword. But waiting for him to wake up. What kind of operation was that? Before Ebner could reply, the sword answered with another sigh. He is not the real one. He's merely a historical projection. Indeed, the Ebner standing before the vault was just his historical projection. Ironically, this was all the result of Jack's own overclever scheme. He believed that by opening the vault door himself and placing the dying Ciro nearby, he could trick intruders into thinking someone had already killed the guardian and entered. In their haste to chase the perpetrator, they would drop their guard and walk directly into his ambush. Unfortunately for him, such petty tricks were laughable before a cognizer. Even when Ebner had been just a detective, he could sometimes reconstruct past scenes. Now, this was trivial. So once Ebner learned there was an enemy with formidable weapons hiding in the shadows, he immediately sent a divine revelation through the unknown land to Scholar of your Daphne, ordering her to summon the divine envoy Ebner's projection. And because Daphne had sensed the aura of the deep abyss and come out to investigate, not far from the Delian Manor, Ebner's projection easily locked onto his location and teleported directly to the vault corridor. The projection was concealed the whole time under Evans's hidden barrier, so Jack never detected it. From there, things were simple. Ebner's real body slipped through the door, while the projection dragged Jack into a dream until he woke. Historical projection. Are you from the Arcane Scholar Organization? Jack narrowed his eyes, attempting to discern the stranger's weakness via mysticism so he could launch a killing blow. At this moment, the greatsword sounded almost curious. My demon hunting eye tells me he is not a scholar of your. He seems more like a saint associated with knowledge. A prophet master. An arcane scholar. Or a cognizer. Ebner's projection was in no hurry, happy to stall for time. After several seconds of silence, he casually countered. You should be one of the 3 special artifacts Roselle forged, the sword, mirror, and seal, correct? Am I wrong, Your Eminence, patriarch who betrayed the combat god? The greatsword remained speechless for a long moment before finally protesting. I never intended to betray the Lord. I was tricked. So that's how it is, Ebner said with a knowing expression. As expected. The pursuit of Vicente Miranda really was a private order from that Inquisition judge. But perhaps this was also within the combat god's calculations. Otherwise that nightmare and dusk citadel formed from the collision of the night goddess and combat god's power near Inderport would never have come into being. In the end, you were merely a tool used in someone else's grand design. End of chapter. Chapter 1092, The Choice. You are nothing but a complete tool in someone else's scheme. Hearing Ebner's sharp judgment, the greatsword, formerly the patriarch Andre of the Church of the Combat God, let out another sigh. Sigh. I know. For so many years, I have long known. It was precisely because I realized it that I began to harbor many irreverent thoughts toward the Lord, even thoughts of blasphemy. That is the fundamental reason I fell and became an evil spirit. I know I am no longer worthy to face the Lord, yet I still cannot let go of my resentment. Ebner's historical projection glanced at Jack Delian, who seemed frozen in a battle-ready pose by the power of dusk, and continued. Perhaps I can redeem you. You. The greatsword Andre examined Ebner's projection with its demon-hunting eye, hesitating. I do sense something unusual about you. But for you to grant me redemption, it's far from enough. Ah. You didn't recognize that I'm Vicente Miranda. A sequence 2 glory like that Inquisition judge Boris saw through me instantly, even realizing I was the god of luck from the second epoch. Well, in fairness, that Judge Boris is probably the resurrected, god of glory, Bladel, or even giant King Ormer, so outshining you is normal. Also, there are other factors. You now possess only rank, but no characteristic. And I'm only a projection right now, unable to connect to the unknown land, etc. While thinking this, Ebner also saw clearly that this sword spirit was already preparing to defect again. Otherwise, it wouldn't be speaking this openly behind its wielder's back. All it lacked was a convincing excuse. In other words, this holy sword was nowhere near as devout as it pretended. On the contrary, it died harboring deep resentment toward the combat god and that Inquisition judge. Otherwise, it would have long returned to the combat god's divine kingdom instead of falling into corruption and eventually becoming a sealed artifact for Roselle. Is a warrior of honor always destined for betrayal? Ebner muttered inwardly. Out loud, he said confidently. I only just escaped a carefully prepared trap set by that Judge Boris. Which means, I have a feud with him. If you follow me, you'll eventually get your revenge. You're merely a sequence 3. How can you guarantee that I will have revenge? But Ebner only smiled. He refused to believe this sword had no awareness of the battle he unleashed outside the Delian family residence. It must have sensed the abilities he drew upon. Otherwise, it wouldn't be chatting with a projection for so long. Very well. I truly have no other choices. I definitely don't want to follow this fool of a host into the faith of the true creator. The great sword, the former patriarch André, gave a self-deprecating chuckle and added. I want the same treatment as the magic mirror, Richelieu. So you did know. But the same treatment. You can't possibly know he's already become the shape of the pure white angel within the unknown land. Ebner grumbled inwardly, but outwardly he nodded sincerely. Very well. Happy cooperation, Patriarch André. Happy cooperation. The sword paused, then said. Until I receive redemption, just call me the Holy Sword. The Holy Sword, the magic mirror. Roselle's naming sense really is tragic. What's next? The Holy Seal called Human Seal. Suppressing his thoughts, Ebner pointed at the fallen, blood-soaked Cyrodiilian, the former second patriarch of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, and said. First disperse the dusk sealing him. All right. The Holy Sword instantly withdrew its dusk authority. Without the sealing force of decay, the Black Knight Cyro's wounds writhed, and the blood on the floor surged back into his body. Though still pallid, at least he no longer looked like a corpse. Cyro opened his eyes and immediately dropped to one knee before Ebner's projection. My lord. I failed to guard the vault entrance. Please punish me. Ebner waved him off, signaling to deal with it later. He then glanced at the immobilized, Ironblood Knight, Jack, still caught in the fading dusk. Go ahead and pasture him. The shepherd trait, turning him into a spirit servant. Even without the Holy Sword acting as a traitor, a mere Ironblood Knight couldn't withstand Ebner and Cyro together. And now he had been completely sold out. As Cyro stepped toward Jack, and the Holy Sword retracted the last vestiges of dusk, Jack was instantly consumed. Watching this, Ebner thought. This Holy Sword is unreliable. I need to find opportunities to feed it more of Lubo's stories. Meanwhile, the true body. While his projection distracted André, Ebner's real body had already entered the vault and hurried downward. Along the way, he encountered many seals and enchantments. But for a cognizer, these were trivial, easily bypassed. More troublesome were some of the items sealed on both sides of the passage. Their side effects were area-wide and quite unreasonable. With no time to reseal them, Ebner had to push through by force. Passing the vault's sealed zone, he reached a dark tunnel. The tunnel opening was round, 2 meters wide, descending at a 45-degree angle into utter darkness. More terrifying was the aura wafting out. Just sensing it made his spirituality scream warnings. Now I see why Bornova said even a god's container is unwilling to enter. Ebner frowned anxiously. This was urgent, but he couldn't sacrifice himself for Bernadette and tens of thousands of Trier citizens. He was not Klein. But after observing for several seconds, Ebner realized. The aura was similar to what he had studied in Bianca, Abby, and Madame D. In other words, this is Sapphira contamination. And that he did have experience with. After all, since the mechanical emperor agreed to open the door to the giant king court for the true creator, he must have known some method to resist Sapphira corruption. The simplest was to pray to the unknown land. Let the unknown envelop him and naturally suppress other Sapphira. But that would deepen his own unknown contamination. Small amounts were manageable. But why risk it, when better options existed? Closing his eyes, Ebner raised his head and recited solemnly in ancient Hermes. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the grey fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I pray for your protection. Moments later, a 12-winged archangel descended, enveloping his spiritual body. When everything comes to light, I'll have to talk to Klein. Instead of wasting power on dramatic special effects, he should just appear as a ball of light. It'd save energy and improve protection. With that private complaint, Ebner stepped into the tunnel. It was long and distorted. Space and time were warped, tinged with the characteristics of the spirit world. Fortunately, Ebner knew the door pathway intimately, and with the power of the Sapphira castle behind him, he avoided becoming lost. What felt like a long journey was, in reality, only a second. A bright, empty chamber appeared before him. Nothing was inside except a single closed door at the center. And beside it sat a very strange person. Her face was extraordinarily beautiful, a woman's face. But her physique was massive and muscular, lacking any femininity. This is supposed to be the Delian ancestor. Roselle's lover, Madame Julia. But no. In Owen's memories, she didn't look like this. At that moment, the strange woman raised her head and smiled. "You're finally here. Lubo." So Roselle even told her this. No, told her. Though her appearance was ambiguous, Ebner saw through it immediately. Psychologically and biologically, she was still a woman. He tentatively asked. "Madame Julia." She nodded lightly. "Yes, it's me." Then, unwilling to linger on that topic, she continued. "Time is short. You don't want Trier to become the Abyss, do you?" "How do I stop it?" Ebner asked in a low voice. Julia pointed at the door. "Throw in an item contaminated by a Sapphira. But it must be one of the Sapphira sealed in the Western continent." An item contaminated by a Sapphira. Ebner's cognizer minds worked in parallel, quickly narrowing down the candidates to two. First, Vicente Miranda's Book of the Dead. Stained with the aura of Calderon City. Which was actually the Sapphira known as the River of Eternal Darkness. Second, the Calamity Seal. Now retrievable from the unknown land since Ebner reached Sequence 3. Its namesake likely meant it carried the aura of the Calamity City Sapphira. Which one should he choose? End of chapter. Chapter 1093, at the critical moment. At this moment, Trier was already suffering a god-descending level catastrophe. If he further used the Calamity Seal to draw down the power of the City of Calamity Sapphira on top of that, who could guarantee that an even greater disaster wouldn't arrive? After all, that Sapphira corresponded to destructive cataclysm, the primordial calamity. That symbolism was not an exaggeration. Even more importantly, the Calamity Seal was also heavily tainted by the power of the unknown. Throwing it into this door, Roselle constructed by imitating the Night Emperor and Mr. Door, could easily cause an unexpected chain reaction. And according to what he had cognized, simply throwing in an item stained with Sapphira aura might not be enough to control the Sapphira power sealed behind the grey fog. Meaning, whether Trier could be saved would depend entirely on luck. Therefore, the optimal choice was someone who personally carried Sapphira contamination. With that thought, Ebner hesitated no further. He pulled out the Book of the Dead from Alvin's question maze, and simultaneously took a white card and inserted it into the slot on his belt. A second later, passionate, blazing music burst forth. Transform. Blessed moment. Supreme, most virtuous, paramount, almighty death archon. Lord of the dead. Vicente Miranda. Dazzling pallid radiance erupted. A tall figure clad in armor featuring Phoenix of Immortality and feathered serpent motif strode out from the gap of history and overlapped with Ebner. The masked armor fully manifested on his body, announcing his return to the state of the Lord of the Dead. Ebner had deliberately refrained from using another history projection sigil during the earlier battles precisely for this moment. To preserve spirituality. He had already been supporting the Lilith-guided Rhine projection. He could at most summon one more projection or execute one additional, yesterday reenactment, transformation. The majestic armor made him appear monumental. He cast a glance at the dumbfounded Madame Julia, took the Book of the Dead, and stepped into the door. Above the White House, Trier. Temporarily empowered as the Knowledge Emperor, Bernadette looked down at the abyssal shadow evading Rhine's strikes, almost as if unwilling to harm her. Symbols, complex, illusory, arcane, flashed rapidly across her deep blue eyes. In moments, she fabricated a legendary tale of a hero defeating the abyss, vividly describing the hero using a holy sword to pierce it. The shape, proportions, and design of that holy sword were identical to the ceremonial longsword Bernadette now held. The fiction she crafted became knowledge, and that knowledge became power, flooding into the blade. In that instant, the ordinary ceremonial sword transformed into Holy Sword Bernadette, a weapon with anti-abyss special properties. But Bernadette did not wield it herself. She handed it to Bornova. She was self-aware. Even though she had played a battle scholar before, she was fundamentally a mage-type beyonder. Charging at the abyss with a sword. Best leave that to her brother's close combat mech. Bornova accepted the Holy Sword Bernadette with perfect coordination. Then, activating his knowledge magister abilities, he rewrote the fundamental combat logic of sword-class weapons. Guaranteeing unavoidable hits, converting basic swings into rapid multi-hit, wide-area cleaves. Only then did the humanoid mech swing the sword. Instantly. The endlessly expanding abyss was pierced everywhere by radiant explosions. Segments of reality, already partially eroded, began to slowly recover. But nearby, Lilith, controlling Rhine, frowned. Instead of attacking, she invoked her creator abilities, spawning countless purifying lifeforms and dispersing them across the battlefield. Sure enough. From the abyssal wound exploded an unending torrent of filth. Anything it touched, person or object, turned instantly into a warped aberration, a servant of the abyss. Only the filth blocked by Lilith's purifying creations lost its corruptive force. However, the vessel Lilith was using was merely that of the Creator. Her rate of creation could not match the rate at which filth surged outward. She could hold it back for a time, but not much longer. If nothing curbed the abyss's spread, Trier truly would fall. Bernadette, meanwhile, had already been struck by filth. As the Knowledge Emperor, such light contamination barely affected her. But if too much is accumulated, cleansing would become impossible. When her one-day Knowledge Emperor state expired, she might plunge straight into demonhood. Farbody's power is as vile as ever, and just as unavoidable. He loves driving the abyss to corrupt all things while he hides in the deepest layer. Unless a true deity intervenes, there is no stopping it. Lilith's expression radiated disgust. Bernadette didn't know who Ebner had summoned from history, but hearing Lilith's words, she couldn't help asking. Your Highness, is there truly no other way? Signs of demonification spread across her shoulders. Bornova's mech, realizing it could not withstand the corruption much longer, had abandoned attacking and instead protected the retreating machinery hive mind squad. Lilith spoke. In fact, the summoning of the abyss is not yet complete. The abyss has not fully entered reality. As long as we eliminate the medium, we can forcibly drive it back. Her gaze shifted toward Tulip Central Avenue. Toward the hundreds of thousands of motionless protesters. Their extreme emotional turbulence, rage, despair, fury. They were the medium through which the Prime Minister summoned the abyss. Yaldabaoth, and even Prime Minister Charlie Delian, never expected the Western plan to succeed. Their true operation centered on this enormous protest. Of course, Yaldabaoth likely had other objectives. Otherwise he would not have, accidentally, spoken so loudly earlier, letting Ebner cognize everything. Only by killing these protesters could the abyss's descent be interrupted. But the reason Bernadette resisted was to save them. She bit her lip. Her heart trembled violently. But she forced herself calm. Because in that brief emotional stir, filth had surged into her psyche. If she wavered again, even the rank of Knowledge Emperor would not save her. Just as she was about to make the most painful decision. A mass of gray-white fog rose from the hollow of the Arc de Triomphe behind the White House. The 50-meter-tall, 45-meter-wide, 15-meter-thick monument shuddered. The fog condensed into a massive phantom stone stele. Atop the stele stood a long-bodied bronze bird statue, its wings covered with pale symbols. On the stele's face, glyphs derived from the tongue of the dead formed two enigmatic lines. Even gods cannot escape. Even death shall be detained. At the moment this phantom stele appeared, the ever-expanding abyss abruptly froze. Then rapidly contracted toward the White House. But then, the stele dissolved. And from the arch stepped a tall armored figure. He raised one finger. And a straight, wide, colorless, phantom river, the river of eternal darkness, burst forth from the door. It surged through the wound carved by Holy Sword Bernadette. And flooded directly into the abyss. End of chapter. Chapter 1094, Behind the Scenes. The water within that illusory river wasn't the true water of the river of eternal darkness, but merely the aura diffusing from it. After all, even with this gate, designed by Roselle, it was impossible to break the Sapphira Castle seal that isolated the other spherotes. That was something even the joint effort of Lord of Doors and the Night Emperor could not achieve. Right now, the reason Ebner could borrow the faint runoff that seeped through the seal of the river of eternal darkness, allowing him to draw forth a trace of aura close to reality, was because the Viscount of Souls, Vicente, and both the previous and the next death gods, were tied to him. Add to that the fact that this lifetime's cognizer was best at prying leverage points of power, only then was this possible. Even so, the abyss, which had likewise not fully entered reality, still could not withstand the backflow of the river of eternal darkness phantom tide. Thus, Farbody decisively terminated this descent and discarded the entire region of the abyss's first layer that had infiltrated Trier. In an instant, deprived of its source of filth, the abyss collapsed under the wash of the phantom river tide, rapidly reconstituting itself into a human silhouette. That figure bore a faint resemblance to Prime Minister Charlie Delian, but far more of him embodied the divine abomination that had descended upon him, Noise Farbody. That devil monarch abandoned even his own direct descendant and designed an escape vessel without hesitation. His coldness and ruthlessness were absolute. After Noise regained his own consciousness, he attempted to flee using the spirit world, but even the river tide's aura was part of a Sapphira, something a mere sequence one could not escape. Within the phantom tide, Charlie's figure suddenly surfaced, his complexion pale, his entire body dripping like a drowned specter. The moment he appeared, he seized Noise's ankle and dragged him back into the phantom tide. No matter how Noise struggled, it was entirely futile. Gradually, Noise Farbody felt his body growing colder and colder, his thoughts sinking into silence. His vision dimmed until the only thing he could see was the flickering, lightless waves. He died, yet did not become an evil spirit, nor enter the underworld. Instead, he was bound by the river of eternal darkness, sinking eternally into its phantom depths. Immediately after, Noy's physical vessel left in reality rotted at an astonishing speed, turning to dust within seconds, leaving behind only a strangely peaceful, dim, divine abomination characteristic, which Rhine raised a hand to retrieve. With Tolna returning to complete the Angel King puzzle. Though it's tainted by something dangerous, I'll still have to go seek Evernight's help. I'll let him worry about this. Occupying Rhine's projection, Lilith stored the characteristic away after briefly contemplating. Then her full attention shifted toward the Arc de Triomphe, whose inner chamber was still filled with drifting grey fog. She murmured with faint emotion. So that's how it is, though it's useless to me. Atop another tall building beside the Tulip Central Avenue, an angel of the Aurora Order lay prone on the ground. Behind him, a faint, nearly transparent curtain of shadow materialized. Within it, a pair of maddened eyes stared at the mysteries hidden within the Arc de Triomphe. Meanwhile, the earth suddenly shook. A massive mech, no less than 50 meters tall, steam gushing from its back, burst up from underground. This was the god of steam and machinery's divine descent vessel. Earlier, far too much time had been spent preheating and initializing it, so it ultimately arrived a step too late. The enormous steam mech first erupted with the light of civilization, purging all abyssal pollution afflicting every person and object, including Bernadette, before turning its head toward the Arc de Triomphe, where layers of mysterious knowledge flickered faintly. It seemed to glean something from it. At that moment, the sunlight suddenly intensified, piercing through the dense clouds accumulated during the arrival of the River of Eternal Darkness. It shone upon the ruins of the destroyed White House and upon the Central Avenue, purging the shadows and negative emotions in all who were touched by its light, and even subtly modifying their memories. At the same time, across the astral world, the spirit world, and the physical world, countless entities who had laid plans surrounding the Delian family were, through their dependents and believers, turning their gazes toward Trier, toward the Arc de Triomphe. Unfortunately, they were all a step too late. After repelling the abyss, Ebner barely had time to redirect a tiny portion of the phantom tide toward the yellow saintess, Natalia, at the Delian family estate, before he could no longer sustain the state and retreated from the underground chamber's gate. The Book of the Dead in his hand had by then turned into a completely ordinary book. Its parchment pages rapidly decayed, ready to crumble to dust with the slightest touch. And his transformation ended as well. Rubbing his temple slightly to ease his mental exhaustion, Ebner immediately looked toward the so-called Delian family ancestor, formerly Madame Julia, standing beside the gate. Eagerly he asked. Did Roselle build the Arc de Triomphe in order to use the Sapphira's power to counteract his own pollution? Julia nodded. Yes. He once received from the former Elven Queen a soul stone condensed from the special soul of the Elven King. That soul stone could serve as a medium to reach the Sapphira City of Calamity. Unfortunately, he seemed greatly affected at the time, sometimes valuing this wonder greatly, sometimes treating it with indifference. As a result, it was never completed before his death. But I promised him I would finish the Arc de Triomphe, so I had the Delian family fund its construction until it was finally done. So the Elven King's soul stone is with Yalaran. No wonder. Since Roselle could find Yalaran for a deal, borrowing the soul stone was hardly a problem. Yalaran never valued it much anyway. And so Roselle originally intended to connect to the City of Calamity. Was that influenced by the Calamity Seal? While these thoughts churned, Ebner asked again. When you finished building the gate, you attempted to open it. This is how you ended up in your current state. Bound here. Though phrased as a question, his tone was certain. After all, while controlling the Arc de Triomphe, he had cognized a great deal of information from within. Yes. I have long been dead, because I touched something I should never have touched. Julia let out a bitter laugh. And I fear Roselle had long anticipated I would do it, that's why he entrusted the Arc de Triomphe's construction to me. Otherwise he would not have told me the name Lubo, nor asked me to wait here for you. Hey, had I not attempted to open that gate, I would never have been able to wait here for you. In his later years, he truly was ruthless. Everything he did was filled with calculation. Old Huang, Roselle, truly was full of schemes in his final years. But since he arranged for you to wait for me, that means he still left you a final chance at survival. After all, besides the future fool, only I can resolve your condition. Just then Ebner felt the ground tremble. He knew the Arc de Triomphe, having endured the phantom tide of the River of Eternal Darkness, had reached its end point and was about to collapse. So he seized the fleeting time and asked the one question he had never managed to cognize. What did you use as the medium to open that gate? End of chapter. Chapter 1095, Review. Hearing Ebner's question, Lady Julia's face showed a clear trace of dazed confusion as she murmured. I've lost part of my memory. My impression of that medium is very blurry. It seems to be 5 things. Like, different internal organs. But I remember that I didn't fully open that door. It's very possible that those organs, as mediums, were not quite qualified, and that's why I ended up in this state. Also, the only reason I didn't die on the spot was probably because I knew the name Lou Bo. 5 different internal organs. Ebner immediately frowned, recalling the bloodied butcher case in Tingen 16 years ago that Miss Justice once asked about on the Grey Fog. In that case, the murderer killed 5 young girls and removed 5 different internal organs. Although Miss Justice's final deduction matched the official result obtained by the Night Watchers, the Dream Labyrinth Tower still judged the mission as failed, saying the true culprit was someone else. But how could those organs be related to the Sapphira? 5. 11 years ago, that experiment also had 5 surviving girls. Could there really be a link between them? Also, this explained why this hidden chamber, and the tunnel leading to it, were filled with such severe Sapphira contamination. This matter clearly involves an extremely high level. Even with everything I know, I still can't cognize the whole truth. While thinking, Ebner felt the tremors growing more intense. Arc de Triomphe was collapsing, and the chamber beneath it, including its door, was about to be destroyed. And this version of Lady Julia was clearly nothing more than a uniquely existing dead person, bound to the door itself. When the door ceased to exist, she would vanish as well. Ebner considered for a moment, looked at the serene-faced Lady Julia, and said carefully, "I have a way to let you continue to exist, but you would need to put your faith in a great." He didn't finish before Lady Julia interrupted him. She smiled gently and said, "No need. I've long been someone who should have died. And besides, I don't want him to see me looking like this. When you meet Roselle in the future, tell him that everything he entrusted to me, I completed all of it. We don't owe each other anymore." Judging from her tone, she and old Roselle clearly had deep feelings. Weren't they supposed to be in a purely transactional relationship? Outwardly calm, Ebner asked, "How are you so sure Roselle is still alive?" Lady Julia's eyes softened, and she said with complete certainty, "A disaster like him won't die so easily." Having said that, she paused, then looked back at Ebner. While reminiscing, she showed a beautiful, sorrowful smile. "He doesn't like to invest feelings easily, but he values affection deeply. By dying here, I can ensure he remembers my good side forever. Speaking of which, I'm pulling a small trick. It's my way of easing the regrets of my life, and giving him a bit of punishment. When I was young, I never cared about feelings, but now at death's door, I actually want to fight for them. Damn. Old Roselle, this is entirely your fault." Seeing her unshakable determination, Ebner could only sigh and stop trying to persuade her. At that moment, a deafening crash came from overhead. The door in the chamber finally collapsed completely. Lady Julia's mismatched, burly body began shrinking once the door was destroyed, quickly reverting to the form she had in her most beautiful years. But the shrinking didn't stop. After passing through the forms of a maiden, a child, and an infant, she cast one final glance at the world. Then turned into a crystalline gem. A soul stone. How did Lady Julia condense something like this upon death? Ebner, having already retreated to the tunnel entrance, halted immediately, shock flashing across his features. Is she also one of those special souls who left the God box? He first considered this possibility, but quickly dismissed it. If she were truly a special soul like the Elf King or the Calamity Queen, she wouldn't have needed artificial mediums to enter the door. She herself could have served as the medium. So the issue must be the mysterious medium. Those 5 internal organs she could no longer remember. If this, too, is a scheme left behind by Roselle, then he really used her completely. While he was thinking this, the underground space began to collapse rapidly. Ebner had to let one of his cognizer eyes continue analyzing while he scooped up the soul stone and dashed into the tunnel. Although this room was physically located beneath the Arc de Triomphe, it was a mystical hidden space. The only possible exit was the tunnel. Without being a true wanderer, Ebner knew that if he missed that exit, he could easily be lost in the space turbulence forever. Once he left the tunnel and re-entered the Delian family's vault, Ebner finally breathed out, then carefully walked toward the exit while reviewing the entire incident. Although most of my attention was used to manipulate the River of Eternal Darkness, I still sensed multiple beings casting their gaze here. They must be the gods and angels who once interfered with the Delian family. Their goal. Roselle's method of bypassing the Sapphira Castle seal and communicating with the West Continent's Spherote. A method derived from the collaboration between the Calamity Queen and Mr. Dor, mixed with his Knowledge Emperor, and possibly Black Emperor uniqueness, plus the magic wishing lamp. And because the tunnel and hidden chamber were contaminated by Sapphira, the gods and angels hesitated. The more they know, the worse the contamination. Any slight taint could upset the balance of their anchors and their divinity. That's why Lilith gave me this short-term mission to explore the Delian family's secret. Right now, besides me, only Mr. Full wouldn't fear such contamination. And since I can borrow his power, I'm naturally the best choice. Also, the god of steam and machinery probably wanted answers too. That's why he let Bornova maintain contact with me, and even when I brought 3 angels to negotiate, he didn't drive me away. Furthermore, all abnormalities within the Delian family began around 10 years ago. That means the gods didn't know the true purpose of the Arc de Triomphe at all. They thought it was just a monument. So what exposed it? It must have been Lady Julia's failed attempt to open the door. In Owen's memories, from that time onward, the ancestor rarely met people. And it was also around then that he joined the Psychology Alchemy Society. Next. Behind all of Intis chaos, there's one person's shadow that can't be ignored. Roselle's adopted son, who crawled out of the abyss. Yaldabaoth. Without him, the Chancellor wouldn't have had such insane plans. Without him, the churches wouldn't have been pushed into political intervention. Without him, the abyss wouldn't have descended. According to what I cognized, he even fooled the god of steam into thinking his target was merely noise for body, but he was actually aiming for the abyss itself. No, maybe even the abyss wasn't his final goal. What exactly does he want? Well, besides Yaldabaoth, only one issue remains unresolved. The 5 organs Lady Julia mentioned, and whether they are linked to the Tingen serial murders. If yes, then who was behind that case? Also, do those organs relate to the experiment 11 years ago? Did the contamination on the medium originate from the experiment involving the 5 girls? If everything is connected, then who is the mastermind? A series of questions flashed through his mind when Ebner suddenly remembered something the little snake will once told him when asked a similar question. Of course, it's you. Don't tell me all of this is the Calamity Seal's leftover scheme. What exactly is it planning? Why is it behind everything? Meanwhile. At Delian Estate's entrance. Or rather, the ruins of the estate. The battle between the demigods and angels had ended. The Wild Hunt and Nightingale had reverted to badges, now being held by Ebner's historical projection, who had arrived to assist. Magic Mirror Richelieu's, yesterday reenacted, had already ended. His spirit shrank back into the mirror, which was currently held by its released puppet, Cheshire. Owen's clone was standing guard nearby, with the fully restrained Red Saintess Margaret at his side. The red-haired, fiery, unaging demoness looked extremely obedient at this moment. Yalarin's projection personally guarded Natalia. The catastrophe demoness, the Yellow Saintess, was lying peacefully among the rubble, her flower crown scattered beside her like a sleeping beauty. Indeed, she was asleep. Locked in a dream she could not wake from. She had not escaped the tiny droplet of river of eternal darkness that Ebner had guided onto her, and had been slightly contaminated. Compared to Noise Farbody, who was force-fed an entire stomachful, her contamination was minimal. As long as she had enough time, she could have removed it by relying on her angelic level. But she had faced 3 opponents simultaneously. Yalarin's projection, Richelieu, and Ebner's historical projection. Naturally, they did not give her a chance to stabilize. Ebner's historical projection immediately used that tiny bit of the river's power to drag her into deep dreams. Yalarin's projection followed up with 4 layered dreams by the riverside, creating a tightly woven dream labyrinth. As for the Blue Saintess Veronica and White Saintess Katrina, they were much more alert. Taking advantage of the moment when Ebner focused on suppressing the Yellow Saintess, they used their methods to escape. The 2 seal artifacts were far weaker than the Ageless Witches, so they could only defend themselves, having no ability to block their escape. When Ebner's true body was dug out from the ruins, this was the scene he saw. As for the Black Knight, Ciro, he remained in the estate, cleaning up the materials and items in the vault that didn't manage to escape. End of chapter. Chapter 1096, Token of Trust. Of course, Ebner didn't go too far. He only instructed Cello to collect half of the Delian family's materials and the more dangerous sealed items. As for the rest, he intended to leave them for the church to open the box. One couldn't do things too absolutely right. After leaving the ruins, Ebner didn't bother checking the spoils at all. He directly stored Owen, the Red Saintess Margaret, and the still sleeping Yellow Saintess Natalia inside Alvin's answer labyrinth, then allowed Yalarin's avatar to return on its own, slipping into the unknown land through his eyes. Only after that did he use the magic mirror to teleport to the area near the White House. Next, Ebner held Ryan's hand with his left and Bernadette's forearm with his right, and disappeared directly from the skies above Trier. Though he and Bernadette had saved Trier in the end, they were not official Beyonders. He couldn't guarantee that the church, especially the Evernight Church, wouldn't slaughter the donkey after grinding the grain. Leaving early was the best option. Bernadette froze slightly when her arm was grabbed, but did not resist, allowing Ebner to bring her into the spirit world. Because Ebner's spirituality was nearly exhausted, this teleportation didn't carry them far beyond Trier, it only brought them to his suburban property, the old vine manor he inherited from the mirror apostle Hertha. He intended to use the teleportation altar he'd built beneath the manor to return to Backlund. But at this moment, both Rhine and Bernadette withdrew their hands at the same time. Rhine, that is, Lilith, had already guessed Ebner's intent. She knew he wished to question her once they reached a safe location, which was why she stubbornly maintained the historical projection. Thus, Lilith met Ebner's gaze directly and said with a gentle smile, "You have successfully passed the barrier of sequence 3. I no longer need to avoid you. If you have anything to ask, you may come to the church anytime." Before she finished speaking, she dissolved her control over the historical projection. Seeing this, Ebner could only sigh softly and release the projection of Rhine, allowing it to return to the gaps of history. "That highness, who was she?" Bernadette asked at this moment. Normally, she would never ask so directly. But Bernadette's current state was not very good. Though the pollution on her body had been removed by the light of civilization, of the steam and machinery god, her mind still carried remnants of filth. Thus, she already showed slight traces of corruption, expressed outwardly as an unrestrained hunger for knowledge. But with multiple zero-level sealed artifacts in her possession, she wasn't concerned. Both Pale Death and the magic wishing lamp could remove the remaining problem. Ebner glanced at her. Recalling how Lilith had deliberately revealed her identity on the first floor of the Dream Labyrinth Tower, he hesitated slightly but chose not to hide anything. That was the progenitor of vampires, the ancient god Lilith. Lilith, she truly still exists. Bernadette repeated the name, mind surging with a storm of thoughts. Thinking of what Katlia had hinted regarding a certain member of the Tarot Club, she considered for a moment before speaking again. "So your highness Lilith is an ally of you and the one behind Gehrman." So she figured that much, then she must know Emlyn is a member of the Tarot Club. At least that our gathering includes vampires. Looks like Katlia still isn't completely honest. Should I tell Klein to warn her again? While his mind drifted in silent commentary, Ebner merely smiled without answering. Bernadette clearly wanted to continue pressing further, but she wasn't corrupted enough to lose control. She managed to suppress her curiosity, for the moment. She took a quiet breath, lifted a ceremonial longsword, held it horizontally with both hands, and offered it to Ebner. "This is the Holy Sword Bernadette, I strengthened with the power of the Knowledge Emperor. With it, you can absolutely suppress Beyonders on both the Devil and Aberration pathways. In addition, it carries the physical law modifications that Benova applied. As long as he does not actively retract them, these effects will remain. I wish to give it to you as a token of gratitude. After all, without your help, my homeland would have been destroyed by the abyss. Of course, this sword is not enough to express my thanks, it is merely a token. Whoever holds it and seeks me may make one request, and I will not refuse." "One request? That's a bit much, Bernadette." Ebner inwardly complained as he accepted the sword and examined it before casually asking. "Your Knowledge Emperor state only lasts 1 day, right? Will the sword's enhancements vanish by then?" "They will not. The knowledge imbued into the sword has already been empowered by the Emperor's authority. Unless the Knowledge Emperor actively retracts those authorities, the effects will remain," Bernadette explained with a smile. Ebner pondered and asked. "Just like the effects on a blasphemy card? Even though Roselle is no longer the Knowledge Emperor?" Bernadette nodded gently in acknowledgement, then added. "In fact, a more accurate example is the Pale Justice sword held by Maria, the Pale Admiral. It was originally only a mid-sequence weapon, but after receiving the knowledge and story granted by the Knowledge Emperor, it gained a power that even saints find hard to withstand. So that's how Pale Justice obtained its anti-evil capabilities. But compared to this sword, its effects are weaker. Perhaps most of its power is used to suppress or counter the pollution inside Maria's body. Well, now that Lilith's short-term task is complete, it's time to move the long-term one up the schedule." While chatting with Bernadette, Ebner didn't remain idle. By now he had already finished preparing the teleportation altar. When the circle of sparks formed a complete ring, Ebner turned toward Bernadette and smiled. "Shall we return to Backlund together first?" Bernadette considered Dawn's current position and nodded. "All right." Soon, the two walked through the door formed by the sparks, and half a minute later appeared inside a house on the outskirts of Backlund. Once they arrived and confirmed their safety, Bernadette immediately bid farewell. Though she wasn't worried about the filth lingering in her spirit, leaving it untreated wasn't safe. She still needed to return to the Dawn as soon as possible and deal with it using Pale Death. Ebner didn't try to make her stay. He merely exchanged polite farewells. Only after a tall figure vanished did he finally drop all pretense of composure, collapsing straight onto the ground. Supporting 2 angels in battle, then manipulating Sapphira-level power. Ebner's spirituality had long reached its limit. Before losing consciousness, he barely managed to offer a prayer to the fool that doesn't belong to this era. Dozens of seconds later, Furs appeared in the basement of the small-town house, holding Lemino's travel notes. Seeing Ebner unconscious, she hurried forward to check him. After confirming there was no major issue, she let out a breath of relief. Then Furs lifted Ebner up, activated the travel notes ability, and brought him back to the bedroom of the villa at 28 Kins Street. The next day, aboard the Dawn cruising near Pritzport, Bernadette, once again fallen back to a clairvoyant, clearly saw the opportunity for advancement. She understood she had completed the necessary ritual, she had prevented a disaster involving high-level powers. Even if she had merely bought time and played the role of support, she still met the ritual requirements. It showed just how terrifying the situation in Trier had been. For such a disaster to never befall my homeland again. I must become stronger. Bernadette looked at the sage's diadem in her hand, studying the diamond-embedded vertical eye at its center. She didn't hesitate any longer. She raised her right hand, drawing one ancient word after another in the air, each shimmering with starlight. Answering her call, the half-human half-wind creature from the spirit world appeared, returning the auxiliary ingredient needed for the sage potion. Soon after, Bernadette used pale death to pulverize the diadem, concocted the potion that would raise her to sequence 2, and drank it in one gulp. Wednesday morning, 10 o'clock. After nearly 24 straight hours of sleep, Ebner finally climbed out of bed. This time, however, there were no two friends leaning beside the bed, feeding him breakfast. Ebner sighed with a hint of regret. After a simple wash, he left the bedroom and went downstairs to the dining room. After requesting some simple breakfast from the servants, he casually picked up the Daily Observer left on the table. On the front page were the bold headlines. Massive earthquake in Trier, White Palace and Arc de Triomphe collapse. A sign of Intis coming decline. End of chapter. Chapter 1097, Unveiling the Secret of the Eternal Blazing Sun. According to reliable reports, Intis Prime Minister Charlie Delian, along with his secretary and his guards, all perished in this unprecedented earthquake. Parliament of Intis has declared a national state of emergency. Further casualty numbers remain impossible to confirm for the moment. Ebner skimmed the newspaper report briefly, then put it aside. It was obviously an officially released smokescreen. Aside from the fact that Charlie Delian was indeed dead, there wasn't much of value in it. After a simple breakfast, Ebner still didn't see any sign of Zio or Furs. So he used his cognizer ability to trace back, inside his own villa, and couldn't help letting the corners of his lips curl upward slightly. It wasn't because he saw anything embarrassing. Rather, he discovered that Furs had gotten up early and voluntarily gone out to look for opportunities to act the role of an astrologer. He knew, this was Furs again, witnessing him unconscious and deeply realizing her own lack of power. She didn't even know where to begin helping, so she gained the motivation to advance. Of course, with Ebner's understanding of this lady, magician, the enthusiasm would last a few days at most. Once the heat faded, she'd return to being a salted fish. But even just these few days of effort warmed Ebner's heart. His heart softened at once, all the help Lilith had given him still couldn't compare to such genuine friendship. As for Zio, there was no need to mention anything. She had always been working so hard. Only, she was stuck before the demigod threshold, neither the materials nor the ritual could be completed in the short term. After confirming the situation of the two friends, Ebner made a brief prophecy, ensuring neither was in any danger, then relaxed and went upstairs back to his bedroom. He had collapsed into unconsciousness as soon as he returned to Backlund yesterday. Naturally, many things had gone unhandled. First among them was the matter of the magic mirror. Even though Ebner was confident it wouldn't betray him, indeed, it hadn't tried anything while he was unconscious, some matters still needed confirmation. In fact, Ebner had already been guarding against the magic mirror. At the very least, the Yalaran clone residing in his eye could come out to protect him at any time. After the magic mirror, Roselle, was brought out, it did not manifest as the winged being of light seen when it was first unsealed yesterday. Instead, it released the body of the desire apostle Chizia it had been controlling, then attached its spirit to her body. Only then did it bow and say, "Great Master, your servant, the magic mirror Roselle, offers you the highest respect." Ebner unexpectedly found Roselle using Chizia's appearance quite acceptable. If a burly man called him Master, he would definitely feel extremely uncomfortable. However, according to intelligence he had cognized from the White Saintess during battle, this former Pope Roselle was apparently not human but a mythical creature born as a solar divine bird, without gender. "Roselle, you should have regained the memories you had as the Pope of the Eternal Blazing Sun, right?" Ebner asked after some thought. "Yes, Master. I remember everything." Roselle nodded through Chizia's body. "You never considered returning to your former master, the Eternal Blazing Sun?" Ebner tested. This was also the question he cared about most, and the one he couldn't grasp through cognition. Roselle, however, looked puzzled. "But I have never changed masters, where would a former master come from?" Then, as if understanding something, it said suddenly. "You assume my former master was the Eternal Blazing Sun?" "No, that's inaccurate. I, and the popes before me, Auerbach and Louisa, we have always worshipped you as our Lord." It was only because your presence once descended upon the eternal blazing sun that we temporarily followed him. In truth, the reason we 3 popes fell is that during our time in office, we inevitably sensed that the eternal blazing sun was no longer you. So he deliberately arranged our deaths. They worship me, not the eternal blazing sun. What does that even mean? Did Lubo transmigrate onto the eternal blazing sun at some point? No, that's impossible. Rhine was killed by a descent of the eternal blazing sun. Then, could it be that what Roselle and the others worshipped was actually that illusory sun inside the land of unknown? That sun originally belonged to the eternal blazing sun, but for some reason entered the land of unknown. After losing that power, the eternal blazing sun was doubted by the popes, so he disposed of them. Then what exactly is that illusory sun? According to Danit's memories, it was already there before the omniscient eye of the god of knowledge and wisdom ever entered the land of unknown. And the eternal blazing sun's only known connection to the land of unknown was that descent which chased and killed Rhine, and succeeded. Wait. Could it be that, after killing Rhine, he tried to seize the land of unknown for himself, so he let his vessel follow Rhine's silverite channel into it? If that's true, then that vessel, or rather the spirit inside it, has huge problems. To the point that after losing that vessel and spirit, the eternal blazing sun was no longer recognized even by his popes. So, boldly speculating, could God already have partially awakened inside the eternal blazing sun? As the all-knowing, all-powerful, original creator, his instinct would be to chase the unknown. Thus he killed Rhine to explore the land of unknown. But he was incomplete, only a sliver of spirit revived. That might be terrifying for the eternal blazing sun, but before the unknown, it may not have been an issue. And the vessel he attached to was likely just a sequence too. So after entering the land of unknown, it was quickly polluted, becoming that illusory, pure white angel. Yet the sliver of God's spirit would not be destroyed, no matter how little remained, it wouldn't be wholly polluted or assimilated. Thus it retained God's imprint, allowing Roselle, Auerbach, and Louisa to treat me as their lord. Because the one they serve has always been the original creator, not the eternal blazing sun. If my guess is correct, then the banquet of betrayal probably happened because the eternal blazing sun was already contaminated by God's spirit at that time. And once he struck first, the 2-5 dragons and Leodoro had no choice but to betray him. Otherwise, they would immediately become raw materials. Not to mention, the aggregation impulse back then must have been terrifying. One piece moved, everything moved. Just as this chain of thoughts formed, Ebner suddenly froze, because he sensed the digestion progress of his cognizer potion suddenly advancing dramatically. End of chapter. Chapter 1098, The Treatment of the Demonesses. How could merely a guess allow me to digest a potion? How is that possible? It's not like I'm digesting, student of ratiocination. Then it must be that my deduction triggered a change on the fate level, allowing me to smoothly discern the truth of the matter. Yes, what people call a change on the fate level was very likely that my earlier deduction was noticed by a certain existence. It felt that since I had already guessed things to this extent, it would be meaningless to keep hiding it, so it lifted the veil of those concealed pieces of knowledge and allowed me to discern them at any time. That was the fundamental reason the potion could be digested. Who could it be? Adam, the god of knowledge, or the Evernight goddess? Up until now, Adam had never shown much familiarity with Lubo. So the latter two were far more likely. Also, this deliberate concealment of information, letting me investigate step by step, and then releasing the truth once I reached a certain point, gave me the chance to discern that method indeed resembled those two. After thinking this through, Ebner no longer dwelled on the issue. In roughly figuring out the intentions of the deities who were paying attention to him, he no longer felt that earlier terror and unease. After all, Ebner was simply the type to take things in stride. No wonder there are still different factions within the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun when it comes to matters of faith. This should be the continuation of the struggle between Aucuses and God on the spiritual level. And once the portion of God's spirit that had awakened entered the land of the unknown and lost its connection to reality, Aucus's condition should have improved a fair bit, but it still wouldn't be possible to completely escape the influence. No wonder I'd felt that the Eternal Blazing Sun was strange before. It's likely that during the era when Lubo was active, his mental state wouldn't have been very good, because every time the pure white eye opened, it meant that the remnant spirit of God in the land of the unknown would reconnect with reality once again. Ebner deliberately made another round of guesses in his mind, but this time there was no feedback. He wasn't disappointed. After all, this perhaps meant that his earlier speculation about why the potion suddenly digested had been correct. While Ebner was contemplating the magic mirror, Richelieu made Kesey remain quiet the entire time, looking unusually obedient. Only when he sensed Ebner's gaze returning did he respectfully ask, "Master, do you have anything else you wish to ask?" Ebner indeed had many questions he had accumulated over time, so upon hearing this, he answered directly. Roselle used you, the former high priest of the Church of the God of Combat, Andre, and the evil spirit of the last angel of the Sauron family to forge the 3 items, the sword, mirror, and seal. What exactly was he doing it for? The magic mirror, Richelieu paused to recall, then organized his words before replying. The sword, mirror, and seal were items that symbolized imperial authority, or were associated with imperial authority, in the culture and history of some civilizations. Although I was muddle-headed at the time and remember little, I believe Roselle forged the 3 items, including myself, as preparations for the ritual of the Knowledge Emperor. But I do not know the specific requirements of the Knowledge Emperor ritual, so I cannot be certain. The ritual of the Knowledge Emperor. That's indeed possible. After all, the Emperor of Knowledge is also an emperor, possessing the corresponding symbols. Ebner nodded thoughtfully, then continued asking, then what purpose did the Calamity Seal have in encouraging Roselle to forge you all? This was what he truly wanted to know. Whatever purpose Roselle had back then no longer mattered, it was the Calamity Seal's layout for the future that was the key. But in the face of Ebner's question, Kesey, under Richelieu's control, looked blank. Calamity Seal. What is that? You've never seen, no, never even heard of the Calamity Seal. Ebner frowned slightly and asked again. Kesey shook her head lightly and answered with certainty, I've never heard the name, Calamity Seal. Richelieu doesn't know. Was his memory erased, or was the Calamity Seal so deeply hidden when it stayed by Roselle's side that it never revealed itself easily? Whichever it was, that thing really was a sneaky bastard, huh? After sighing inwardly, Ebner asked a few more things, greatly enriching his understanding of the 4th epoch. Then he put away the magic mirror and continued handling the matters he hadn't finished yesterday. Logically, after questioning the magic mirror, Ebner should have gone to speak with that 2-timing divine sword, but unfortunately, given his poor state yesterday, he hadn't dared keep it by his side. Thus, the sword was still in the hands of the Black Knight, Dorian. And having just caused such a huge commotion in Trier, Ebner didn't want to return to Intis so soon. He planned to lie low for a few days, so he had no choice but to postpone his conversation with the divine sword. Of course, he actually could have the Scholar of Your Daphne summon his historical projection to find the divine sword, but the projection couldn't connect to the land of the unknown. Considering Ebner wanted to intimidate the divine sword Andre, or even go a step further and brainwash it, he felt it was better to do it with his real body. With the matter of the divine sword delayed, only 2 issues remained before Ebner now: how to deal with the 2 demonesses. After releasing the dazed and obedient Saintess of White, Margaret, and the unconscious Saintess of Yellow, Natalia, from Alvin's quiz labyrinth, Ebner examined their condition and fell into deep thought. If he followed his true intentions, there were no innocents in the demoness sect, he should just kill them directly. But Margaret was, after all, a descendant of the lucky god and the Queen of Calamity. She herself had been an agent placed by the men in black inside the demoness sect, and most of those she had killed were beyonders. Although she had indeed taken many innocent lives as well, but fine, even Ebner couldn't justify that. He despised his own double standard, but felt that his previous treatment of Vice Admiral of Ailment Tracy could serve as a reference. Letting her become a puppet worse than death and redeem her sins through good deeds might be the more appropriate punishment. Anyway, the unaging demoness had a long enough lifespan. After doing good for several hundred, no, several thousand, years, it wouldn't be too late to return her freedom. As for the Saintess of Yellow, Natalia, this type of demoness who spread calamity and committed countless atrocities should be dealt with sooner rather than later. Yes, once his secret technique was fully completed, and once he retrieved Alvin's body and let him successfully advance to Miracle Invoker, he could make the Saintess of Yellow into a marionette. Before that, she should continue sleeping within the aura of the River of Eternal Darkness. Thinking this, Ebner gathered the light of the sun in his hand and touched Margaret's forehead, activating the secret technique he had once used on Daphne. End of chapter. Chapter 1099, An Unexpected Visitor. When Margaret, the Saintess of Red, was first captured by Ebner, a subtle suggestion had already been planted deep within her mind. Otherwise, Owen's avatar wouldn't have been able to hypnotize a Sequence 3, unaging demoness, that easily. If he truly had that level of ability, then the Saintess of Blue and the Saintess of White wouldn't have escaped either. Moreover, hypnosis was far from stable. Margaret could break through the shackles within her mind at any moment and regain control of herself. Thus, Ebner needed to use a secret technique to turn her completely into his devout believer, so she could atone for her past sins through real actions in the future. As a demoness, Margaret naturally had no such awareness, which was why she needed an external force to drive her, in other words, the mission assigned by her master. Thinking about it this way, I'm basically the main villain here. I won't end up with some dramatic cliché where the protagonist rescues Margaret and comes after me for revenge, right? While grumbling inwardly, Ebner pressed his sunlit palm against the forehead of the Saintess of Red. In the next moment, the confusion in Margaret's eyes faded, replaced by joy, gratitude, and serenity. Then, following the information she had just received, she recited devoutly. Traveler of ignorance from the unknown. Blessed of the night, moon, knowledge, and mysteries. The delegate of the omniscient eye and the pure white angel. The heroic detective of Backlund. The erudite Ebner Brian. I pray to become your believer, I pray to become your blessed. The first 5 lines of the incantation were the honorific title Ebner drafted for himself after advancing to sequence 3. Although it borrowed the pure white eye and divine authority to raise his status, the reference ultimately pointed to him, Ebner, not like the mechanical emperor, whose 3-part honorific actually pointed to the imprint within the land of the unknown. This was also Ebner's final bit of mercy toward Margaret, a descendant of the lucky god and the queen of calamity. After all, directly invoking Lu Bo or a title pointing to the unknown would have been more effective, but doing so would likely make her future freedom impossible. Whereas now, theoretically, as long as an existence capable of cleansing the influence of the illusory, pure white angel intervened, Margaret could immediately recover. Good thing that although she joined the demoness sect, she was really an undercover agent, with nearly no faith in the primordial demoness. Otherwise, this secret technique that leverages the pure white angel wouldn't necessarily have worked. Speaking of which, when it comes to brainwashing believers, the Son truly is quite professional, not inferior to the true creator's rap nor the visionary's constructed persona. Come to think of it, this might be the style of God. Compared to the celestial worthy, who directly takes over other people's bodies through crude means, God clearly prefers conquering people from the level of the mind. After silently complaining for a bit, Ebner withdrew his hand. By this time, the Saintess of Red, Margaret, had fully regained clarity. Like the scholar of yore, Daphne, she understood her situation perfectly, but she couldn't muster even a trace of defiance toward Ebner, as if the very thought of resistance was committing a monstrous sin. Master. Margaret addressed him respectfully, but Ebner interrupted her. From now on, just call me boss. Yes, boss. The Saintess of Red, Margaret, obeyed without hesitation. She then lowered her head and asked submissively, do you have any tasks for me, boss? Ebner had already thought about how to arrange things for this descendant. He planned to have her manage the newly created charity foundation under the film company. With the apocalypse approaching and the future becoming increasingly turbulent, letting her use the foundation to help people who lost their livelihood in war or chaos would count as performing good deeds and redeeming herself. On the dawn, after drinking the potion, Bernadette's body began turning illusory at a speed visible to the naked eye. She broke apart into streams of vast, complex knowledge, shifting toward a form of existence made of information flow. For most mystery priors, this stage was extremely dangerous, but Bernadette had previously relied on the sage's diadem to experience this state more than once. Although those experiences lasted only 2 or 3 seconds, they still gave her a bit of familiarity. Now, she did her best to maintain her consciousness while establishing a connection with some high-level information in the spirit world that was preventing a catastrophic disaster. Those pieces of information carried her distinct imprint and existed on a very high level. They appeared unusually solid, unlikely to be scattered by surrounding information in the short term, helping her stabilize her mind and gradually gather her diffused body of information. But at that moment, hidden currents of information emerged from who knew where, attempting to merge with Bernadette. This was interference from the hidden sage. As a sort of incarnation of knowledge and information in this world, and as the near sequence 0 of the mystery prior pathway, the hidden sage could exert a certain influence over lower sequence beyonders of the same pathway. But this influence, for Bernadette in the midst of advancement, was a nearly hopeless calamity. Fortunately, before drinking the potion, she had already considered the issue of the hidden sage and prepared a countermeasure, the mask of the pale death. With her thought, the metal on the mask rapidly softened, reshaping into a new face with 2 black eyes. Within those deep black eyes, pale lines surfaced, outlining a complex and extremely mystical 3-dimensional symbol, like a bird with grotesquely long feathers, or a coiled feathered serpent. The next moment, the symbol absorbed the surrounding light, quickly solidifying. Then it detached from the mask, unfurled its body, and flew into Bernadette's data. In an instant, the information from the hidden sage simply died on its own, no longer contacting Bernadette's body, granting her a rare moment of peace. Seizing this opportunity, Bernadette completely reassembled her body and, aided by her anchor, temporarily balanced the terrifying will inside her. She successfully became her. Afterward, Bernadette looked at the pale death with suspicion and puzzlement, because although it helped her by killing off the intruding information, it had also inadvertently revealed some of its own knowledge. Lu Bo. So that's the pronunciation of those 2 symbols. And according to the information Gehrman, or rather, Katlia, sent me earlier, that's the true name of a hidden existence. Does the pale death have something to do with the hidden existence Father mentioned often in his diary? While thinking this, Bernadette activated the Eye of Mystery prior to observe the pale death. She had studied it before, but now that she had become an angel, she should be able to probe deeper. In Backlund, inside the villa at 28 Kingster Street. After assigning Margaret her future work arrangements, Ebner returned her to Alvin's quiz labyrinth, letting Owen's avatar reshape her worldview, values, and morals. Meanwhile, his true body continued reviewing yesterday's gains and losses. The gains were tremendous. Setting aside the materials from the demonesses and the Delian family, I not only completed Lilith's short-term mission but also successfully eliminated the Delian family. That counts as fully avenging Fanny. As for losses, aside from my transformation cards and the yesterday reenactment talismans being used up, the pair of wings torn from the bloody Archduke were completely destroyed by the Saintess of Yellow. But those wings didn't contain Beyonder characteristics anyway. Even if they hadn't been destroyed, they would have stopped working after a few more uses. Besides, the Saintess of Yellow herself has compensated me. Though he had lost a few things, Ebner didn't mind at all. In fact, he felt quite pleased. Compared to the Great Smog, when he had been powerless and unable to stop anything, this time, even if he had borrowed external strength, it still proved he had grown strong enough to influence the plans of others, no longer doomed to watch helplessly. While Ebner hummed a cheerful tune, he suddenly noticed a tiny speck within the land of the unknown. His smile faded. He split off a wisdom eye, sent it through the passage in his vision into the unknown, and touched the new imprint. A few seconds later, his expression turned strange. He muttered in confusion. Bernadette. Did she really just advance to Angel, and then immediately rush over here to die? He was about to use the connection created through the unknown to contact the Mystery Queen and check what was going on when a servant suddenly knocked outside his bedroom. My Lord Viscount, a lady has come to visit. She claims to be an old acquaintance of yours. A lady. An old acquaintance. There are quite a few of those. Ebner mocked himself, then opened the door and asked, did she give her name? Yes, Lord Viscount. The servant bowed slightly and continued, the lady said her name is Lamia. End of chapter. Chapter 1100, The Key to the Scheme. Lamia. Isn't that the name of Lilith's avatar? Could it be that she personally came to visit? Edner immediately lost his composure internally, even feeling a bit flattered. Still, in front of the servant, he maintained a calm expression and instructed her to invite the visitor into the living room. He then changed out of his morning clothes and put on formal attire. Meeting a deity required at least a little formality. Of course, Ebner was also carrying a faint, inexplicable excitement in his heart. After all, he possessed all the memories of Giuseppe Castilla, and his feelings toward Lamia were inevitably different. However, when he left the bedroom, walked through the corridor, entered the living room, and saw Lamia sitting on the sofa sipping Duke's black tea, he suddenly felt disappointed. Though the appearance was identical and the aura nearly the same, Ebner instantly recognized that she was not the one from his memory. The Lamia before him was merely a skin shaped by Rhine. Sensing the subtle shift in Ebner's emotions, Lamia, or rather, Lilith, put down her teacup and smiled. What's wrong? Are you not happy to see me visiting? No, I just didn't expect you to come personally. Ebner regained himself and gave a casual excuse. But this was also true. He had indeed never expected the deity's vessel to personally seek him out. He had always gone to the Harvest Church on his own initiative. You should understand, Rhine's body is now the goddess of beauty. If I went out with her true appearance, it would definitely cause unnecessary trouble. And while Lamia's appearance is also quite good, she doesn't embody the concept of beauty. That's why I borrowed her form. Lilith explained, then dispelled the illusion around her. In an instant, the devastating beauty of the goddess of beauty was revealed. She continued. As for Lamia, I remember telling you she was killed by Sua, and her body was taken by him. If you want to retrieve her, you'll have to work for it. That I know. Although Lamia was once your avatar, she had no related memories. So when she encountered Sua, she had no way of resisting. And Lamia's essence was a special tree, similar to Miss Plant's. The fact that Sua ultimately took her was very likely part of the so-called Silver Moon plan. Heh. The mother tree of desire and the tenebrous world are intertwined. The dark side of the universe was just filled with water from the river of eternal darkness. By me, Danit's turn-sealed artifact, 1-025, has returned to the chained god's body, and Sua has probably seized a problematic special plant. No matter how I look at it, the time for the final confrontation isn't far away. Perhaps once Sua finishes digesting the abomination characteristic Tolna left inside his body, the showdown will begin. It's a pity that Danit's memory still had a missing section. Otherwise, I might have been able to discern, cognize, the general plan. But that may actually be for the best. If I could cognize it, the mother tree of desire would probably sense something as well. While thinking, Ebner naturally sat on the sofa opposite Lilith, pondering as he asked. You came to see me, do you have something important to instruct me? Lilith shook her head with a smile and replied. Isn't you the one who had something to ask me? Every movement of the goddess of beauty, every small expression, carried ultimate beauty. Even a simple shake of the head made Ebner stare for several seconds before regaining his senses. It's not that I'm lustful, not even lusting after my own former body. This is simply the influence of the goddess of beauty. After some mental adjustment, Ebner recalled Lilith's meaning. Right. The reason I didn't cancel the projection that day, even though my spirituality was nearly exhausted, was that I wanted to ask Lilith something. But she had only told him to seek her out. He hadn't expected a deity to stoop down and come to him instead. He lifted the cup of red tea prepared by the servant, drank a sip to collect his thoughts, and then carefully asked. You said that since I've passed the sequence 3 threshold, you no longer need to avoid me. What did you mean by that? Although reading Roselle's final diary gave Ebner some guesses, he still wanted confirmation from Lilith. Hearing this, Lilith's smile faded. She spoke seriously. When you advanced to sequence 3, you should have sensed the unknown. If the Evernight goddess hadn't immediately forced you into slumber, the unknown would have silently assimilated your mind. Of course, calling it assimilation isn't quite accurate. You are originally one with it. Integration or merging might be more appropriate. Back then, when you directly possessed the bodies of sequence 3 individuals, it was, well, using the phrase you taught me, skipping straight to the finish line. As for me, Hera Bergen, Amon Isis, and even Vera and Yerlin, each of us is connected to the unknown and even contaminated by it, only Amon Isis is slightly better. So if I hadn't avoided you before, I might have accidentally exposed Amon Isis's plan, allowing it to prepare for your sequence 3 advancement. If that happened, you would probably have ended up like your previous iterations, stuck before sequence 1 and never daring to advance again. Hearing this, Ebner frowned and asked in confusion. Isn't the unknown asleep? How could it make preparations? Never underestimate a great being. Even if its primary consciousness is truly asleep, its scattered spirit can still handle many things. It's the same as the primordial demoness. She is also asleep now and unable to respond to most requests, but she has left contingency mechanisms for many important matters. If even she is like this, then what about the unknown? Lilith replied meaningfully. Why do I feel like you're subtly mocking me for capturing a few demonesses? Ebner grumbled inwardly. Still, he more or less understood Lilith's point. He then deliberately shifted the topic. So what you're saying is, the time I encountered the Saintess of Black at the Hall family banquet wasn't just simple bad luck or a mere convergence effect. As he spoke, he suddenly realized something. He shook his head and murmured to himself. No. If you wanted to hide this from the unknown, then it had to be simple bad luck and convergence. Only then would my advancement into cognizer within the goddess's domain appear reasonable. The reason I was unlucky was because I had no choice but to use the uniqueness of the Wheel of Fortune to snatch that one slim chance in my fight with the Glory. And the reason I confronted the Glory was Adam's arrangement, with the approval of the goddess and you. On the surface, the purpose was helping me fully digest the seer potion. But beneath that, it may also involve the identity and origins of the Glory, the layout of the Calamity Seal, and other deep secrets. In short, every hidden layer is worth exploring. But the core goal of the goddess and you may simply have been to give me a bad luck negative effect. I was wondering why the Church of the Storm suddenly had a Kraken extermination battle that didn't exist in the original story. So it turns out that this seemingly insignificant negative effect was actually the key to an enormous plan involving multiple major factions and countless hidden truths. End of chapter. Chapter 1101, Reward. Even though Lilith had only given a few insignificant hints, Ebner still used them as leverage to cognize the truth behind the inexplicable life and death struggle he once had with a Glory. People always say the reader pathway best embodies the authority of omniscience. But so-called omniscience doesn't mean simply having a large amount of knowledge or knowing everything. Instead, it manifests in whatever I want to know, I can know. That was true omniscience. And one of the differences between the White Tower pathway and the knowledge pathway. Of course, Ebner couldn't achieve that yet. But through cognize, following clues and deriving truths, he already carried a faint hint of omniscience. So that means there are many schemes that you, the Evernight goddess, and the god of knowledge can't directly tell me. Otherwise, the unknown might notice and take countermeasures. After thinking for a while, Ebner asked in a thoughtful tone. Lilith nodded lightly. Yes. Often, it's not that I enjoy speaking in riddles. It's that some things, when you figure them out on your own, won't alert the unknown. But if we tell you, it would. My discovering things myself causes no problem, meaning the unknown's automatic warning system doesn't treat me as an enemy. Makes sense. I'm originally part of it, placed into reality for some unknown purpose. If it were fully awake, it would probably notice that every generation of me has rebellious thoughts, but its sleep state automatic responses are inevitably flawed. That flaw is my chance. After receiving the memories of Danit, the Mechanical Emperor, Giuseppe, and several other versions of himself, Ebner knew deep down that he absolutely did not want to merge with the Lubo inside the unknown again. Just imagining a future where his own memories, his everything, might be absorbed by someone else made Ebner very uncomfortable. Having reaffirmed his resolve, Ebner stroked his chin and thought for several minutes before speaking with emotion. In that case, it's better for me to investigate many things on my own. No wonder this incarnation of me was designated a reader. It's not just because I needed the secret technique, being a cognizer really is convenient for gathering intelligence. Hearing this, Lilith chuckled but didn't respond. Instead, she reminded him. Speaking of that secret technique, Amon-Isis asked me to tell you, the general direction for it was already set by Alvin. The clue is hidden in Alvin's quiz labyrinth. Hidden in Alvin's quiz labyrinth, those 10 questions. Right, that secret technique obviously touches the taboos of the unknown, so Alvin had to leave clues in such an indirect way. To think I once believed he was just an ordinary riddle lover. After learning he was also me, I even complained to myself about when I picked up such an annoying habit. Mocking himself for a moment, Ebner then asked Lilith about Yaldabaoth. But it was unclear whether she truly didn't know much, or simply couldn't tell him. In any case, aside from confirming that Lilith and the goddess weren't involved in planning the Trier earthquake, he obtained nothing. But that alone made Ebner realize that Yaldabaoth was very likely also involved with the unknown. Seeing that Ebner had no more questions for the moment, Lilith stood and approached him. Only when she stood beside him did she smile and say, "By the way, you've completed the short-term mission I assigned you quite well, so I'm here to give you a reward." Reward is fine, but why get so close? Don't tell me she's going to give me more goddess of beauty imprints. Even knowing that was once his own body, the overwhelming beauty of the goddess of beauty made Ebner's thoughts drift uncontrollably. But he kept a calm expression and replied modestly. "It's enough that you gained something from the Arc de Triomphe. As for the reward, didn't you already give it to me when you issued the mission?" Ebner was referring to his demon wolf messenger, which Lilith had given him earlier under the name of a reward. That was just the advance deposit. The real reward comes after you complete the mission. Lilith's indescribably beautiful face curved into an unreadable smile. Then she extended a fair hand and asked. "When you fought that glory inside Roselle's travels, you acquired a little creature with the abilities of the desolate matriarch, didn't you?" Ebner, who had been prepared to close his eyes, froze at the sudden question. But he quickly realized Lilith meant the small scepter he had created life for using the creation ability. So he nodded seriously. "Yes, but that little fellow is very disobedient. Even when supplied with enough nourishment, that little scepter constantly played childish pranks. That was the main reason Ebner hadn't dared release it during the battle in Trier. Who knew how many levels of disaster it would add if it came out? And because its pranks were extremely dangerous to ordinary people and most beyonders, Ebner had sealed it and sent it above the grey fog. The situation then had been far too urgent to perform a proper bestowal ritual. "Give it to me. I'll modify it for you, so that little fellow becomes a reliable helper," Lilith said, but seeing Ebner's serious expression, she teased, "This is your reward." Disappointed. Not disappointed, just. You're a deity. Isn't messing with me like this a bit too theatrical? Lilith said her human nature comes from Lamia. Did I teach Lamia to be this mischievous? Actually, I think I did. But it's different. With Lamia, that was flirting. But you, wearing Rhine's body, pulling this kind of joke, feels oddly wrong. Ebner didn't respond to her teasing. He took several deep breaths, calmed down, and after saying, "Please wait a moment," he stood and walked to the washroom. Moments later, he returned holding a chopstick-shaped scepter. Upon seeing it, Lilith made a small gesture. The little scepter flew into the air, and a series of symbolic sigils and magic markings materialized around it, encasing it. Immediately, the little scepter began to transform. Though still no larger than a chopstick, it gradually revealed the silhouette of a beautiful adult woman, with a red gemstone on her chest. And the more Ebner stared, the more familiar it looked. This red bodysuit. This rose-like head. This plant-like cape. Isn't this Rosamond from Digimon? At that moment, Lilith dispelled the creation sigils in her hand and smiled. It will still exist normally in scepter form, but in that state it won't have much power, so you don't need to worry about its destructive potential. If you want it to fight for you, just recite the incantation and let it evolve. It has several evolution forms, corresponding to Sequence 8, Sequence 6, Sequence 4, and the current Sequence 2 Rose form. It can evolve step by step. So the forms are literally Rookie, Champion, Ultimate, and Mega. Ebner stared wide-eyed at Lilith. Suddenly remembering that, as Giuseppe, he had never told Lamia about Digimon, he cautiously asked, "Where did you get the inspiration for this creature's appearance?" Lilith smiled with narrowed eyes and said meaningfully, "You know, at the suggestion of a certain lucky god, this image almost became the emblem of the Rose of Redemption. But Sazriel vetoed it in the end. When the lucky god proposed it, that was the first time I'd ever seen the gloomy, icy Sazriel make such an indescribable expression." End of chapter. Whenever you're ready, you can send the next chapter. Chapter 1102, Reactions from All Sides. Intis, Trier. The current head of the Sauron family, War Bishop Zyri, sat at the head of a long table. On his left and right were two middle-aged men with striking red hair. All three were demigods, publicly acknowledged as the major controllers of the Sauron family. Below them sat more than a dozen direct-line elites advancing in various industries. Most of them had already reached Reaper, while a few were still lingering at Conspirer. Of course, the Sauron family also had members serving in the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, some had even become unshadowed, reaching the level of Archbishop. But they were no longer part of the family's core circle and had no right to attend the Supreme Council concerning family affairs. As the family's true controller, War Bishop Zyri wore a clean-shaven face that revealed no visible emotion. His deep, pitch-black eyes showed no ripples. Yet everyone who looked at him could feel the excitement stirring within him. Lord Zyri, Lord Tast, Lord Reuben, based on all gathered reports, it's confirmed that among the Delian family's upper echelon, apart from Owen and Sello who escaped, all remaining members in Trier have been exterminated. Lord Zyri, Lord Tast, Lord Reuben, the army ministry has begun purging the Delian family's planted personnel under the supervision of the Steam Church and the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sunday. We've taken this chance to seize many key positions. Lord Zyri, Lord Tast, Lord Reuben, the Navy has also received the purge order. However, several battleships have not returned to port yet, and their Delian members likely received the news. We've already issued wanted notices and hired adventurers to prevent them from crossing into Faceac before the military can pursue. Lord Zyri, Lord Tast, Lord Reuben, parliamentarians supported by the two major churches jointly proposed declaring a state of emergency. Our own people have responded. If a new prime minister is pushed now, it will not be in our favor. Lord Zyri, Lord Tast, Lord Reuben, the two churches intend to restore the position of Grand Consul, but the specific structure has not been drafted. Lord Zyri, Lord Tast, Lord Reuben, the Surrey family is bolstering the momentum of the Saintess of Toulon, while privately approaching us, claiming they have no intention of competing for the prime ministership. But we are likely not the only ones they contacted. I suggest we have Helene's film company halt all support for Fanny Surrey. If she refuses, we can consider acquiring or taking over the company outright. After all, its owner is a lone noble. Lord Zyri, Lord Tast, Lord Reuben, confirmed, the one who resolved yesterday's abyssal descent was not an angel from the churches, but someone brought by Roselle's daughter, Bernadette. Lord Zyri, Lord Tast, Lord Reuben, while the abyssal descent was happening, demigods of the demonesses sect attacked the Delian family, but they were defeated by Owen Delian. It's rumored that an unaging demoness has fallen into Owen's hands. As each member finished reporting, the overall situation, and the possible consequences, became increasingly clear. Bernadette Gustave. She was one of the ones who blocked the abyss. She's become an angel. The younger, Iron-Blood Knight, Reuben, sitting to the right, expressed his astonishment. Most likely. I was present yesterday. It was definitely her. Said War Bishop Tast on the left, sighing softly. Her appearance has hardly changed from 180 years ago. Meanwhile, he himself, her former good friend, had aged into a middle-aged man. At this moment, Zyri knocked lightly on the table, looked at Tast, and said thoughtfully. Of the people who fought alongside Bernadette yesterday, besides that distinctive vampire, the other one should be His Highness Benova. Their joint action, could it be a sign that the Gustave family is returning to Intis's power game? Zyri, though patriarch, was not particularly old. He knew little about Roselle's two children and thus sought Tast's opinion, someone who had lived through the Caesar era. It was precisely because he had not experienced the Sauron family's decline that he bore no strong resentment toward Roselle, he even admired him. His attitude had subtly influenced much of the family, so the current Sauron family was no longer as obsessed with denying everything Roselle ever did. As for Tast, before becoming a demigod, she had been Florence's youngest daughter and once close to the Roselle family. Though she hated Roselle's betrayal, she bore no resentment toward Bernadette. After recalling for a moment, Tast shook her head. The churches killed her father. Bernadette will never cooperate with them. This time, she acted only to protect her homeland. Zyri believed her judgment. He nodded thoughtfully, then turned to the family member holding the army ministry position. Don't bother fighting for the Navy's vacancies for now. Focus on securing control of the army. Even if a war breaks out in the future, it most likely won't be at sea. After that family member responded respectfully, Zyri turned to the elites serving in Parliament. Agree to all of the Surrey family's conditions. We need them, and the forces behind them, otherwise we definitely cannot compete with the candidate backed by the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sunday, whether it's the Prime Minister or the Grand Consul, we must fight for it. The family elite who proposed taking over the film company wanted to object, but Zyri cut him off with a wave. Don't think you can meddle with Helene's film company just because she lacks backing. She is already a conspirer, not weaker than any of you. And behind her stands Ebner Bryan, someone none of you can afford to offend. He is a favorite of a deity, and the Church of the Earth Mother has real power in Trier. The vampire angel who appeared yesterday is likely a believer of the Earth Mother. So put away your little schemes. Since their patriarch spoke with such seriousness, even solemn caution, they dared not object further. The meeting continued for several hours before finally ending. When everyone else had left, the Iron Blood Knight, Reuben looked at the patriarch and asked in confusion. Why give that hero detective such importance? Zairi glanced at the two family demigods, then said meaningfully. Because it is the command of the ancestor. At the same time, Lone Kingdom, deep inside Sodila Palace. King George III was also discussing the upheaval in Intis with William Augustus, Drank Augustus, and other core members of the family. As an ally, the Saintess of Black, Medea, had been invited to listen. According to the footage our spies in Intis returned, the one who blocked the abyss was Roselle's daughter. As for the other one, it was Rhine Carendia, but he was destroyed long ago by the eternal blazing sun, so this should be merely a historical projection. William Augustus I, who had lived since the Fourth Epoch, spoke solemnly. And the figure that appeared inside the Arc de Triomphe was Vicente Miranda, one of the death consuls. Then what exactly happened in Intis? Why did such a terrifying event suddenly erupt? Drank Augustus frowned. George III thought for a moment, then looked toward the invited Saintess of Black, asking calmly. Your Highness Saintess, I heard that several saintesses of the Demonesses sect were attacking the Delian family when the event occurred. You should know some inside information. The Saintess of Black blinked her charming eyes and smiled. How could I know any inside story? But why not ask Owen? According to reports from the Saintess of White, he summoned several angels at that time, including the previous pontiff of the eternal blazing sun, Richelieu, and abducted the Saintess of Yellow and Saintess of Red. Owen, is it worth trying? George III exchanged looks with the family's angels, then nodded. I'll notify Vera later. She can try to gather information or arrange a meeting. At 28 Kinster Street. After sending off Lilith, Ebner held the chopstick-shaped, little scepter, swung it a few times, and confirmed that besides slightly boosting physical strength, it had no other abilities. Only then was he satisfied. This was much more reliable than his previous seal. After all, when he first brought the little scepter home, it almost caused a catastrophe in which every woman on the street became pregnant out of spite. Yes, catastrophe was the correct word, because when Ebner cognized it, he saw that all those future children would bear facial features resembling him. The mere thought made his scalp go numb. He promptly exiled the little scepter above the gray fog. Fortunately, that trouble was gone now. As long as he fed it milk regularly, everything was fine. After complaining inwardly for a few moments, Ebner recalled the last part of his conversation with Lilith and mused. As I expected, the god of luck truly was a member of the Rose of Redemption. If the earlier the traversal, the younger the me, then he probably didn't yet have memories of the Lord of Mysteries era. And Sazriel inviting him likely involved intentions related to the unknown. Just as the thought formed, he suddenly sensed someone pulling out his projection from a historical gap. Who? Daphne. Klein. Or someone else. While wondering, he split off a wise eye, sending his consciousness along the connection. End of chapter. Chapter 1103, The Unknown. At the previous tarot gathering, Klein and Alger had agreed to explore that primordial island together on Wednesday. This time, unlike in the original story, they arrived in broad daylight, and the island was bustling. The forest teemed with extraordinary creatures, and even birds found only in myth circled high overhead. Fortunately, Klein's strength had long surpassed his original counterpart at this stage. The upgraded creeping hunger now possessed demigod-level capabilities, and after the battle outside Biome it had also grazed on a saint-level succubus. Together with the two marionettes, Admiral of Blood and Admiral of Hell. In actual combat power, Klein was no weaker than a typical Sequence 4. Moreover, he and Alger had cooperated many times in the past to entrap pirates, their teamwork was seamless. Thus, even though the island was far more complex in daylight than at night, they managed to reach the church Adam had imagined into existence with nothing worse than a few scares. It was worth noting that Klein had given the little scepter to Ebner earlier that morning, before the expedition had formally begun, so he'd had leisure then to respond to Ebner's prayer. Now, however, dusk was already descending. Next, following that script, they examined the mural of the Banquet of Betrayal, used Azek's bronze whistle to eliminate 3 terrifying, instinct-driven dead, and acquired the blasphemy card of Tyrant from their remains. The only unexpected variable was the monster that attacked them, its strength inexplicable, clearly surpassing a standard demigod. Requiem failed to kill it in a single strike as it did in the original timeline. Realizing they were about to die beneath its assault, Klein had no choice. While releasing the succubus, he asked Alger for Lemino's travel notes, rented from Miss Magician, flipped to the final page, and pulled out a historical projection of Ebner. He ordered the projection and the succubus to hold the monster back, then, without hesitation, produced the Book of Endless Teleportation with one hand and grabbed Alger's shoulder with the other. Meanwhile, Wraith Seigneur collected the 3 dead men's beyonder characteristics and returned to the gold coin inside the iron cigarette case by using mirror jump. A moment later, Klein and Alger's bodies grew indistinct, then intangible. They didn't dare watch to see if the projection and the succubus succeeded. If they won, excellent; if they lost, were Klein and Alger supposed to stay behind and become dinner? Yet just as they teleported beyond the island's range, a long sigh swept past their ears. Ah! Their back muscles tightened at once, adrenaline surging. Without daring to hesitate, they triggered the Book of Endless Teleportation again, turning transparent. But the instant Klein entered the spirit world, he realized, the primordial island, home to demigod-level feathered serpents and countless extraordinary creatures, had vanished. In its place, the deep blue near Black Sea rocked gently, perfectly ordinary. Had his spirituality not insisted everything was real, he would have thought himself dreaming. Worse still, his demigod succubus had not returned to creeping hunger. She seemed to have vanished with the island. Thank goodness Mr. Tower was only a projection. Klein thought in relief. Even so, he worried for Ebner. After bringing Alger back to the harbor where he had started, Klein did not divide the spoils immediately. Instead he ascended above the grey fog to confirm Ebner's safety. Only after learning Ebner was unharmed did he truly relax. At the moment Ebner's consciousness descended into his historical projection, he witnessed a beautiful succubus torn apart by a 4-meter-tall monstrosity. The creature was ash-grey all over, its body etched with plate-like carvings. Goat horns curled from its skull, its half-open hound-like jaws revealed rows of vicious fangs. Most striking were its burning red eyes and the 6 pairs of grey membranous wings. Thud, thud, thud. Wrenching a stone halberd 7 or 8 meters long from the succubus's remains, it advanced on Ebner. Each footfall shook the ground, sending weighty vibrations in every direction. Once the machinery emperor, Ebner had wielded a rank 1 sealed artifact of the planter pathway. He recognized the creature instantly. A 6-winged gargoyle, an artificial race engineered by the ancient alchemists. Its core crystal was a primary material for marionettists, its defensive and direct combat power were both extraordinary. Yet even so, the aura it emanated stunned him for a heartbeat. This is a 6-winged gargoyle. An ordinary saint might not even pierce its hide. No wonder Klein and Alger fled without looking back. He grumbled inwardly, but felt little true concern. Against something of low intellect and ridiculous defense, a cognizer was a specialist. A projection could not open the pure white eye, but his current cognize was more than sufficient. In moments, countless wise eyes descended, jointly analyzing the gargoyle's weaknesses. Within his internal white tower, Ebner created the illusory beyonder characteristic of a demon hunter, transformed into a hunter, conjured a powerful guardian barrier to withstand the gargoyle's strikes, and opened Hunter's eye to identify weak points from the perspectives of other pathways. Soon, within his internal simulation, the spot previously struck by Requiem appeared. Klein's attack hadn't broken the defense, but it had indeed caused damage. A few more lethal hits right there should do it. Setting his plan, he dismissed the demon hunter characteristic inside the white tower and replaced it with iron-blooded knight. After all, this was merely a projection, death cost nothing. Even mutual destruction was a bargain. But when he remembered that the creature might be nothing more than a monster Adam had imagined, the whole affair suddenly felt meaningless. A historical projection fighting an imagined monster, perhaps the confrontation between the original creator and the celestial worthy had been just as tedious. As these odd thoughts drifted across his mind, he condensed a spear of flame and hurled it at the damaged spot. Meanwhile, he leveraged the fulcrum of fate, ensuring the gargoyle could scarcely avoid the strike. Crack! A gunshot-like echo rang out as the spear punched into the gargoyle's chest. An explosion followed, the massive stone creature swayed violently, the flames in its eyes snuffed out. After a brief pause, it toppled forward like a collapsing mountain, shaking the earth with seismic force. Yet even in death, it managed to meet Ebner's gaze, turning his lower leg and foot to stone. Petrification. So this 6-winged gargoyle even contains high-level demoness materials. TCH. A hybrid of the seer and demoness pathways. What exactly were the ancient alchemists implying? Still grumbling, Ebner casually severed the petrified portion of his leg, regenerated it with flesh magic, then flashed into the church interior. He refused to believe Adam would arbitrarily increase the island's difficulty. 8 times out of 10 the monster had been placed expressly to make Klein expend the ability to summon his historical projection. Meaning that the true target was likely him. Adam was planning something. But suddenly, he stopped. The mural beside him was changing. The long table. The 3 gods and the black infant devouring the creator. All faded. In their place appeared a figure more radiant than the primordial creator, more eerie than the celestial worthy, more beautiful than the mother goddess, darker than the river of eternal darkness. All contradictions merged into that being without the slightest disharmony. Instead, Ebner felt an instinctive certainty. It was meant to be this way. That is, the portrait of the initial. Shock hammered through him, his throat dried. The image grew clearer, fine details emerging. The initial's eyes were half open, as though newly awakened. It lifted its gaze. And saw a strange, human appear out of nowhere. For the first time, the eyes that held the concepts of wisdom, destruction, creation, fate, and fallenness showed pure bewilderment. And Ebner, outside the mural, stared fixedly at the figure the initial saw the moment it awakened. Because the person's appearance was exactly the same as his own before transmigration. The initial had witnessed Liu Bo's transmigration. Then this mural depicted the birth of the unknown. So that was how it was. This world, this universe, everything originated from the initial. Every being and non-being, from basic particles to galaxies, from insects to old ones, was part of the initial, or created by it, or derived from its creations. In this cosmos, the initial was truly omniscient and omnipotent. Nothing should exist that it did not know. But his transmigration shattered that absolute law. For the first time, the initial encountered something it could not understand. Thus, the concept of the unknown was born. As a reader skilled in interpreting symbols and revelations, Ebner felt blood rushing to his head, countless wise eyes shut down, as if trying to prevent him from thinking further. At that moment, a long sigh sounded beside his ear. Ah. The projection dispersed instantly. Back in his home in Backlund, just after reassuring Klein of his safety, Ebner suddenly felt his head swim, and collapsed forward. Fortunately, Dorian, already home, reacted swiftly and caught him, pulling him gently into her arms. End of chapter. Chapter 1104, Ebner's speculation. The vertigo did not last long. After roughly half a minute, Ebner's consciousness returned. Yet with the wisdom eyes still on strike, he remained slightly overloaded, his mind hazy, his thoughts sluggish. Perhaps the faint fragrance lingering in Zio's embrace was simply too pleasant, making him subconsciously unwilling to move. But as a disciplinary paladin operating within her own jurisdiction, Dorian noticed everything. She immediately realized Edner had awakened. She started to pull away, but the moment she caught sight of his dazed expression, she paused in surprise. Ebner always wore an air of confidence and erudition. Seeing him look foolish was a rarity. A pity I don't have a camera on hand. She muttered regretfully, then promptly lifted him with ease and carried him into the bedroom. For someone with a disciplinary paladin's physique, Ebner's weight was nothing at all. By the time a minute passed, the wisdom eyes crept back online and resumed their assigned tasks. The overload faded at last. Rubbing his temples to soothe the lingering ache, Ebner recalled the hard sensation he had felt earlier. He glanced at Zio and asked, "Were you wearing a breastplate?" The words left his mouth before his foggy brain caught up. He hurriedly added, was today's operation dangerous? Why the underarmor? Zio shot him a glare, too used to his bouts of unseriousness to bother reprimanding him. She nodded. There was some danger. I was tracking Sherman, and had a brief clash with that demoness Trissy. Trissy? Ebner wasn't surprised. Before he spoke, he had already perceived the answer. Your objectives aligned, so you cooperated temporarily. Zio rolled her eyes yet again. Pretending you don't already know is pointless. She still didn't know he had advanced to cognizer, but his uncanny information gathering had long astonished her. She paused, then asked, "By the way, what exactly did you do at home this afternoon? Why did you suddenly faint?" At that question, the mural he had seen on the primordial island flashed across Ebner's mind. His expression turned grave, then relaxed. Nothing serious, he said lightly. I helped the world and the hanged men with something and overexerted myself. That's all. Zio knew him too well. She heard the truth, but also heard everything he wasn't saying. Still, she understood, if it concerned her, Ebner wouldn't hide it. So she let the unanswered part lie. After studying him for a moment, she took a small bottle from her pocket and handed it over. For you. What is it? Ebner, too lazy to perceive, accepted it without thinking. A salve brewed from mummy powder, Zio said, barely suppressing amusement. Mummy powder. Ebner felt deeply insulted. He glared at her. My dear Miss Dorian, what exactly possessed you to buy this for me? I didn't buy it, she retorted, covering her smile with a hand. One of your friends ran into me and asked me to pass it along. She glanced toward the sitting room before continuing. I wasn't planning to give it to you, but when I heard you'd spent the whole day alone with a visiting lady, I thought you might need it. Ebner's eyes flickered. The next second, he understood, and chose the safer part of the truth. So Darkwill is back in Backlund. That hunter really has improved, he can mock me without even showing his face. He crushed the ointment before her eyes to prove his innocence. They bickered habitually until Furs returned, only then did the teasing cease. They separated briefly to wash up, then gathered again for dinner. Once Zio left his room, Ebner's playful smile faded. He turned on the bath, washed off the exhaustion of combat, and let his mind circle back to the mural he had witnessed. There's no doubt that was the birth of the unknown. So the symbol of unknown comes from the initial. Of course. In this mystical cosmos, the initial is the source of all things. If unknown holds a symbol vast enough to satisfy the rules of the mystery universe, then it must also originate from the initial. Only, unknown is the exact opposite of omniscient. Its symbolic weight is enormous, great enough to fill a pillar. But it is ultimately just an emotion of the initial, a psychic imprint. It possesses symbol and rank, but lacks corresponding spheroid and characteristics, a powerless, hollow old one. If this deduction is correct, then the motive behind unknown repeatedly casting me into reality becomes obvious. It wants me to gather beyonder characteristics, uniquenesses, perhaps even spheroid, and bring them back upon death, filling unknown and completing it. The so-called land of the unknown must have formed around that time. No wonder the first time I deduced the honorific name of the pure white eye, I learned the land of the unknown lay in neither spirit world nor astral world nor reality, but a mysterious region within the universe. Which pathways, unknownization produced it? The earliest castings of me must have been random, maybe not even on Earth. But back then, I would leave no imprint, no memory fusion. Everything remained unknown. The plan only went off the rails during the era of the god of luck. After obtaining the box of the gods, that me had his own ideas. He diverted the casting method, and using the strange state of the souls inside the box, ensured every subsequent godhood attaining me would become a soul stone at death. A soul stone isn't fully dead, so the characteristics never return to the land of the unknown. Except the seal of calamity. It alone brought the conqueror characteristic back after death, though the illusory sun formed by the white angel blocked it from fusing. And the difference lies in this: the seal of calamity is a sequence 1 sealed artifact. Probably not the sealed artifact part, sequence 1 is the key. Most likely, sequence 1 is the danger line that unknown imposes on us cast souls. Once crossed, assimilation begins. I do the same to Owen, sinking him constantly. Naturally, unknown would impose limits. Sequence 3 is only an early warning threshold, enough to make unknown open its eyes briefly. Ebner massaged his brow. No further, any more and the wisdom eyes will go on strike again. They aren't acting on their own. So is the god of knowledge imposing this limit through pathway authority. He sighed, rose, dressed, and went downstairs. On the way, another question surfaced. Adam deliberately let me see that mural, what is he after? Adam, of course, was showing goodwill, or rather, making amends for the meddling he did during your machinery emperor lifetime. This incarnation of you is in perfect condition, you passed the sequence 3 threshold flawlessly and have a real chance of breaking the sequence 1 shackle. Therefore, certain truths must be shown to you while unknown's vigilance remains low. And the untainted Adam is the ideal candidate. He hardly needed to do anything, simply place the mural there and let you perceive the rest yourself. Hidden within number 28 Kinstrel Street, Lilith pondered quietly. A little after 7 on Friday evening, Klein, impeccably dressed, arrived at Member of Parliament Mock's home with his wife Sharon and his manservant Ludwell to attend the ball. After the opening dance, Klein walked arm in arm with Sharon, sampling the buffet while politely declining invitations. Then a familiar face entered his view. Alan Kreis, renowned surgeon, his wife heavily pregnant, likewise searching for food. A pregnant woman. Klein's eyes lit up. Smiling, he stepped forward to greet them. End of chapter. Chapter 1105, The Mother Tree's Hidden Hand. In the washroom of Member of Parliament Mock's residence. Klein hesitated between relieving the pressure caused by too much punch or waiting another minute when Will Occepton's customary infant form appeared in the mirror. Time was short. Klein skipped pleasantries and went straight to the point, informing him that the buyer, who wanted his umbilical cord blood, had brought an exchange. Wrapped in silver silk, Will asked crisply. What are the options? Recalling his earlier meeting with Bernadette, Klein said. 2 chips, choose one. First, a viewing of the Wheel of Fortune card. Second, a way to briefly regain some strength during your weak phase. Will Occepton paused for a second, then chuckled. So it is Bernadette. My hunch was right, something worthwhile this time. He sighed softly. Actually, I'd have liked a third option, like helping me get rid of that stupid snake. She. Klein blinked, instantly catching the pronoun. Will clicked his tongue and mocked, Bernadette became a sage several days ago, don't you read the papers? Do newspapers publish angel news? Which lunatic reporter would dare? Klein grumbled inwardly, but after running through recent headlines, and recalling Mr. Tower's request for protection on Tuesday, he mused, the Trier earthquake. So you're not totally ignorant. Without Bernadette and your friend Ebner, the casualties in Trier would have exceeded 100,000. She prevented a calamity involving a high-level existence, so she advanced to sequence 2. Will sucked his fingers as he spoke. Klein was stunned. What exactly happened? How would I know? I'm not an extraordinary of the omniscient pathway. I only catch small ripples in fate. For details, go ask Ebner, Will said matter-of-factly. Klein steadied himself and returned to the topic. Which do you want? Tilting his head, Will asked, which do you think I should pick? Klein answered at once, he had thought this through. 2. Will clicked his tongue again. Do I look like a mythic creature who doesn't already have such methods? I've rebooted countless times. Obviously I'd prepare beforehand. Fair. Klein nodded. So, you want the Wheel of Fortune viewing instead? Or should they bring a different offer? Will raised 2 chubby fingers. I choose 2. Klein's face stiffened. Will laughed. One more method is one more trump card, is that wrong? You and Ebner do share certain habits. Klein muttered. Of course, he was my student, Will mumbled, before waving his tiny arms. Once I'm born in early July, you can collect the umbilical cord blood. Then he stilled, and added with a meaningful tone. When you see Bernadette again, give her my congratulations. And tell her, she's welcome to join. Join? Klein echoed, baffled. Had the Queen of Mystic, after becoming an angel, joined some hidden circle, and Will was a member? Sucking his fingers, Will murmured. You don't need to know that much, unless you want to join too. But Bernadette might just be an accident. She often uses dangerous methods to pry into secrets. Probably why her fate shifted. So that's where Miss Hermit gets her peek at everything, habit, and old Huang too, otherwise he wouldn't have insisted on going to the moon. Klein nodded thoughtfully, then asked. You said you wished Bernadette could help you deal with the Angel of Fate, but she's only sequence 2. How could she possibly manage that? He didn't believe Will was joking, there was a deeper basis. She holds several grade 0 sealed artifacts. If she risked everything, there's a chance. But the price would be worse than death. Will clearly wanted to drop the matter. By the way, your puppet lady has a problem. Puppet? Sharon. Klein tensed. What happened? Will said brightly, she was subtly contaminated by a certain existence, just a little. Contaminated? Why didn't I notice? Klein frowned. How? When? Baby Will snickered. Ask yourself. I only know the source was erased the day before yesterday, so the contamination is minimal. As long as you two don't get too intimate, it won't spread to you. The day before yesterday. Klein remembered the primordial island, and the final sigh. The succubus. The only thing he'd lost was the succubus pastured in creeping hunger. She was the vector. Right, Orange Light Healer Ryan had warned him not to overlook the succubus creeping hunger had swallowed. He had purified her repeatedly under the grey fog and confirmed she posed no danger. But clearly, the mother tree of desire had aimed this trap at Sharon, not him. Knowing Klein and Miss Sharon were close, she tainted Sharon indirectly. Then, someday in the future, if they became truly intimate, that hidden hand might erupt and seize the authority of the space above the grey fog. Also, the only time the succubus had appeared while Sharon was present was during the sea monster scramble. That must have been when she was contaminated. And after yesterday's sigh, the succubus was erased. So the existence behind the primordial island might have helped him. Klein felt guilt twist through him, deep guilt toward Miss Sharon, but he steadied his thoughts. How do I remove it? That was the urgent matter. Well, strictly speaking it's less contamination and more a mark placed on the puppet lady by the top existence of the chain pathway, using a medium you know very well. Once you become a demigod and can draw more on the power of the Sapphira Castle, you'll naturally be able to protect her. You could go find Ebner now, but the consequences are unpredictable. Provoking the unknown over something this small is not worth it, you now know what the unknown is. You can also leave it alone. At worst she'll need to practice stricter abstinence. It's obvious she cares deeply for you, that's why she was chosen and used. But the source is gone, it won't worsen. With her long experience in abstinence, it's manageable. Just make sure you restrain yourself. Abstinence. No wonder Miss Sharon insists on separate bedrooms. Wait, according to Will, she has deep feelings for me. She likes me. Stunned and secretly delighted, Klein accidentally said his thought aloud. Will gave him a contemptuous baby stare. A baby like me can see it clearly, must you pretend to be stupid? Baby. You're thousands of years old. Klein complained inwardly. He inhaled, dismissed his wandering thoughts, regained his Dwayne Dante's composure, and said. Understood. I'll become a demigod as soon as possible. He bowed. Thank you for the warning and the answers. Will waved. The best thanks is leaving me alone so I can be born in peace. Then he added. And giving me that method doesn't count as bothering me. The black pram rolled backward, about to retreat into the mirror's shadow. Klein hurriedly said. The paper crane is almost falling apart. How should I contact you in emergencies? Will paused, then muttered. You expect me to fold cranes inside my mother's womb? Even if I could, how would you get them? If I want you, as long as you still live here, I can enter your dreams anytime. If you need something urgently, go to my father. Paper cranes take forever anyway. Now, as an unborn fetus, I need more sleep. We'll talk later. Klein nodded helplessly. If that's everything. Will's fading form froze for 2 seconds. One more thing. What? Klein braced himself. Don't tell me someone else was contaminated. Will said solemnly. Next time you visit my father, bring me ice cream. I want the one from the Witch's Delight in Northborough. Chapter 1106, Another Tarot Gathering. After watching Will depart, Klein relieved the pressure in his bladder, stepped out of the washroom, and returned to the ballroom. Soon he spotted Sharon sharing pregnancy tips with Dr. Allen's wife, Velma Gleadis. Watching Sharon imitate Miss Daly's graceful social style with earnest determination, Klein felt a tangle of emotions. Yet the sight only reinforced his resolve. He must go behind the Chinese gate at St. Samuel's, complete the goddess's trial, obtain the bizarro sorcerer potion formula, and advance to demigod as soon as possible. In truth, after meeting Bernadette on Monday night and having her contaminate Admiral of Blood with powers from the darkness pathway, he had originally planned to act tonight. But MP Mock's invitation had thrown his plans off schedule, and now the shift change was already over. The internal caretaker had entered the Chinese gate long ago. As for why he did not decline the invitation, Mock was a helpful neighbor, refusing without adequate reason would raise eyebrows. And when news of the Chinese gate theft broke the next day, suspicion might land squarely on him. The Nighthawks don't know this is part of the goddess's trial. Klein grumbled inwardly, then retrieved his wife and separated from the Allens. The rest of the evening proceeded with normal socializing. Once the ball ended and they returned to their large home at 160 Berkrondrel Street, Sharon shed her noble lady disguise, blinked her clear eyes, and asked, Did I do something wrong? Klein's scrutinizing gaze during the carriage ride had made even Miss Sharon, who was well-tempered against the malicious stares she had endured in the Rose School, feel faintly uneasy. She could ignore malice and greed. But Klein's gaze made her heart quicken. Flustered, Klein cleared his throat and opened a safer topic. How is your puppet potion digestion progressing? Since their first meeting he had felt she resembled a doll, whether due to temperament or her strict abstinence discipline, both of which amounted to prior roleplay, greatly benefiting potion digestion. Soon he might have to source sequence 3 ingredients for her. Quite well, she said, faint puzzlement flickering across her face. Another 6 to 10 months should complete it, faster than my teacher predicted. She expected 2 or 3 years. She paused, considering her words. But the puppet pathway's abstinence acting is harder than I thought. Likely because the mother tree of desire's faint taint has drawn you closer to its nature, speeding digestion. Klein took no comfort from this idea, unease weighed down his heart. After Sharon retired to the 3rd floor, he ascended the grey fog and examined Miss Abstinence again and again through the fool's sight, finding nothing each time. The mother tree's methods are truly insidious, and my dominion over the mysterious space above the grey fog is still too limited. According to Will, the mother tree's influence on Sharon resembled Mr. Door's mutterings upon Miss Magician. Except the latter targeted the spirit body, letting Klein isolate her with grey fog. The former, however, likely acted upon flesh, bodily fluids, even primal desire. Such manipulation was something he could not yet counter. Besides, as a great being, the mother tree was almost certainly above Mr. Door in power. Returning to reality, Klein set out stationery, picked up his pen, and wrote to Mr. Azek. Instead of the copper whistle, he raised his harmonica and summoned his personal messenger. Raynette Tyneker drifted from the spirit world at a measured pace, clad in her somber, ornate black gown, carrying 4 identical beautiful heads. After listening to Klein's account, one head streaked toward the 3rd floor, then returned moments later. The 4 heads spoke in sequence. Sharon. Problem. Not. Serious. Once you. Demigod. Easily. Resolve. Same conclusion as Will. Klein inclined his head, still unwilling to relinquish hope. So there truly is no immediate cure except myself or the unknown. None. Sapphira Castle. The unknown. Reliable. The 4 heads replied calmly. So that's how it is. Klein nodded slowly, as though grasping a deeper aspect of the Sapphira Ebner had spoken of. Weekends always vanished swiftly, Monday arrived once more. As the clock neared 3, Ebner split off a wisdom eye to attend the tarot gathering in clone form. Because the eye's power output had not changed, Klein still had no idea Ebner had advanced to sequence 3. Ebner wasn't hiding it intentionally, advancing to demigod and then again within 2 months was monstrous speed, blatantly abnormal. To avoid alarming his friends, discretion was best. Neither Klein nor Zio and Furs knew of his breakthrough after fainting. Ebner continued his research on the Elf King soulstone borrowed from Yerelin and the special soulstone left behind by Lady Julia of House Delian, refining the ritual that would resurrect his previous selves, Alvin Abraham, the Machinery Emperor, and others, and return them to reality. He had spent the entire weekend immersed in work, leaving home only once to meet Earl Hall and discuss the Academy Award, surprising Zio and Furs with his rare hermit-like behavior. Within the ancient palace above the grey fog, pillars of deep red light rose on either side of the bronze table, forming before the Fool Klein and the Tower Ebner. Justice Audrey was still in high spirits. With Susie's support, her point farming efficiency had soared. In a single week she had earned enough for a separation talisman and planned to challenge the 6th floor of the Dream Labyrinth Tower after the meeting. Though Susie's contribution might, almost certainly, be greater than mine. While these thoughts stirred, she glanced forward, and froze. A new card lay near Mr. Fool's hand. A new blasphemy card. Which pathway is it? If only it were audience. Suppressing her excitement, she led the group in saluting the fog-wreathed figure. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Klein nodded with a faint smile, sensing the girl's subtle glance and recognizing another opportunity to perform. Once all members greeted one another, Justice presented 3 pages of Emperor Roselle's diary. One came from the Lone Antiquities Collection and Preservation Foundation, which she had founded and funded. Acquiring it was effortless. The remaining 2 were rewards from clearing levels in the Dream Labyrinth Tower. Repeated clearing naturally diminished reward quality. Excellent, Klein said with a smile, signaling for her to manifest the pages. Hermit Catlia remained silent, evidently she had not obtained new pages. The Queen of Mystic, having stopped a major catastrophe and used it to ascend to angelhood, clearly had little time for diary trading. Klein watched the 3 pages materialize and leap into his palm. One glance nearly made his lips twitch, another of Roselle's flirtation chronicles. And worse, one he had read before. Suppressing an internal sigh, he turned to the 2nd and 3rd pages, and his eyes brightened. These held Roselle's summary of Dragonkind's abilities and authorities, as well as the potion formulas for Sequence 5 Dreamwalker and Sequence 4 Manipulator. These 2 pages must be Dream Labyrinth Tower rewards tailored for Miss Justice. The 7th floor alone wouldn't grant formulas of this level, so the tower disguised them as Roselle diary pages. It fulfills her desire objectively, yet subjectively the market value is negligible. Roselle diaries don't fetch even £10. Monthly ticket begging continues. End of chapter. Chapter 1107, The Transaction and Ebner, who had endured a whole year. As for the dragons, Klein merely skimmed the passage. Roselle's knowledge was no richer than Mr. Tower's, and Klein had already heard the latter's version long ago. I still wonder where Mr. Tower learned so many dragon secrets. Could the Dragon King truly have had a queen? While covertly augmenting the authenticity of the Dreamwalker and Manipulator formulas, Klein amused himself with this internal mockery of his frenemy. Moments later, once certain the recipes were genuine, he caused the diary pages to dissolve into nothingness, then turned toward Miss Justice with a faint, knowing smile. What would you like in exchange? Audrey was only one key ingredient away from Sequence 6 and lacked nothing urgent. Thus, being a spectator, curiosity naturally won first place. Revered Mr. Fool, is that extra card a blasphemy card? Which one? Here we go. Knew she'd ask. Klein laughed silently to himself. With casual flourish, he flipped the new card and displayed it, calm, confident, theatrical. Tyrant. Tyrant. So the Sequence 0 of the Sailor Pathway was Tyrant. Audrey and Hermit Catlia, indeed all members, instantly began interpreting. To Justice, exchanging 3 diary pages for such foundational knowledge was more than a bargain. To Hermit, however, a more audacious thought surfaced. Was the Fool encroaching upon the Lord of Storm's divine authority? After all, he had once seized the identity of the sea god Kelvetua. A vivid, extravagant saga of godly power struggles unfurled in her imagination, thunder, ambition, storms, betrayal. In the supplementary imagination arts, Hermit surpassed even magician Furs and rivaled hangman Alger. Everyone else had their own thoughts, most of which drifted enviously toward hangman. Only Ebner grumbled inwardly, and look at Klein, slips past another tough question with ease. After allowing the group a few seconds to stew, the Fool closed the Tyrant card and, ever so slightly, turned his gaze toward Hermit. Catlia stiffened instantly. Certain he was reproaching her for bringing no diary pages, she rushed to justify herself. Revered Mr. Fool, the Queen did not contact me this week. I know. The Fool let out a low, deliberate chuckle, and continued with subtle emphasis. By the way, when you return, congratulate her on becoming him. Congratulate her on becoming him. Realization struck the senior members: Justice, Magician, Hanged Man, Temperance, even Moon. All turned toward Hermit. Catlia herself froze completely. The Queen completed the ritual. Ascended to Sage. When? How did I not? Is Mr. Full revealing this to tell me he knows everything? That I should cease even accidental leaks? But I never intentionally revealed anything. The Queen is a prophecy master, merely contacting me lets her learn. A mixture of grievance and fear knotted in her chest. But the Fool said no more. With gentle finality, he pivoted to the others. Your turn. No sooner had the words left his lips than the World Gehrman Sparrow spoke to the Hanged Man. After the gathering, I will give you the Ocean Songster characteristic. Find a craftsman to turn it into a portable wonder. It was one of the 4 Sequence 5 spoils of that primordial island expedition. Ocean Songster. Druid. Mentor of Disorder. Gatekeeper. He hadn't gone to Ebner for crafting because, though Ebner's works functioned impeccably, they tended to be delightfully strange. Useful, but sometimes socially catastrophic. More importantly, Klein knew Ebner was busy and did not wish to trouble him with the mundane. Another Sequence 5. The exact same thought ignited in Audrey, Emlyn, and several others. Sequence 5 Beyonders weren't vegetables sold by vendors. Yet in just weeks, the world had slain several, his record now even brushing against Mr. Tower's legendary pace. And Tower, since becoming a demigod, rarely sold characteristics anymore. Agreed. Alger responded in his composed, dignified manner, not even mentioning the artisan's fee. This blasé confidence only stirred more speculation. Surely he and the world had carried out some secret adventure, and the tyrant card was part of their loot. Before anyone else could speak, the world, under Klein's control, turned toward the Tower Ebner. I also possess a Sequence 5 Mentor of Disorder characteristic, from the Black Emperor pathway. If you clear my remaining debt, it's yours. After donating £10,000 to Bernadette's Cathedral, and later 11,000 more across the city, Klein had only about £9,000 left to pay. A Sequence 5 characteristic that cheap was an absolute steal. He had offered it to Ebner because he believed Miss Fanny, on the lawyer pathway, would surely need it. But Klein didn't know Ebner had already prepared all of Fanny's Sequence 6 and 5 materials long ago. The Mentor of Disorder characteristic came from the nightmare exploration of Convas, where Yalarin lived. It was the remnant of Mr. Wallace's bodyguard, after Ebner had replaced him. Ebner gave the world a leisurely smile. Take out whatever else you have. I'll pick one to wipe your debt. Slightly surprised, the world manifested the rest of his characteristics, presenting each in turn. Still more. How many Sequence 5s has he taken down? Did he annihilate an entire cult? Or wipe an elite squad of some church? The older Tarot members exchanged looks, echoing the legendary meeting after the Great Smog, when Tower unveiled his collection. But even Tower had never shown this many Sequence 5s at once. Ebner studied the 3 with deliberate calm, then selected Gatekeeper. After all, when the surviving elves were found and the ritual to free Kohainum was held, he would need a suitable vessel, and creating one himself, with his fusion of creation and alchemy, was vastly preferable. Now fully debt-free at last, Klein turned a meaningful gaze toward Audrey and Catlia. The Mentor of Disorder was invaluable to nobles, the Druid characteristic perfect for Frank. Catlia, her mental clarity restored, understood immediately. But she dared not rush. Even the Queen had expressed concerns about Frank's advancement. She must first console the newly ascended angel, and deliver the Fool's congratulations. Audrey adored the Mentor's abilities but could not mobilize nearly £10,000 at once. She decided to secure family reimbursement, as she had during the purchase of Lai. Business resumed. Audrey soon bought the fruit of the illusory windbell tree from Alger for £2,000, completing the final component for her hypnotist promotion. Thanks to her growth in the Dream Labyrinth Tower, her psychiatrist potion was nearly digested. She expected to advance before next Monday. At last, I'll be ahead of Susie again. She preened internally. Then paused. Beating a golden retriever might not be something to brag about. Fine, at least I'll be ahead of Furs again. Recently she had watched Furs ascend to Sequence 7, watched the Hanged Man approach High Sequence, watched the World hunt Sequence 5 after Sequence 5. While she herself stagnated at Sequence 7. Pressure had mounted, impatience, too, and only Susie's guidance had prevented emotional turbulence. Now she could finally take her next step. Beside her, Furs, seeing Audrey obtain the ingredients, thought of her own digestion progress. Good, but incomplete. Astrologer acting must involve more than simply reading others' fate. While she pondered, the hermit asked again about mythic blood. The world replied. Deal is already sealed. You'll receive it in early July. Catlia had never expected the world to make an angel bleed. Shaken, she asked. What does she want? Nothing. Bernadette has already paid, the world rasped. but afterward, you'll owe me a fee. What fee? She asked carefully. The sequence 8 savant formula and characteristic of the visionary pathway. Klein was preparing materials for Melissa's future promotion. If she was to walk the Beyonder path, she must be strong, at least mid-sequence, to be safe. If Melissa becomes an artisan, any official organization will value and shield her. Even in wartime, I won't need to fear for her. Once Katlia agreed, Klein fell into contemplative silence. Moon, recently bankrupted by the limited edition Snow Queen, wanted to ask Sun about Sequence 5 vampire traits, but pride silenced him. The meeting shifted to free discussion. Hangman and World exchanged a look, then conjured the mural of the Banquet of Betrayal. Every member who had glimpsed the true gods recoiled in disbelief. Even seeing the image felt like an act of supreme blasphemy. After a long, trembling silence, Audrey murmured, half reasoning, half self-comfort. This is a twisted version of the myth that the three gods were born from the Creator's spirit. Possibly, but it doesn't explain the infant, Alger said quietly. He glanced at the fool, who simply watched, calm, silent, unfathomable. Audrey fell mute. Everyone fell mute. Then Ebner cleared his throat, lightly, deliberately, and the entire table's attention snapped toward him. He put on a solemn expression and announced. The infant is the true Creator. Since his first tarot meeting he had wanted to educate the others about the true Creator. But back then, even the fool lacked the prerequisite knowledge. Explaining would have been painfully laborious. He had endured the urge for over a year. Now, finally, his moment had arrived. Chapter 1108, The Shocking Inside Story. The true Creator, the dark, sinister infant seated cross-legged in the gaping tear across the Creator's chest and abdomen in the mural, was that truly the true Creator? Yes. In the painting, he was chewing a length of intestine, blood dripping in a scarlet cascade. He, too, was among those feasting upon the Creator worshipped by the City of Silver. While everyone else was absorbed in their own thoughts, Derek Berg's mind was overwhelmed by pain and despair. He recognized the one being devoured, it was the very Creator venerated by the City of Silver. And he recognized the three figures encircling him, they were unmistakably the three kings. No wonder, no matter how sincerely we confess, no matter how desperately we plead for forgiveness, we never receive the Lord's salvation. Derek murmured inwardly, because our God is dead, devoured, and will never return. Alger turned his head toward the stupefied youth beside him, sighed softly, and had just prepared to speak when Derek suddenly asked. Mr. Tower, since the eternal blazing sun, the God of knowledge and wisdom, and the Lord of storms were once the three kings, then, what about the true Creator? As he spoke, Derek couldn't help recalling what the undead clergy had muttered earlier in the afternoon chapel. Omnipotent Lord, I confess. I tempted Sassurer, the kings frequently schemed in the palace belonging to Dusk. The townspeople changed without my noticing, they erected secret altars, performed strange rituals, and committed acts you forbade. I discovered all this, but it was too late. Depravity, blood, darkness, rot, slaughter, filth, and shadow had already flooded this land. A great disaster shall begin here. His thoughts connected in a flash, and he continued. Could he be the dark angel Sassurer, the one who gathered the kings and the gods, formed the Rose Redemption, and was tempted into conspiracy? His words drew surprise from everyone present, especially the hangman, Alger, who felt genuine astonishment that Derek could raise such a high-level question. He's grown, and given how deeply it concerns his own city, he can't help but think further. Alger nodded subtly, an involuntary proud smile, the cub has finally grown up, surfacing on his face. Sadly, no one noticed. All attention had already shifted to Edner, awaiting his response. Ebner thought for a moment, then replied simply. Dark Angel Sassurer was actually part of the Creator who was devoured. And the true Creator is also part of him, though they are not entirely equivalent. Part of the Creator. What did that mean? A clone. But how could a clone organize others against its own body? Was this fragment tempted by some existence into betrayal? How would that even be possible? Such thoughts rippled through Alger, Klein as the world, and several others. Derek, however, was confused, unable to grasp the meaning. After a moment's thought, he asked. Justice, Audrey, and Hermit Katlia spoke at once. I'd like to listen too. Mr. Tower, what do you require? If possible, I want to know as well, added Alger. Miss Temperance shot a look at the world, who signaled back, wait for now. As for Judgment, Magician, and Moon, they remained unhurried. The first two felt they could ask Ebner privately later, and the latter believed his clan might hold relevant records, if not, he could always consult Lord Nisbet. At that moment, Ebner calmly turned toward the highest seat and respectfully asked. Mr. Fool, may I disclose this information? How should I know? Klein thought. But he understood Ebner well by now. If the information were truly dangerous, the men would never have brought it up, and certainly wouldn't ask for approval. Since he was asking, the problem couldn't be significant. The fool leaned back casually and said with calm authority. No need for instructions. If you believe it poses no issue, you may share. Understood. Ebner rose, bowed, and swept his gaze around the table. My condition is simple: within 1 month at the latest, each of you must find 50 to 100 people to make a wish to me. And the content of the wishes, I will specify in advance. Make a wish. Alger instinctively recalled a lesson from a senior mandated punisher. Some high-sequence beyonders, sealed or imprisoned, might disguise themselves as wish-granting artifacts to tempt others into freeing them, like a magic lamp or a wishing fountain. But Mr. Tower clearly wasn't sealed. And even if he were, he should rely on Mr. Fool, not have them make wishes. Could this be some unusual acting requirement? Though puzzled, Alger trusted that with Mr. Fool present, Tower would never harm the Tarot Club. No problem, he agreed. Gathering 50 people's wishes was hardly difficult. The others reacted similarly. After confirming there was no danger, they all accepted. Only Derek looked distressed. In the City of Silver, where alertness was a permanent instinct, convincing anyone to make a wish to an unknown existence was practically impossible. Unless that existence was the omnipotent Lord. Seeing Derek's difficulty, Ebner smiled kindly. Your situation is special. My condition for you will differ. When I determine what I need, I'll tell you. You can know it first. Thank you very much, Mr. Tower. Derek, deeply moved yet poor with words, managed only simple, earnest gratitude. No need. Ebner waved it off, surveyed the table again, then cleared his throat. You all know I've long had some understanding of the forsaken land of the gods. After Sun explored Afternoon Town, I delved deeper and reversed the history of the final years of the glorious era, and uncovered new discoveries. Get to the point already. Klein, fully aware of Ebner's mischievous streak, still silently protested his suspense. Ebner continued. In short, Sasra was heaven's vice-king, the left hand of God, and also one of the incarnations of the ancient sun god. The ancient sun god, born with both light and darkness within, separated his own darkness and used it together with one of his ribs to create the first angel, Dark Angel Sasra. Thus, Sasra was the leader of the 8 angel kings, closer to the ancient sun god than even Adam and Ammon. At the end of the glorious era, the ancient sun god sought to surpass true God. However, he suffered horrific contamination. Forced into a corner, he tacitly allowed Sasra to join with the other angel kings and gods to assassinate him, so that he could rid himself of corruption upon resurrection. The assassination went smoothly because the victim cooperated. But as you know, at the crucial moment, the 3 gods betrayed the ancient sun god. Maybe all 3 betrayed together, maybe 1 or 2 betrayed, forcing the rest to follow. Either way, the outcome was fixed: the ancient sun god was devoured. And that pitch-black infant, the true creator, was an emergency contingency activated in his final moment, a reborn humanity fragment formed from extreme emotions fused at death's brink, regenerating within the corpse. He eventually seized the hangman pathway's characteristics and authority such as depravity. But those final emotions were unimaginably extreme. Thus the true creator went mad, overwhelmed by negative humanity, and fell. Ebner finished, letting silence settle over the table. This was true esoteric knowledge, the secret among secrets of the third epoch. Just hearing it could help Klein digest half his scholar of your potion when the time came. Indeed, all members, including Klein and Sharon, normally the calmest of puppet and clown, were stunned, mouths slightly open. So the true creator was the ancient sun god's backup, merely twisted by negative emotion. No wonder Mr. Fool calls him the fallen creator. I foolishly focused only on fallen, assuming it was disdain. Only now did Audrey realize. Mr. Fool had never denied his nature as creator. She simply hadn't understood. Truly, every term a deity uses carries profound significance. While shocked, Alger also began quietly admonishing himself. Audrey pondered further. Even a persona born of extreme negativity shouldn't fall that quickly. Human emotion is layered, it would change, not remain wholly negative. Unless other influences weighed in at high sequence. Or the hangman pathway itself had inherent problems. Perhaps due to the depravity authority. Hermit Catlia, however, focused on another point entirely. So the ancient sun god suffered contamination because he accommodated authorities and characteristics of adjacent pathways, which is why the 3 gods seized the moment to devour him, essentially to seize those characteristics. Does surpassing a true god require absorbing traits from neighboring pathways? But wouldn't that inevitably lead to madness? Beside her, Miss Temperance Sharon's eyes flickered. She parted her lips and uttered a single word. Death. Death? Everyone looked at her, confused. After a few seconds, Klein translated. She means that death also tried to surpass true God, then went mad and triggered the pale calamity. One attempted to surpass godhood, went mad, and brought the cataclysm. Another attempted the same, went mad, and caused the Pale Calamity. One created the Forsaken Land. The other left the northern continent scarred for centuries. Is surpassing true God truly that important? Why not be content? Furs found herself thinking. Mr. Tower, how did you obtain this information? Could you tell me? Derek, having finally recovered, asked awkwardly. He did not doubt Tower's words, he simply felt obligated to learn the source before reporting such terrifying truths to the chief. The others too looked toward Ebner. They had always known Tower was knowledgeable. But this knowledgeable to the extent of thoroughly understanding gods, angel kings, and even matters beyond gods. This exceeded every expectation except for Klein, Zio, and Furs. Klein knew Ebner's nature. Zio and Furs were already used to his miraculous tendencies. Ebner paused briefly, then replied. The God of Luck was also a member of the Rose Redemption. And I recently explored the ruins left behind by the God of Luck. Both statements were true. Neither had the slightest connection to how he actually knew these secrets. End of chapter. Chapter 1109, A Date Invitation. Hearing the name, God of Luck, the senior members who had joined the Tarot Club early, such as Sun, Justice, and Hanged Men, all showed expressions of sudden realization. After all, Mr. Tower had long been inquiring about intelligence regarding that elven subsidiary deity, so it was perfectly reasonable that he would eventually acquire something substantial. However, that God of Luck was actually a member of the Rose Redemption. Could he also have once been one of the kings of angels? Seeing that Justice and the others seemed about to ask for further details, Ebner, feeling he had already revealed far more than enough today, swiftly shifted the topic. He turned to son Derek beside him and asked. Have you investigated the matter of the former chief's mausoleum? Hearing Mr. Tower's question, son Derek replied with some embarrassment. No. I've been assigned patrol duties continuously lately, and I haven't had a proper chance to investigate. Ebner had expected this. He offered advice earnestly, almost like an older brother lecturing a junior. In truth, the upper echelons of the City of Silver know very well who you represent. There's no need for you to investigate personally, doing so would only arouse unnecessary suspicion. Just go directly to the chief or the other members of the six-person council and ask. Tell them that I want to know. And the information I just shared with you about the true creator can serve as my sincerity, or the bargaining chips for the exchange. Derek froze. He had never considered this approach. But when he thought about the chips Mr. Tower mentioned, his heart tightened with pain again, because the hope the City of Silver had pursued and yearned for over centuries was nothing but an illusion, one destined never to be realized. And he believed that when the chief and the council heard this news, they would feel even deeper agony. After all, his own faith had long begun to crumble. Though grief tugged at him, son Derek knew this was not the moment to dwell on it. He quickly steadied his expression and nodded in agreement to Mr. Tower's request. Ebner's interest in the former chief of the City of Silver stemmed from his desire to glimpse the goddess's current degree of mastery over the death uniqueness. His earlier conversation with Lilith had made it clear that what they could tell him directly had limits, he would have to rely on his own probing. And besides, a cognizer needed to act accordingly. After wrapping up the matter concerning the City of Silver, Ebner turned to Justice Audrey, who sat diagonally across from him. Miss Justice, you should now be able to easily handle ordinary psychological issues, yes. Because he knew the original book's plot, Ebner naturally understood Audrey's level, but with both Zio and Furs present, he couldn't behave too familiar with her. Justice Audrey sat up straighter, enthusiasm lighting her eyes. Yes, no problem at all. Mr. Tower, do you have a friend who needs treatment? I'm short on case studies. She thought excitedly, and then quietly added in her heart, and so is Susie. 3 Beyonders who were cut off from society and lived in complete isolation for decades need therapy. Ebner briefly described the patient's circumstances. Indeed, the ones requiring treatment were the 3 former official Beyonders who had been trapped in Roselle's dream mausoleum, later placed into Roselle's travels by Ebner, and brought back into reality some time ago. Because most of the food they'd consumed in the dream world had been products of imagination, after returning to reality, even though Ebner sustained their lives using abundant vitality and the secret art Violet's perfect recovery, their condition had remained precarious. It was only after Ebner advanced to cognizer and his understanding of the moon, mother, and hangman pathways deepened significantly that he completely solved their bodily problems, released them from the flesh cocoons, and allowed them to return home to see their families. Yet decades of disconnection from the real world, and the torment of reuniting with loved ones yet not daring to acknowledge them, left all 3 with various psychological burdens. In fact, their minds had already become somewhat unstable back in Roselle's mausoleum, it had merely been tempered by necessity and survival. And because he intended to recruit these 3 former official Beyonders into his own service, Ebner decided to find them a trustworthy psychologist for adjustment. In his mind, both Audrey and Susie were suitable candidates. As for himself, Although he possessed spectator pathway abilities, and his own persona was even an evaluator of the psychology alchemists, firstly, he had no spare time to treat others, secondly, Owen was currently under heavy scrutiny, with many people likely looking for trouble. It was better not to let him appear publicly. On the other side, after listening and thinking for a few seconds, Audrey said sincerely, "That shouldn't be a problem. But I hope my identity won't be revealed." Ebner nodded without hesitation. "Understood. When they need treatment, I'll notify you in advance." Justice Audrey softly acknowledged with a and didn't mention payment at all. She still owed Ebner Bryan a favor, after all. With that matter settled, Ebner thought of another issue and turned to Hermit Catlia. "Could you help me keep watch for news about the death knell? I can exchange some mystically flavored stories." Catlia didn't ask why, she simply pondered briefly and asked. "I can. When do you need it?" "Before next Monday, it doesn't need to be precise. Even vague rumors will do." Ebner replied. As long as he had some form of clue, he could directly perceive, directly know. And why did he want the death announcer? Because of the blood-red crystal Klein had once given him, and the scene he divined through Sapphira Castle. Those signs convinced him that the predecessor of the death announcer likely had deep connections with the soul stone system created by the god of luck. And Ebner needed that knowledge for his secret art deductions. All right. This task depended mostly on luck and wasn't difficult, so Catlia accepted easily. After that, Ebner had originally hoped someone would bring up the Trier Abyss descent incident so he could take the opportunity to show off, but as the free discussion phase neared its end, no one mentioned it, leaving him quite disappointed. A moment later, he consoled himself. Only a few days have passed. Information spreads slowly in this world, and there are no inter-citizens among the attendees. Even if they heard something major happened in Trier, they'd probably think it was an earthquake. I suppose I'll have to wait for the matter to ferment a bit longer. While Ebner mulled over this, the fool Klein, seeing the tarot gathering reaching its end, had the world deliver a reminder. Regarding that mural, try not to recall it in reality, and do not attempt to draw it. Justice Audrey and the other members instinctively looked towards the upper end of the bronze long table. Seeing that Mr. Fool did not refute the warning, they all grew solemn, not daring to be careless. This also made Hermit Catlia shelve her intention to write to the Queen of Mystic Bernadette about the matter. She decided to wait until they met in person, then judge whether there was a safe method to avoid the influence. Thus, the tarot gathering concluded in an atmosphere of tension and vigilance. Soon, only Ebner and Klein remained above the grey fog. At this moment, Klein proactively told Ebner about the problem that Will had detected on Sharon, and finally, pretending calm, asked, "Do you have any good solutions? The Mother Tree of Desire truly exploits every gap. As expected of an old one, its methods are profoundly concealed, even I didn't detect anything wrong with that succubus." Turning this over, Ebner suggested gently, "There are only a few methods to cleanse the Mother Tree's contamination, and the safest is to wait until Mr. Fool further awakens, then ask him to resolve it." This is exactly what Will said. Mr. Fool's further awakening means I have to become a demigod. Klein felt disappointed, though he had expected this outcome. Adam is indeed terrifyingly skilled. He must have noticed abnormalities in your succubus during the sea monster struggle. So during this primordial island expedition, he conveniently arranged things to help you remove that hidden risk. Ebner sighed, then smiled. "But this favor, or rather, this gift, is something you will have to repay eventually." Klein's surprise was immediate and obvious. He blurted, "That final sigh on the island, was it really from the sun Adam? I thought it was just someone from the Twilight Hermit Order. He helped me, was that goodwill?" Ebner shook his head, voice laden with meaning. "Do not believe in Adam's goodwill. He has no humanity. He helped you simply because doing so benefits him. No humanity." Klein repeated this phrase several times, then asked again, "What happened on the island after the hanged man and I left?" "Nothing much. After killing that mutated six-winged gargoyle, I examined the murals in the church again, and then the entire island vanished." At this point, Ebner paused, feeling that hiding things from a friend would only let Adam exploit the gap. So he added, "However, the mural I saw was different from the one you saw. And what exactly I saw, you're not suitable to know just yet. The mural can change, so Adam's main target was you. Or rather, letting you see that mural." Klein instantly grasped the essence. "Exactly." Ebner nodded heavily. Even now, recalling that mural depicting the birth of the unknown made his heart sink with weight. A brief silence settled over the grey fog. After a few moments, Klein asked again, "What happened with you and Bernadette saving Trier?" Ebner's spirit lifted. After a bit of organization, he recounted his glorious achievements. The tale wasn't long, but it rose and fell dramatically and was sufficiently thrilling. It involved not only the true god abyss, but also multiple pathway angels, knowledge emperor, knowledge magister, death consul, and others. As Klein listened, he was shocked by the content, but the moment he noticed the barely concealed pride in Mr. Tower's expression, his attention pivoted elsewhere. So, you got half of House Delian's property and collection for free. The smile on Ebner's face froze. He was rendered speechless. God of poverty, he thought helplessly, you never disappoint, your focus truly stands alone. While the wisdom I clone and Klein were reinforcing each other's humanity, Ebner's true body stared vigilantly at an uninvited intruder who had stepped into his bedroom, Black Saintess Medea. The hooded lady, whose beauty was concealed beneath her cloak, smiled at the men standing guard and said with a soft, lilting tone. No need to be tense. I'm only delivering a message on behalf of Princess Vera. Ebner frowned and activated the pure white eye, carefully examining the Black Saintess. Only after confirming that she was genuine did he ask. What message does Vera want you to deliver? The Black Saintess narrowed her eyes slightly and deliberately used a teasing, suggestive tone. Her Highness says, she hopes you can visit her tonight. Chapter 11:10, 3 Matters. Westborough, Backlund. It was a night when the crimson moon was hidden behind thick layers of cloud. Darkness coated the city like a shroud, only the faint light of the gas lamps flanking both sides of the street offered a fragile glow, illuminating the road ahead as well as the doorways of the nearby houses. Since Princess Vera was, after all, an angel, or rather a unique existence who possessed an angelic authority, Ebner did not appear directly inside her bedroom. Instead, he first manifested silently in a stretch of Madeira untouched by the street lamps, letting the shadows cloak his figure. Only then did he glide forward with practiced familiarity, stopping outside a third-floor window before lightly tapping the pane with his knuckle. The very next moment, he sensed the room's ceiling power withdraw like a receding tide, so he immediately used blink and stepped effortlessly into the bedroom. Vera did not make any visible movement upon seeing him. Even so, thick, rolling mist surged outward as if responding to her unspoken will, flooding the entire room in mere seconds and severing all possible angles for prying eyes or hidden gazes from afar. Once that was done, she greeted him in a natural, almost casual tone, "You've arrived. Have a seat. What would you like to drink?" "Black tea will do." Edner answered offhandedly and watched as Princess Vera rose gracefully from her seat. She personally prepared a cup of tea for him, placed it gently upon the small table beside his chair, and then sat down on the opposite side of the table with fluid elegance. Under the warm indoor lighting, Ebner could clearly see that Vera wore only a white silk nightgown. Its top button remained undone, revealing a large expanse of smooth, snow-pale skin and the faint, alluring line of a delicate cleft that stirred one's imagination. Although activating insight at this moment would very likely grant him a glimpse of certain truths, Ebner was not a lecherous man and refrained without hesitation. He pulled back his gaze, took a sip of the tea, then met Vera's playful, teasing eyes and asked, "Your Highness sent the Black Saintess to summon me, what is it that you wish to discuss?" Given Vera's level and her intimate connection with the Great Old One, not even direct confrontation allowed a mere sequence 3 like him to discern anything meaningful. Insight could only scrape up trivial, physical data. Understanding her true intentions was impossible. Vera stopped teasing him. She reached up and naturally buttoned the top of her nightgown before answering. "I called you here today because there are 3 matters. The first is this: my elder brother, George III, came to me earlier. He requested that I contact Owen of Lust and arrange a time and place for them to meet. Heh. He still firmly believes I'm under Owen's control, that I'm that man's obedient slave. He wants to meet Owen." Ebner frowned, then quickly understood. It seems that what happened in Trier could be concealed from ordinary citizens and lower-level beyonders, but not from the upper echelons of Loan. Of course. Let's not even get into how MI9 had over a dozen intelligence teams stationed in Trier, just the demonesses sect alone has already relayed the information back. Fortunately, you never appeared in Trier using your true appearance. Otherwise, you might already have been dragged here in secret for interrogation. Vera said with a soft laugh. Ebner answered with a self-mocking smile. Didn't I end up here anyway? After the laughter faded, Vera grew serious again. So, do you intend to meet my brother? Ebner pondered for several seconds, countless eyes of wisdom analyzing the matter in perfect unison. Then he nodded. I have to go. You mentioned before that George III is only relaxed about you being controlled because Owen, and the entire Owen branch of the Delian family, are descendants of Loan's Hand of Order. His Highness secretly altered the bloodline long ago so that he could take control of every member of that branch at a critical moment. I'm not afraid of him trying to dominate me, but resisting him would expose me immediately, and that would put you under suspicion as well. Hearing this, Vera's face bloomed with a bright, radiant smile. Her joy was unmistakable as she said softly, You don't need to worry about me. At worst, I'll simply abandon this princess identity. I still have plenty of backup plans. Ebner shook his head gently, still smiling. I don't know why you chose to use the identity of Princess Vera, but I'm sure you have your own deeper plan. Discarding it over such a small matter would be wasteful. Besides, now that he possessed all of Owen's memories, he was not afraid of meeting George III at all. My goal is actually quite simple. You know, my current state resembles that of a beyonder in a grant of seal mode, or perhaps the better equivalent here would be a celestial master. In short, if I want to achieve deeper resonance with the spheroid and gain greater authority, I need to become the king or emperor of a nation. Only then can I conduct a grand heaven sacrifice atop a mountain in the name of the monarch. I chose the identity of Lone's princess because I intend to ascend the throne when George III attempts to advance to Black Emperor, fails, and suffers backlash from the church. But that isn't my only option. Prince Mountbatten, who is currently under the Storm Church's protection and severed from the royal family, is actually one of my backup candidates. But if he takes the throne, he will almost certainly be a puppet. Conducting the massive fanfiction-style ritual under those circumstances would be far more difficult. No wonder she compares it to something akin to the Grant of Seal system. Even the ritual name sounds so Eastern. No, in this context, it should be said to be so distinctly Western continent style. And both Fengshan and the heaven sacrifice, that heaven must refer to the uncertain mist, right? Such a ritual would allow the uncertain mist to project even more power into this world. Vera's temporary bursts already rival the level of a sequence one hand of order. If she completes the ritual, the power she could wield might truly match that of a true god. Would the gods permit her to conduct such a ritual? Ebner followed his thoughts and asked the question aloud. Vera shot him a meaningful look. That actually depends on you. If you've already become a god by then, the obstruction will be minimal. If you haven't, I may not even have time to prepare the ritual before being exiled, just like Mr. Dor. Depend on my strength. Could it be that the uncertain mist has already formed the shape of the unknown? If I successfully become a god and establish a balance with the unknown, then Vera's heaven sacrifice wouldn't provoke a strong reaction. But if I fail to ascend, strengthening the connection between the uncertain mist and this reality would inevitably stir the unknown even further, and that would certainly be disastrous for me. He made countless conjectures, but lacking evidence, they all remained speculation. Seeing that Vera had no intention of explaining further, he temporarily set the matter aside and returned to their main purpose. That was only the first matter. What about the other two? The second. Vera narrowed her eyes in faux annoyance, is that through the Trier incident I've learned that the wish-granting lamp is in the hands of the Queen of Mystic. She shot him a resentful glare, clearly blaming him for knowing but never telling her. I originally wanted to find her and snatch the lamp spirit back, but unfortunately, she immediately joined the affair, so I cannot make a move anymore. Chapter 1111, The Calamity of the Future. What did she mean by joined in? Joined what exactly? Even though Bernadette, while prying into the pale death, had already been deeply and subtly contaminated by Lubo without noticing it, because the unknown was still slumbering, I could still intervene in how its believers were handled. That interference was enough to prevent her from losing her sense of self entirely. After all, she was an angel to begin with, and unlike Flora Jacob, who had allowed the contamination to erupt directly in her mind, Bernadette's condition was fundamentally different. But strictly speaking, Bernadette, who still carried the pale death, indeed found herself in a state not too different from Yalarin, Kohinum, and even Lilith. Meanwhile, Vera's condition resembled that of Magic Mirror Richelieu, someone who believed in a fictional white angel, a kind of contamination that occurred indirectly, through layers of belief and projection rather than through raw essence. As for the goddess, he truly had no idea what situation she was in. As his thoughts drifted, Ebner kept his expression neutral. He certainly did not deny the matter of Bernadette's supposed joining, lest Vera actually go and pick a fight with her. After thinking briefly, he said, "You should be aware that for the magic wishing lamp, the holder and the owner aren't the same. Before Bernadette dies, even if someone else comes into possession of the lamp, they're only a user. Any wish they make will still be counted under her. So she is very unlikely to hand the lamp over. That would be equivalent to giving her life away. You truly care about her." Vera pretended to pout, her tone carrying a hint of mock displeasure, but she quickly shook her head and continued, "But you also know that the lamp spirit is the mental body of a son of chaos, or in simpler terms, an evil spirit, right? He is far from mindless. Even though he became somewhat unstable after being fooled by that one, he remains extremely sharp and exceedingly cunning. The rules he clings to can also be bent through negotiation. And I, fortunately, am rather adept at communicating with him. So that's how it is." Ebner used insight to observe several strands of possible future developments branching out from this topic. After a brief pause, he nodded slightly. "I can help you ask Bernadette, but I can't guarantee she'll agree to exchange anything." Then please tell her this, if she's willing to make a deal with me, I can protect her long enough to meet Roselle once." Vera smiled as she spoke, the expression delicate and knowing. Ebner froze for a breath, for he knew Bernadette would never refuse such a condition, could not refuse it. Yet since she is already contaminated by Lubo, theoretically, I should also be capable of protecting her. Thinking that, he blinked and asked with genuine surprise, "You know where Roselle is?" "I don't know." Vera first shook her head lightly, then looked into Ebner's eyes with a teasing, confident curl of her lips. "But I am certain that you must know. Why would you assume that everything I know must be shared with you?" Ebner had only just muttered this inwardly when he met Princess Vera's soft, inviting gaze, eyes half-lidded, expression almost as if she were offering herself up to be devoured, and he could only sigh helplessly. "Fine, fine. With your reminder, I suddenly feel that getting the magic wishing lamp from Bernadette might not be that difficult after all. But it will definitely take quite a while." In truth, Ebner deeply preferred that Bernadette and Vera not meet too soon. The latter's temperament could be impulsive when it came to matters of divinity or mysticism. She might do something reckless that would hurt old Huang's daughter. So it was better for him to negotiate with the Queen of Mystic first, take the lamp himself, and then hand it over to Vera afterward. I really don't know what old Huang will think when he sees that it's me bringing his daughter to see him. He should still be able to recognize me, right? While Ebner drifted into his own thoughts, Vera seemed to perceive all of them. She hid a smile at the corner of her lips and, after murmuring something faintly suggestive, an ambiguous promise that she would give him a reward he'd be satisfied with, she smoothly shifted the conversation to the third matter. Ghost Empire is about to draw close to reality again. Although I don't know the exact time or place where it will appear, just from the signs, I can deduce it should be sometime around mid-June. As she spoke, she produced a ring from her sleeve and placed it in Ebner's palm. Then she continued, her voice becoming more solemn. "I hope that once you enter it, you will wear this ring at all times." Her demeanor had changed entirely. All the earlier teasing, warmth, and coyness vanished. Instead, she had become the calm, stern princess that Zio often spoke of, one who rarely smiled and never treated important matters lightly. Ebner accepted the ring and examined it with the pure white eye, but he obtained absolutely nothing from it, not even a ripple. That made it clear, either the ring's true nature or its origin was so far above even the omniscient eye of the land of the unknown that all information was immediately blocked. He hesitated briefly. Even though he had not yet recovered memories related to Vera, or Letitia Tamara, Ebner, he had long formed a friendship with her. Their relationship was close enough that he had even ordered her to ambush the Black Saintess before. So, instead of skirting around the matter, he asked directly. "You're after the hand of order that might be inside the Ghost Empire, aren't you?" "There truly is a hand of order in the Ghost Empire, it is even the very trait that Transistor once took from me. But as I have already told you, I am no longer a beyonder of the potion sequence system. Before I thoroughly control the uncertain mist, characteristics, uniquenesses, and even the Sapphira under the kingdom of disorder are burdens to me." Vera smiled and shook her head, then added with pointed clarity, "This ring has no side effects, and it is concealed enough that it won't trigger any changes. I simply want to use it to see where the Ghost Empire is ultimately heading." Ultimately heading. In Danit's memory, wasn't the Ghost Empire always sailing within the mirror world, or drifting endlessly between one door and the next? Could it actually have a destination? Ebner voiced this exact question. But Vera did not elaborate. She only replied in a quiet, almost prophetic tone. "It is a ship. Naturally, it has a route. And, of course, it has an endpoint." Aboard Future, the Admiral of Stars Katlia accepted the reply from the Queen's messenger and read it carefully from beginning to end. Several minutes later, she exhaled slowly. Then she ignited the letter with spirituality, watching the flames curl the pages into ash before she began reflecting. The Queen truly has advanced to sage. And she actually collaborated with Mr. Tower to save Trier. They prevented the descent of the abyss. Could that also have been the intention of Mr. Fool? That great existence seems to stand against many evil gods and devils. And the reason Mr. Fool reprimanded me might be because the Queen revealed, right in front of Mr. Tower, that she had figured out the connection between the Blood Clan and Mr. Fool. But that deduction was clearly made by the Queen herself. For a moment, Katlia felt deeply wronged. But then, recalling that the Queen now felt indebted to her because of this incident, her mood brightened unexpectedly. She remembered the final part of the letter: Frank could be allowed to advance to Druid, but every effort should be made to stop him from proceeding further toward godhood. Did the Queen foresee Frank's future? Katlia wondered aloud, standing quietly behind the window of the captain's cabin. After thinking for a moment, she pushed open the door and headed toward Frank Lee's quarters. Recently, the entire crew had voted to exile the first mate to the lowest deck, in case his experimental products suddenly multiplied again. Frank himself was very pleased with this. The new cabin was much more spacious and, more importantly, naturally dark, perfect for his experimental conditions. Just as Katlia raised her hand to knock on the door of the lowest deck cabin, a piercing alarm suddenly shrieked across the ship. As captain, she instantly abandoned her plan to speak with Frank. She used the abilities of the stars to appear directly on deck, where she immediately saw, on the nearby sea, a colossal sailing ship, one even larger than the future. Nearly 200 meters long, with its bow and stern raised high, its silhouette resembled a massive crescent moon carved into the sea. Its hull was coated in dark paint, 3 rows of cannons lined its sides in precise formation, and the towering superstructure, aside from the masts, rose to the height of a 5-story building. The strangest detail, however, was its single sail, upon which a black tombstone was painted. The death announcer. A grave voice sounded beside her. Franklin had already abandoned his experiment and rushed up to the deck. The death announcer. Katlia muttered, her brows tightening. Isn't this far too coincidental? Mr. Tower had just asked me to watch for the death knell, and not even a single day has passed. Well, Mr. Tower is probably a prophet, but can a prophet have foresight this precise? Even the Queen, before becoming an angel, couldn't achieve this level. While thinking, she did not forget her duties. She gave commands for battle preparations while reciting Mr. Fool's honorific name and reporting the situation. Once that was done, her expression froze. She suddenly remembered something crucial, grabbed Frank by the collar, and demanded. Why did you get up here so quickly? Did you properly deal with your experimental creations? Frank at first looked confused, then his expression abruptly twisted into horror. On Tuesday morning, before Ebner could even catch up on sleep after leaving Princess Vera's mansion, Mr. Fool transmitted the scene to him. Ebner immediately cast the secret technique Shield of Glory on himself to conceal all malice, ensuring that the death announcer would not sense him. Then he opened a door and stepped into the spirit world. Countless layers of vibrant colors streamed backward as he raced along the spirit world's currents. Soon, he located the position of the future. But the moment the shifting colors faded, and a still dizzy Ebner pulled open a door back into reality, a thick, choking fishy stench surged toward his face, followed immediately by a splash of milk mixed with fish flesh spraying across him. End of chapter. Chapter 11-12, Death Announcer. Still dripping with milk, Ebner stood frozen for half a heartbeat. The cold, sticky liquid trailed down his cheeks, his chin, and even the collar of his shirt. For a moment, he could only blink in confusion. Then, with a simple activation of insight, he understood the entire ludicrous situation in an instant, and felt a helpless mixture of amusement and exasperation rise within him. He lowered his head and surveyed the future below. The warship, normally elegant, mysterious, and even beautiful in its dreamlike craftsmanship, had become completely unrecognizable. Its entire deck, masts, railings, and even rigging were overrun with mushrooms of every imaginable shape, bulging spheres, trembling stalks, translucent sacs, and pulsating, veined growths that looked disturbingly alive. Under the glare of the sun, they kept bursting open with wet little pops, spraying milky juice everywhere in chaotic arcs. Admiral of Stars Katlia and the pirates around her were drenched in that white slime, from head to boots. It clung thickly to clothing and skin alike, leaving them looking as though they had survived an explosion in a dairy barn. But Katlia had no time to worry about her image. Her expression remained stern as she channeled power through her link with the future, resisting with all her might as the mushrooms attempted to reshape and assimilate the ship's hull. As a fellow Tarot member, Ebner of course would not stand by and watch. He reached casually into his pocket and plucked out the miniature scepter that Lilith had recreated and carefully sealed. A sudden mischievous urge welled up in him. On impulse, he flicked the tiny scepter into the air and chanted with theatrical flair. Scepter Beast, Ultimate Evolution. Simultaneously, he simulated the songster's ability, providing spirited background music, as though announcing the evolution of a heroic battle pet. On the future, Katlia, already at her wit's end, heard music drifting from above. Alarmed, she raised her head sharply, and nearly forgot to breathe. From the floating scepter emerged a palm-sized woman, a radiant red rose blooming atop her head, a tight crimson bodysuit clinging to her lithe figure, and a small, teasing smile playing at the corners of her lips. She struck a sultry, perfectly practiced pose as she hovered in the air. This fairy-like being was Lilith's creation, the Rose Beast. Because her essence drew from the extraordinary characteristic of the desolate matriarch, the moment she completed her pose she invoked the authority of desolation. A silent wave spread outward like an unseen tide. Every mushroom on the ship, no matter how violently it had been pulsing a second prior, instantly shriveled, collapsed, and disintegrated into drifting gray dust within mere seconds. Katlia finally exhaled long and deeply. Relief loosened the tightness in her shoulders. She cast a wary look at the palm-sized fairy, whose power was clearly far beyond harmless, and then shifted her focus to the men who had appeared above her ship. Was that Mr. Tower's doing? And he arrived this quickly. Such a shame the death announcer always avoids demigods, and that little fairy just had to reveal her true strength. As she turned her eyes toward the horizon, she saw the massive vessel, the death announcer, tilt sharply and flee at full speed. Within 1 or 2 seconds, its colossal form vanished completely into the distance. Katlia could only sigh helplessly. She was preparing to ascend and thank Mr. Tower personally, but the moment she looked up, he gave her a polite, elegant smile, and vanished from sight. He probably went after the death announcer. Katlia concluded quickly, regaining her captain's composure. She turned around, intending to reprimand frankly for his catastrophic failure. Yet the instant she pivoted, she found Frank staring intensely at the tiny red-clad fairy, eyes gleaming with sudden revelation. "I get it," he exclaimed. Katlia blinked in confusion. "You get what?" Frank practically vibrated with excitement, all misery from earlier forgotten. "I finally understand why I couldn't solve those problems before. It's because the creations I'm aiming for are already beyond the limits of a biologist. So, Captain, I'm done being a biologist. I'm becoming a druid." For a brief moment, Katlia's thoughts went blank. Even the lecture she had prepared slipped from her mind. After a long pause, she managed to respond slowly. "I have a way to obtain a druid characteristic. Do you want it?" "Ah. Of course." Frank brightened instantly. "Thank you, Captain. Once I become a druid, I'll finally understand those mushrooms thoroughly, and they'll never spread uncontrollably like this again. I am starting to regret saying that." The thought surfaced in Katlia's mind before she could stop it. She drew in a deep breath and assumed her commanding posture again. "But before anything else, you are cleaning the future from top to bottom." Aboard the death announcer, the undying King Agilito obeyed his lord's command to abandon the chase without hesitation. Even though he had sensed no danger near the future. Centuries of survival told him plainly, his lord was always correct. If an order to retreat came, then danger lurked where he could not perceive it. He prayed instinctively for guidance but received no reply. That did not surprise him. Like most deities, his lord rarely answered ordinary prayers. What he did not know was that his lord was currently facing a crisis of his own and had no time to spare for him. Deep within the death announcer, in a hidden chamber concealed in the lower decks, the very heart of the ship, Ebner stood calmly, one hand resting lightly on a peach-shaped, blood-soaked heart that pulsed faintly beneath his palm. He smiled and said softly, "Death announcer? No, perhaps I should address you more appropriately. You, the subordinate god of the mutated King Faster. The great god of war, Lord Gaunter." Yes, long before his playful background music began, Ebner had already slipped aboard the death announcer, fully aware of its tendencies. The version of himself left floating above the future had been nothing more than a phantom created through secret arts, capable of providing BGM and hovering, but no more. His true body, concealed by Evan's secret barrier and guided by insight, had infiltrated directly into the ship's core. The death announcer had initially tried to summon its crew to resist him. But Ebner answered by activating the pure white eye, releasing the terrifying might of the sun, and then freeing Richelieu, the former high priest of the Church of the Eternal Sun, from the magic mirror. That overwhelming power made the ship freeze instantly. Even dulled as its intelligence had become since transforming into a vessel, caution was deeply ingrained in its nature. Once it was subdued, Ebner wasted no time. He plunged into a deep insight and soon uncovered its origins. It truly was Gaunter, the god of war, one of the subordinate gods under the mutated King Faster. After Faster perished together with Lilith, Gaunter was slain soon after. His soul, warped into a vengeful wraith, had eventually fallen into the hands of the god of fortune. At that time, the god of fortune was attempting to verify an inspiration gained from the box of the gods, and thus brought Gaunter into the abyss for the very first soul stone reincarnation experiment. The same ritual Klein had once divined, a towering, handsome, 3-meter-tall man transforming a soul into an egg. So you really are Gaunter, the god of war. An angel-level soul, that explains why the death announcer is so unusual. And I recall Danit's memory, Tolna once mentioned that Gaunter had been recklessly impulsive as an angel, charging headlong without ever planning. Yet now you're so cautious. Could it be that the trauma of your fall was too deep? And overwhelming regret twisted your original nature. End of chapter. Chapter 11-13, Agilito. Who are you? The voice of death announcer's heart, the twisted remnant of the former god of war Gunt, resounded directly within Ebner's mind. It did not echo, it vibrated, as though scraping across the inside of his consciousness. The tone was impossible to describe with a single word. At one moment it rasped with a hoarse dryness like sand across metal, the next it spiraled into overlapping noises like a dozen whispering mouths. Then it slipped into incoherent muttering, almost like fevered sleep talk, only to abruptly bloom into something disturbingly melodious, like a warped hymn sung underwater. And woven into that unstable voice came a flood of emotional impulses, desires, cravings, compulsions, irrational urges, all forcibly thrust at Ebner's mind. But they never touched him. Every intrusive whisper shattered cleanly against the immaculate barrier of the pure white eye. He smiled faintly. So even after becoming so cautious, you still can't help being naughty. At that moment, Death Announcer realized that none of its power could penetrate the young intruder's spirit. Worse, deep in that spirit, it sensed something terrifying. As though the blazing, sun-like protection around Edner's eyes was not shielding the young man, but shielding it from the young man. Its voice trembled. Who exactly are you? Ebner withdrew his right hand from the deformed, pulsating heart, took out a handkerchief, and wiped his palm clean with slow, deliberate motions. Then, lifting his gaze, he spoke lightly, yet with unmistakable weight. Who am I? Heh. You really thought that by clinging to the mother tree of desire, you could shake off the preparations I left behind in the past. The heart lurched violently. The entire ship shook with it. On the deck above, King of Immortality Agalito and the pirates staggered, several nearly fell over. Thinking the ship was under attack, they scrambled into defensive positions, only to discover it was nothing but a tremor. Then, from the heart, came a furious snarl. Oliver Constantine. The hatred in that name was so dense it felt like poison. Ebner blinked, genuinely surprised. Why does this thing hate that identity so much? Did Yalarin's intelligence miss something? Was the god of war not killed elsewhere, his wraith drifting into the hands of the god of luck, but instead slain by me back then? He paused. The god of war should have held ancient hunter pathway characteristics, a subservient deity of that archaic system. Wait, Yalarin once said I had laid out the Calamity Seal experiment ages in advance, even helping the Sauron family's ancestor ascend to sequence 1 Conqueror. Could it be, the Conqueror characteristic that became the Calamity Seal originally came from the predecessor of Death Announcer? If that was true, Gunt's fate could only be described as miserable. Killed by Ebner. His wraith turned into a research subject. Even his split-off characteristic used and schemed over for long-term layouts. Used to the absolute limit. No wonder the hatred runs deeper than that of the glorious one who ambushed me inside Roselle's travels. But why didn't I perceive this just now? Mother tree interference? Or something else buried even deeper? As dozens of thoughts flashed across his mind, Ebner ignored the heart's increasingly violent emotional fluctuations. Instead, he separated a wisdom eye and sent it stepping into the land of the unknown. There, he located a corresponding shadowy spot related to this wraith and gently tapped it. Instantly, the heart went still. No matter how it struggled, no matter how it scraped and clawed inside that warped spiritual realm, it could no longer gather the force of emotion. Because the moment Ebner's palm touched the heart earlier, he had perceived the hidden trick the god of luck once left behind. With casual decisiveness, he activated it, reattaching the god of war's wraith to the unknown. Ebner sneered softly. Seems the mother tree of desire didn't value you very highly. Indeed, the fragment of its power hidden within the ship wasn't even as strong as the faint contamination found in Sharon. Before the unknown, it disintegrated instantly. From this point onward, Death Announcer could no longer reply. It had not been fully devoured by the unknown, its angelic essence prevented complete dissolution, but it had lost all control over its body and subordinates. It could only watch, horrified, furious, powerless. As the one it hated most issued an order in its name. An order commanding King of Immortality Agalito. And all pirates aboard. To slaughter one another. On the future, Katlia had just finished ordering the deck to be scrubbed clean. She hadn't yet had time to wash herself, change her sticky clothes, or even wipe off all the mushroom slime clinging to her hair. Then she saw Mr. Tower descend from the sky, the fairy-like creature perched lightly beside him. Ebner maintained his Professor disguise. Letting Katlia recognize him as Ebner was out of the question, especially since, in her understanding, he had still been an ordinary man only a year ago. Bernadette knew that Tower was Ebner. But because this involved the Calamity Seal, the Queen would never casually reveal such information to the Admiral of Stars. As the two prepared to land, Katlia dismissed the lingering crew on deck, then stepped forward with solemn gratitude. Mr. Tower, thank you for allowing this young lady to act. She saved me from a tremendous disaster by removing those mushrooms. Ebner's expression stiffened with embarrassment. After returning, he had already perceived precisely what had occurred here. In truth, his visit now was not to receive thanks, but to apologize, with Rose in tow. Because the scepter's final evolved form resembled Rosamond from Digimon, and because Ebner was hopeless at naming things, he had simply started calling her Rose. In fact, Ebner sighed, I brought this child, Rose, to apologize to you. She has quite a sweet tooth, and earlier she accidentally influenced some of your words and actions. As he spoke, he pinched Rose lightly. The fairy immediately retracted her influence over the Admiral of Stars. Katlia froze blankly for a second. Then, as she met Rose's moist, sparkling eyes, a sudden realization cascaded over her. Right. Am I insane? Frank caused such a massive incident, and I immediately wanted to buy him a druid characteristic. Even if I planned to buy it eventually, I should have punished him first, made him understand the danger. Agreeing right away. That's basically encouraging him to make the future spray milk again. So, the decision she'd just made had been this tiny fairy's doing. Her gaze toward Rose became stiff with alarm and wariness. Seeing this shift, Ebner coughed lightly and added. This child enjoys drinking the milk that Frank produces. So she wanted him to advance further. In any case, I apologize for her mischief. And I am willing to compensate you. He reached into a card and unsealed its contents, handing something over. A human head. Katlia caught it instinctively. Only after a second did she register what she was holding. She opened her mouth, stunned. If not for her years as a pirate hardening her nerves, the old, courtly version of herself would have screamed on the spot. But she had no time to dwell on the grotesqueness. Because she immediately recognized the face. King of Immortality Agalito. You killed him. Writing late, this is all for now. End of chapter. Chapter 11:14, The Secret Technique. King of Immortality, Agalito, his bounty from a single nation alone reached 100,000 pounds. Everyone who had ever stood against him, be they pirates, adventurers, or even entire naval squadrons, had long since been erased from the sea, swallowed by time and by his merciless hands. Only the other three among the infamous four kings still lived. And now this sea tyrant, this ancient predator who had survived centuries without ever once engaging an official demigod head-on, was lying dead, decapitated, at the hands of Tower. It had barely been half an hour since Ebner had given chase. In that short span, he had slain the undying king, who ruled the 5 seas for centuries. Katlia felt a wave of awe rise uncontrollably in her chest. Truly worthy of a man who had stood with the queen herself to stop the descent of the abyss. Within the ranks of saints, he must stand at the very apex, perhaps even equal to, or not much weaker than, the queen just before her ascension to angelhood. Yet admiration aside, a pirate king's severed head, and the enormous bounty it represented, was far too valuable for her to accept. Moreover, with her current identity, she could never cash in a 100,000 pound official reward. She could only return the head to Ebner and decline with formal courtesy. This compensation is too heavy for me to accept. If possible, I would rather hear a few more mystery stories from you. Although she had yet to advance to demigod, she was well versed in the theory of sequence for mysticologist. She understood that one of its core strengths, mystery reenactment, depended on obscure, little-known mystical stories collected from all corners of reality. Ebner thought for a moment, then agreed. To him, sharing a few classic tales from his previous life cost nothing at all. Besides, he had already perceived that Katlia would refuse the head. Showing it had, admittedly, been mostly for dramatic flair. With a faintly playful smile, Ebner said, I have stories, does the lady have wine? Katlia shot him a white-eyed glare. That line was a famous one from Miss Wall's latest novel, right before the male and female leads disappeared into the bedroom. Used here, in this situation, it felt unmistakably like flirtation. Of course, Ebner had no idea, because in his past life memories, the line came from a movie rather than a novel. Still, Katlia was long accustomed to being teased. Compared to the vulgar banter of the pirates she originally recruited, who had constantly used crude, unclean language, Tower's teasing manner was practically refined. When Tower first traded with me, he even paid in Falcon. He's very likely a noble from Intis. This kind of casual flirtation may be his default conversational habit. While she drifted through these random thoughts, Katlia suddenly realized. She was still covered in milk and mushroom residue. Completely indecent. With no time to maintain poise, she immediately ordered a sailor to escort Tower to the same stateroom Klein had once used, a room with its own washroom, while she hurried away to cleanse herself and change clothes. A short while later, in that same stateroom, Ebner chanted softly and reverted Rose into the small scepter form, then placed a large-bellied, narrow-necked liquor bottle onto the table. The bottle was an ordinary type commonly used in Rialongsi's taverns. Yet floating atop the thin layer of remaining wine inside was a crescent-shaped ship model, its elegant hull curled like a moon. No one could imagine how such a thing had been inserted through the narrow bottle mouth. He leisurely rolled the bottle between his palms, causing the tiny ship inside to rise and fall as though braving unseen storms. About 15 minutes later, Katlia returned, now dressed in a violet witch's robe. She opened her mouth to greet Mr. Tower. But her glasses-hidden eyes abruptly locked onto the bottle. Her spiritual intuition, her mystic eyes, both instantly screamed the recognition. The model inside the bottle was Death Announcer? She blurted the name aloud. Correct. Ebner smiled and nodded. He stopped toying with the bottle, corked it, and then casually stored it away, deeply satisfied with the dramatic effect. Now then, he said lightly, turning toward her, the first story I shall tell you, is called Slaying the Dragon in a Dream. That night, after employing both insight and the advanced secret pilfering, an evolution of the notorious Leon's underwear pilfering technique, to study Death Announcer from the inside out, Ebner finally grasped the true essence of the reincarnation system based on soul stones, created by the god of luck. Before the god of luck, the unknown had ceaselessly cast out Lubo soul splinters across the universe, hoping each avatar would, upon death, return carrying the characteristics or even the sapphire the unknown needed to grow. But everything changed during the era of the god of luck. That particular Lubo incarnation had miraculously loosened the shackles of the land of the unknown, and went a step further. He ensured that every subsequent Lubo who attained godhood would, upon death, condense a soul stone, implanting a memory imprint within the unknown, passing on their will in a hidden, persistent form. Moreover, because these soul stone beings did not truly die, they no longer returned characteristics or Sapphira to enrich the unknown's actual power. The loop of nourishment was severed. The god of luck had managed this because, aside from touching the sea of chaos, his original identity had been one of the special souls sealed within the box of the gods, specifically the one corresponding to the key of light. Whether by fortune or tragedy, or by the final machination of the dying God Almighty, Lubo had transmigrated into that extremely special identity. Thus only this incarnation, the god of luck, had been able to temporarily escape the complete control of the unknown, gaining true individuality. This, in turn, laid the future foundation for all later Lubo incarnations to resist their predetermined fate. The Lubo reincarnation system was built upon the restarted Wheel of Fortune, supported by the theory of soul stones, and reinforced by the unknown's own power. Only under these combined conditions could it take shape. Of course, this described only the skeleton. The concrete execution involved profound, obscure occult knowledge. But Ebner had no desire to reconstruct the entire mechanism. Knowing the underlying structure was enough, he could study the deeper mechanics later. In truth, he murmured to himself, Alvin Abraham had already deciphered the essence of my continuous cycles. His sixth question in the labyrinth was about Conan shrinking, clearly pointing to restart. As for his fifth question, Paramount War, I finally understand its full meaning. It wasn't just implying divine wars like I once thought, it also implied theft. After all, the root cause of the Paramount War was Blackbeard stealing a devil fruit. And afterward, he seized Whitebeard's newly emerged Quake fruit, replacing him as one of the 4 emperors. So these 6 questions outline the framework of the secret technique. 1. Dragon Balls. Symbol of the core miracle of resurrection. Zeradal already collected enough wishes within the Dream Maze Tower, and the Quiz Labyrinth bought them. 2 and 3. Necronomicon and Feast of Blood. Knowledge from the domains of creation and death, producing the semi-finished bone dragon now fused with Owen, its success proving my understanding correct. 4. The improved secret art. A clear hint that only a cognizer like me can complete the rite. Reality confirms this. 5. Paramount War. Alvin must have been conflicted writing this clue. Without this step, the ritual could still succeed, but the consciousness revived within any future Lubo would inevitably revert to the personality of the god of luck. Adding the meaning of theft allows the caster's will to dominate, turning previous incarnations into extensions of the caster, rather than the caster becoming an extension of the god of luck. When Alvin hid this clue, his emotions must have been extremely complex. Whether he left it or not, the one who would awaken in the end would not be him. No wonder he made it so concealed. Knowing myself, I can tell, he simply didn't want me to guess too easily. In conclusion, Ebner exhaled, the framework of the secret technique is complete. With multiple wisdom eyes working simultaneously, I'll have the full technique developed by Thursday at the latest. Because of reasons everyone knows, my mood was terrible, my chest tight and stifled. I had to sit and adjust myself for a long while before I could finally write. End of chapter. Chapter 11:15, Before the Resurrection. After organizing every detail of the secret technique, Ebner found his thoughts drifting back to the memories he had extracted from Death Announcer, or more precisely, from the remnants of the god of war Gunt's consciousness. Recalling Gunt's impression of the god of luck, he could not help letting out another long, weary sigh. Cruel, cunning, base, debauched. Those were the words the god of war used to describe the god of luck. Though an enemy's view is bound to be biased, it still outlines the general state the god of luck was in at the time. The Lubo who transmigrated into the god of luck should have been the me who was still in high school. Back then, I was the very definition of a Chinibi teenager, reading web novels every day, full of restless hormones, constantly fantasizing about rosy iSky adventures. And because that Lubo descended straight into the angelic rank of a mixed pathway ancient god, burdened heavily by divinity and by the influence of the unknown, that adolescent personality became one of the few scraps of humanity left in him, and was even magnified. Just like how Little Snake became obsessed with ice cream for no logical reason. This led to the outward behavior everyone later associated with the god of luck, occasionally acting chunny, and enthusiastically drifting between several goddesses. Making friends. But beyond that, he was still an ancient god. A being tainted by the unknown. One who committed countless acts that, looking at myself now, I would never even consider. Just the miserable fate of the god of war alone proves that something about the god of luck's mindset back then was profoundly wrong. By all reason, that version of the god of luck had already shed excess characteristics with the help of Queen of Calamity Kohainam. The elven survivors were still numerous, his anchors were stable. The influence of divinity should not have been that severe. So, was it the unknown? What exactly does the influence of the unknown look like? Does it force the polluted person's personality into a perpetual uncertain state, a shifting instability? The thought that one day he would face the same problem immediately robbed Ebner of any desire to sleep. His chest tightened, irritation quietly swelling. He used flash to appear atop the villa's roof. There he stood, gazing at the faint crimson arc lingering in the night sky, his mind completely tangled. After some time, Zio and Furs appeared as well. They walked over, exchanged a glance, and, without saying anything, sat down on either side of him. Furs had long developed the habit of drafting manuscripts late at night. When inspiration refused to come, she would wander up to the rooftop to clear her head. Tonight, she had accidentally discovered Ebner brooding there alone. Sensing something weighed heavily on him, she quietly pulled Zio along, intending to comfort him together. No. Comfort was too strong a word. She knew very well that anything capable of troubling Ebner was far beyond their ability to solve. But offering warmth, company, and a pair of listening ears, they could do that much. Ebner had noticed them approaching long before they arrived, yet he did nothing to stop them. Because right now, he truly needed companionship. What are you thinking about? Zio asked softly from his left. Ebner was silent for several seconds. Then he quietly asked. If, in the future, I end up becoming someone who is no longer me, yet is still me, still has my memories, still carries my feelings for you too, what would you do? Of course we'd go bring the real you back. Zio answered instantly, without a breath of hesitation. Only the you we know is Ebner. Only you are our friend. Furs nodded firmly on his right. Exactly. Only you are worth us climbing to the rooftop in the middle of the night to talk sense into. Then she paused, blinked, and added. Did you run into some kind of problem? If so, why not ask Mr. Fool for help? Mr. Fool. He'll barely be able to protect himself in the future. My situation might actually end up being better than his. Ebner grumbled internally. Yet their unwavering tone, their earnest certainty. Those things alone eased the heaviness pressing on his chest. The tiny spark of weakness that had formed earlier quietly melted away. After all, Ebner was fundamentally an optimist. Only now, after thoroughly examining his mental state, did he realize that his earlier insight into Death Announcer, despite the protection of the pure white eye, had indeed left a lingering side effect. Death Announcer had seized upon that microscopic opening. Even at absolute disadvantage, it had used the thin emotional link created by the insight to subtly shake his confidence. Worthy of a devil skilled in manipulating human hearts. Worthy of the former god of war, a top-tier conspirator. No angel was ever simple. Even if degraded into a mere wraith, even if supposedly bound by his own preparations. Such beings could never be underestimated. Thinking this, Ebner couldn't help admiring him a little. Then his spirits lifted once more. Because he was not facing the world alone. He had friends he trusted. Friends who believed in him. Thank you. He reached out and firmly held both of their hands. The three of them lay down on the rooftop together, chatting softly, occasionally laughing, their eyes reflecting the distant stars as they shared the quiet night. June 2nd, Thursday. Backlund, Hillston Borough, 7th Avenue. Former Purifying Light Squad Captain, Sequence 6 Notary Difo, and former Machinery Hive Mind Squad member, Sequence 7 Appraiser Miss Darcy, arrived together at the residence of a psychiatrist named Island. The third former member of Purifying Light, Solar High Priest Dawn, had stayed home to take care of his elderly parents. Besides, his mental condition was mild, harmless even if untreated. Difo's mental state had originally been barely stable. Until he returned home only to find every relative long gone, and even his wife and son dead in an accident. The blow nearly shattered him. If gratitude to Mr. Bray and Groel hadn't held him back, he might have already ended his life. Darcy's symptoms, however, were the most extreme. Her son was grown, accomplished, happily married. Seeing him from afar filled her with warm pride. And immediately after, with a jagged, uncontrollable jealousy toward the woman in his life. She knew it was wrong. She knew it was irrational. But she simply couldn't suppress the impulse. After all, she had survived the endless nightmare dreams clinging to the hope of seeing her son again. Yet now, her son no longer needed her. That realization carved a hollow void inside her soul. Following the address Ebner had given them, the two rang Island's doorbell. Inside, Audrey, already informed in advance by Mr. Tower, was waiting with Susie and assistant Miss Island, though Susie clearly disliked working beside the latter. The instant the two patients stepped through the door, Audrey used the box of depravity to pull them into the dreamscape and began treatment. Watching quietly from afar, Ebner saw Difo and Darcy's tears spill, first with relief, then with long-suppressed agony. Their shoulders trembled as they finally began releasing years of pain. Seeing this, Ebner knew they had been redeemed. He took one last look, then turned away, inhaled deeply, and strode toward St. Samuel's Cathedral in the North Borough. The secret technique of resurrecting his past selves had been completely deduced earlier that morning. He had not yet put it into practice. But every instinct told him there could be no more delay. Among all his incarnations, Alvin Abraham had to be the first resurrected. Only Alvin could forge further miracles necessary to revive the others. Which meant his next objective was clear. He needed to re-enter the Evernight Kingdom. And that was not difficult. All he needed was to infiltrate Cheney's Gate, and make contact with the sealed artifact 0-17. End of chapter. Chapter 11-16, Ebner's Self-Mockery. Northborough, St. Samuel Cathedral. Ebner walked casually through the grand prayer hall and arrived before the hidden door that led to the underground area. Because the priest guarding the place failed to see him at all, Ebner passed through the secret door without the slightest resistance and entered the narrow stairwell. Illuminated by the lamps lining both sides, he descended step by step. At the crossroads he turned left and reached the destination of this trip, the iron-black double doors known as Cheney's Gate. The massive doors were heavy and cold, engraved with 7 holy emblems, as though nothing in the world could ever shake them. Unlike Klein, who had prepared for a long time yet never managed to find an opportunity to come here, Ebner, relying on the black gemstone on his chest personally approved by the goddess, could even leverage the power of St. Samuel Cathedral itself to provide cover. Naturally, no one noticed him. Not even Archbishop St. Anthony. And although the seal on Cheney's Gate was extremely powerful, since it was still a gate, it could not truly stop a high-ranking apprentice blessed by the goddess. This was precisely what made a cognizer who had mastered the structural knowledge of multiple, mythical creature forms so terrifying. Such beings were often able to locate the correct fulcrum through appropriate abilities, turning themselves into a lever that could pry open their target and resolve complex problems at minimal cost. This, too, should have been one of the core laws of cognizer acting. No matter which direction one's insight took, this principle should always have applied. While pondering this, Ebner glanced at the night watcher on duty, then took a single step forward and entered the gate. The latter noticed nothing at all. Behind Cheney's Gate lay a sealed land that seemed completely severed from reality, silent to the point of terror. It perfectly embodied the goddess's title of Terror Empress. Yet Ebner felt no fear. Instead, he faintly sensed that the environment here was unusually gentle and friendly toward him. It feels as if the goddess is softly greeting me, inviting me deeper into the darkness. Ebner muttered inwardly. He did not light a lantern. Relying on his night vision, he walked toward the stone stairs hidden in the darkness, preparing to head down to the second level. He did not think this was merely an illusion. After all, it was the result of insight. The first level was filled with numerous formulas and materials, each extremely valuable, but they held no meaning for Ebner. Leaving aside the fact that these items belonged to the goddess's church and were not something he would stoop to stealing, the items he had obtained from the Delian family treasury were no less valuable than those here. After all, they had been the entire collection of a demigod family that had flourished for centuries, while St. Samuel Cathedral was merely one of the goddess's many churches. Upon reaching the second level, Ebner immediately saw strange walls formed from steel, brick, earth, and silver, dividing the space into separate areas. Some rooms were open, others tightly sealed, each containing a sealed artifact. In the first semi-open room on the left, raging flames burned fiercely. Above them sat a bathtub-shaped steel object, from which bubbling sounds arose. Steam billowed upward, gathered at the ceiling, condensed into droplets, and fell like rain. Sealed artifact, 1-42, a full suit of armor stained with ancient god blood. HM. The aura of that blood doesn't match the one on the war god church's inquisitor, the glorious one, Boris, who once hunted me. Could it be that the blood on this armor isn't from the giant king, Almer? Or was I wrong from the beginning, and Tolna's judgment inaccurate, meaning that Boris was not Almer's resurrection backup? As his thoughts turned, Ebner briefly considered extracting some of the ancient god's blood from the armor for research. However, he worried that doing so might provoke a reaction from the sealed artifact. He was not afraid himself, but any disturbance here would undoubtedly complicate Klein's actions tomorrow. It's not essential anyway, better not sabotage Mr. Fool. With that decision made, Ebner left the room and continued forward. After passing several sealed areas, he saw a figure wearing a hood and a classical long robe. It was a woman with beautiful features yet a blank expression. Her black eyes were deep but lacked all spirituality. This was the goddess's descent vessel, sealed artifact, 0-17, Mother of Heaven. When she saw Ebner, the corners of her lips slowly lifted, forming a smile. In the next moment, Ebner experienced the familiar sensation of his brain powering down. However, unlike the previous time when he had been erased, this time, thanks to insight, he clearly observed the activation process of that ability, or rather, that authority. Of course, this was also because the goddess deliberately displayed it. Otherwise, he would have had little chance of insight, an ability personally wielded by the Mother of Secrets. Soon after, everything before his eyes turned pitch black, and he completely lost consciousness, as though he had fallen into the deepest dreamless sleep. He did not know how much time passed. When Ebner regained control of his body, he found himself standing within the fog-shrouded town. He was just about to walk toward the central church when a sudden spiritual intuition arose. Instinctively, he turned his gaze to the side. And there he saw the woman who had brought him here, Mother of Heaven. He had followed him inside as well. Goddess? Ebner asked tentatively. The beautiful woman gently nodded and replied. Just call me Isis. Although you certainly don't remember, we became friends a long time ago, back when you were not yet the god of luck. So even before the god of luck, Lubo had already come into contact with the goddess. Wouldn't that have been when the influence of the unknown was even stronger? I wonder what kind of personality that me had. Ebner's thoughts drifted further and further, and he momentarily forgot to respond. The Mother of Heaven, however, did not mind and continued speaking calmly. I followed you in mainly because the monster formed after Zeradal's mutation may still be beyond what you can handle, so you'll need a bit of help. Ebner came back to his senses, took a deep breath, and did not dare to actually address her so familiarly as Isis. Instead, he vaguely said, "Thank you for your favor." While they were speaking, several wind blades suddenly slashed toward them from behind, aiming directly for Ebner's and Mother of Heaven's necks, intending to behead them in one strike. Although Ebner had previously had Vincent transform into a feathered serpent to clear out the Beyonders in the town, several months had passed, and a new group had entered. For an ambush of this level, Ebner had naturally already noticed it. He did not even dodge, allowing the wind blades to strike his neck. The next moment, something bizarre occurred. Only a faint white mark appeared on Ebner's neck, while the attacker's head fell off on its own, blood spraying everywhere. As for the wind blades aimed at the goddess, they dissipated by themselves. Ebner had transformed himself into a cursed object, causing the attacker to fully suffer the consequences of their own attack. Due to having integrated Danit Tinker's memories, the prisoner pathway had become one of the very few pathways through which Ebner could sequence 3 characteristics within his white tower. Ebner then waved his hand, and the attacker's Beyonder characteristic quickly separated and flew into his palm. A wind blessed, no wonder he was so impatient. And mixed with characteristics from other pathways, he'd consumed other Beyonders. He didn't die unjustly. Ebner made a brief judgment. He did not move against the other Beyonders hidden in the town. For one, their levels were too low, not a single sequence 5 among them, making them unworthy of attention. For another, Klein would most likely enter here tomorrow, and someone would need to educate him on the town's rules. However, Ebner frowned. After performing insight, he failed to find any remnants of demigods left behind after the previous feathered serpent purge, aside from Despair Nightingale. At this moment, the goddess spoke. Don't be greedy. The greatest legacy is waiting for you to receive it. These characteristics are the reward promised to Joe. So that was the case. Ebner had not valued those things much to begin with. He nodded and, together with the goddess, walked unhurriedly into the ancient spired church. For some reason, Ebner felt as though the scene was strangely familiar, as if it had played out once before. After Antigonus and his sister established the Evernight Kingdom, the latter once invited the god of luck here as a guest, the goddess said with a smile, as if seeing through his confusion. So the god of luck really did have something going on with Mother of Heaven. Truly worthy of the title, Poet of the Goddess, Oliver Constantine. Suddenly, I don't want to resurrect my past selves with myself as the core anymore. How many metaphorical knives would that invite? While Edner was mocking himself internally, he failed to notice the goddess glance at him with a half-smile that was not quite a smile. End of chapter. Chapter 11:17, Alvin Abraham. With the goddess accompanying him, the corpses that had originally been hanging inside the church appeared exceptionally quiet, no longer performing the chorus they had when Ebner passed through here last time. They even made efforts to twist their bodies, trying their best to turn their fronts away from the goddess's direction. The Queen of Terror indeed. Seeing this, Ebner muttered inwardly. Then, following the familiar route, he walked step by step until he arrived before the pitch-black altar deep within the church. Turning his gaze toward the slanted rear of the altar, he unsurprisingly saw the handsome man seated cross-legged there, his hair as black as the night curtain itself, Alvin Abraham. However, unlike the last time, now that Ebner had already advanced to cognizer, he could clearly see that the statue of Mother of Heaven atop the altar was extending countless invisible tentacles, binding Alvin's body tightly. No wonder last time, after I used the method of controlling that bone dragon to achieve mental synchronization with Alvin, I could briefly use his abilities but couldn't move at all. So he was tied up airtight by the goddess. Ebner complained inwardly for a few lines, then turned to look at the goddess beside him. The goddess understood his meaning, gave a slight nod, and without any visible movement, the invisible tentacles binding Alvin's body retracted back into the statue. That will do, the goddess said softly. Her voice was gentle. Just a few short words sounded like a softly hummed lullaby. Already fully prepared, Ebner did not waste time. He directly took out various materials and arranged them around the body of Wanderer Alvin, providing assistance for the imminent casting of the Alvin revival technique. Alvin revival technique was the name Ebner had given to the secret technique that had been perfected after generations of his own efforts. After finishing the setup, Ebner rested for another dozen minutes, recovering the spirituality he had expended and adjusting his condition to its peak. Only then did he connect to his white tower space, construct the framework of the secret technique within it, and release it outward. A blazing beam of light condensed at the tip of Ebner's index finger and shot straight toward the center of Alvin Abraham's forehead. In the next moment, a slender stone as brilliant as the starry sky manifested at Alvin's brow, as if a celestial eye had opened. That was the soul stone Alvin had condensed after death, and the key to resurrection. At the same time, Ebner used his spirituality to connect to Alvin's quiz labyrinth, releasing the resurrection miracle he had purchased from Zeradal on the first floor of the Dream Labyrinth Tower. It merged with the Soul Stone, instantly completing the previously framework-only technique and causing it to begin functioning. Reversal, restart, connection to the river of eternal darkness, resurrection, becoming a clone. Everything proceeded smoothly. Yet just as the process reached the final step, mental synchronization, a sigh sounded within Edner's mind. You didn't use theft to seize my destiny. Aren't you afraid that the source of our endless restarts, that god of luck, might revive through this? Edner was not surprised at all by the sudden voice. He cast his consciousness into his mental island, looked at the blurry figure that had only an outline, and smiled as he replied. To seize destiny, one doesn't necessarily need theft, right? Herding and beast taming reach the same effect at high sequences. The figure laughed upon hearing this. So that's how it is. My scheme was completely seen through. Was it because of that illusory, omniscient eye? Indeed, that was a factor I hadn't considered back then. Ebner shook his head. Not entirely. You and I are the same person, how could I not understand myself? You deliberately hid the hint about theft very deeply, trying to make me think you were merely unwilling to accept things and were intentionally making trouble for me, so I'd overlook the danger of stealing destiny. But based on my understanding of myself, if I were truly cornered, even if I might play some pranks, I wouldn't hide something that important so deeply. After all, it really could be missed. Hey, if I'm not mistaken, the reason you set the highest level of authority in Alvin's quiz labyrinth to require your approval was because your contingency was hidden in the function only accessible at that level, right? And it's not just me who suspected this. Danit Tinker before me should have seen through your plan as well. Although some of his memories regarding the reason for conducting the Chaos Sea experiment are missing, that experiment, though it relied more on using corruption to counter corruption, also aimed to use clone personalities woven by the abilities of the three-headed sanctuary and Dreamweaver to oppose, or even seize, the fate of the main personality. Although it wasn't very successful, what I'm facing now isn't an unknown with an obvious old one status. The blurry figure fell silent for a few seconds, then spoke in sudden realization. So that's it. As expected, only I truly understand myself. No wonder you named the technique, Alvin Revival Technique. This really is a technique prepared specifically for me. After sighing with emotion, he continued. You and I, and even the god of luck, are ultimately one person. Our calculations and struggles were merely about who would take the dominant position. The final goal was always that one sleeping within the unknown. Now, everything I have is handed over to you. With that, he smiled freely and vanished completely. At that very moment, Ebner touched the imprint Alvin had left within the land of the unknown. Vast amounts of memory surged along his spirit. Caught off guard, Ebner was instantly submerged in a flood of memories. Early 5th epoch, a time more than 1,000 years before the Industrial Revolution would begin. The future industrial capital, Lone's second-largest city Constant, was at this time merely a small coastal town, utterly unremarkable. Within a manor outside the town, over a dozen members of the Abraham family stood ready with various sealed artifacts, staring tensely at a certain room on the second floor. Inside, the Abraham family's only recorder in recent years was concocting a potion, preparing to advance to Sequence 5 Traveler. At this moment, the young recorder in the room had indeed reached the most critical stage. Relying on coordinates left by his ancestors, he had successfully positioned himself and avoided getting lost while roaming the spirit world. Yet just as his consciousness returned and he was about to complete the final step of advancement, familiar yet maddening mutterings sounded in his ears. At a time like this, blood and tears flowed from the young man's eyes as he let out an unwilling roar. Nevertheless, his spirit continued to decline uncontrollably, and his body began mutating, taking on a monstrous appearance. Just as he reached the brink of loss of control, his sanity collapsing, his life and death becoming unknown, a burst of pure white light suddenly erupted from his blood-red eyes. Immediately afterward, his condition rapidly improved. The mutterings vanished, and even his mutating body returned to normal. Only now, his eyes carried a trace of confusion as he murmured to himself, Who am I? Oh, right. I'm Lubo, I'm Alvin of the Abraham family, and I'm also the future. Ebner. Heh, I just said that if there truly were no hope, I'd at most pull some pranks to discuss the successors, and you immediately tampered with the memory inheritance and made my words come true. Should I say, worthy of me? Ebner mocked himself for a few lines, then looked around and suddenly realized. This should be the scene when Alvin first transmigrated. So he immediately gained Sequence 5 strength upon arrival. He didn't directly touch the Sequence 3 threshold Lilith and the goddess spoke of, yet already had enough power for self-preservation early on. What good fortune. No wonder the goddess valued him so much, although she probably didn't know back then that Sequence 3 would be subject to unknown morning inspections. But what's going on now? Aren't I supposed to be receiving Alvin's memories? If I've already awakened my own consciousness, even moving within this memory world, I wouldn't follow his life trajectory, would I? After thinking for a while, Ebner directly teleported outside the manor to investigate. He first found the Abraham family patriarch and tried to tell him about his successful advancement, while also testing whether he could ask for some sealed artifacts. However, the patriarch, holding the demon painting, did not answer his questions, only repeatedly saying things like, he is the family's hope, and, the ancestors have blessed his success. This gave Ebner a strong sense of déjà vu, and he formed some guesses. Next, he attempted to teleport to Backlund, but failed, leaving him only able to conduct detailed observation around Constant. People are repeating the same tasks. Time never changes. When speaking to them, only the same few lines repeat. No method can harm them. So that's it. I understand now. This is a 0 degree of freedom RPG game. If I don't advance the plot, NPCs only have those limited interactions, even most maps aren't unlocked. And the worst part, there are no quest prompts at all. I have no idea where to trigger the plot. This mode of memory inheritance truly is the kind of vicious trick I'd come up with. After fiercely condemning his own terrible personality for a few lines, Ebner finally curled his lips into a proud smile and muttered. Although as Alvin I can't use insight, at least I have a cheat. Before the words even fell, the illusory omniscient eye and the uniqueness of the Wheel of Fortune descended simultaneously. A brief line of text appeared before Ebner's eyes. Clean up the containers that held the potion. I don't know how much time later. Before the altar in the central church of the foggy town within the Evernight Kingdom. Ebner and Alvin opened their eyes at the same time, then turned their heads together to look at the goddess standing beneath the statue, identical to it in appearance. Alvin, or Ebner, the goddess asked calmly. Ebner. End of chapter. Chapter 11:18, Miracle Invoker. Ebner. He answered the goddess, paused briefly, then added, and Alvin as well. Having just cleared the massive RPG titled Alvin's Memories, Ebner now understood clearly that the wanderer Alvin, or rather, that incarnation of himself, had enjoyed an extremely good relationship with the goddess. By comparison, Ebner had merely been passively receiving her generosity and favor. Of course, now Ebner was Alvin, and Alvin was Ebner. With Ebner as the dominant side, there was essentially no difference between them. Just as Alvin had said before vanishing, he had entrusted everything he possessed to Ebner. After thinking for a moment, Ebner asked cautiously, is the leader of the royal faction of the life school of thought, the pale Empress Sia Palenque Eggers, your incarnation? Although the protagonist, Alvin in the game, had not noticed this detail, Ebner, who could pause the plot at will and examine all kinds of information, had already picked up several subtle clues. And it was only after Alvin traveled across the southern continent and helped Sia Palenque Eggers advance to angelhood that the goddess had begun paying attention to him. Yes. Sia is a vessel created by Vicente, using his blood and Grigre's blood, combined with the power of creation, to help me grasp the death uniqueness as well as a tributary of the river of eternal darkness, the goddess replied with a smile, making no attempt to deny it. Later, I placed a portion of my own spirit, one already contaminated by the unknown, into the vessel, and used 0-08 to bestow upon her a personality. However, even as a vessel, she still cannot escape the erosion of the river of eternal darkness. Like the son of death, she dies once every few centuries and loses most of her memories. And when she encountered Alvin, it happened to be during one of those periods of memory loss. So you had already extended your hand into the death pathway. And even now you still have not fused the death uniqueness, instead allowing only the vessel to wield it, most likely because the main stream of the river of eternal darkness remains sealed by the Sapphira Castle, making it impossible to accommodate, and because you intend to advance to an old one in the correct sequence. By transferring the portion of your spirit contaminated by the unknown into Sia, you not only reduced the corruption you yourself bore, but also used her to resist the erosion of the tributary of the river of eternal darkness, truly killing two birds with one stone. And now that I think about it, that incarnation of me probably encountered you in the southern continent due to the convergence effect of the unknown as well. As these thoughts fell into place, many long-standing questions Ebner had carried were finally answered. Still, a few doubts lay beyond the reach of insight, so he asked again. Then why did you previously hint that I should pray to you, retrieve Despair Nightingale's soul from the waters of the river of eternal darkness, and in doing so expose a secret you had concealed for many years? The goddess smiled faintly and said, some information had to be leaked to make that giant vigilant, to force him to finally make up his mind. After Vicente entered the depths of Calderon City and fell into prolonged slumber, Badhile carried out several investigations there, yet achieved nothing. After all, it is a Sapphira. Even in an incomplete state, it is sufficient to drag a true god into ruin. And he does not know of the existence of Lubo. In his eyes, the only being capable of retrieving the death authority from the river of eternal darkness is the future Lord of Mysteries. Therefore, my earlier manipulations of the river of eternal darkness could only allow him to sense unusual disturbances within Calderon City. His response was to dispatch Beyonders of the Night Watcher and Corpse Collector pathways to monitor the surrounding area. The couple you saved in Tingen are currently performing that task. Once you complete the ritual to advance to Miracle Invoker, the entire world will inevitably take notice. And Joe, who will enter here tomorrow to obtain the Bizarro Sorcerer formula, will naturally also be watched by interested parties. One of the main ingredients of Bizarro Sorcerer, the true soul of a spirit world plunderer, exists only within Calderon City, so Joe will inevitably have to enter that spirit world city later. The goddess stopped there, but Ebner had already fully grasped her plan and exclaimed. And the mystery aura on Klein will not escape the perception of the gods. His entry into Calderon City, combined with the disturbances of the river of eternal darkness, will certainly lead the god of combat and others to mistakenly believe that you are grooming the Lord of Mysteries to help you obtain Vicente's legacy and the death authority. In reality, you have controlled death for more than 1,000 years. Even without accommodating it, your mastery far exceeds what the god of combat imagines. No wonder you insist that Klein take a trip to the Evernight Kingdom. This is to cement the appearance of cooperation between you and the Lord of Mysteries. The goddess neither confirmed nor denied his deductions. Instead, she asked calmly. After that historical projection of Zeradal entered the land of the unknown, it was completely polluted and assimilated, wasn't it? Ebner was startled for a moment, then realized what she meant and nodded. Yes. Because it was only a projection, after months of erosion it has come entirely under my control. However, his main body has already fallen completely into madness. That projection can no longer exert any real power. The goddess nodded slightly and said evenly. After this, release the projection and leave it here as a quest NPC for Joe. You intend to create the illusion that Zeradal himself has also been released. Ebner immediately caught her meaning and asked thoughtfully. After you become a miracle invoker, using the assimilated Zeradal projection to pull a real Zeradal out of a historical gap will not be difficult. And with the projection acting as cover, no one will be able to see through your transformation into Zeradal. Even Amon would require his true body. A mere avatar would be unable to decode it. The goddess replied in a voice gentle as a nocturne. Ebner had no objection to this request and nodded in agreement. She had already helped him so much, repaying her now was only natural, especially considering the friendship between himself and Sia Palenque Eggers. With the matter settled, the goddess appeared to feel that today's exchange was sufficient. She waved her hand, and a massive writhing mass suddenly manifested before the two of them. This indescribable thing was the mutated Zeradal, now completely motionless and extraordinarily docile, as if fast asleep. Take a sequence 2 characteristic. I will restrain it so that it does not awaken easily. I remember Alvin recorded many such methods, and as a cognizer, you should not lack these kinds of abilities, the goddess instructed softly, her voice like a night song. Hearing this, Ebner and Alvin simultaneously pinched their chins, their movements perfectly synchronized. Then they, or rather, he, gave into a sudden bout of mischief and began playing rock-paper-scissors with himself. Under the goddess's faintly helpless yet indulgent gaze, Ebner ultimately emerged victorious and executed a secret technique to steal a characteristic across space. Strictly speaking, this technique had evolved from the one lion Leon once used to cut out his own brain. Originally, its success rate had been extremely low, and failure would immediately alert the target, eliminating any second chance, rendering it largely impractical. But now, with the goddess forcibly lulling the monster into sleep, Ebner could repeat the attempt freely until it succeeded. After roughly 3 minutes and dozens of attempts, he finally succeeded. A crystal-clear Beyonder characteristic, shaped like a heart, appeared in his hand. Tiny bubbles continuously surfaced upon it, and within each bubble seemed to exist a dreamlike illusion, beautiful and unreal. With the main ingredient secured, the goddess waved her hand once more, making the Zeradal mutated monster vanish. She then produced a small vial filled with blood and handed it to Ebner. This is Antigonus's blood. In terms of potion harmonization, it is superior to that of the Umber Wolf Kotar. What a considerate elder sister, afraid her younger brother might become overnourished, so she let him bleed a little. Ebner silently mocked to himself, then accepted the vial and began harmonizing the miracle invoker potion. As for the other two supplementary ingredients, Worm of Time and Worm of Stars, they were provided through the goodwill of Flora, Jacob and Alvin himself. Very soon, a bottle of dark, unfathomable liquid, seeming as though countless eyes were opening simultaneously, was poured into a prepared container. Ebner lifted the container, but did not drink it immediately. His pathway-switching ritual was not yet fully complete. After thinking briefly, he first released the historical projection of Zeradal from the pure white eye and seated it where Alvin had previously been. Only then did he turn his gaze toward the parchment on the ground, more precisely, toward the second door upon it, the symbol representing undying. Seeing this, the goddess gently shook her head. Now is not the right time for Vicente to resurrect. I understand, the god of combat and the chief inquisitor have been watching him closely. Reviving him now would only result in his death once again. But after the chief inquisitor learned that I am Vicente, Rhine, and the god of luck Oliver, he still did not inform the god of combat. His relationship with the god of combat must be extremely subtle. Since the goddess and Lilith allowed him to escape, they must have been certain he would not speak. Then he truly is very likely the giant King Almer, but why does the blood on 1 to 42 have nothing to do with him? And why are the goddess and Lilith so certain he will not reveal anything? This concerns the very core of the goddess's scheme. There is no room for the slightest carelessness. And neither the goddess nor Lilith are beings who rely on chance. Then there is only one answer: the chief inquisitor's actions appear to be self-directed, but in truth are completely controlled by someone else. Adam. Narrowing his eyes, Ebner pulled back his wandering thoughts and nodded toward the goddess. In the next instant, Ebner and Alvin vanished from the Evernight kingdom and appeared atop the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range. The core members of the Abraham family had already been camped there for 3 days. Looking down at the clansmen below, Alvin solemnly nodded toward Ebner at his side. Ebner, putting on a show, met his gaze in return, then used the illusory eye of omniscience and the white angel as fulcrums to pry loose power and perform a worldwide broadcast. Only angels and higher beings could see or hear this broadcast, but that was more than sufficient. At the same moment, in Backlund, in Trier, in St. Milone, and in Fainapotter City, various beings suddenly halted what they were doing and frowned. Abraham. This family has produced another angel after its ancestors, bringing the glory of the past back into reality once more. Many existences, gazing at the sudden vision, murmured to themselves in unison. And at that very moment, Alvin Abraham raised the potion bottle without hesitation and poured the liquid inside straight into his mouth. End of chapter. Chapter 11:19, Ebner who makes a big show of things. Under Alvin's deductions, advancing cross-pathway from sequence 3 of the door pathway to sequence 2 of the full pathway required not only completing the miracle invoker advancement ritual, but also meeting the ritual requirements of Bizarro sorcerer and scholar of yore. That was why Alvin had laid the trap more than 1,000 years ago. Under the goddess's witness, he used the land of the unknown to sever Zeradal's resurrection plan, driving that angel completely mad and out of control, turning him into a monster and thereby completing the Bizarro sorcerer ritual. That was also why, after Alvin died, he remained cut off from reality in the Church of the Night Kingdom for over 1,000 years, more than fulfilling the ritual requirements of Scholar of Yore. And now, the Miracle Invoker's requirement, to let a lost segment of history return to the current era, was likewise achieved through his resurrection. After all, as the only angel of the Abraham family, an angelic family long fallen into obscurity, since Mr. Dor was banished, his return itself represented the revival of that family's once glorious history in the present age. In short, because the ritual effects were exceptionally good, Alvin, or rather, Ebner, quickly passed through the most dangerous phase. After that, within his mind, he encountered the two abnormalities described in the original text that accompany advancement to angelhood. One came from the beyonder characteristic fused into his body. A powerful, terrifying, lofty, irresistible will seem to awaken slightly, transmitting one image after another. Some images contained mystical knowledge related to Miracle Invoker, others depicted dust igniting into suns, and the magnificent birth of various celestial bodies. All of them carried spiritual imprints of primitiveness, cold indifference, cruelty, madness, aloof superiority, and utter lack of emotion, rapidly assimilating Edner's spirit and forcing his state to change beyond his control. The other came from Alvin's anchors. They were few in number, only several faint points of light, originating from the prayers of Abraham's family members. Clearly, they were not very firm, the illusory forms they condensed were extremely thin and weak, utterly unable to contend with the divinity within the beyonder characteristic. Thus, very quickly, divinity completely overwhelmed the anchors, compressing them to their limit, and was about to thoroughly assimilate Alvin's mind. But Ebner was not particularly worried. He simply waited quietly. Sure enough, just as the divinity within the beyonder characteristic was about to succeed, traces of the unknown aura appeared out of thin air within Alvin's soul. They seemed utterly inconspicuous, yet they could render the pollution of divinity intangible, perfectly helping the anchors and divinity reach a balance. Seeing this, even Ebner, who had long known about this from Alvin's memories, silently thought as expected, and then pondered. At sequence 2, no matter how domineering the divinity within the characteristic is, the anchors will receive spontaneous assistance from the unknown, allowing divinity, anchors, and the unknown to maintain a dynamic balance. That's why Hermes said Vicente and Rhine didn't need anchors at all to preserve their humanity well. Based on my observations, this should be an expression of the unknown's authority. It defines the excess pollution of divinity as an unknown state, causing it to lose its original effect. If the pollution of the anchors were to surpass that of divinity, it would probably define the anchor's attributes in the same way. Come to think of it, this kind of passive effect of the unknown probably isn't something unique to sequence 2, it just didn't manifest clearly before. For example, back when I was sequence 8 and analyzed the gray fog, my spirituality was completely exhausted. Logically, that should have led to characteristic erosion and signs of loss of control, but at the time, I merely fainted. Even my teacher found it strange and told me not to spread the word. Now it seems this was also the unknown's passive effect at work. Roselle was obsessed with balancing triple source pollution, was he also simulating this state? Sigh. If not for the fact that each of my lives effectively comes with built-in missions, and staying unadvanced for too long would likely bring various dangers, remaining at sequence 2 would actually be the most comfortable choice. Also, the unknown provides protection and various conveniences to me at sequence 2 and below, yet erupts after sequence 1, assimilating and taking over avatars like me. This means what it desires is at least a sequence 1 level beyond characteristic. As his thoughts turned, Ebner confirmed his post-advancement state, digesting the mystical knowledge he had just obtained. The abilities of a miracle invoker are complete. Most of the former wanderer abilities are also retained, with a small portion fused with abilities of the seer pathway to produce some mutated abilities. Among them, the most interesting one is this. Let's temporarily call it Bizarre Domain. This ability called Bizarre Domain can distort spacetime and establish a hidden space completely isolated from the outside world, so isolated that even information cannot interact with it. Within this space, anything that has been recorded, or any historical projection, can be materialized and exist long-term, as long as spirituality can support it. And as long as someone obtains a token of the Bizarre Domain, or establishes a connection with its master, they can be instantly teleported inside. This should be the product of combining the sublimated hidden space, record, and other abilities of the mystic mage with abilities of the fool pathway. It already somewhat resembles that space above the gray fog. Unfortunately, its level of secrecy is far inferior to the Sapphira Castle. Ordinary people and low to mid sequence beyonders are fine, but if a demigod with the right methods is pulled into the Bizarre Domain, they might be able to crack it and find a way out. Of course, high sequence beyonders are also unlikely to easily establish contact with me, or with the Bizarre Domain. Overall, it's a great way to put on an act of gods and ghosts, but not very practical for frontal combat. But no matter what, I am now a genuine, bona fide, miracle invoker. After all, an avatar is also me. With that thought, Ebner glanced at the Abraham family members below the mountain peak. Instead of having Alvin use blink, he pulled a magnificently styled chariot out of the gaps of history, drawn by 9 extraordinary creatures. This chariot had once been the conveyance of a goddess of wealth Alvin had befriended on an alien planet. Now it was just right to borrow it for use. When it came to putting on a show, Ebner had never seen anyone surpass that extraterrestrial goddess. Of course, although she was called a goddess of wealth, she was in fact only of angelic status. Strictly speaking, she could only be considered a subordinate god, it was just that her planet had no sequence 0. Below the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range, the Abraham family's currently only a few sequence 7 beyonders, along with some sequence 8s, had gathered here under Dorian's summons and had already been camping for 2 days. Although they all harbored doubts about Ebner's prophecy as relayed by Dorian, indeed, doubt outweighed belief, they still chose to come here to welcome the return of Alvin Abraham. Because in their hearts they all knew that, given the Abraham family's current situation, complete extinction was only a matter of time. This was not pessimistic speculation, but a fact one could see. Even the most optimistic members of the family could see no hope of revenge, no dawn of restored family glory. Thus, when Dorian brought news that their ancestor Alvin was about to advance to angelhood and return, even though doubt was prevalent, they still made contingency arrangements and resolutely gathered below the Hornassus main peak, waiting for that illusory miracle to truly occur. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, resembling a university professor, glanced at the surrounding clansmen and spoke to comfort them. It's only June 2nd. We still need to be patient. And in the end, this matter came from Dorian's apprentice. She is the one from the prophecy. Hearing this, Dorian's previously anxious mood eased somewhat, and he smiled. Vilder, I didn't expect you to be even more confident than I am. I firmly believe that the great Abraham family will not sink like this. Restoring the family's glory and returning to the very top of both the southern and northern continents, I have always believed this ideal can be realized. Vilder pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and said in a deep voice. Such obsession, if it can never be realized, might increase the risk of losing control. Dorian frowned slightly, just about to offer a few words of caution to keep Wilder from going too extreme. But at that moment, the two gentlemen and two ladies besides them suddenly raised their heads, then widened their eyes, so shocked they could only repeat words like "look" and "by the ancestors." Dorian's spirituality was also stirred. He instinctively looked into the air, only to see a chariot radiating golden light all over, its exterior adorned with countless treasures, slowly descending under the pull of 9 powerful extraordinary creatures he had never seen before. And seated upright upon the chariot was a tall, handsome man dressed in a gorgeous silk robe. The man had jet-black long hair and azure-blue eyes, identical to the ancestor, Alvin Abraham, depicted in the family portraits. Of course, appearance alone was unreliable, but the spiritual intuition of an astrologer, as well as a Grade 1 sealed artifact within the family, convinced them that the men on the chariot indeed possessed Abraham's bloodline. It's real. Ebner Brain's prophecy is actually real. The family's ancestor really became an angel. Abraham is about to stand at the top of the continent once again. Dorian's apprentice really is the one from the prophecy. Her message let us welcome our ancestor back. At this moment, all the Abraham family members were overcome with emotion. Some even covered their faces, unable to lower their hands for a long time. For them, from today onward, Abraham's suffering had finally ended. After all, a single angel was enough to deter those enemies coveting the Abraham family's treasures, and the family's great vendetta now had hope of revenge. As for the full moon ravings problem, everyone optimistically believed that an angel would have a solution. At this moment, the chariot finally touched down. Immediately after, a blonde beauty clad in transparent gauze appeared out of thin air, respectfully opening the carriage door and welcoming Alvin out of the chariot. This blonde woman was Saintess of Yellow, Natalia. After being tainted by the waters of the River of Eternal Darkness during the battle in Trier, she had been trapped in a dream ever since. Previously, Ebner had had no particularly good way to deal with her, forcing an attack might even have caused her to awaken from the dream. But now that Alvin had become a miracle invoker, the available methods had increased greatly. Thus, during the descent just now, this sequence 2 demoness of calamity had already become Alvin's marionette. End of chapter. Chapter 1120, The Attitudes of the Angels. Pre-Iceport. A young man with black hair and black eyes, a gaunt face, and a monocle over one eye rode a bicycle, wobbling slightly as he leisurely returned to the front of his home. With an obvious smile on his face, he opened the mailbox and took out the newspapers and letters inside. At that moment, he suddenly pinched the monocle over his right eye and chuckled to himself. Alvin Abraham. This is a miracle invoker's ritual, isn't it? Seems that near the Hornassus mountain range, he defected to Evernight and obtained the protection of concealment. Truly interesting. Backlund, number 7 Pince Street. Leonard, who had originally been summarizing the cases Sherlock Moriarty had been involved in, suddenly heard a sigh, one that undoubtedly came from the old man. He immediately put down what he was doing and lowered his voice. Old man, what happened? The Abraham family is about to revive. Palaz's aged voice carried obvious emotion, a mix of sighing reflection and envy. Both were angel families that had gradually declined. Abraham had reached a turning point in fate, while Zoroast was still struggling to survive under Amon's shadow. Abraham. I remember you mentioning that they were great nobles of the Tudor Empire, even ranked above the Amon family, Leonard asked in surprise. What happened to that family? Alvin Abraham has just become an angel, and he carried out a continent-wide broadcast to announce it, Palaz replied. A continent-wide broadcast? Why didn't I hear anything? Leonard asked in confusion. Palaz let out a chuckle in his old voice. Because only beings at the angel level or above can hear it. Of course, angels who are not good at handling information are excluded. I see. But that's still terrifying. Is this the might of an angel? Leonard mulled over the old man's words for a moment, then asked after some thought. Why would that angel named Alvin Abraham announce his advancement? Palaz chuckled. Of course it's to complete the advancement ritual. Also, the situation on the northern continent is rather subtle right now. I suspect he's also waiting to see what price the various countries will offer. After all, no nation would refuse an angel's allegiance at such a time. And the Abraham family has been silent for a long time. If they want to revive, they really do need to first attach themselves to a country and restore their noble title. Hearing this, Leonard asked in confusion, the northern continent situation is subtle. I don't see it at all. Where exactly is it subtle? Palaz fell silent at once. He said nothing for a long while, and only after quite some time did he speak. All right, I've already said enough today. I'm going to rest. You should get back to your work. Hey, old man, that brush-off is way too obvious. Leonard shouted a few more times inwardly, but received no response. Left with no choice, he picked up the files again and resumed reading. Backlund, Bridge District. The mystic queen Bernadette naturally also received Alvin's announcement, and she couldn't help but murmur to herself. Alvin Abraham. I remember father once asked Uncle Benjamin about this person's deeds. I never expected that after disappearing for over 1,000 years, he would return as an angel. But this method doesn't resemble an apprentice pathway ability. Could it be a grade 0 sealed artifact collected by the Abraham family? After using her prophecy ability to probe a bit and gaining no information, Bernadette set the matter aside and took out paper and pen, beginning to write a letter to Catlia. Previously, she had used the Eye of Prior to peer at pale death. Although the process had been extremely dangerous, she had still gained something. Lamia. Giuseppe. Why would people from decades ago be connected to the true name of that hidden existence, Lou Bo, contained within pale death? The people I sent out haven't gathered detailed intelligence yet. Perhaps I can use Roselle's diary to ask that Mr. Fool for answers. Fasak Empire, in a small town within the Ontals mountain range. After receiving Alvin's announcement, the Duke of Terror, Yaldabaoth, curled his lips and thought to himself. Has it already begun? Just as Lord Oliver predicted, his later self would inevitably avoid the trap he left behind in the Soul Stone. But that doesn't prevent Lord Oliver from ultimately taking the dominant position in the final fusion. However, the only variable at present is the Seal of Calamity. Even I can't see through what exactly he has arranged. Bansi Harbor. The 3-in-1 evil spirit of Sauron Einhorn Medici, who was creating a mural, also stopped what he was doing. A mere miracle invoker dares to be so flamboyant. Is he not afraid of being directly wiped out by Evernight and Storm? Even your Abraham ancestor Bethel was exiled. Medici sneered outright. Einhorn on the right immediately retorted, Medici, did you sacrifice your brain to the true creator? Even though he switched to Miracle Invoker, whether it was the previous door pathway or the current full pathway, both are synonymous with being hard to deal with. How could he be caught so easily? Hey, no matter how hard to deal with, wasn't Antigonus still locked in the Evernight Kingdom? Isn't Bethel still exiled beyond the world? Medici mocked. Einhorn argued with Medici for a few more lines, but never heard Sauron speak. Realizing something, they asked together. You seem to be hiding some secret. No. Sauron denied flatly. You're lying. Medici and Einhorn said in unison. Ever since hearing the announcement, your mood has been quite good. Did you secretly strike a deal with someone behind our backs? Yet no matter how they pressed him, Sauron ignored them, merely thinking calmly. At last, I see the dawn of breaking free from these two fellows. While many angels were either pondering or discussing what changes the Abraham family's return to the continental stage would bring, Ebner had already brought Dorian and the others into the chariot. Although this alien, goddess of wealth's carriage did not look very large from the outside, its interior contained another space, enough to accommodate everyone guarding the foot of the Hornassus main peak. After announcing his advancement, this location would inevitably be discovered by interested parties. Leaving as soon as possible was the better choice. The 9 mighty and imposing extraordinary creatures let out long cries at the same time, and the chariot soared into the sky, directly slipping into the bizarre domain Ebner had set up with his abilities. All right, I assume you've already confirmed my identity. Now, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. After pretending to instruct the Saintess of Yellow, Natalia, to serve tea to the Abraham family members, Ebner leaned back against the chair of the main seat in imitation of the fool and spoke casually. End of chapter. Chapter 1121, The Abrahams. Seated inside the magnificent, gold and jade, glittering carriage space, Dorian, Vilred, and the others felt a lingering unease. Although the family's accumulated heritage ensured they lacked nothing materially, they were at best middle class, and none of them had ever experienced such overwhelming pomp and grandeur. It was not that they were incapable of affording it, but rather that the Abraham family had long been forced to remain hidden. Displaying such extravagance would inevitably attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. With considerable effort, they tore their gazes away from Yellow Saintess Natalia and the other beautiful maidservants behind her. After swallowing nervously and exchanging a few glances, Dorian finally spoke with caution. Forbear, we wish to know the root of the family's full moon curse. It was not that Dorian, Vilred, and the others were particularly lecherous. In order to establish a suitably luxurious persona, Ebner had simply instructed Yellow Saintess to pull out projections of the Red Saintess, Blue Saintess, White Saintess, and Despair Nightingale to serve as attendants. Under the compounded allure of so many high-ranking demonesses, the fact that they did not lose composure on the spot was entirely due to wills tempered by centuries of enduring full moon whispers. Ebner deliberately kept the marionettes in their original appearances and personalities, Natalia included, partly to sequentially perform the low and mid-sequence roles of the seer pathway. After all, a miracle invoker's characteristic contained the complete Sequence 9 to Sequence 2 framework. Digestion still required systematic acting. In truth, the earlier continent-wide announcement to angels had also doubled as a form of magician acting. Several existences had seen through it, and in their own way, offered silent applause. While his thoughts drifted freely, Ebner did not answer immediately. Instead, he sighed with deliberate gravity and asked in return. Do you truly wish to know the truth, even if it is cruel? He infused his words with a trace of divine majesty. Dorian, Vilred, and the others paled instantly, while their astrologer intuition screamed a warning that the truth would be deeply unfavorable. Yet this question had haunted the Abraham family for over a millennium. Even if it meant death, they felt they had to know. Clenching their teeth, they answered as one. Yes, forebear, we seek the truth. Edner withdrew the pressure, allowing them to breathe again, before speaking calmly. The so-called full moon curse originates from the ancestor himself. He does not wish for the Abraham family to produce any more demigods. What? Impossible. Why would the ancestor do that? Has he gone mad? The carriage erupted in disbelief. Vilred reacted most intensely. His eyes were bloodshot as he demanded. Forebear, why? This defies all mystic logic. Ebner glanced at him. In the original timeline, this Professor Leichmann would later be exploited by Amon through sheer obsession, ultimately delivering the ancestor into ruin. But in truth, he was merely a pawn of far greater existences, not truly culpable. Ebner answered evenly. Have you heard of contamination from beyond the stars? Aside from true gods and angels, few families understood the cosmos as deeply as the Abrahams. Their archives contained countless veiled records and ominous hints. Vilred frowned, then nodded solemnly. We know. The ancestor was polluted by the starry sky and reduced to a puppet, Ebner explained. Later, he was jointly exiled by the Evernight goddess and the Lord of Storm. Knowing that once freed he would bring about the apocalypse, he takes advantage of the rare moments of lucidity during the full moon to whisper, preventing family members from advancing to demigod, lest they be misled by the puppet within him and bring disaster upon the world. Silence followed. Some felt grief, others understanding, some acceptance, and a few resentment, but no one spoke. Only after Ebner lifted his teacup for the third time did Vilred sigh. So that's how it is, but could it be that the true ancestor is actually calling for help, while the one stopping us is the puppet? Ebner smiled faintly. Insight had already shown him this reaction. When you advance to demigod, go and listen to the ancestor's whispers yourself. You'll know then. But the curse makes that impossible. Vilred halted abruptly, then snapped his head up. You can lift it. Every gaze ignited with hope. Ebner flicked his fingers, and several cards flashed into the astrologer's hands. A complete cure isn't possible yet, but sheltering the few of you during the full moon is. On the night itself, hold the cards and recite the incantations printed upon them. You'll enter this bazaar, this space I've named you heaven. Here, the full moon whispers are completely blocked. They murmured the name and instinctively glanced out the carriage windows. There was only endless darkness, yet their intuition told them the name held profound mystery. Thank you, forebear, they said in unison, feeling an unmistakable closeness to this suddenly revealed angelic ancestor. Ebner nodded. As for the rest of the family, I cannot shelter them yet, but there is another method, if they are willing. What method? Dorian asked, barely containing his excitement. Ebner assumed a solemn expression. Have every family member convert to my lord. Then, during full moons and blood moons alike, they will receive protection and be free of the curse. Your lord. You serve a great being. Vilred asked instantly, wary. Of course, Ebner replied with a smile. Why do you think I alone do not fear the full moon curse, and was able to become a demigod, then an angel? Realization dawned on every face. The unasked question was finally answered. Which lord? Dorian asked after a pause. My lord calls himself the Fool, Ebner proclaimed solemnly. In the past, the present, and the future, he is the great ruler of the spirit world, the king in yellow and black who governs good fortune, and the beacon every being seeks on the path to eternity. The one from the Antigonus family? Vilred probed. As a fourth epic angel family, the Abrahams naturally possessed records of that half-fool. Ebner shook his head. My lord is the true fool, the light that redeems the apocalypse. He continued before they could ask further. However, you have ample time to decide. I have not even sought Mr. Fool's consent yet, he may not be willing to shelter you at this moment. Even if he is willing, it would still have to wait until Klein becomes a demigod. His spirituality is insufficient right now. Relieved that no immediate decision was demanded, they also felt a surge of gratitude. The forebear was kind, an angel could easily have forced their compliance. Dorian and Vilred exchanged glances. Dorian then spoke respectfully. Forebear, the family still possesses 2 grade, 0 sealed artifacts, God's picture scroll and star scepter. Since you have returned, you should take custody of them. This had been agreed upon in advance, if Alvin truly returned as an angel, they would offer a grade 0 artifact in exchange for protection. Yet the ancestor proved far kinder than expected, prompting them to bind themselves fully. In any case, such artifacts were of limited use to them, each activation cost many lives, a last resort suicide card. Ebner had been waiting for this moment. Though he had once been a demigod as Alvin, he had never been close to the family and had only seen box of the past. He would not miss this opportunity. Excellent, but custody isn't necessary, he said with satisfaction. Just bring them for me to take a look. For an angel who advanced from wanderer to miracle invoker, whether through historical projection or recording, any item that once belonged to him would forever be his. The family found this unsurprising. Even without knowing an angel's full abilities, the effects of Star Scepter were already revealing. While holding the scepter, if one can clearly picture an ability or a person, the staff will reproduce the corresponding power or individual, allowing them to launch a single attack. After setting a time to retrieve the artifacts, Ebner ended the discussion and looked around. I have already informed all factions of my ascension. They will soon send envoys with offers, asking me to join them. I need one of you to act as a liaison. End of chapter. Chapter 1122, Klein's Actions. Announcing the return of the Abraham family. Major powers sending people to recruit. A liaison officer. After privately discussing for a few moments, the few astrologers understood Ebner's intent. They were also quite excited, because this meant that from now on, the Abraham family would no longer need to hide in the shadows, but could instead appear openly before the world. Dorian, Vilred, and the others all turned to look at a companion named Martha. She appeared to be in her 40s or 50s, with ordinary looks but a very capable air, clearly the image of a strong, decisive woman. And this was indeed the case. She was currently the manager of several of the family's important industries. When it came to dealing with people, she was the most skilled. Martha herself also knew that among the group, only she and Dorian were truly suitable for the position of liaison officer. However, Dorian's Fisheries Association mostly dealt with grassroots civilians, he might lack the necessary understanding of high society. As such, she really was the most appropriate choice. Still, she did not answer immediately. After some consideration, she cautiously asked. Forbear, which faction are you inclined to join? And additionally, what is the bottom line of the conditions we can accept? Ebner had already thought this through. Smiling, he replied. At the very least, a hereditary duke's title or governance over a territory. As for my inclination, Intis, Fanepotter, and Lenberg, Mason, and Seeger take priority. Best if it's Mason or Seeger directly at the royal level. Intis currently has no angel families, so the conditions they offer will likely be relatively good, but its political situation is unstable, and as a republic it has no noble titles, making it the lowest priority among the preferred nations. Martha carefully wrote this down. After hesitating for a moment, she still probed. Should we not consider Loan? Nearly all of the Abraham family members present were Loanese, and naturally felt the deepest attachment to that country. Loan is certainly good, but that's my home base, developing two identities in the same place would be somewhat wasteful. Ebner muttered inwardly. On the surface, however, he merely said meaningfully. The Evernight Goddess Church and the Storm Church are both Orthodox churches of Loan. Martha, Dorian, and the others immediately understood and did not ask further. The reality was obvious, the ancestor had been exiled jointly by the Evernight Goddess and the Lord of Storm. Those two gods would inevitably be unfriendly toward the Abraham family. Friday, 160 Birkeland Street. Standing on the balcony, Klein looked out at the street scene through the gap in the curtains, unable to suppress the rising tension in his heart. If nothing unexpected occurred, he would soon begin the operation to steal the Antigonus family notebook. After using the help of the mystic Queen Bernadette to make his own marionette appear eroded, and through frequent church visits, prayers, sermons, and donations to ascertain the rotation patterns of the internal guards, only one final preparatory step remained. That was how to quietly, unnoticed, replace that internal guard. However, he had already prepared a detailed plan for this. If no major accidents occurred, it should not be a problem. Phew. After a few minutes, Klein slowly exhaled, then walked backward 4 steps and entered the world above the gray fog. Sitting down at the seat belonging to the fool, he pondered for nearly a minute before materializing pen and paper and writing the divination statement. This theft of the Antigonus family notebook is dangerous. After placing down the dark red, round-bellied steel pen, Klein removed the pendulum from inside his left wrist cuff. Holding the silver chain in his left hand, he let the yellow crystal pendant hover just above the paper, nearly touching it. He entered meditation, closed his eyes, and silently recited the divination statement. After 7 repetitions, he slowly opened his eyes and saw the pendulum rotating clockwise, with ordinary amplitude and average speed. There is danger, but it falls within the normal range. Klein quickly interpreted the result. Looking at the yellow crystal pendant as it gradually came to a stop, he spoke in his native tongue in a low voice. The arrow is already on the bowstring, it must be released. Before the words even finished, Klein wrapped himself in spirituality, simulated a falling sensation, and returned to the real world. This time, the items he planned to carry with him were only three: Creeping Hunger, Endless Traveler's Book, and Azek's Copper Whistle. Their shared characteristic was their small size. Even the largest, Endless Traveler's Book, was only slightly bigger than a cigarette case, making it convenient to carry. As for everything else, it would most likely fail to pass through Cheney's gate and could easily trigger anomalies in the ceiling core. Klein therefore threw them all, along with his cash, into the world above the grey fog, fully prepared to flee far away immediately should anything go wrong. As for Sharon, he had also asked Miss Messenger to keep watch over her, ready to take her into the spirit world to escape at any time. Thinking of Sharon, Klein drew the curtains shut and walked back into the bedroom, only to see Miss Sharon lying on the same bed as Dawn. This Dawn was an illusion created by Miss Messenger using her abilities, a disguise to mislead others. But the scene still looked awkward and made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Klein quickly reined in his thoughts and said to the two ladies, "I'm counting on you." A trace of worry appeared in Sharon's eyes as she asked, "Do you need help?" Klein shook his head and smiled gently. "There isn't much danger. Don't worry." With that, he transformed into the cold-faced, crazed adventurer Gehrman Sparrow. After bidding farewell, he opened Endless Traveler's Book, and his figure quickly faded. Only after he had left did Sharon press her lips together. After a long while, she finally asked the Miss Messenger beside her, "Teacher, what is the relationship between Mr. Fool and him?" Rainette Tinker merely smiled slightly, without answering the question. After all, her current Dawn form was only an illusion. If she wanted to speak, she would have to take out all four of her heads, which was far too troublesome. Relying on thorough preparations, Klein successfully replaced the internal guard and infiltrated past Cheney's gate of St. Samuel Cathedral, arriving beside the Antigonus family notebook. Yet just as he was about to have the Marionette Sr. retrieve the notebook, he was horrified to discover that he had been erased by the suddenly appearing sealed artifact, 0 to 17. I wonder if this kind of death still has a chance at resurrection. The thought had barely crossed his mind when Klein was shocked to discover that he had already been pulled into a small town shrouded in mist. Next, he subdued a starving Rose bishop who had mistaken him for food, and from the man's mouth learned the bizarre rules governing the town. This sounds somewhat like the Evernight Kingdom that Mr. Tower once mentioned. Could I have been transported here as well? Is this the goddess's trial? As his thoughts churned, Klein did not hesitate. After killing the Rose bishop, he entered the central church of the town and ultimately discovered a figure beneath the statue of the Mother of the Sky, a figure not hanging in midair, but sitting diagonally behind the statue. It was an elderly man in a black robe, wearing a hood, head lowered, eyes closed. The white beard around his mouth and face was long and dense, as though it had not been trimmed for years or even decades, making it impossible to discern his original appearance. Yet in Klein's eyes, this bearded old man was even more bizarre than the cured meats hanging inside the church, because he recognized who the other party was. Zeratul. Klein blurted out. Ebner, who was controlling this historical image of Zeratul that had been completely polluted by the unknown, let out a chuckle and said, "Judging by your reaction, it seems you know me." End of chapter. Chapter 1123, Klein fighting a battle of wits with the air. Wasn't Zeratul already completely out of control, then taken by the goddess into the Evernight Kingdom? Wait, this place seems to be the Evernight Kingdom. Could it be that after being used by Old Huang for so many years inside the Dream Labyrinth Tower, he still hasn't broken? As Klein's thoughts churned, he probed cautiously. "I've heard of your surname. I once met the Mystery Queen, and from her learned of the Secret Order, and of its leader." Ebner, controlling Zeratul's historical projection, glanced at Klein and chuckled. "Lying. Or rather, you didn't tell the whole truth." Klein's expression stiffened instantly. Before he could find suitable words to patch things up, he heard the other continue in a vague, low voice. "But I don't really care where you heard of me, or where you may have seen me. I only need you to find a black obsidian stone slab, then place it into the corresponding groove in the wall behind me. And that is the only way out." Klein frowned and immediately asked, "If you know how to leave, why do you stay here?" Klein really is cautious. I'm afraid even if I revealed my identity on the spot, he might not believe it. With that thought turning, Ebner laughed softly and said, "You may have heard of an ability called historical projection. I used that ability to locate a fissure in the history and fate of this world, sliced off an image of myself, and froze it here, maintaining it until now. I won't hide it from you, so long as you open the passage to the outside world, I can use that to locate my main body, complete a miracle, and gain a chance at resurrection. So at least when it comes to leaving, our goals align." Ebner knew Mr. Fool's personality very well. The fabricated story was logical and coherent, so Klein was indeed fooled for a moment. Not to the point of fully believing it, but at least he was no longer filled with suspicion. I've certainly heard of the historical projection ability, and even seen Mr. Tower use it. But his method was clearly different from yours. After carefully thinking it over, Klein asked again. Has anyone gone out before? He knew that Mr. Tower had gone out before. Although the other party, out of deference to the goddess, hadn't dared describe the Evernight Kingdom in detail, it would be difficult for Zeradel to lie convincingly about this matter. A bit clever, aren't you? Ebner smiled and shook his head. I only awakened recently, so I'm not too clear on earlier matters, but in the past few months, no one has left. So this so-called historical projection only appeared after the first level of the Dream Maze Tower was cleared, and the out-of-control Zeradel was transferred by the goddess into the Evernight Kingdom. Does the goddess know about this? Or is this also part of her test? As his thoughts turned, Klein decided to cooperate with Zeradel's projection for the time being. Although he didn't fully trust the other party, adhering to the idea that knowing more would help with judgment, he spoke again. Then where should I look for that black obsidian stone slab? Ebner chuckled softly. It was brought into the town by a marionettist. If he isn't dead yet, it's still in his hands. If he's dead, then it's in the hands of whoever ate him. In truth, there was no such marionettist. After Ebner and Alvin left, the stone slab had simply been thrown into the town by the Zeradel projection. Klein's scalp tingled, both from the brutal survival conditions of the town and the difficulty of locating the slab. Then it will be very hard for me to find that obsidian stone, since it could be in anyone's hands. Klein did not hide his difficulty, watching to see what advice the other would give. Aren't you a seer? Why not rely on the dowsing rod method? Ebner teased, then continued, you should be glad, before I awakened, someone seems to have cleaned out this town, wiping out all the strong figures. And now, there aren't many people left alive in the town. Not many people are left alive. That's good. The one who cleaned out the town's strong figures should be Mr. Tower, who chased a spare nightingale in here back then, right? Klein's thoughts raced, giving him some confidence, but he still emphasized the difficulty. You should know that divination requires a medium. Hearing this, Ebner upheld the fine tradition of an excellent NPC and pointed toward a sheepskin parchment on the ground ahead. Klein had actually noticed that parchment long ago, but since it was too close to Zeradel, he hadn't dared approach it. Seeing the other point to it, he now examined it carefully. It was a somewhat tattered sheepskin parchment. There were no words on it, only 3 numbers, from 1 to 3, each followed by a simple sketched symbol. A warrior or other pathway beyonder might be completely at a loss, but as a seer skilled in interpreting symbolism, Klein easily deciphered the secret. Using 3 specific items corresponding to the symbols to open the parchment's hidden secrets. Ebner chose this moment to speak. In a certain sense, those 3 numbers are actually doors. Behind each is a segmented space, likely originating from a mysticism magister's spatial concealment ability. That is to say, this parchment is actually the entrance to 3 storage spaces, and the items represented by the symbols are the keys. You can touch the numbers with your spirituality to see what's inside. Hey, it was probably left behind by a mysticism magister once imprisoned here. Although Klein half believed, half doubted Zeradel's explanation, he still used the items on hand to perform a divination. Only after receiving a result of no danger did he cautiously extend his spirituality. He soon understood what was stored inside the parchment's hidden spaces. Slot 1 contains the Bizarro Sorcerer potion formula I've dreamed of. Unfortunately, I can only see the title, the specific contents remain unclear. I'll need the corresponding key. That symbol looks somewhat like Azek's copper whistle. Slot 2 records the method to leave the Evernight Kingdom, again, only the title. The key symbol here is a stone slab, this must be the black obsidian slab Zeradel mentioned. So it's the divination medium. Slot 3 contains a method for crafting storage cards. I see, so the storage cards Mr. Tower often uses came from here. That means this parchment isn't Zeradel's trap at all, but a genuine legacy left by a predecessor. But why would the predecessor who left behind the Bizarro Sorcerer potion formula just so happen to set Azek's copper whistle as the key? Isn't that far too coincidental? With this thought, Klein took out the copper whistle and placed it on the symbol in the first row of the parchment. As he did so, the door behind the number 1 revealed its complete contents. Sequence 4, Bizarro Sorcerer. Main ingredients, the primary eye of a trick demon, the true soul of a spirit world marauder. Supplementary ingredients, 200 milliliters of trick demon blood, 30 grams of spirit world marauder dust, 10 grams of red-haired birch bark, 1 segment of golden grapevine, 1 finger-sized homemade rubber mask. Advancement ritual, rely primarily on one's own power and planning, under the observation of numerous spectators, direct a grand theatrical performance to murder a demigod or equivalent extraordinary creature. Then, at the finale of the play, consume the potion. Finally, the bizarro sorcerer potion formula is finally in hand. Looking at the words before him, Klein was filled with excitement. No matter what, all his preparation had not been in vain. And at this moment, Zeradel, or rather, Ebner, smiled and said, "If you can help me open the door to the outside world, I can tell you the formula for Scholar of Yore." This was an instruction the goddess had just transmitted. Having passed the test, she had acknowledged Klein's character and capabilities concerning mystery. "Since you value Zhou so much, I'll support him." The goddess's slightly amused voice echoed in Ebner's ears, yet Klein, standing close at hand, sensed nothing at all. End of chapter. Chapter 1124, Curiosity. Faced with the lure of a sequence 3 potion formula, Klein remained on high alert toward Zeradel, yet temptation inevitably stirred within him. More importantly, he knew that this venture was the goddess's test, and since she had not stopped Zeradel's jailbreak, she was most likely intending to use his hands to release the angel. He just didn't know what the goddess was calculating behind the scenes, nor whether letting Zeradel go would add a troublesome enemy in the future. Turning it over, Klein realized that the room for choice he had was actually very limited. As Zeradel had said, when it came to opening the passage and leaving the Evernight Kingdom, their interests were aligned. But a new question arose: since he would have to find the stone slab and open the passage no matter what, why tempt him further with the Scholar of Your formula? What was he afraid of? What kind of plot lay behind this? As Klein weighed how to draw out more information, Ebner, having already seen through him, chuckled and said, "Don't think I'm being redundant. Trading a formula to settle the favor of you letting me out is actually profit on my end. In fact, this is both the goddess's investment and compensation for letting you take the blame." Zeradel really was the sort to care about propriety. Before using Roselle to steal the Antigonus notebook, he had paid sufficient remuneration in advance and cut ties afterward. With his doubts temporarily settled, and seeing the crimson moon above the mist-shrouded town growing clearer, Klein did not dare delay. Using the symbol in the second row of the parchment as a medium, he performed a divination and received a vague hint. He snapped his fingers, lighting a candle on another wall far from himself. Then he had Wraith Seigneur possess him, leapt forward, rolled in succession, and slipped out of the church. Once Mr. Fool had left, Ebner turned toward the statue of the Mother of Heaven and asked carefully, "Do you intend for Klein to open a door leading to the place where Vicente Miranda sleeps, so that certain beings will misjudge the situation?" Ebner had opened the second space on the parchment during his first visit. It contained 3 sigils, one leading to Antigonus, one to the Evernight goddess, and one to Vicente Miranda, the death consul slumbering deep within Calderon City. "Do you think Zhou will open it?" the goddess asked, her voice carrying a faint smile. "He will," Ebner replied with certainty. A cat without this bit of curiosity wouldn't be a cat at all, especially when opening a door via symbols carries no great danger. "Then it will be Zhou's own choice, not me making him do so," the goddess said softly. "But the outcome of a choice often lies in how the options are arranged." Ebner muttered inwardly, before asking aloud, "You're also letting Zeradel escape to divert Amon's attention, so he won't come after Klein too early, right?" After all, to Amon, whether it's Alvin Abraham or Zeradel, both are very likely the Lord of Mysteries you truly support. Unexpectedly, the goddess replied meaningfully, "Amon is not the real problem. With you here, there is no need to rush the birth of a new Lord of Mysteries." "No rush. Then what about the seal on the western continent? The apocalypse is approaching. Without those spherote, Earthside will lack Old One-level combat power. Will I have to open the seal myself? Does the unknown truly possess enough strength to break a seal set by the Lord of Mysteries?" Before Ebner could ask further, Klein's figure reappeared inside the church, an obsidian stone slab in hand. Ebner had no choice but to resume his Zeradel role, and he had a premonition that even if he pressed the goddess further, she might not answer. This was something he would have to investigate on his own. Meanwhile, Klein's mood was excellent. No, it would be more accurate to say he was over the moon. After seizing the slab from a reaper, he had not only obtained a sequence 5 characteristic, but also a stomach bag formed from the aggregation of characteristics from many different pathways. It was clearly the remains of some ravenous, strong figure who had devoured numerous beyonders indiscriminately. Although its exact value could not yet be determined, a rough estimate alone told Klein it was worth at least £100,000, once the contents were separated. For now, however, its side effects were terrifying. Without the upgraded creeping hunger barely suppressing it, he would not have dared pick it up at all. "Once I'm back, I'll ask Miss Messenger to pulverize this stomach bag. After she ate one of Sua's arms outside Biome and digested it for a month, she should have recovered to angel level by now. It's just that her fees are always exorbitant. I wonder what kind of quote she'll give this time." Thinking this, Klein walked up to Zeradel, placed the obsidian slab onto the second row of the parchment, and saw the 3 symbols appear clearly. He recognized both the Antigonus symbol and the goddess's symbol at a glance. "Which of these leads outside?" Klein asked. "Would you believe me if I told you?" Ebner glanced at him, then chuckled softly. You'd better try them yourself. I really hate people like you, everything vague, always smiling without saying anything, though I wouldn't believe you anyway. Klein complained inwardly, then asked. Then can I have the scholar of your formula now? Certainly. Ebner nodded and flicked a finger. Lines of text appeared on the ground, precisely the scholar of your potion formula. Klein focused, letting every word imprint itself into his mind. There was no need to memorize it immediately. Once he returned above the gray fog, Mr. Fool could activate the memory. Still, he deliberately glanced at the ritual. When he saw, completely detached from reality for at least 300 years, and only consume the potion after one has become history and no longer belongs to the current era. He nodded silently. It matched what Roselle had recorded in his diary. Zeradel was telling the truth. Next, exactly as Ebner had expected, after fierce internal debate, Klein's curiosity won out. He resolved to test each symbol, and even added half of the fool's pupilless eye and half of a twisted line. When he tested the Antigonus symbol, he saw tentacles formed from countless maggots, and beneath them, upon the throne, the blasphemy card. The fool card. Although he had long known the sequence 0 name from Mr. Tower, the sight still shook him deeply, and he began to grasp the true purpose of the goddess's test. As an investor, the goddess is both displaying her capital and observing the abilities and advantages of this startup evil god. Mr. Tower said she's a fellow transmigrator. Was she a venture capital manager before transmigrating? While sighing inwardly, Klein tested the symbol shaped like a crowned skull. This time, he saw only a thick coffin, soaked in illusory river water. Yet this simple scene made his spirituality scream warnings, as if continuing to look would invite something utterly terrifying. Klein did not dare linger and immediately closed the door. What was that place? That aura was horrifying. He turned to ask Zeradel, only to discover that the other party had vanished without him noticing. Was that terrifying place what Zeradel truly wanted? What's inside that coffin? His body. As Klein wildly speculated, certain beings who had been monitoring Calderon City also detected a subtle disturbance deep within it, and began investigating the cause. In the early hours of the morning, Backlund. After retrieving the Zeradel projection, Ebner flashed back to Princess Vera's bedroom. She had clearly anticipated his arrival and was waiting. Congratulations on regaining your former strength, an angel of the Abraham family. My brother has already ordered MI9 to fully investigate the Abrahams, Vera said with a smile. Although she was not a potion path beyonder, she possessed genuine angel-level authority and had naturally received Ebner's broadcast. A fate arranged long ago, there's nothing to be proud of, Ebner replied softly, then changed the subject. Vera, please inform George III to arrange the meeting between Owen and himself. Vera was briefly surprised, then realized the implication and laughed. So now that you have angel-level power, you're ready to avenge Miss Zyoderi-cha. With strength, some things must naturally be done, Ebner nodded, then added gently, and this also helps you ascend and complete the Fengshan ritual. Vera shot him a sideways glance, smiling as she teased. Sweet talker. End of chapter. Chapter 1125, The Shovel About to Swing. On Saturday, inside the Backlund Nighthawk's office, the atmosphere was taut and oppressive. Leonard Mitchell did not prop his feet on the desk as he usually did. Instead, he sat upright, posture rigid, his expression grave. This was the second time he had encountered a case involving the theft of items from behind Cheney's gate, inevitably stirring memories he had long buried. More importantly, he had crossed paths with the fake internal caretaker at the time of the incident, and yet he had failed to notice anything amiss. The caretaker reported after regaining consciousness that he didn't see any intruder. He only knows that he was possessed by a wraith, the arriving Red Glove said to everyone present. How could a wraith operate inside the cathedral? Several Red Gloves voiced their doubts, but none could provide an answer. Maybe the wraith worships the goddess. Leonard muttered inwardly. After further discussion with the Red Gloves and the local Nighthawks, they confirmed their respective suspects and began investigations. Leonard then found an excuse to go to the washroom. Lowering his voice, as if muttering to himself, he asked. Old man, didn't you sense anything unusual back then? An aged voice echoed in his mind. I did. There was a special aura on that person. A very ancient one. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? Leonard had expected evasion, but today the old man was unexpectedly straightforward. He paused, then asked solemnly, an ancient aura. Count Ebner Bryan. Didn't you say your old friend wouldn't stir up trouble? Of course it wasn't him, Palez said with a chuckle, sneering inwardly. If Rhine wanted something from the goddess's church, would he really need to steal it? Then who? Leonard pressed. Didn't your discussion just identify a suspect? Palez replied calmly. That mad adventurer, Gehrman Sparrow. So it really was him. Leonard frowned. But he has teleportation abilities. Who knows where he's already fled to? Old man, you know so many people, whose ancient aura is on Gehrman. Another of your friends. Sorry. I don't recognize it. I only know it feels ancient. However, one of the cases you previously investigated gave me an idea. I suspect Gehrman Sparrow and Detective Moriarty are the same person, both agents of a certain existence. Which existence? Leonard whispered, stunned. The aged voice answered in an oddly restrained tone. The fool who does not belong to this era. The fool who does not belong to this era. Leonard repeated subconsciously, then abruptly stopped, reciting a full honorific name could easily draw that being's attention. I remember suspecting that Count Ebner Bray might be connected to the fool. So after all this, does it still come back to him? Leonard clenched his fist. He left the washroom, slipped into the night, and headed for 28 Kinstrel Street, planning to take the risk of entering Ebner's dream, to probe that old monster and see if he could uncover anything. Yet the instant he entered the dream, he became lost within it, completely immersed in a beautiful illusion. In the dream, using his current strength, he returned to the day of the Tingen incident. Together with Klein and the captain, he successfully killed Migos, restrained in Zangwill lurking behind the scenes, and held on until the mandated punishers and machinery hive mind arrived. Just as he was celebrating with Klein, the captain, and the rest of his teammates at Old Ville's restaurant, he was suddenly kicked awake. Leonard struggled to open his eyes and saw a low-ranking constable holding a short baton, his epaulets bearing only a single V. The men snarled. You can't sleep here. This is stipulated by the poor law. Rubbing his bruised back, Leonard didn't argue and simply walked away. As he moved off, he inhaled sharply and whispered, Old man, what just happened? You overestimated yourself and tried to barge into someone else's dream, only to get trapped in a dream labyrinth. Instead, Palez replied. You should be grateful the ritual guarding the dream isn't particularly hostile to intruders. Ritual. Leonard sighed. That Count's defenses really are thorough. He then complained, Old man, why didn't you warn me? I already told you, Ebner Bray is a cognizer. Didn't you read the files? Cognizers are adept at prying open and exploiting all kinds of powers. Naturally, the places they live are protected by high-grade and extremely concealed guardians. Besides, he wasn't even home tonight. I originally wanted you to suffer a little and learn your lesson. Palez paused, then added, but it seems he even let you have a pleasant dream. Very Rhine of him. It really was a beautiful dream. Leonard murmured. But waking up feels like knives stabbing my heart. He fell silent for a moment, then suddenly reacted. You said he wasn't home tonight. That's right. But you really don't need to suspect him. For him, entering Cheney's gate is no different from going home. There's no need to impersonate an internal caretaker. That seems impossible. Leonard said, still unconvinced, yet he knew the old man had never lied to him about matters like this. Palez then hinted meaningfully, I suggest you continue investigating Sherlock Moriarty and Gehrman Sparrow. Old man, you've already guessed something, haven't you? Leonard asked. We'll need to see more. Meanwhile, at 39 Backland Street in the North Borough, the residence of MP mocked. While comparing several files, Hazel suddenly sensed something amiss. She picked up a portrait of Sherlock taken shortly after his arrival in Backland, when his beard had not yet grown so long, and studied it carefully. Then she retrieved another image, one Elizabeth had secretly pulled from the Tingen Nighthawk's casualty records, the portrait of Klein, Melissa's brother. No way, she murmured, overlaying the two portraits. She closed her eyes, and realized her cryptologist potion had been completely digested. On Sunday morning, as Ebner returned home from Princess Vera's mansion and was enjoying breakfast, the butler came in to report. Miss Hazel is calling. End of chapter. Chapter 1126, A Long-Absent Tingen. Upon hearing that Hazel had come to visit, Ebner felt slightly surprised. He finished the remaining coffee in his cup in one gulp, wiped his mouth, and only then stood up and walked toward the living room. In his daily life, unless necessary, Ebner did not proactively use abilities such as cognizer and related powers for everything. Otherwise, a great deal of fun would inevitably be lost, and he would gradually become less and less like a human. After arriving at the living room, Ebner unexpectedly discovered that the visitor was not just Hazel alone, but also Klein's younger sister, Melissa, as well as Miss Elizabeth, who had only recently joined the Nighthawks and whose face still carried a bit of baby fat. Among them, there were still tear tracks on Melissa's face. The color of her emotions appeared to be a mix of surprise and sorrow, along with a hint of uncertain apprehension. After a brief exchange of greetings, Ebner looked at Hazel and said with a smile, "It seems your cryptologist has finished digesting." "That's all thanks to your guidance," Hazel said gratefully as she stared at Ebner's cheek. It was precisely because Ebner had told her to investigate matters related to Detective Sherlock that she had been able to digest the potion so quickly. Melissa and Elizabeth, who did not understand the tacit exchange between them, grew somewhat anxious and secretly tugged at the hem of Hazel's skirt. They had booked a train departing for Tingen at 9 in the morning, and time was rather tight, which was why they made such a slightly discourteous move. Only then did Hazel come back to her senses. She withdrew her captivated gaze, lightly coughed, and explained their purpose. I, Melissa, and Elizabeth have some matters to attend to in Tingen and won't be able to return until tomorrow at noon. But aside from Elizabeth, who is relatively free due to her work, neither Melissa nor I want our families to worry. So we were hoping you could think of a way to help cover things up. Wouldn't it be easier to just ask me to teleport you to Tingen in the middle of the night? Ebner muttered inwardly. Still, he understood their desire to go and verify things on their own. After all, digging up a hero's grave was hardly an honorable affair, and it was normal that they did not want others to know. Even if Hazel had digested her potion by deciphering Sherlock's secret, that still did not truly guarantee that Sherlock was Klein. No problem. This isn't difficult for me, Ebner said with a smile as he nodded, then carefully sized up Hazel and Melissa. Just as the two of them were starting to feel a bit embarrassed under his gaze, Ebner waved his hand. Immediately after, two beautiful women appeared out of thin air in the living room. One of them was Natalia, the Saintess of Yellow, and the other was Tracy's mother, the former husband of Saintess of White, Katerina, the demoness of affliction, Reina. The latter had been a marionette of the Scholar of Yore, Daphne. Later, after attacking Owen and being planted with a brain seed, she had been offered to Ebner. Now, both of these demonesses had become Alvin's marionettes. Melissa and Elizabeth were both captivated by the beauty of the demonesses, especially the Saintess of Yellow. That innate allure made even girls like them feel their hearts race, leaving them momentarily speechless. Only Hazel, supported by her metal arm, pursed her lips and revealed a slightly unhappy expression. With a thought from Ebner, the marionettes used their master's faceless ability and transformed into the appearances of Melissa and Hazel respectively. All set. After you come back tomorrow, come find me again. I'll have them hand over identities with you then, Ebner said as he clapped his hands. This miraculous method once again shocked the three girls. Melissa even stepped forward to carefully examine that herself, yet she could not find a single flaw, even the clothes had been perfectly replicated. Thank you for your help, Viscount, Melissa said as she lifted her skirt and performed a curtsy. No need to be so polite. Also, just call me Ebner, Ebner said with a smile as he waved his hand. Then, out of habit, he observed their rivers of destiny to confirm whether this trip to dig a grave would go smoothly. However, he immediately frowned almost imperceptibly, then quickly concealed it. Next, he narrowed his eyes, took out paper and pen, wrote a note, and personally held Hazel's hand to place the note into her palm, instructing her to read it only after boarding the train. Hazel's cheeks instantly flushed red, yet she did not notice that several spirit worms were entering her body along the hand Ebner was holding, quietly hiding themselves. After the three girls arrived at the station and boarded the first-class carriage, the still somewhat dazed Hazel was urged on by her classmate and her classmate's close friend to open the note. What she found written on it was not what she had imagined, but the potion formula for the Prometheus. Although it was likewise extremely precious, Hazel's mood became rather complicated, a mixture of joy and disappointment. On the other side, after the three girls had left, Ebner sat alone in the living room, took a sip of Duke red tea, then looked in the direction of Tingen and muttered to himself. Hazel really couldn't escape the fate of encountering Amon after all. Blocking is worse than guiding. Since it's hard to avoid, it's better to let her encounter it once after making sufficient preparations. If I forcibly keep her in Backlund, perhaps a fate would flow into an even more unpredictable tributary. Thinking of this, Ebner, who had originally planned to find time to study the highest authority of Alvin's quiz labyrinth, could only temporarily shelve that plan. After going upstairs to wake Furs and giving her some instructions, his figure disappeared. Northborough, beneath St. Samuel Cathedral. Following the old man's guidance, Leonard, who was researching Sherlock's files, stared intently at the portrait of the great Detective Moriarty on the table. In his mind, he reconstructed what the other party looked like without glasses and without a beard. Although there might be a certain gap between this and reality, being a product of speculation mixed with imagination, Leonard increasingly felt that Sherlock Moriarty looked very familiar, very much like someone he had once known. How is that possible? He died long ago. I even buried him with my own hands. Leonard shook his head and muttered with a self-mocking smile. Before his words had fully faded, his expression suddenly stiffened, because the person in his memories was far from simple and hid enormous secrets. This person could strangely shake off the influence of 2-049 without needing anyone else's help. This person had used the special nature of 2-049 to kill a sequence 7 Beyonder, even though he himself had only been a seer who was not good at combat. This person could use techniques of ancient sanguine spells and ritual magic. This person had summarized the acting method in a very short time and advanced to sequence 8 at an astonishing speed. This person possessed high sequence sundomain charms and, working together with Captain Dunsmith who wielded holy ashes, had actually killed Migos, who carried the offspring of an evil god. This person's sequence 8B under characteristic had been taken away by Ensanguil, while Captain Dunsmith's sequence 7B under characteristic had been left at the scene. Perhaps it wasn't that Ensanguil casually took a B under characteristic that just happened to be formed, causing something to be missing at the scene, but rather that there had never been a corresponding item formed at all. Leonard Mitchell abruptly came back to his senses and once again scrutinized Sherlock Moriarty's portrait. The more he looked, the more he felt that the mysterious detective Sherlock Moriarty resembled his former teammate, the hero who had saved Tingen, Klein Moretti. After quickly flipping through the files again, he sat in the chair without moving for a long time, as if he had already fallen asleep within the shadows cast by the lamplight. Several minutes passed before Leonard finally changed posture. He leaned back against the chair and said in a low voice, "Old man, do you think this detective Sherlock Moriarty looks like my teammate back in Tingen City, Klein Moretti? Silly kid, you finally noticed. But that's only one. Don't you also think that Duane Dantes and Dunsmith look very similar?" In his mind, Pallas muttered a few words to himself before deliberately hesitating and replying in an aged voice. "The one who joined the Nighthawks because of the Antigonus family notebook." "Yes." Leonard responded in a deep voice. The parasite within his body waited 2 seconds before saying, "Somewhat similar." After receiving the answer, Leonard fell silent once more. After a long while, he took out his gold-cased pocket watch, snapped it open, and glanced at it, confirming that it was still morning. Leonard immediately closed the watch, stood up abruptly, left a note for his teammates, then went out to hail a carriage and headed straight for the train station. Tingen City, Seer Club. A man in his 30s with darker skin, dark green pupils, light yellow and soft hair, wearing a white shirt and a black vest, suddenly curved his lips into a smile. Then he put on the monocle that he had long worn on his chest as an ornament, placing it over his right eye. "Mr. Grasses." The lady sitting opposite him, who was waiting for a divination, saw his strange smile and could not help but call out. Who would have thought that Grasses would only glance back at the lady, causing her to stop speaking? Instead, she took out a monocle from somewhere unknown and put it on as well. "Pallas is in this city," the man and the woman said in unison. End of chapter. Chapter 1127, Emergency. Inside a hotel on Hall Street, Tingen City. Because digging a grave was hardly an honorable matter, and secrecy also had to be considered, Elizabeth did not invite her friends to rest at her home. Instead, she chose a relatively high-end hotel to stay in temporarily. As soon as they had settled in, Elizabeth, being a local, volunteered to go out to purchase suitable tools to prepare for what they were going to do at night. "Teacher Hazel, do you think? Klein, might he really not be dead?" Melissa asked, as if seeking an answer, yet also as if talking to herself. "But why would he fake his death and refuse to come home? Perhaps he has very big troubles on him, and he doesn't want to implicate you and your brother," Hazel replied after a brief moment of thought. At the same time, she felt a bit of admiration for that detective who had helped her digest the swindler. He truly deserved to be a friend acknowledged by Ebner. Back in Tingen, his sequence had definitely not been high, yet he had managed to do things so perfectly. Thinking again about her own performance back when she was sequence 9, it was simply too embarrassing to look at. Melissa pressed her lips together and continued asking, "Then why did he suddenly give me a Beyonder item under the name Sherlock? Maybe it's because you became a Beyonder." Hazel was not too certain. "Or perhaps because you became Ebner's neighbor, and he felt you were safe enough." Melissa pondered for a moment before saying, "So that means he'll only come home after I have enough ability to protect myself." "Probably." Hazel answered vaguely. Deep down, she did not think Klein could return to his past state anymore. After all, even setting other things aside, the matter of him dying and coming back to life would be extremely difficult to explain clearly to the churches. What was more, in her estimation, Klein had very likely come to believe in some great existence, which was why he had such a rapid advancement afterward. She still did not know that Gehrman was also Klein, but even judging only by Sherlock's advancement speed, it was much faster than hers. Among the people she knew, only Ebner surpassed him. While the two were talking, Elizabeth came in like a thief, carrying a large bag on her back, opening the door and slipping inside. Very quickly, she untied the bag, revealing the tools inside, and introduced them as she spoke. "I'm a seer, Melissa is a savant, and Miss Hazel is a cryptologist. We're all sequences that aren't good at frontal combat and don't have strength enhancement. So besides buying iron shovels, I also bought a few crowbars. Otherwise, the three of us might not even be able to pry open the coffin lid." Hearing this, Hazel glanced at her metal arm covered by long gloves, shook her head, and said, "There's no need to go through all that trouble. When the time comes, just leave it to me." Seeing the two girls of the same age as her look over with astonished expressions, Hazel kept her face unchanged and directly changed the topic. "It'll be dark soon. We'll act after dinner. But before that, you'd better divine whether things will go smoothly." "All right." Elizabeth nodded solemnly, then loosened the pendulum from her sleeve and began silently reciting the divination incantation. After 7 repetitions, she opened her eyes and saw that the pendulum was rotating clockwise, though with a small amplitude. There will be some obstacles, but there shouldn't be too much danger, Elizabeth said after putting away the pendulum. The obstacles might come from the Nighthawks, Hazel said thoughtfully, considering what they were planning to do. Elizabeth and Melissa also agreed with her guess. After the 3 ate dinner at the hotel and waited for a while, they changed into clothes suitable for action, put on hooded cloaks, and took advantage of the night to leave the hotel, heading toward Raphael Cemetery. Because neither Elizabeth nor Melissa had much experience, and Hazel, the only one with a track record of going out late at night, was unfamiliar with the roads, they nearly got discovered by patrolling police several times along the way. Fortunately, with the swindler ability and Melissa's nightmare badge, they ultimately arrived at the cemetery with a few scares but no real danger. However, when they avoided the official beyonder guarding the cemetery and arrived in front of Klein's grave, they were stunned to see a man wearing red gloves who had already dug out the coffin and, with a sudden burst of force, flipped open the heavy wooden lid. And inside the pitch-black coffin, there was nothing at all. Leonard Mitchell. At that moment, Melissa, having recognized who the man was, cried out. Leonard, who had been dazed because there was nothing inside the coffin, abruptly came back to his senses. He turned around to check the source of the voice, then immediately felt a trace of awkwardness. After all, he knew all 3 ladies in front of him. One was Klein's sister, one was the little girl who had cried very sadly for Klein at his funeral, and Miss Hazel had also had contact with Sherlock in the case files. Digging someone's grave in front of their sister and friends indeed made Leonard feel rather embarrassed. But he soon looked back at the pitch-black coffin at his feet and said in a heavy tone, "You've all seen it, this grave is empty. Klein might very well not be dead." However, the reactions of the 3 ladies opposite him did not show shock, disbelief, joy, or even fear as he had expected. Instead, all of them curved their lips and pulled out strange smiles. This. As a veteran Nighthawk, Leonard immediately became alert. But before he could probe further, the old man's urgent shout rang out in his ears, "Quick, pray to the goddess, or to the fool. Amon has come. Amon." Leonard's pupils suddenly constricted, and then he saw in terror that the 3 ladies opposite him somehow took out monocles and put them on their right eyes at the same time. Facing such a scalp-tingling scene, Leonard instinctively retreated a few steps. Yet he was the kind of person who became calmer the more dangerous the situation was. Without time to think further, he followed the old man's suggestion and began praying to the goddess. Meanwhile, Elizabeth, Melissa, and Hazel had already lowered their right hands after putting on the monocles. Looking at Leonard opposite them, they laughed once and said, "Luckily I discovered the abnormality of fate. Palez, your understanding of me is still stuck 1,000 years ago. You actually dared to leave Backlund with a host. This is already the year 1350 of the 5th epoch. Techniques that rely on gathering avatars to raise one's level have long been outdated." As his voice fell, the surrounding space was completely sealed off and entered a certain kind of concealed state. For the Evernight goddess's descent vessel to reach this place, it will take at least 10 minutes. Do you think you can hold on for 10 minutes? Hearing this, and receiving no response from the goddess, Leonard's heart filled with despair. Just as he was about to grit his teeth and attack the other party, seeking a glorious death, the old man's voice sounded in his ears again. "Amon's state isn't right. If he really could quickly take you and me down, he definitely wouldn't waste so many words. Quick, recite the honorific name of the fool. That's the only chance." Hearing this, Leonard struggled internally for a few seconds, then clenched his teeth and began chanting that honorific name in ancient Hermes. The fool that does not belong to this era. No matter how terrifying that fool might be, it was something to face in the future. If he hesitated now, there would be no future at all. As his voice fell, drastic changes suddenly occurred on the bodies of Melissa, Elizabeth, and Hazel. A black and red cage emerged, easily trapping the monocles on the right eyes of the 3 girls. "Rhine, Solomon's raven lasso." Palez's astonished voice rang out simultaneously in Leonard's heart. End of chapter. Chapter 1128, Sufficient Preparation. Backlund, Northborough, 160 Bachland Street. After returning from the nation of the Evernight, in order to avoid arousing suspicion from routine investigations by the Nighthawks, Klein finally obtained Sharon's consent and moved from the 2nd floor into the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. He had just sent away a certain red glove in his dreams and was about to get a good night's sleep when an illusory voice of supplication reached his ears. "Who the hell isn't sleeping in the middle of the night?" Klein flipped over and sat up, rubbing his temple with a trace of irritation. Next, he glanced at Sharon, who was sleeping on the other side of the large bed, then quickly got out of bed, tiptoed into the washroom, and used spirituality to seal off the surroundings. Only after finishing all this did Klein walk backward 4 steps, enter above the gray fog, sit down in the seat belonging to the fool, and then see clear, radiant light rippling outward in circles from a position slightly in front and to the side. Someone who doesn't belong to the tarot club is praying to me. Having once played the role of the sea god and already being very experienced with this, Klein spread out his spirituality and touched the ripples of light in a posture of responding to the prayer. Immediately afterward, a scene appeared before his eyes. Although the image was not particularly clear, Klein recognized at a glance that the other party was his former teammate when he served as a Nighthawk in Tingen, his poet classmate, Leonard Mitchell. Leonard is in danger. It's actually reached the point where he has to pray to me, an evil god, for help. Klein instantly became serious. At the same time, he discovered that inside Leonard Mitchell's body there was a light cluster, seemingly composed of countless ring-like worms, deeply hidden within the mental body. This allowed Klein to confirm that the worm of time Pallas Zoroast mentioned by Ebner was only a preliminary parasite and had not taken control of Leonard's mind-body, astral body, etheric body, or flesh and blood body. And because Klein was not yet a demigod and was still unable, when pulling someone up, to effectively divide and select souls, he did not rashly pull Leonard up above the grey fog to question him, lest Pallas follow the connection like Amon had done back then and enter Sapphira Castle. Therefore, Klein only used the error card to pry at power and slightly reinforce his connection with Leonard, making his perspective clearer. Then, Klein saw a scene that filled him with both shock and fury. Melissa, Elizabeth, and Miss Hazel had actually all put monocles on their right eyes at the same time and were looking together at Leonard. No, their gazes were filled with penetrative force, as if they were examining someone through Leonard. Pallas, or me. At this moment, Klein had already calmed down. This was not because he was unconcerned about his sister, but because through the vision of Sapphira Castle, he could clearly see that among the three girls, only Miss Hazel was a real person. The remaining Melissa and Elizabeth were merely illusions, their interiors formed from countless maggots clinging together. Very clearly, Amon had probably been calculated against by someone, and the only one capable of calculating him and also closely connected to Miss Hazel was none other than Mr. Tower. Thinking of this, Klein could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Since Mr. Tower had taken action, Amon was probably not going to gain anything. After all, even a god's son could not afford to provoke multiple goddesses. Still, after things are over, I'll have to pull Tower up and ask about the situation. Tingen, inside Raphael Cemetery. After the black and red cage emerged and trapped the monocles on the right eyes of the three girls, it looked as though it was about to contract further. But at this moment, those cages suddenly became blurry and unstable, as if a smooth image had developed mosaic-like distortion. Raven lasso. I was already able to crack this thing back when Solomon was still alive. Hazel casually removed the red and black from the monocle and said with a smile. But in the very next instant, the bodies of Elizabeth and Melissa beside her suddenly disappeared entirely, transforming into two larger cages that swallowed the two lenses in one gulp. At the same time, a mysterious lady with black hair and black eyes, wearing a veil and exuding an aura of enigma, appeared out of thin air. Her eyes met Hazel's, instantly turning the monocle on the latter's right eye into stone. The suddenly appearing lady was the Saintess of Black, Medea, who was already under Vera's control. Since Ebner wanted to ambush Amon, how could he possibly come alone? Naturally, he had called friends and allies, and that Saintess of Black was someone he had borrowed from Vera. As for Ebner's own marionette, Natalia, that Saintess of Yellow, he had not brought her along out of concern that she might be stolen by Amon and end up strengthening the enemy instead. This is already the year 1350 of the Fifth Epoch. Naturally, the technology of the Raven lasso has long since been updated and improved. Ebner let out a light laugh, returning Amon's earlier mockery of Pallas right back to him. Then, Alvin Abraham slowly revealed his figure, walked to Hazel's front, and removed the monocle from her right eye. After that, he reached forward with his right hand and dragged a 14- or 15-year-old boy out of the air. The boy was initially a bit dazed, then revealed a trace of helplessness in his eyes and made a gesture toward Alvin. Immediately afterward, Hazel's state rapidly regressed, returning in the blink of an eye to how she had been before being parasitized by Amon. The boy was precisely Little Snake Will, whom Alvin had known in his own lifetime. And accompanying the restart of the giant snake, the diviner Grasses, wearing a white shirt and black vest, appeared before Leonard and Alvin. This was a trap aimed at me. Grasses, or rather Amon, curled his lips and examined the concealed space around him that he himself had created, continuing with mockery, who added another layer of concealment outside my concealment, instead trapping me myself. Oh, so it's a servant of concealment. TSK, a miracle invoker, a demoness of calamity, and a servant of concealment. It seems there's also a cognizer hidden in the dark. Hee, that must be the Ebner Brian the little girl keeps muttering about, right? To capture me, you really went all out. Of course, it's also possible that this wasn't aimed at me at all. After saying that, Amon glanced meaningfully at Leonard, causing the latter's heart to tighten. However, at this moment, Pallas comforted Leonard within his mind, relax. If it were before, there really would have been a possibility that this was aimed at me. But you just recited the honorific name of the fool, so now we're all on the same side. Leonard was stunned upon hearing this. Old man, are you sure? I'm sure. Pallas sighed. The reason he had risked letting Leonard come dig up the grave in the first place was precisely to find an opportunity for him to establish a connection with the fool. After all, the current situation was very clear. Ebner, or rather, Rhine, favored that Mr. Fool, and Rhine's attitude was the attitude of the goddess, the Earth Mother goddess, and the sanguine ancestor. Moreover, Klein, Dunn, and Daly, who all had good relations with you, had already joined the Fool's faction. If we don't take advantage of this opportunity to join as well, our future will consist of nothing but being hunted. Amon fell silent for a few seconds. He was not angry, instead looking at Ebner with interest. So there's also a sage outside intercepting information. Is it Yalalin? To him, this was something sufficiently fun. Difficulties encountered during the process were entirely imaginable, they would only make the pleasure after success more abundant. Of course, failure was also nothing. Even if the sequence 2, Trojan Horse of Destiny, was lost, it would have no effect on his main body. Ebner, however, did not reply. He knew that after suddenly encountering his ambush, with the worms of time already largely dominated by the long-hidden spirit worms, Amon's state was actually quite poor and was already on the verge of being unable to maintain the level of sequence 2. Yet he still chose to allow the other party to spout some nonsense. Naturally, this was to wait for his killing move to finish preparing. After all, the real Ebner hidden in the dark was a cognizer. As long as a cognizer was given enough time to pry at fulcrums, the power that could be displayed would naturally be extremely astonishing. For example, the River of Eternal Darkness within the Arc de Triomphe of Trier. And for example, the White Angel that Ebner was currently preparing. End of chapter. Chapter 1129, Star. Very soon, a round of illusory sun rose, illuminating this stretch of night sky shrouded in concealment as brightly as day, while at the same time revealing Ebner's true body, which had originally been hidden by Even's concealment barrier. At this moment, Ebner no longer wore his usual pleased expression. In a state of absolute rationality, he was like the return of the ancient sun god. Such divine might made even Amon put away his smile. He carefully observed for a few moments, then resumed a casual posture, shook his head, and said, "For that brief instant just now, I thought Sasra had revived." As his words fell, he seemed to lose interest in play. The monocle on his right eye flashed as he prepared to directly steal that round of illusory sun. This was also the reason he had long since noticed Ebner's actions yet allowed him to continue preparing. To him, although 70% of his attention was focused on the struggle between his own worms of time and Alvin Abraham's spirit worms, and of the remaining 30%, 20% was spent guarding against other angels, he believed that even with only 10% of his strength left, it would still be enough to deal with that cognizer. Although a cognizer was said to pry the greatest power at the smallest cost, that power ultimately did not belong to him. It could be easily stolen, and in this world, was there anyone better at stealing than him? However, in the very next instant, Amon's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Ebner in astonishment, and for the first time truly regarded him seriously. "So it was you. No wonder that madman always arranged coincidences to keep me at a distance from you. That truly isn't something I can bear." As he said this, he leisurely stretched his body and said with a smile, "Kill me." This time, it was Ebner's turn to be slightly stunned, but he immediately noticed the additional black specks appearing within the unknown land. He nodded thoughtfully, then withdrew from the absolute rationality state, curled his lips, and asked, "Have you considered becoming my blessed?" Since Amon had gone and sought death himself by stealing things from the unknown land and even incidentally exploring some knowledge, he was already meat on the chopping block and no longer needed to be treated with full force. Amon shook his head and said, "If you can't do it, I can also self-destruct. It's just that in that case, part of the Beyonder characteristics might return to my main body. But wouldn't that bring contamination back to your main body? You should know him well. He won't be able to resist the temptation to explore the unknown," Ebner said with a smile. Amon also curled his lips, speaking in exactly the same tone as Ebner. "This level of contamination is indeed very troublesome for the main body, but if he really can't handle it, he can still go find that madman." He naturally did not want to bring contamination back, but if there truly was no other way, it wasn't as if there were no solutions. Ebner thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "You're right. So, kill me," Amon repeated the sentence, chatting as if with an old friend. "You stole Klein's line, you know that. Could this also be part of theft acting?" Ebner complained inwardly. Then, without further hesitation, he raised his right hand and pointed at Amon, solemnly proclaiming in ancient Hermes, "God says, you are a devil, you are a blatherer." Silently, Amon's form began to change. He was no longer as refined and gentle as before. Horns grew from his head, wings spread from his back, and he truly transformed into the appearance of a demon. When God declares that you are evil, then you are evil. You will even briefly transform into an evil form, to support the correctness of God's words. This was an upgraded application of the Justice Mentor ability. Good and evil were determined by me, this was Justice Mentor. Originally, at sequence 3, this ability could at most define an enemy as evil, allowing one side's holy light to deal special damage. But after being sublimated by the illusory, pure white angel, its effect underwent a qualitative change, becoming capable of truly transforming the enemy's form. This was also a manifestation of the sun pathway within the omnipotence domain. Speaking of which, Ebner had originally planned to blast Amon with a burst of solar flame, using extremely high energy and ultra-high temperatures to kill him. But now that this avatar of Amon was already under control, there was no need to go that far. So after defining the other party as a blatherer, he took out the holy sword Bernadette and handed it to the just awakened Hazel. Justice also had its limits. At most, it could reduce the sequence 2 avatar of Amon to a sequence 3 blatherer. Going any lower would be extremely difficult. That holy sword had received the blessings of the Knowledge Emperor and the Knowledge Mentor. Against devils and aberrations, it could deal damage at the level of sequence 1, enough to kill this avatar of Amon. The reason for handing the holy sword to Hazel was also to completely sever the destiny-level entanglement between her and Amon. Hazel opened her eyes. She had not lost the memories from when she had been parasitized, so toward Amon she felt both fear and hatred. Fear of his bizarre abilities, and hatred because he had killed her 2 friends. Because she had just regained control of her body, Hazel had not yet understood the situation and believed that Melissa and Elizabeth were already dead. After listening to Ebner's description of the holy sword, Hazel bit her lip, picked up the long sword with her metal arm, and chopped it down toward Amon's avatar without the slightest hesitation. To escape the convergence of destiny. As expected of the former. Amon did not even finish his sentence before being instantly reduced to powder by the holy sword Bernadette, enhanced with group attack, multiple attack, and lethal attack. However, in the final moment before his death, he wore a trace of a relieved smile. Although the god of pranks might do things that pursue stimulation regardless of risk, Amon's main role is still the god of deceit. Ebner sighed, then supported Hazel, who looked as if all her strength had been drained, and said with a smile, "Well done. But it was me who harmed Melissa and Elizabeth." As she spoke, Hazel's eyes reddened. Ebner retrieved the holy sword while smiling and patting the back of her hand, comforting her. "They're fine. I swapped them out long ago, back when you checked into that hotel." "Swapped them out?" Hazel stopped crying and looked at Ebner in surprise. "That's right. Back in Backlund, I already sensed that your destiny was somewhat abnormal, so I took some protective measures on you." Ebner briefly explained the preparations he had made, then also brought Hazel into Alvin's quiz labyrinth, letting her take care of the still unconscious Melissa and Elizabeth. After doing all this, Ebner expressed his thanks to the angels who had come to assist, including Alvin, before finally walking toward Leonard. Ebner had known in advance that Alvin's return would be difficult to conceal, so since the two were friends, helping each other was perfectly reasonable. Seeing the old monster mentioned by the old man approach, Leonard immediately became nervous and prepared to fight desperately, even though he knew it would be useless. "Don't be nervous. Since you've become his believer, we're companions now. Besides calling me Ebner, you can also call me Mr. Tower." Ebner exchanged a few simple pleasantries with Leonard and, using Leonard's perspective, informed Klein that he was now free. Only then did he pick up the remnants left behind by Amon and disappear from the cemetery. Leonard Mitchell stood there blankly for a long while. Only when the concealment dissipated and the patrolling Nighthawk Fry was about to approach did he suddenly snap back to his senses and begin filling in the empty coffin. At the same time, he lowered his voice and asked, "Old man, Amon's avatar has fallen." 6 angels came, along with that old friend of mine. Even if Amon's main body had come, it might not have won, let alone just a sequence 2 avatar, Palez said with deep emotion. 6. But Amon only pointed out 4, Leonard said as he shoveled dirt. The spirit artifact angel should also have come, but he was guarding against another godchild. Additionally, there was a trace of desolation aura hidden there, but it wasn't complete. It was unlike the mother of the Earth Mother Goddess Church, and more like a beyonder creature possessing the rank of a desolate mother. They weren't on guard against me, so I was able to see these things that Amon didn't. After filling the soil and resetting the tombstone, Leonard glanced once more at Klein's photograph and asked gravely, "Among the angels Amon mentioned just now, was there a servant of concealment?" "Yes. If my perception wasn't wrong, it was Her Highness Ariana, the abbess of the Evernight Monastery," Palez replied in his aged voice. "So that means, the goddess tacitly approves of my turning to the fool. The goddess and the fool have a certain mutual understanding. Or are they simply allies?" With his life at stake, Leonard's highly tense mind was far more agile than usual, leading him to think of countless questions. "Probably," Palez gave a vague answer. Above the grey fog, whirled Klein, after listening to Ebner's abridged showing off, could not help but sigh. Your days really are thrilling. You're not any worse, Ebner replied meaningfully, then changed the subject and asked about Melissa. She's still trapped in a dream by me. If you don't want her to know the secret that you're still alive, I can help make her and Elizabeth forget this experience. I'll also remind Hazel to keep it confidential. Klein hesitated for quite a while after hearing this, before finally letting out a long sigh. Forget it. If she knows, then she knows. Just don't let her know that I'm currently Dwayne Dantes. If possible, hide the identity of Gehrman Sparrow from her as well. Is it because Gehrman's deeds are too abnormal for Melissa to accept? Ebner muttered inwardly. On the surface, he nodded in agreement, then casually took out the Trojan horse of destiny, characteristic left behind by Amon, and handed it to Klein. As an exchange for me helping you wrap things up, I'll leave the task of safeguarding this characteristic to you, Mr. Fool. Whirled Klein subconsciously took it, but in the next moment, unstoppable shock surged through his mind. Mr. Tower could bring items above the grey fog without the permission of the Fool. Fortunately, Klein had the abilities of a clown, allowing him to restrain himself from losing composure. He also did not overstep by questioning on behalf of the Fool. Seeing through Klein's thoughts, Ebner merely smiled faintly and did not take it to heart. He was already a miracle invoker and had mastered the correct way to enter Sapphira Castle. He might be powerless before those light doors beyond, but bringing some items above the grey fog was not particularly difficult. After Tower left, Klein held the Trojan horse of destiny and pondered for a long time before finally smiling in relief. He and Lou Bo each held the other's secrets. If Edner truly harbored malicious intent toward him, he would have been dead long ago. As friends, it's better to be open and honest. Tomorrow, no, this afternoon after the Tarot Club gathering, I'll go directly to Ebner and ask him about it. With his mental burden lifted, Klein devoted himself fully to studying that Sequence 2 characteristic. He then discovered that by coordinating the error card with this characteristic, his spirit body above the grey fog possessed a genuine angel level of status and power. Although this power could not be brought into reality, in reality, his spirit body could not withstand the contamination of a Sequence 2 characteristic. It was more than sufficient to accurately distinguish Leonard's mental body and intimidate the old grandfather behind him. Thinking of this, Klein estimated the time, did not hesitate further, directly had his spirit body fuse with the error card and the Trojan horse of destiny, and then pulled Leonard's mental body up above the grey fog. A moment later, Leonard, from a large pile of star cards, unsurprisingly drew a star card. End of chapter. Chapter 1130, The Tarot Club and Roselle's Mockery. Tingen City Docks. As an inland steamship docked, a young girl holding a parasol strolled down the gangway. Over the next half-day, the girl wandered through Tingen City, stopping and starting, until she finally halted in front of a hotel on House Street. The girl raised her head and, beneath the shade of the parasol, put a monocle over her right eye. A moment later, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly as she murmured to herself without sound. Palez, Abraham, the Fool, and there's also a demoness working together. The Abraham family once intermarried with the Tamara family in the Fourth Epoch, and the latter is now one of the controllers of the Psychic Research Society. They really are on extremely close terms with the demonesses. Their cooperation actually managed to prevent my avatar from sending back even a shred of information. This is really interesting. The girl removed the monocle, and her lake clear eyes brimmed with excitement. On the Sonia Sea, aboard the slowly sailing Future, Katlia received a letter delivered by the Queen using a messenger. After opening the envelope and taking out the parchment inside to read it, she fell into deep thought. A moment later, she pushed up the glasses on the bridge of her nose, opened the captain's cabin window, and shouted to everyone. Change course. Head to Byam. After issuing the order, the pirate general, in a rather good mood, slightly curved her lips upward and began to recall the page of Roselle's diary that the Queen had sent along with the letter, preparing to offer it to Mr. Fool at the afternoon Tarot Club gathering. But who exactly is this Giuseppe Castiglia? Why does the Queen want to inquire about his information? In the Queen's district, inside the luxurious villa of Earl Hall's family, Audrey was hiding in her room, gazing at the glass bottle in her hand. Inside the bottle was a transparent, colorless, viscous liquid. When it was still, it resembled a mirror, perfectly reflecting everything within its range. When it rippled, tiny vortices silently spun beneath the surface. This was precisely the newly concocted hypnotist potion. Audrey had already finished digesting the psychiatrist potion and planned to advance to Sequence 6 before the Psychology Alchemy Society in Backlund contacted her. After using soothing to adjust her mental state, Audrey lightly bit her lip, raised the glass bottle, and gulped the potion down. A short while later, as the bodily mutations gradually receded, Audrey quickly returned to normal. However, when she looked in the mirror, she discovered that although her emerald green eyes appeared clear, they concealed strange vortices of unfathomable depth, making it difficult for anyone who saw them to look away, easily becoming immersed. This was a manifestation of spirituality dissipating and not yet fully restrained. Audrey's brows and eyes slowly relaxed, her smile gradually becoming clearer. Facing her reflection in the mirror, she gently nodded and said with barely concealed delight. Audrey, you're already sequence 6 now. Once her emotions settled somewhat, she began to carefully examine herself to confirm what new beyond her abilities she had obtained. At this moment, her personal maid, Annie, knocked and entered, saying, "Miss, it's time to try on the evening gowns selected for tonight." Today was Monday, June 6th, and also Audrey's 18th birthday. In the evening, a grand ball would be held at her home. Audrey did not answer directly, instead asking, "Has mother already made her selection?" "Yes." The Countess chose designs from Mr. Setters and Madame Ginia respectively, especially Madame Ginia. The gown she designed for you at the New Year's ball already led Backlund's fashion trends, so the Countess is more inclined toward her new work, Annie replied truthfully. Audrey nodded and said with a faint smile, "Tell mother I'll be right there." After dismissing her personal maid, she glanced at the golden-haired large dog, Susie, who was observing the maids at work, and asked with a smile, "Susie, did you prepare a birthday present for me?" "I did, Audrey," Susie wagged her tail and said in a crisp voice. "But it's a secret. I'll give it to you after the ball. You even want to give me a surprise." Audrey was very surprised, but she immediately recalled how she had once helped Mr. Tower choose a gift, and could not help asking, "It won't be dog food or something like that, right?" "Of course not." Susie wagged her tail again, glanced toward the corridor, and said mysteriously, "It took me several weeks to finish it." Hearing this, Audrey felt even more anticipation, and at the same time suddenly recalled what Mr. Tower had said after taking her to the City of Miracles. "I can make a wish to him on my birthday." Backlund, inside the villa at 28 Kingster Street. Following Klein's instructions, Ebner implanted false grave-digging memories into Melissa and Elizabeth, making them believe that they had personally dug up Klein's coffin and confirmed that there was no one inside. After finishing this, he handed the two of them over to Hazel and, incidentally, went over the story details with her. After confirming that their accounts were consistent, Ebner looked at Hazel, whose spirit was still somewhat dazed, and said with a smile, "Although this incident was mainly to help you break free from the destiny of encountering Amon, you did end up passively serving as a bait, so you should also receive a share of the spoils." As he spoke, he took out a Sequence 6 Prometheus characteristic and handed it to her. This characteristic also came from Amon. Seeing this, Hazel pressed her lips together but did not refuse. After what had happened earlier, she had already clearly realized just how vast the gap in strength between herself and Edner truly was. If this continued, I might not even be qualified to serve as a bait anymore. So she did not want to miss any opportunity to advance. At 3 in the afternoon, within the mysterious space above the gray fog, streaks of deep crimson light lit up along both sides of the mottled long table, solidifying into vague, different figures. Justice Audrey quickly swept her gaze around, then looked toward the seat of honor at the head of the bronze long table, leading everyone in a smiling salute. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Meanwhile, Star Leonard, who was attending the Tarot Club for the first time, had not yet had time to observe the others before his train of thought was interrupted by this sudden greeting. He hurriedly stood up, but ultimately failed to keep pace with the rhythm. "This is the newly joined Mr. Star." The fool, Klein, naturally did not blame his former colleague and instead offered an introduction. Everyone followed suit and examined Star, only to find that his attention was focused more on Mr. Tower and Mr. World. Does Mr. Star know Mr. Tower and Mr. World in reality? Or was it those two gentlemen who guided him into the gathering? As everyone formed their own conjectures, Hermit Catlia turned toward the head of the bronze long table and saluted. "Respected Mr. Fool, there is a page of Roselle's diary this time." "Very good. You may consider what you want." Klein nodded in satisfaction, then had the page of the diary manifested by Catlia delivered to his hand, eagerly beginning to read. October 3rd. Today I successfully invited Miss Isaka to Madame Parlin's estate. Madame Parlin is my secret dressmaker, specializing in the production of garments and various cosplay outfits. And today, I prepared a piece for Miss Isaka. In any case, I spent a delightful afternoon. I ask any future friend who reads my diary not to be jealous, because being jealous is useless. This is the charm of me as Caesar. Ha 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 ha. Looking at this page full of standard Roselle-style romantic escapades, Klein's mouth nearly twitched as he helplessly mused inwardly. I even thought that the Queen Mystic had always provided diaries of high quality. I didn't expect her to stumble this time too. Then again, she can't read Chinese characters and can only judge based on the diary's date and old Huang's emotional fluctuations when writing it, so mistakes are inevitable. Still, I really have to say this, old Huang, not only did you play around extravagantly, you even mocked future transmigrators for reading your diary and being jealous of you. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Pa. I mean, I definitely wouldn't be jealous. Even though he thought so, scenes of Miss Sharon changing into various game and anime character outfits inexplicably surfaced in Klein's mind. End of chapter. Chapter 1131, Labels and Deals. While Mr. Fool was lost in idle reverie, Leonard, attending the Tarot Club for the first time, was simultaneously astonished that Mr. Fool could actually read Roselle's script, while also observing the members seated on both sides of the long table and silently assigning them preliminary labels. Miss Justice, clearly a young woman. Her temperament seemed optimistic and outgoing. Though the details of her attire were blurred, her taste appeared refined, most likely a noble lady. Mr. Hangman, rough and taciturn, giving off the air of someone irritable and impulsive at heart. Perhaps a pirate. Mr. Tower, that resurrected old monster, Ebner Bryan. And even he behaved with such reverence toward Mr. Fool. Then who exactly was Mr. Fool? The Black Emperor of Solomon. Miss Magician, she kept giving me strange looks, occasionally glancing at that old monster as well, although I couldn't see her face clearly, her figure and bearing closely resembled that best-selling author living in his house. Surely not. That old monster even dragged his lover into this place. Does he trust Mr. Fool that much, or is he simply that confident in himself? Mr. Sun, very tall, his voice sounded like it hadn't quite finished changing yet. Though quiet, he seemed friendly enough. Miss Hermit, mature and steady. There was a strong likelihood she was an experienced beyonder. Among all the Tarot Club members, she was the only one still able to produce Roselle's diaries, either she had joined recently, or her connections were extraordinarily broad. Mr. Moon, rather young, somewhat reserved, he resembled that Earth Mother church priest who was famous among Backlund's high society ladies. Emlyn White, wasn't it? Right, he was also friends with Klein's great detective Sherlock persona. Miss Judgment, she gave me the distinct impression of an MI9 operative, the height didn't match, but judging from her interactions with Miss Magician, could she be Miss Xiao Cha, who lived in the old monster's house? Miss Temperance, more like a doll than a real person, the feeling she gave off was somewhat similar to Klein's, probably also disguised. Finally, the world, without a doubt, that was Klein himself, using the identity of Gehrman Sparrow as a disguise. I remember intelligence reports saying Gehrman Sparrow had withdrawn unscathed from an angel-level battle and even killed the Admiral of Blood. Still only sequence 5, yet already top tier, and that was less than a year ago. How on earth did he manage that? And I don't even know what sequences the others are at. Am I going to be the weakest one here? As Leonard's thoughts wandered, Mr. Fool finally emerged from his reverie. He made the diary page in his hand disappear and turned his gaze toward Hermit Catlia. Catlia immediately caught the cue. Recalling the contents of the Queen's letter, she asked respectfully, "What is the relationship between Giuseppe Castia and the hidden existence I asked about last time?" The question instantly drew everyone's attention. Castia was the royal surname of Phaenopotter. From the way Hermit phrased it, she was clearly certain that this Giuseppe was connected to the hidden existence that even Mr. Fool treated with caution. Could the Castia family, like Loan's Augustus family, be secretly trading with some evil god behind their church's back? Alger, the resident master of wild speculation, instantly spun countless theories. Ebner was not surprised by Hermit's question. When Bernadette had recklessly attempted to pry information about Lubo from the Pale Death, she had already obtained clues concerning Giuseppe and Lamia. The deeper one delved, the more severe the contamination became. Bernadette still hadn't noticed anything amiss, only because the main body of the unknown was asleep, and its current agent, Ebner, had made no attempt to control her. Furthermore, she lacked any knowledge of outer deities, leaving her completely undefended. In the original course of events, Klein had even dispatched Orange Light Healerion to educate her about outer gods and great old ones. While Ebner was lost in thought, Klein, faced with Hermit's question, first cast a subtle glance at Tower before replying calmly. The value of that diary page does not match the answer you seek. He knew the truth, but it was someone else's secret. Permission had to be obtained first. There was no harm in delaying until next week. I apologize, Mr. Fool. I was presumptuous, Hermit said hurriedly. After confirming that Mr. Fool was not displeased, she continued cautiously, "Then I will record this page as a contribution for now." "That will do," Klein nodded lightly. Leaning back against the chair, he said casually, "Let's begin the transactions." Before the words had fully faded, he had the world turn toward Miss Magician and say in a hoarse voice, "I need information on Calderon City, most importantly, its location. I hope the Abraham family can provide it." Through Sharon and Miss Messenger, Klein knew that the main ingredient for a marionettist, the spirit world plunderer, could only be found near that spirit world city. He had already consulted Tower, but Ebner, aware this involved the goddess's broader plans and concerned about interfering, had told him to ask Furs, Azek, and others himself. Calderon City, why was the world suddenly searching for this legendary place? Was this a new step in Mr. Fool's revival plan? Hermit, who knew a little about Calderon, was visibly startled. Leonard's focus, however, shifted elsewhere. Miss Magician was actually from the Abraham family. No wonder that old monster favored her, and during last night's battle, the Abraham family's newly promoted angel had stepped in to assist the monster. They must have been connected long ago, with Miss Magician serving as the link. As expected, no one in this gathering is simple, a so-called protagonists club, huh? Leonard mocked himself inwardly, then heard Miss Magician reply with slight hesitation, no problem. I'll help you ask. Her hesitation stemmed from uncertainty over whether to consult her teacher or approach Ebner directly, as well as curiosity over why the world hadn't gone straight to tower. What's your price? World, Gehrman asked evenly. £1,000. Furs was no longer short on money, but she had no intention of working for free. Done. Klein, freshly enriched from his exploits in the nation of Ebernite, answered without hesitation. End of chapter. Chapter 1132, Stabilizing Humanity. £1,000. I remember that in the original story, Furs only quoted £350. Looks like because of my influence, she doesn't have the same fear of the world that she did originally. Also, after coming out of the nation of Evernite, Klein has gotten rich. TSK, I wonder if he can finally shake off his title as the God of Poverty this time. Ebner, who had watched the entire transaction from start to finish, mocked inwardly a few times. On the other side, after issuing the commission, Klein stopped talking about the spirit world plunderer and instead had the world, Gehrman Sparrow, turn his gaze toward little son and say, "Do you have any trickster fiends there? Or perhaps you call them by another name. In any case, it is skilled at disguise, its abilities are strange, it is close to demigod level, and it possesses a main eye formed from the aggregation of characteristics." He deliberately emphasized, close to demigod level, not to show off, but to remind little son that this was an extremely dangerous monster. However, Hermit Catlia and Hanged Man Alger did not pay much attention to this point. In their eyes, the world represented the blessed of Mr. Fool, so purchasing demigod-level materials for companions was perfectly normal. Even if he were preparing them for himself, it would not be surprising. Gehrman Sparrow was already sequence 5, and collecting materials in advance was standard practice. Vaguely, in their hearts, it even seemed like a good thing if Mr. World could leave the sequence 5 level as soon as possible. Son Derek thought for a moment and said, "Among common monsters, there aren't any like that, but perhaps someone has encountered one. I'll look through the records or help you ask around." The dummy World gave a low and added, "If there really is one, I hope you can persuade your chief to help hunt it. Or at the very least, obtain its blood. As long as you can get it, I will exchange it for a light priest beyonder characteristic. As long as I have its blood, I can borrow Roselle's travels from Mr. Tower, forcibly draw the trickster fiend into it, then call Sharon over and enter the book together to kill it," Klein calculated inwardly. As for the light priest beyonder characteristic, he currently had 2 of them, one from creeping hunger, and another separated from the stomach mixed with multiple characteristics that he had obtained in Foggy Town. After hearing the world's words, Hanged Man, Hermit, and the others looked over again. After all, the appearance of a beyonder characteristic meant the misfortune of a beyonder. The world really is killing one sequence 5 every week. Who did he kill this time? A bishop of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun. A light priest beyonder characteristic. Mr. World already has one. Or rather, he has locked onto a target and can obtain it soon. If it's only to get blood, with the chief's strength, the chances are quite good. I just hope there really is that kind of monster near the City of Silver. Derek, comparatively simple-minded, felt only joy. He emphasized again, "I'll start checking the records as soon as I get back." World Gehrman merely nodded and then fell silent. Klein is acting really well. He truly has that crazy adventurer vibe, not revealing his real personality at all. He's really cautious, Leonard sighed inwardly. At this moment, seeing that the others were all thinking, perhaps organizing their words, Leonard took the initiative and said, "I need a mystical item." After last night's battle, Leonard had already realized that his strength was still too weak. In the short term, the only way to increase his combat power was to wield a powerful item. Although generally speaking, ordinary items would not be very useful in a situation like last night's. As for money, Leonard was not lacking. He had sold quite a bit of knowledge that the old man had told him to the Fate Hermit Order. "What type?" Justice Audrey responded at just the right time, to avoid an awkward silence. Leonard let out an and replied instinctively, "I don't know." He had only formed the idea and hadn't thought through the specifics yet. Should he say something that could let him survive under Amon's hands, or something that could enable a desperate counterattack? "Don't know, this sounds like an idiot." Fool Klein, who knew Leonard's casual and sloppy nature very well, held back his laughter and muttered a criticism inwardly. Ebner, meanwhile, watched the scene with a smile, thinking with pleasure, it's here, the sun, moon, and stars have finally all returned to their places today. Seeing everyone's gaze turn toward him with unclear meanings, Leonard felt a bit embarrassed and hurriedly added. What I mean is, the type doesn't matter. As long as it leans toward offense, can be used relatively discreetly, and has fewer negative effects, it's fine. He was planning to make use of the nightmare's powerful control abilities. At that point, he himself could restrain the target, while Pallas Zoroast manipulated the mystical item to deliver a fatal blow to the stunned opponent. Once he became a spirit warlock, with the help of the natural spirit or resentful soul shadow sealed in his teeth, he could also complete such multitasking himself, even coordinating 2 or 3 actions at once. After Mr. Star finished explaining, Hangman Alger did not dwell on the details and instead asked. Roughly what level? A stronger type, 2 sealed artifact, corresponding to sequence 6 or sequence 5, Leonard first described it out of habit using official Beyonder terminology, then immediately switched to a more common expression. At that moment, Justice Audrey, Hermit Catlia, Hangman Alger, and Judgment Zio all had the same thought flash sharply through their minds. Mr. Star is an official Beyonder, at least he used to be. Judgment Zio naturally recalled the old Mr. Eye of Wisdom, explaining sealed artifact grades back then. At that time, she had understood nothing, but now she could almost instantly judge the identity of the men before her. Time really can change a person. Yes, at this point, Zio had already confirmed that Mr. Star was the very same Red Gloves Leonard Mitchell who had been secretly investigating her and Ebner. Although his investigative methods were well hidden, they could not fool an MI9 intelligence officer with many informants, nor a punishment knight whose jurisdiction had expanded to encompass all of Backlund. While Leonard had been investigating her, aside from not knowing that an angel was also residing within him, she had already thoroughly uncovered Leonard's background. Seeing how honest Mr. Star was being, Hangman Alger was just about to take advantage of him when Tower suddenly spoke with a smile. I happen to have an attack-oriented item, and its defensive and auxiliary functions are also quite good. The side effects are within an acceptable range. In short, you don't mind using Beyonder abilities from the demoness pathway, do you? As soon as his words fell, World Gehrman looked over. Knowing Tower's nature very well and having read related Roselle diaries, Klein immediately guessed what Ebner was planning to do. He then gave Leonard another look with a strange expression. This made Justice and Temperance, who were secretly observing him, feel somewhat puzzled. Leonard, however, did not notice anything unusual about World. Recalling the demonesses he had fought before, he considered for a moment and asked, does it have abilities related to black flames, invisibility, and substitution? All of them, and more than that. That item can also condense steel armor outside the body, or something like combat attire. Ebner said with a straight face. Although he did not yet have such an item in hand, with his current abilities, and the several hundred years of experience of the Mechanical Emperor, it would be entirely possible to go back and forge one on the spot. After hearing Ebner's nonsense, fool Klein almost covered his face, then complained inwardly, steel battle suit. So is that item called the steel demoness or something? Thinking of this, he cast a subtle yet sympathetic glance at Mr. Star, offering no warning at all. On the contrary, he even felt a faint sense of anticipation. This is guaranteed Black History material. No, I'm not gloating. According to Mr. Tower, this is beneficial for maintaining humanity in the future. End of chapter. Chapter 1133, Sun, Moon, and Star. On the other side of the long table, Judgment Zio, who had observed the scene, once again confirmed her earlier judgment. Unless it was someone familiar, Ebner rarely displayed his malicious sense of humor. And she had long since noticed that Ebner showed an inexplicable familiarity and tolerance toward that Red Glove, Leonard, just like when he had first met her and first back then, as if they were old friends of many years, even having the other party compose poetry the moment they met. Leonard clearly did not notice the subtle thoughts of the other members. After listening to Mr. Tower's introduction, he did not think that this old monster would deceive him, so he directly asked, how much will it cost? No need to rush talking about the price. I'll tell you once I actually get it in hand, Ebner said with a smile. This old monster isn't planning to steal it from some church, is he? No. According to what the old man said, his social circle is extremely wide, and he has very good relationships with many deities. Maybe he can just ask for it directly. As his thoughts turned, Leonard hesitated and asked another question. There won't be any problems with the origin of the item, right? Even without using his abilities, Ebner could guess what Leonard was thinking. He immediately decided that he would add a time limit to the still not yet finished item's transformation ability. If you don't transform for a full 24 hours, don't even think about changing back. Don't worry. The origin will definitely be fine. Ebner said with a meaningful smile. That's good. Leonard clearly had no idea what he would encounter in the future. While fantasizing about the demoness pathway's powerful abilities, he looked around again and asked, "Does anyone have any leads on a pair of fangs from a skeletal demon wolf?" With his current level of contribution, it was very difficult for him to exchange for an advancement opportunity within the church, so he could only prepare the materials himself. A pair of fangs from a skeletal demon wolf. That seems to be one of the main ingredients of the spirit warlock potion. So Mr. Star is very likely a requiem soul, then. Coupled with his suspected identity as an official beyonder. He's a Nighthawk. Magician first glanced at Mr. Star and nodded thoughtfully. The reason she knew the spirit warlock potion formula was because she had once obtained it from the Abraham family while completing a commission for Tower. Skeletal demon wolf. As far as I know, there is one entrenched in a ruined city-state south of our city of Silver. It can command powerful spirits and is extremely troublesome in the darkness. Even the elders of the Council of Six have no confidence in taking it down. Son Derek thought for a moment and then answered honestly. City of Silver. Leonard was a little lost, having Northwest idea what that place was. He could only vaguely infer from Son's description that the environment of the so-called City of Silver must be extremely harsh. Seeing this, fool Klein leaned back against his chair and carried out a serious self-reflection in his heart. After pulling Leonard above the gray fog and ensuring that he drew the star card, I basically ignored him and didn't even write to introduce the general situation of the Tarot Club. That really wasn't appropriate. Klein was just about to manipulate World Gehrman to explain things to Star Leonard when he saw Moon Emlyn glance at the poet beside him, then heard him speak with a faint smile. The City of Silver is in the forsaken land of the gods. Its predecessor was the Silver Kingdom that worshipped the giant queen, Omabella. This was something he had found in the Blood Clan's records. Even the foolish son himself didn't know his own city-state's origins. After saying that, Moon Emlyn ignored Leonard, who had fallen into a daze and stopped speaking. He smoothly took over the conversation and said to Son, "I need a sequence 5 artificial vampire beyonder characteristic. What do you want in exchange?" Although some time ago Emlyn had spent all his savings to buy a limited edition Ice Queen, just yesterday the complete set of 12 different queens that he had scrimped and saved to buy at an astronomical price had been stolen again. Just like before, that hateful thief had left behind the corresponding pounds for the dolls, even a little extra. However, this did absolutely nothing to calm the anger in Emlyn's heart. After this incident, he had also thought things through. Only by increasing his strength could he catch that hateful thief and protect his adorable queens. So, he was going to use the money the thief had left behind to grow stronger. Of course, the money he currently had was still not enough to buy a Sequence 5 level artificial vampire characteristic, and he was not the kind of Blood Clan member who liked taking loans or consuming on credit. Even the newest and best dolls could not make him thicken his face and borrow money from others. He would only become more frugal and save even harder. But after attending the Tarot Club many times, he had already realized one thing, that Son never accepted cash. To the residents of the City of Silver, loans pounds were no different from waste paper. Therefore, Emlyn believed that Son would make a request in terms of items. Knowing it earlier would let him prepare earlier. Moreover, Son was not very clear about the external market situation. Perhaps the thing he wanted was only worth £5,000. Holding on to this hope of surprise, Moon Emlyn slightly raised his chin and looked at the Son beside him. Son Derek thought seriously for a moment, then tactfully reminded him, the artificial vampire characteristic carries very severe mental corruption. Mr. Moon, do you want your whole body to ooze pus? Moon Emlyn immediately froze just like Star, but he quickly lifted his head again and said confidently, just name your price. I'll deal with the corruption. Naturally, he had no way to deal with it himself, but he believed his clan would definitely have a solution. What mattered now was first locking down the characteristic. Seeing that Mr. Moon insisted, Son thought again and said, A warrior pathway sequence 5 beyonder characteristic. He wasn't asking this for himself, but for a friend he had made while investigating the former chief's mausoleum, so he planned to ask on that person's behalf. Coincidentally, that friend was the very lady who lived on the same street as him and whose deformity he had cured with the secret art he had brought back, Waylet's perfect restoration technique. A warrior sequence 5. That's a guardian characteristic. That's very hard to buy. Even Father Yutravsky is still only a sequence 6 Dawn Paladin, although his greatsword weapon seems to be crafted from a guardian characteristic. I wonder if he'd sell it. Just as Moon Emlyn was at a loss for how to respond, he heard Mr. World's hoarse voice sound out. I have one. He really did, he had obtained it in the nation of Evernight. For a moment, the giant palace-like hall fell silent, and the members of the Tarot Club all looked somewhat numb. Is sequence 5 really this common? Moon Emlyn felt inexplicably tired when he thought about how he still wasn't at the sequence 5 level. After calming himself for a few seconds, he asked, how much? Klein calculated Emlyn White's financial situation and had World Gehrman Sparrow laugh deeply as he said. £7,000. If I weren't rich right now, I'd definitely fleece you. 7,000 pounds. Emlyn froze for a moment, then spoke without hesitation. Deal. On the other side, son Derek also nodded happily, approving the transaction, and at the same time felt happy for his friend. And until this transaction ended, Leonard's mind was still filled with the term forsaken land of the gods, giving him the feeling that fantasy or myth had stepped into reality. Instinctively, he adjusted his understanding of the Tarot Club, truly grasping the weight behind the seemingly ordinary phrase, members come from different places. Sure enough, every single person here was extraordinary, true protagonists. As Leonard's thoughts surged, he recalled his own transaction, but son Derek could not be certain that the City of Silver would definitely be able to take down the skeletal demon wolf, so he didn't quote a price and only said that he would go back and ask around. Leonard could only set the matter aside for now. At this point, the transaction segment ended, and the Tarot Club automatically entered the free exchange stage. This time, it was Star Leonard who spoke first. St. Samuel Cathedral was involved in a serious incident. The crazy adventurer, Gairman Sparrow, disguised himself as an internal guard and broke into the Chinese gate, then vanished mysteriously. As he said this, his eyes were fixed on the world seated at the very bottom. Meanwhile, Justice, Hangman, Hermit, and the other Tarot Club members all looked toward World and, as if by prior agreement, thought to themselves, so Mr. Star is an official beyonder of the Church of Evernight. One sentence and we're both exposed. Klein once again almost covered his face. Although the fact that World was Gairman had long ceased to be a secret within the Tarot Club, at least Miss Justice had only been guessing and could not be sure before. Thinking this, World returned Star's gaze and laughed hoarsely, I did it. In fact, I went there because of an agreement between Mr. Fool and the Goddess of Evernight, or rather, a game. End of chapter. Chapter 1134, Klein felt increasingly uneasy. An agreement between Mr. Fool and the Goddess. A game. Sure enough, Mr. Fool and the Goddess had a tacit understanding on certain matters. The old man really guessed right. Star Leonard was not too surprised by this. Instead, he nodded in sudden realization. Had World already become capable of participating in matters between deities? Or rather, as a blessed of Mr. Fool, was he himself meant to be displayed as sincere to the Goddess? Just like how the progenitor of the Blood Clan sent Moon into the Tarot Club as a show of sincerity. That was it. The newly joined Mr. Star might very well have the same status as Moon, no wonder they both looked so simple. The corners of Hangman Alger's mouth lifted slightly. He felt that he had finally glimpsed a corner of the chessboard between deities, and this made him rather excited, even bringing out a rare trace of smugness. Hermit Catlia, however, focused her attention on the matter of World disappearing after entering the Chinese gate. As a seer of secrets, she vaguely sensed that where World went after disappearing was the true focus of this game. I really want to know what exactly happened, but it looks like World isn't willing to go into detail. At this thought, Hermit Catlia glanced at Ebner again, feeling a bit regretful that World did not have the same personality as Tower. Otherwise, he might already be showing off right now. At this moment, Justice Audrey quietly let out a sigh of relief, as if a huge stone that had been pressing on her heart had vanished. Ever since she began believing in Mr. Fool, she had always felt as if she had betrayed the Goddess, leaving her somewhat uneasy. Now that she had discovered that the Goddess and Mr. Fool were allies, her sense of guilt instantly lightened considerably. Beside Justice, both Judgment and Magician also very much wanted to know what this so-called game was, but they were not in a hurry. Based on their understanding of Ebner, one glance was enough to tell that he knew again, so they planned to ask him after returning. As for Miss Temperance, what Klein had gone to do that night, she naturally knew everything. Looking at the crowd, each with their own thoughts, Klein paused for a moment before controlling World to continue speaking. Oh, right. The leader of the secret order, Zeradal, has already broken free and returned to reality. You all should be careful. He did not say why they should be careful of Zeradal. Those who understood would understand, those who didn't could easily fill in the blanks themselves. Hearing this, Ebner glanced toward the seat at the very end. Of course, he knew that Klein was saying this more as a reminder to him, though it was completely useless, since the so-called Zeradal at present was actually just one of his aliases. Instead, it was Hermit Catlia who took this intelligence much more seriously. To some extent, she could also be considered an Intision, and she had a fairly deep understanding of the secret order. Everyone fell silent for quite a while, as if all were digesting the news, until Star Leonard cleared his throat and threw out an even more explosive piece of information. An ancestor of the Abraham family, Alvin Abraham, has advanced to Angel and made a proclamation to the entire continent, announcing that the Abraham family has returned to the continental stage of power. Abraham. Hearing this, Hangman, Justice, Hermit, and the others all focused their gazes on Miss Magician. Furs was startled. She subconsciously glanced at Ebner. Only after seeing him nod did she settle down and organize her words. That is indeed the case, but what I know is quite limited. After receiving confirmation from Miss Magician, Justice Audrey turned back to look at Star across from her and asked carefully. Mr. Star, you said that His Highness Alvin made a proclamation of his advancement to the entire continent. How is it that I haven't received any intelligence at all? Not even within the intelligence network of the Psychology Alchemy Society. Star Leonard recalled the old man's tone at the time and imitated it as he replied. That proclamation could only be heard by beings at the angel level or above. In other words, you, no, someone behind you, has an angel backing them. Hangman Alger, Hermit Catlia, and Judgment Zio immediately seized upon the key point in his words and made the inference. This caused Fool Klein to almost cover his face for the third time today. If we keep discussing this, even the poet classmates' underwear will be stripped clean. Klein complained inwardly, while on the surface he cast a subtle glance at Ebner. Although he himself did not know about the Abraham family giving birth to an angel, he was not unfamiliar with the name Alvin. The book written by that person, the Book of Astrology and Elements, had been stored above the grey fog by Mr. Tower for quite a long time. Moreover, Klein knew that Alvin was actually one incarnation of Lubo. He guessed that Ebner had used some method to awaken a former version of himself and push him through advancement. Just as he thought this, he heard Magician Furs add after some deliberation. In fact, as far as I know, His Highness Alvin Abraham advanced to Sequence 2 with the help of Mr. Fool. He is now an angel under Mr. Fool's command. Naturally, this was something she had heard from Ebner, or rather, something Ebner had deliberately told her, precisely to give Klein a surprise. It was indeed a surprise. As everyone looked over with expressions of shock or sudden realization, Klein nearly failed to maintain Mr. Fool's dignity. A sense of profound sorrow arose in his heart as he thought. Directly pinning things Mr. Fool never did onto Mr. Fool's head. Mr. Tower, you're really becoming less and less restrained now, aren't you? You're making this very hard for me. I don't even know whether I should keep acting anymore. What if your next sentence just exposes me outright? How awkward would that be? Although he was confident that Tower would not publicly expose him, the reality that every one of his actions looked, in the other party's eyes, like a curly-haired baboon trying its best to perform still made Klein feel rather uncomfortable. Even though this move of yours indirectly boosted Mr. Fool's aura, it still doesn't hide the fact that you're just enjoying the show. At this thought, Klein immediately controlled World to shift the topic, lest the clueless Mr. Fool say more and more wrong things. He shared. The great earthquake in Trier last week was actually caused by the Prime Minister of Intis colluding with a demon of the Nos family, using the emotional power gathered by a parade to let the abyss descend. Fortunately, this disaster was resolved jointly by Mr. Tower and the Queen Mystic. Hearing this, Judgment and Magician froze for a moment, then simultaneously focused their gazes on Ebner, thinking in unison. So that day you collapsed unconscious on the teleportation altar because you stopped the abyss from descending. The Queen advanced to Angel because of this. At this time, Hermit Catlia also nodded, affirming World's statement. So behind Hermit stood the Queen Mystic. And that pirate monarch had also advanced to Angel. Star Leonard once again confirmed his judgment, not a single person in this gathering was simple. As for Hangman Alger, he caught a whiff of something ominous. The descent of the abyss. The Queen Mystic advancing to Angel. The Secret Order's leader, Zeradal breaking free. Members of the Abraham family returning to the continental power stage. Mr. Fool forming an alliance with the goddess. Each one of these was a continent-shaking event, yet they had all appeared in concentrated fashion within just 2 weeks, just like how certain signs always appear on the sea before a great storm arrives. This was absolutely abnormal. Could it be that history had reached some special node? What kind of earth-shattering upheaval would appear next? Thinking of this, Alger felt a trace of fear, mixed with a strange excitement. After all, Emperor Roselle had once said that chaos is a ladder upward. Without major upheavals, it would be very difficult for someone like him to make further progress and become a demigod. End of chapter. Chapter 1135, Speaking Frankly. Seeing that the members of the Tarot Club were all looking at him because of World's words, Ebner cast a subtle glance at the fool seated at the head before briefly recounting what had happened in Trier. Of course, he skipped over the parts involving the River of Eternal Darkness and his own abilities, focusing instead on Bernadette's contributions and the contingency Roselle had left behind that he discovered in the Delian family's secret chamber, the Arc de Triomphe. So the Arc de Triomphe was actually a method Emperor Roselle left behind to deal with the abyss. I thought it was just a simple wonder. After listening to Ebner's account, Justice Audrey showed an expression of amazement, then curiously asked, Mr. Tower, the demon summoned by the Intis Prime Minister sacrificing himself, who exactly was it? Why did it cause the abyss to descend? After speaking, she suddenly realized that this was not the kind of cheap knowledge that could be shared casually, and hurriedly added apologetically, I can pay an appropriate price for this knowledge. No need. Ebner smiled meaningfully. Although he said nothing more, Audrey mysteriously read a sentence from his surface thoughts, consider it a birthday present for you. Ah, Mr. Tower really remembered my birthday, and in order not to expose my identity, he even used some kind of miraculous method to transmit the information. Justice Audrey instantly understood and felt that this kind of birthday present was wonderful. What Charlie Delian summoned was not actually a demon, but a divine abomination. He was the ancestor of the demon family Nos, and also the child and vessel of the ancient god, the demon king, the dark side of the universe, Farbody. And the reason the abyss entered reality was that Farbody descended upon that vessel. Oh, right, the sequence 0 of the demon pathway is called Abyss. That last sentence was clearly directed at Star Leonard, because the other members had already exchanged this knowledge with son Derek. Farbody, ancient god. Demon king. Abyss. Dark side of the universe. He actually still existed. Those who had heard of the name Farbody, such as Hermit and Son, could not help but gasp, finally understanding what kind of terrifying enemy Mr. Tower and the Queen Mystic had faced back then. Even if it was only a descent through a vessel, that was still a true god at sequence 0. The process of driving back the abyss was definitely not as simple as Mr. Tower had described. Judgment Zio finally understood why Ebner had been drained of spirituality that day, or rather, facing such an enemy, the fact that he hadn't been seriously injured was even more astonishing. But Ebner, when you mentioned Bernadette, wasn't your tone a bit too casual? You always used to call her the Queen Mystic, didn't you? Miss Judgment's thoughts gradually drifted off course. On the other side, although Hermit had also written to the Queen Mystic to ask about the Abyss incident in Trier, the reply she received was actually even more perfunctory than Mr. Tower's description. She hadn't thought much of it at the time, but now that she reconsidered it, the Queen should still have been a sequence 3 prophet then. How could she have joined a battle of that level? Could it be that she had used some method that required paying a tremendous price? Thinking of this, Catlia could not help but ask, Mr. Tower, the Queen. Did she use some unconventional means? Hearing the question, Ebner thought for a moment. Since Vera already knew that the lamp god was in Bernadette's possession, there was no need to help hide it anymore, or rather, if he weren't still lacking confidence to go to that small island in the fog sea to rescue Old Huang, he could already have exchanged information about Old Huang's location with Bernadette for the wishing magic lamp. Of course, Vera's side wasn't actually in much of a hurry. Her primary goal was still usurping the throne and performing the Fengshan at Mount Hua, so she had plenty of time and could wait a bit longer. As his thoughts turned, Ebner nodded and said, Bernadette made a wish to sealed artifact 0-05, that is, the wishing magic lamp, and became a knowledge emperor for one day. Wishing magic lamp. This item was not unfamiliar to the veteran members of the Tarot Club. After all, Mr. World had once inquired about it, and Miss Judgment had even issued a bounty regarding its whereabouts. They hadn't expected it to actually be in the hands of the Queen Mystic. Then again, according to what Mr. Tower had said back then, the previous owner of sealed artifact 0-05 was Emperor Roselle, so it was perfectly reasonable for it to end up with his eldest daughter. Hangman Alger nodded thoughtfully, then heard Hermit Catlia press on, what are the side effects of that item? Ebner knew what she was worried about and didn't beat around the bush. He smiled and replied, although every owner of that lamp has met a bad end, the first 2 wishes made to it are relatively safe. One can find ways to avoid most of the risks through wording and preparation. At this point, however, Ebner suddenly stopped, because a thought abruptly occurred to him. Could it be that the reason Bernadette rashly went to peep Pale Death and peeping Lu Bo's secrets right after advancing to Sage was precisely due to the side effects of the wishing magic lamp? Could it lower the intelligence of those who used it, or make them extremely reckless, encouraging them to gamble when facing matters? Seeing Mr. Tower stop halfway through his explanation, Hermit Catlia suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. She pressed her lips together and tentatively asked, Mr. Tower, have you discovered something wrong on the Queen's side? Hearing her question, Ebner snapped back to his senses and smiled as he shook his head. No. I just suddenly thought of something else, unrelated to the wishing magic lamp. Bernadette peeking at the unknown and being contaminated by Lu Bo shouldn't be considered wrong, right? At the very least, Vera had cancelled the decision to snatch it by force and switch to exchange. From that perspective, it was actually a good thing. On the other side of the long table, seeing that Mr. Tower was unwilling to say more, Hermit Catlia could only suppress the worry in her heart. She planned to write a letter after returning to confirm the Queen's condition, and if necessary, it would be best to meet her in Backlund. Next, Hangman, Star, and the others asked about some additional details. Ebner answered them one by one until no one had any further questions, at which point the topic was officially concluded. After a few seconds, Hangman Alger turned his head to glance at Ebner, then said to Mr. Fool at the head of the table, I request a private exchange with Mr. Tower. After seeking Mr. Tower's opinion, Fool Klein blocked the perceptions of the others. Mr. Tower, I've already redeemed the bounties on some of the pirates from the Black Death you entrusted me with, a total of £15,000. Only 15,000. Looks like the organization acting as intermediary skimmed quite a bit. I estimated at least 20,000. Ebner did a quick calculation and immediately saw the trick in it, but there was nothing to be done. Redeeming that many bounties at once without bleeding a bit was impossible. Fortunately, I don't lack this small amount of money. Ebner muttered quietly, then asked, "You've already joined Tracy's fleet, right?" Listening in on their conversation, Fool Klein's mouth twitched slightly as he thought, 15,000, 20,000, these are small amounts to you now. Old Lou, you've really gotten carried away. After making a killing in the nation of Evernight, this time, even after paying Miss Messenger £50,000 as a handling fee, and even if I sell all the characteristics at good prices, I'll only have at most £80,000 left. 20,000 is a full quarter of that. Hearing Ebner's question, Hangman, Alger nodded and said, I'm now the captain of a subfleet under Admiral of Ailment, Tracy. I've also reported to the Church of Storms. The archbishops instructed me to get as close to Tracy as possible and find out the true identities of Gehrman Sparrow and Professor. You don't need to tell me these things, but you could talk to World about the price of related intelligence. If the price is right, he might even sell himself. After joking with a smile, Ebner returned to the previous topic. Just give Tracy the bounties of her original crew directly. Consider it operating funds, I'm giving her. After no longer robbing merchant ships and only intercepting vessels involved in human trafficking, the Black Death had indeed become much poorer. And Ebner was a boss with a conscience. Naturally, he wouldn't have them work without pay. All right. Hangman, Alger nodded, but inwardly, his wariness toward Tower deepened even further. He knew very well what kind of person Admiral of Ailment Tracy used to be, yet now, she was carrying out Tower's orders without any discount at all. And from his observations, Alger knew that Tracy was perfectly normal in her words and actions most of the time. Only when Mr. Tower was mentioned would she reveal a fanatical expression. Such methods were extremely frightening in Alger's eyes. If not for Mr. Fool's presence, he would absolutely never had any form of contact with the other party again. After this matter, son Derek also brought up the progress of exploring the former chief's mausoleum to Ebner. However, since there was still no major breakthrough, it was brushed over in just a few sentences. Of course, the more important reason was that Ebner had already preliminarily confirmed the goddess's level of control over the death pathway in the nation of Evernight, so there was no need to investigate through other channels. The reason he hadn't withdrawn the commission given to Son was simply to avoid dampening his enthusiasm. The child had always felt indebted to Ebner and wanted to do something to repay him. After that, everyone exchanged a bit more, and this tarot gathering officially came to an end. The members each returned to the real world, leaving only Ebner and Klein above the grey fog. Klein fell silent for a few seconds. Then, having decided to speak frankly, he looked at Tower and asked bluntly. You've gained a certain level of authority over the space above the grey fog. Is it because of Alvin Abraham? End of chapter. Chapter 1136, Birthdays and Miracles. It seemed that my action last night, directly bringing the Trojan horse of destiny, beyond her characteristic into the space above the grey fog, had indeed given Klein quite a strong shock. That made sense. After all, the space above the grey fog was the greatest capital he relied on to survive ever since he transmigrated into this world. This was only possible because it was little Klein. If it were some more extreme transmigrator, they'd probably have killed to silence me within minutes. After sighing inwardly, Ebner gave a slight nod and said without much concealment, Alvin is now my avatar, or rather, another me. And a miracle invoker, by relying on the connection between the Fool and Sapphira Castle that Mr. Fool shared with me, doesn't find it difficult to enter this place. Ah. Tower was still emphasizing Mr. Fool. Was he deliberately avoiding exposing me? Klein's heart stirred as he tentatively asked, aren't you afraid that Mr. Fool will blame you? Ebner shot him a half-smiling glance and curled his lips as he asked in return, would Mr. Fool blame me? As expected. This guy already knew that I was actually the Fool, otherwise how could he be this arrogant? The real question now was, when did he find out? Recalling all the operations he had carried out in the identity of the Fool in the past, which likely looked like a monkey show in the other party's eyes, Klein felt his scalp go numb. No wonder he's always been so pleased during the Tarot Club meetings. If it were me in his position, I'd probably be even more amused than him. As this thought flashed through his mind, Klein realized something even more terrifying, that was, Tower's pleasure seemed to have started from the very first Tarot Club meeting. In other words, could it be that he knew the truth behind the Fool right from the start? As thoughts raced, Klein activated his clown ability, barely keeping his expression from collapsing. He took a deep breath and forced himself to say, Mr. Fool is very tolerant, so naturally he wouldn't blame you. But he wants to know whether you deliberately drew his attention back then, and what purpose you had in joining the tarot club. Klein had actually asked this question once before. It was just that the other party hadn't answered it directly at the time, instead diverting the topic by talking about things like vessels and Sapphira Castle. After that, Klein had unconsciously filled in the gaps himself, allowing the matter to be glossed over. Pretty clever, still stubbornly propping up the fool act even now. It's probably your spiritual intuition that made you instinctively choose to persist, right? That was true. Once the fact that world was the fool got exposed, not to mention whether it would affect the future ritual of becoming a god, at the very least, the effect of prematurely acting as an attendant of mysteries would be greatly diminished. As for me, I won't take the initiative to tear off your mask. After all, a situation where you know that I know your true identity, yet you still have to pretend that you don't know that I know, is far more entertaining to watch. No, I mean, such a situation is far more beneficial for maintaining your humanity. Ebner smiled, still not answering Klein's question head-on, and instead said pointedly, the moment you became Klein, you were discovered by the goddess. And on the second day after you became Klein, the Earth Mother also noticed the peculiarity on you. So you're saying that you goddess pretty boy, really knew from the very beginning that I was the fool? Klein nearly covered his face, desperately recalling just how many stupid things he had done in front of the other party, only to realize that he couldn't count them at all. As for my purpose, don't worry, I have no intention of seizing Sapphira Castle. If I truly wanted to, I would have succeeded long ago, back when I was still Alvin, with the goddess's support. But my cheat and Sapphira Castle are incompatible. Forcing a fusion would lead to the destruction of the world. Ebner added at this point. The symbolism of the unknown ultimately also originated from the original. If it fused with a pillar, it would inevitably awaken the original. What's more, the unknown didn't seem to have much advantage over a pillar. If the celestial worthy awakened ahead of time, it was still uncertain who would devour whom. Destruction of the world. Klein's attention was instantly drawn to this. He weighed his words and asked, what exactly is the reason? I can't tell you the more detailed situation for now. That's not knowledge you're able to understand at your current level, Ebner shook his head and said. I understand. Klein nodded, then returned to the previous topic and continued asking, then what about Alvin becoming an angel under the fool? That was Mr. Fool's decision. You don't need to concern yourself with it. Of course, if necessary, you can request me to take action. I will decide whether to agree or not based on how much remuneration you're willing to offer. Edner looked at Klein and said solemnly. Klein was instantly speechless, screaming inwardly, Mr. Fool's decision. But how come I, the fool himself, don't know anything about this? After that, the two chatted idly for a while. It wasn't until the small gathering was about to end that Ebner remembered something and casually asked, oh right, I also promised the Abraham family to ask Mr. Fool whether he could shelter their members on nights of the full moon. What do you think, would Mr. Fool agree? Klein shot him a glance and replied naturally, this matter needs to be submitted to Mr. Fool for instructions. I can't give you an answer right now. At 7:30 p.m., Hazel accompanied her father, Counselor Mocht, and her mother, Lady Liana, to the Empress Burrow and entered Count Hall's residence. Because today was a birthday ball, she didn't meet Miss Audrey Hall directly. She merely listened quietly as her parents exchanged pleasantries with Count Hall, Lady Caitlin, Lord Hibbert Hall, and the others. If not for Ebner also being invited, she would have felt that the villa's magnificent ballroom, its murals of great artistic value, and its elegant, exquisite sculptures were more worthy of attention. Of course, the enormous crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling was also a focal point of her attention. She always felt that it might suddenly fall down. Smiling as she greeted one familiar and unfamiliar face after another, Hazel finally waited for the ball to begin and saw tonight's protagonist, Miss Audrey Hall, linking arms with the Count and Countess as she walked out from a second-floor room and came to the railing facing the dance floor. Hazel's gaze swept over, about to habitually skip past the other party's face and examine the style of her gown and the matching of her accessories. However, in the next moment, her gaze seemed to stick to Audrey, who had just turned 18, refusing to move away. She only felt that the other party's emerald-like eyes, indescribably pure and beautiful face, and lustrous, gold-like long hair made even that one-of-a-kind evening gown and the various precious accessories lose their color. For a moment, Hazel felt somewhat dazed and failed to hear what Count Hall was saying. It wasn't until the melodious music began to play and Audrey Hall danced the opening dance with her Count father that she came back to her senses. Subconsciously, she searched the crowd for Ebner's figure and noticed that, unlike the other guests, he was not involuntarily drawn to Miss Audrey. Phew. Hazel let out a breath for no apparent reason, and the faint sense of inferiority that had quietly arisen dissipated along with it. But just at this moment, she suddenly discovered that Audrey, who had finished the opening dance, and Ebner walked into two adjacent lounges one after the other. Her brows immediately furrowed again. Inside the lounge, looking at the suddenly arriving Mr. Tower, Audrey smiled after greeting him and asked. Mr. Tower, back when we were in Roselle's travels, you once said that as long as I made a wish to you on my birthday, I could obtain a giant dragon as beautiful as the King of the North. Does that promise still count? Hearing the question, Ebner replied with a smile, if it weren't to fulfill that promise, I wouldn't have come. At this point, he paused before continuing, now, you may make your wish to me. Audrey was taken aback, but out of her trust in Mr. Tower and Mr. Fool, she still nodded with little hesitation and said, I wish to obtain a pet as beautiful as the King of the North, Eurysion. Your wish has been fulfilled. Ebner nodded with a smile. Then, with a flip of his palm, he took out an egg about the size of an ordinary slice of toast, covered in mysterious patterns, and handed it to Audrey. This is a digital egg. As long as it receives careful care, it can hatch into the pet you desire. However, it must go through the stages of infancy, growth, maturity, perfect form, and ultimate form before it can grow into a frost giant dragon. This thing was naturally a new race that Ebner had molded by borrowing Lilith's method of creating roses, using beyonder characteristics. In essence, it was just a change in form of the demonesses. Wanting it to evolve was very simple, just have Miss Justice by characteristics to feed it. This was not only to fulfill his promise, but also to accumulate wishes that turned illusory items into reality. To move the floating city out of the dream of the forsaken land of the gods required two miracles, one was instantaneous transfer, and the other was turning illusion into reality. Although the main body of the floating city could make use of the creation authority of the all-knowing eye, borrowing a floating city model that already existed in reality to turn false into true, the residents inside the floating city could not. Their continued existence required miracles. End of chapter. Chapter 1137, The Traveling Palace. Audrey cradled the egg, whose surface was covered in mysterious patterns. Both curious and excited, she asked, what should I do? Ebner ignored the drifting thoughts of the sharp eyes and replied with a smile, it's very simple. Infuse it with spirituality and hatch it. It will then recognize you as its master. Hearing this, Audrey couldn't help herself and immediately put it into practice. In the next instant, a sky-blue, fluffy, spherical creature broke out of the shell, opening a pair of big eyes that instantly inspired affection at first sight. This must be the word cute invented by Emperor Roselle, right? It's way too adorable. Audrey was completely defenseless against the little fluffball and had her heart instantly captured. Although she was well aware that, from a psychological perspective, this was merely a tendency formed by the intertwining of humanity's desire to conquer, protect, control, and nurture offspring, she still felt that the gift Mr. Tower had given her was absolutely wonderful. Even though no matter how one looked at it, this blue fluffball had nothing whatsoever to do with an ice frost giant dragon. Seemingly sensing Audrey's confusion, Ebner cleared his throat and gave a brief explanation. It's currently in its larval form, corresponding to sequence 9 of the demonesses pathway. It only has a simple aura concealment ability. However, as it continues to evolve, passing through the second larval stage, growth phase, maturity phase, perfect form, and finally reaching ultimate form, it will grow into an ice frost giant dragon. Then how does it evolve? Audrey asked, her eyes sparkling. Just feed it beyonder characteristics, like this. As he spoke, Ebner took out a which beyonder characteristic, handed it to Audrey, and gestured for her to personally feed it to the blue fluffball. This, feeding it directly like this. Won't it lose control? Audrey asked hesitantly. Ebner shook his head and replied with a smile, although it looks like a living creature, in reality it's merely a quasi-biological item I created by combining the abilities of an ancient alchemist and an alchemist. Don't treat it as an intelligent life form. Audrey nodded in realization, holding the witch characteristic in her hand as she said thoughtfully, so that means this characteristic can at most let it evolve to the sequence 7 growth phase, and if I feed it a despair demoness characteristic, it can evolve directly into an ice frost giant dragon. That's right. Ebner nodded firmly. After thinking it over, Audrey brought the witch characteristic directly in front of the blue fluffball. Then, the creature, whose spherical surface previously had no seams at all, suddenly opened a mouth and swallowed the characteristic in one bite. As for the cost of the characteristic, she would naturally reimburse Mr. Tower later through a donation made in Bernadette's name. Not seeing the dramatic scene she had imagined, Audrey turned her head with slight disappointment and said to Ebner, I thought Mr. Tower would design this fluffball with a mouth full of sharp teeth. How could I put something like that into a gift meant for a young lady? Ebner's mouth twitched. He suddenly felt that Miss Justice might have somewhat heavy tastes. But he quickly reacted and offered a tactful piece of advice, you'd better read fewer of Furze's novels in the future. Come to think of it, this was actually Ebner's own fault. Ever since Furze had been frightened by the flesh trigger he created, her writing style had changed. Her original works leaned more toward romance and mystery. although they contained horror elements, they focused more on atmosphere. But after that incident, she began adding large amounts of grotesque descriptions. Even in the script for the sinking of the IC, she arranged for a sea monster whose teeth were covered in shredded flesh to make an appearance. Audrey gave Ebner a strange look. Furze's novels contained quite a few characters modeled after hero detectives, but every single one of them liked using horrifying things to scare girls and then taking advantage of the situation. She had just assumed that Mr. Tower was about to pull the same trick on her, so she had fully prepared herself and left him no opportunity. Who would have thought that she was overthinking it? While Audrey's thoughts wandered, the blue fluff ball had already completed its evolution, transforming into a short-haired little rabbit entirely covered in blue fur. It looked extremely beautiful. Audrey happily picked it up, doted on it for a while, and then asked again in confusion, why a rabbit? I thought it would be a draconic creature, like a half-dragon. Because in the original timeline, there was a big shot of the dragon pathway which turned into a rabbit. But now, due to my interference, that probably won't happen, so I'm using this as a commemoration. Ebner muttered a few words internally but didn't tell Audrey the real reason. After the birthday ball ended, Audrey removed her accessories, changed into her nightgown, and entered the bathroom. Looking at the water surface gradually filling with white mist and the bathrobe placed nearby, Audrey didn't rush to bathe. Instead, she first introduced the new companion to the somewhat uneasy Susie. Susie cast a few vigilant glances at the silly rabbit. Only after confirming that the other party's intelligence was average and that its inner thoughts weren't very active did she finally relax. However, first there was that assistant island, and now there's this silly rabbit. I'll have to work even harder. From Susie's expression, Audrey more or less read what she was thinking and sighed helplessly, deeply feeling that having a hard-working dog at home was exhausting for the owner. While Ebner was attending the Hall family's ball and fulfilling Miss Audrey's wish, the miracle invoker, Alvin Abraham appeared within Alvin's answer labyrinth, inside that enormous palace with 5 tiers of platforms, where the pillars, steps, and floors were all cast entirely from gold. According to his own memories, Alvin, or rather, Ebner, knew that this place was actually called the Hall of Authority. Ebner had come here several times before, yet had never been able to ascend to the 5th tier and obtain the item's highest authority, because the most critical requirement for the 5th tier was the consent of Alvin Abraham. Thus, even though this item possessed the level of a 0-grade sealed artifact, aside from forcibly purchasing 2 miracles while on the first floor of the Dream Labyrinth Tower, Ebner could normally only use it as a temporary hotel. Now that problem is no longer a problem. Alvin walked up to the platform on the 5th tier and placed his hand upon it. Very quickly, verification passed, and he automatically obtained the so-called highest authority of the Answer Labyrinth. No, this place was actually not an Answer Labyrinth at all. That was merely its most superficial application. This item was, in truth, my traveling palace. Ebner sat down on the dazzling golden throne on the 5th tier, a faint sigh escaping his heart. Come to think of it, the reason Alvin had locked away the highest authority was because, before his death, he had preset certain arrangements here. He had completely severed one of his worms of star and hidden it within the highest authority. Once a later individual resurrected Alvin according to the mystical framework he had set up, there would be a slim chance for him to reverse invade the later person's mind and seize dominance. Unfortunately for him, his scheme had been seen through by Ebner. And the illusory image of Alvin that Ebner had seen in his mind during the final stage of the ritual, that was precisely the worm of star lying in ambush. Even so, that bastard still pulled so many tricks while I was inheriting Alvin's memories. After cursing with a laugh, Ebner shook his head and pressed a button on the armrest of the throne according to memory. In the next moment, a projection display filled with a strong sci-fi aesthetic appeared before his eyes. After streams of complex symbols, so chaotic that an ordinary person would feel dizzy after just one glance, flashed rapidly across the display like garbled code, the figure of a woman appeared before Ebner. She had a voluptuous figure, was adorned all over with gold and gemstone accessories, and her face could not be clearly seen. Alvin, long time no see, the woman greeted him in an unknown language. Ebner clearly understood her. He nodded and replied with a smile, indeed, it's been a very long time, Helena. But then he narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, your condition doesn't seem very good. The voluptuous woman named Helena gave a bitter smile and answered. Yes, to be precise, my main body has already fallen. Only the avatar stored within this item, which helps you manage the traveling palace, still barely exists. But that being has been continuously attempting to corrupt me through my main body. Fortunately, the barrier established by your planet is far more powerful. Its power has great difficulty penetrating here. As for the golden star we established, its barrier has already been breached by that being's followers and has been completely destroyed. In fact, if it weren't merely one of that being's children targeting me, the golden star wouldn't have lasted that long at all. The final piece of information I received was that my main body, the goddess of wealth, was swallowed whole in a single bite by that being's child. End of chapter. Chapter 1138, The Wealth Pathway and the True Fountain of Youth. Your main body was devoured by a child of primordial hunger. Was it that being known as Endless Greed, Devourer of Stars, Lord who feasts on spirits? Ebner asked after careful consideration. When he had wandered the starry skies as Alvin Abraham, he had heard this name in multiple civilizations. Without exception, it was infamous everywhere, reviled by intelligent beings even more than demons. Because wherever it went, everything was devoured. Nothing was spared. And the pathway in which the goddess of wealth resided was itself governed by primordial hunger, so attracting that terrifying child of its was only natural. Letting out a faint sigh, Ebner said apologetically to the avatar of the goddess of wealth, "Sorry, Helena. If I hadn't gathered such a massive number of collector pathway characteristics from different planets and concentrated them on the golden star, perhaps the greedy devourer of stars wouldn't have arrived so quickly." Alien planets were nothing like Earth, which possessed vast quantities of beyonder characteristics and even converging source materials. When Alvin first arrived at the so-called Golden Star, there was nothing there except half of a Sequence 2 existence and a scattering of beyonder materials, nowhere near enough to form a complete system. The humans there were enslaved by that half Sequence 2 level monster, drained of every bit of value, living utterly miserable lives. As for the goddess of wealth, Helena, at that time she was merely the leader of a small, resistance force, a lucky survivor who had directly swallowed a Sequence 6 characteristic without losing control. Later, due to certain circumstances, Alvin and Helena formed a friendship. He took her traveling across multiple planets, gradually assembling the subsequent potion ingredients and helping her advance to angelhood, becoming the goddess of wealth. Only then did they return to the Golden Star, defeat the monster enslaving the humans, and use its characteristics to create what was now this traveling palace. The reason humans was placed in quotation marks was that the people of that planet were not entirely the same as Earth's humans. They more closely resembled the halflings described in Western fantasy novels, all of them rather short in stature. Of course, after advancing to angelhood, Helena could freely adjust her body, which was why she now appeared nearly indistinguishable from a normal Earth human. While Ebner was lost in memory, Helena shook her head and said, "Graz was actually nothing more than a shepherd placed on our planet by the devourer of stars. We were all merely its reserve food. It was only a matter of time before it came to harvest us. At the very least, the barrier you left behind allowed us to hold on for over 100 more years." Graz was the name of the monster that had enslaved the humans. Recalling that planetary civilization, which in just over a century had completed a technological revolution and accumulated enormous wealth, Ebner sighed once more, then set the thought aside. There was no use dwelling on it. It had already been destroyed. Steadying himself, Ebner redirected his attention to his traveling palace and asked Helena, "What collections does the traveling palace currently possess?" Only report those at angel level. Ability type collections, maximum of 3, currently vacant 3. Biological type collections, maximum of 3, currently vacant 2. Exhibit, Goddess of Wealth, remaining time, 1 minute 26 seconds. Item type collections, maximum of 3, currently vacant 1. Exhibit, Box of the Old Days, first layer, remaining time, 3 minutes 15 seconds. Exhibit, Holy Avenger, remaining time, 5 minutes. Other type collections, maximum of 3, currently vacant 2. Exhibit, Wrath of the Ancient God Siniathrim, remaining quantity, 1. The avatar of the goddess of wealth reported with meticulous precision. At this point, her essence was nothing more than the intelligent steward of the traveling palace. Collection space was one of the core abilities of the goddess of wealth pathway from that alien world. Through appraisal, it could forcibly purchase the usage rights, or even ownership, of any person, object, or ability encountered. For example, Zeradol's miracle had been purchased outright with ownership, which was why it became the key to Ebner's resurrection of Alvin. Meanwhile, the goddess of wealth had only sold usage rights, or more precisely, usage time. Back then, Alvin had bought only 5 minutes from her and nearly bankrupted himself, and that was with her full cooperation and consent to the transaction. If he had tried to forcibly raise the price and buy it outright, no one knew what the cost would have been. Overall, Ebner felt that this ability was actually less practical than historical projection. As for the forced appraisal and purchase ability, while it was outstanding and could certainly achieve unexpected results by directly buying away an opponent's abilities in battle. In this regard, the Marauder pathway was still more effective. As for how price was defined, it stemmed from the concept that all things possess divinity. Precisely because all things possess divinity, all things have value. At the very apex of this pathway, primordial hunger sought to consume exactly that divinity. This was also why the Answer Labyrinth recognized the value of gold pounds and real estate, because they could be exchanged for corresponding beyonder characteristics or other items containing divinity. Another core ability of the Goddess of Wealth pathway, wealth leverage, or rather, divinity leverage, was based on this principle. It could forcibly elevate a Beyonder's value, temporarily raising their rank, or suppress a Beyonder's value, weakening their abilities. Unfortunately, this traveling palace possessed only half of an angel's characteristic, so it did not have this latter ability. However, the exhibit, Goddess of Wealth, could accomplish it. It was just that after losing the golden star, she was probably a pauper now, and her strength had likely declined drastically. As for using my wealth, it seems my current assets still aren't large enough. I need to get Belden running properly as soon as possible, and then expand the film company until it's big and strong. Additionally, I actually have a way to make some quick money, and it just so happens to be perfect for accumulating wishes. Southern Bridge District, Rose Street. Early Tuesday morning, as Emlyn pushed open the doors of the Harvest Church while calculating where he could find another £2,000 to pay off the remaining balance to the world, someone suddenly patted him on the shoulder from behind. Emlyn jumped in fright and hurriedly turned around, only to see that hero detective Ebner was smiling at him. "What do you want?" Emlyn glanced at the towering figure of the half-giant priest behind the pulpit, gaining a bit of courage. For some reason, he always felt that when this detective came looking for him, it never meant anything good. "Short on money?" Ebner pulled him into a corner and asked. "Why are all you detectives the same?" Emlyn immediately thought of a certain bearded detective. His heart stirred, and he lifted his chin. "Just say what you want. I have something to sell to that blood race noble of yours. Marquis Nibis. I want you to act as the middleman," Ebner said with a smile. "What is it?" Since it concerned his race, Emlyn became even more vigilant, even though Lord Nibis didn't treat him very well. "It's something good. I remember he's already very old and has to rely on long periods of slumber to avoid decaying, right?" Ebner said, then smiled confidently. "And I just happen to have water from the Fountain of Youth, not the fake concoction fabricated by the Immortality King, but the real water from the true Fountain of Youth. And it had only been freshly extracted the previous night, through various means, from the unaging demoness." End of chapter. Chapter 1139, Wish Upon Me. Although Bernadette had once said that if a Fountain of Youth truly existed, it would only be one of the main ingredients of an unaging demoness, or something born from their corpse. Therefore, any man who claimed to have drunk from the Fountain of Youth was lying. However, that was ultimately just Bernadette's conjecture, and in truth, it was not entirely correct. According to Ebner's research and understanding, an ordinary unaging demoness could indeed transform into a Fountain of Youth after death, and because it contained demoness characteristics, the drinker would naturally turn into a woman, of course, with a much greater probability of immediately losing control and becoming a monster. What Bernadette did not know was that once a Beyonder of the demoness pathway advanced to Sequence 2, Catastrophe Demoness, the Fountain of Youth, was no longer that rare. A demoness of this level could even, at the cost of damaging herself, produce some Fountain of Youth water. Moreover, because it contained no characteristics, it would not cause sex transformation. However, this was in fact not some benevolent substance, but rather one of the means by which demonesses spread catastrophe. Well, the side effects of the Fountain of Youth itself were actually fairly mild. It was just that once the accumulated amount of fountain water exceeded 1,000 years of lifespan, the drinker would be completely petrified. But catastrophe demonesses usually slipped all kinds of private goods into the fountain water they produced. For example, Natalia, the yellow saintess, had once added the poison of desire into the Fountain of Youth she produced, then disguised herself as the goddess of the pool, Lynn, causing the Highlander chieftain who believed in her, as well as all the upper echelon, to drink the fountain water. As a result, that chieftain, who had originally been fairly just, became lost in desire. For money, for pleasure, he excessively exploited his territory in every possible way, and his officials did the same. The common folk had originally hoped that once those devils died, they could elect a wise chieftain to take over, but those people simply went on living for 100 years, 200 years. In the end, the Highlanders' once relatively fertile land turned barren, and large numbers of people died. The Church of Storms noticed something was wrong, and then natural disasters descended. More than 10 volcanoes erupted in succession, finally ending the chieftain's rule and completely resolving the harm brought by the Yellow Saintess. All in all, although the Yellow Saintess, now turned into a marionette, had already lost the ability to produce Fountain of Youth water herself, as a cognizer skilled at prying power loose, after deeply studying the structure of a catastrophe demoness, Ebner was naturally able to design corresponding mystic arts to squeeze some out of her. As for the damage to the body, would a marionette even care about that? Moreover, as this mystic art continued to be refined, even from a living unaging demoness, Ebner was confident he could squeeze some out. Of course, this matter would still require the cooperation of Margaret, the Red Saintess. It could be considered the price she paid for her past deeds. As for why Ebner wanted to sell Fountain of Youth water, firstly it was to make a quick profit and recharge his own mobile palace, and secondly it was to prepare for the miracle of bringing Groel, Ciatas, Mobit, and the others out of Roselle's travels. After all, the lifespan extending upper limit of Fountain of Youth water was 1,000 years. Any more than that and petrification would occur. Among those people, aside from Frunzier who could drink it directly, even the youngest, Mobit, was already over 2,000 years old. That was why more people needed to wish to him to increase lifespan, accumulating it, so that later he could use a miracle to achieve lifespans of several thousand years. As his thoughts turned, Ebner heard Emlyn beside him ask in a suspicious tone, "Is that real? You actually have something like that?" Although Emlyn acknowledged that the hero detective had a very special status, he did not know the other party's specific strength and did not really believe he could obtain such a precious item. Ebner glanced at him, then casually took out a test tube sealed with spirituality, containing about 2 milliliters of a transparent liquid. "This is a sample of Fountain of Youth water. This amount should be enough to keep Marquis Nibais from continuing to decay for 2 or 3 years. You can give it to him for verification first, then proceed with the follow-up transaction," Ebner said as he handed the test tube to Emlyn. Emlyn took the tube, sniffed it, then frowned and said with disgust, "The stench of corruption. How could something from an unaging demoness be clean?" Ebner mocked inwardly, while saying aloud, "As long as it works." Although Emlyn knew the detective was right, he still put away the tube with a look of distaste. After hesitating slightly, he asked for confirmation. "It doesn't have any other side effects, right?" At the Tarot Club, he had heard the world say that people who drank the Fountain of Youth had a high chance of turning into women. "You vampires start as apothecaries. Every one of you is an expert in this area. If there are side effects, could you really not identify them?" Ebner snorted. "Even if you can't, Marquis Nibais definitely can. His own Fountain of Youth water was actually quite clean, at least without any private goods." "That's true," Emlyn nodded in agreement, unexpectedly convinced, and raised no further questions. "Once it's done, I can give you £500 as an introduction fee. As for your vampire side, I believe that Marquis will also reward you," Ebner said with a smile. Then his expression turned serious as he continued, "Additionally, there's something you need to know." "What is it?" Seeing his seriousness, Emlyn's tone also became solemn. "The true initiator of this transaction is the newly advanced angel of the Abraham family, His Highness Alvin Abraham. I'm telling you this because I don't want the vampire side to do anything discourteous. Ebner spoke pointedly. "After all, in some novels from my previous life, there were always certain villains who, seeing the protagonist alone and weak, would do something as crude as sending people to rob them outright. Although the vampires of the Mysteries world were fairly normal in intelligence, it was still hard to guarantee that no one would harbor crooked thoughts. So when it was time to show muscle, one had to show muscle. Only then could some things that should never happen truly not happen." Alvin Abraham. If it were other low or mid-sequence vampires, they would most likely not know this name, but Emlyn had heard it just yesterday at the Tarot Club. At the same time, after following the core members of the Abraham family to the family treasury and fiddling for a while with the Staff of Stars and the Scroll of the God, Alvin swept his gaze over Dorian and the others before him and smiled as he asked, "Do you want to become a few years younger, and make advancement easier?" Dorian and the others looked at one another, but quickly nodded. "Of course we do. Ancestor, do you have a way?" "Naturally," Ebner said, placing the Staff of Stars back in its original position, then speaking unhurriedly. "The method is, wish upon me." End of chapter. Chapter 1140, Ordinary People. Backlund, Sherwood Borough. Voight walked down the street like a walking corpse. His expression was numb, his gaze vacant, as if life had already lost all meaning. Only the occasional flash of ferocity in his eyes made people feel that he was still alive. Voight had originally been the owner of a small factory in Backlund, and he also held partial shares in several upstream and downstream enterprises. Although he could not be considered wealthy in a metropolis like the capital, he still lived quite comfortably among the middle class and had even bought a small manor in the suburbs for vacations. His wife was beautiful and gentle, his eldest son handsome and talented, and his younger son, though still young, was very sensible. A family of 4, happy and harmonious. However, after the Great Smog incident in Backlund, everything changed. This was not because his factory had been affected by the smog, quite the opposite. Because the factory site was not far from a Church of Steam cathedral, the vast majority of his workers were fine. Only a few had developed pneumonia, and they later recovered with the help of the church. What truly sent his career into a steep decline was the Pollution Control Act, introduced after the Great Smog incident, as well as the Kingdom Atmospheric Pollution Investigation Committee that had promoted this act. Because of pollution control, his factory and many upstream and downstream enterprises were forced to suspend operations and production. That alone would have been bearable, but the new regulation mandating the use of smokeless coal as fuel pushed him straight into the abyss. Leaving aside how smokeless coal increased production costs, further squeezing the already thin profits of someone who relied on price advantages to maintain a market share, just the requirement to replace all steam equipment to burn smokeless coal was something he simply could not afford. On top of that, the breach of contract penalties he had to pay due to halted production, as well as bank loans approaching their settlement dates, gave him endless headaches. For this reason, he even sold his family's manor, sold his house in the city, and moved his family into a rented apartment in the Bridge district. But the nightmare still did not end. After barely scraping together enough money to repay his debts, the bank that had once been quite friendly to him refused to lend to him again. Voight only later figured out that it was not due to his credit, but because Prince Edisac, who had once subtly stood behind him, had also died in the Great Smog. Yes, a year ago, Voight's business had been much smaller. It was because his eldest son, Alex, had, for some unknown reason, caught Prince Edisac's eye and become his assistant that Voight had obtained a large loan and gradually expanded his enterprise. Unfortunately, his eldest son Alex had died mysteriously before the Great Smog, and His Highness the Prince had actually been assassinated during the smog. One piece of terrible news after another, coupled with the promulgation of the Pollution Control Act, and the bank's ruthlessness, finally crushed him, forcing Voight to declare bankruptcy. Originally, after paying off all external debts, Voight still had some savings left and could have provided his wife and younger son with a stable life. But the unfortunate often become even more unfortunate. Not long after he went bankrupt, his younger son suddenly fell ill and needed surgery to survive. Voight sold everything he owned except for a handgun, and even moved his family from the Bridge district to cheap housing in the East Borough, but he still could not gather enough money for the surgery. At this moment, the pocket of his coat held the only remaining property he had kept. His eyes glanced toward a nearby cinema, as if he wanted to do something that went against his moral principles, yet was stopped by the last shred of conscience he had left. In fact, he was not far short of the surgery fee anymore. He only needed another £30 to hire the famous Dr. Allen to perform the operation. If this had been in the past, such a sum would have posed no problem, but for Voight, who now had no income and no assets, it was utterly impossible. Any channel he could think of had no chance of raising £30 within a day or two. Even loan sharks were unwilling to lend to him. Except Alex is already dead. If Maka's also dies of illness, what meaning is there for Lynn and me to keep living? And Lynn's mental state had already been very poor ever since Alex died. She absolutely would not be able to accept losing another child. At that point, even if I killed all the counselors who pushed that bastard of a bill, it wouldn't change anything, would it? I might as well rob a place right now. And I've already found out that the daughter of one bastard counselor is the actual manager of this cinema. Robbing her money is only right and proper, let it count as her atoning for her father's sins. After going through a series of mental preparations, Voight lowered his hat, took a deep breath, and was about to walk into the cinema to rob the ticket booth. He had scouted the place in advance and knew that since it was currently the period when Ebner Bryan Film Company's new movie Titanic of the Ice Sea was being screened to packed houses, there would definitely be a large amount of cash at the ticket booth. But just as Voight approached the entrance of the cinema, an unexpected change occurred. Several girls dressed in rather sexy and fashionable clothes walked out, each holding a stack of papers resembling flyers. When they saw Voight step forward, they giggled and stuffed one flyer into his hands each. After the waves of fragrance drifted away from him, Voight jolted back to his senses. He turned his head to look, only to see those young ladies standing by the roadside, handing out flyers to passers-by. 2 or 3 security guards wearing uniforms similar to police attire stood not far from them, seemingly protecting their safety to prevent harassment. Upon seeing the security guards, Voight's just now unstoppable momentum was interrupted, and he began to hesitate again, wavering with worries, since even the flyer distributors were equipped with security guards, would the ticket booth really be without any? Feeling dejected, Voight subconsciously glanced at the flyer in his hand and found that the top page was a survey questionnaire. Which illusory movie scene would you like to see appear in reality? Below were several preset answers, such as The Sunken Laurel or Roselle's Crystal Palace. Of course, one could also write one's own wish. Boring. Voight shook his head. He had no leisure mood to travel right now. He casually flipped through a few more flyers behind it and found that the content was largely similar, only with different wording. For example, the second one began with, if you could make a wish to Viscount Ebner Bryan to bring a scene you once dreamed of into reality, which dream would you choose? Quite a few tricks, wishing. Voight snorted in disdain and was about to throw these flyers into a trash bin, but at this moment, the words on the last page caught his attention and made him stop his hand. Lord of Burton recruits elite talents with experience in engineering management and enterprise operations, weekly salary £10, salary can be advanced. Voight stared fixedly at those few lines, not even looking at the many subsequent requirements, such as having to leave Backlund to work in Burton, implementing a 996 work schedule, only allowing rest on Sundays to attend church services, and so on. Right now, his mind was completely filled with the words, salary can be advanced. The next moment, he suddenly rushed toward one of the young ladies handing out flyers, but a nearby security guard stepped forward and blocked him, shouting, "What do you think you're doing?" Voight snapped back to his senses. Ignoring the young lady's startled look, he stared straight at her and asked, "Is this recruitment real? When and where is the interview?" The flyer girl glanced at the security guard standing in front of her, then smiled sweetly and calmed herself before answering, "It's in the manager's office on the third floor of the cinema. You can interview right now." At this point, she added a kind reminder. "However, you'd better first go to the stationery shop next door and make a resume for yourself." "Thank you," Voight said sincerely, then immediately ran toward the small shops near the cinema. Watching him leave, the flyer girl threw a flirtatious wink at the security guard and laughed. "Thanks." The guard's face instantly turned red. He scratched his hair and stammered, this is what I'm supposed to do." With that, he hurriedly walked away to continue performing his duties. Seeing this, the other flyer girls all burst into laughter and teased softly, "Zoe, don't use the tricks you used back at the White Rose on Ron. He's never seen that kind of thing before." The girl named Zoe stomped her foot in annoyance upon hearing this. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the third floor of the cinema, Ebner and Hazel watched this entire scene together. As for those women taken over from the hands of the Desire Apostle Sesha, those with high aspirations were all arranged by Ebner to go to Burden. In the future, they would engage in celebrity work. Whether they could make a name for themselves would depend entirely on them. Even if they returned to their old profession, Ebner would no longer interfere. Those who wished to return to ordinary life were basically arranged to work as greeters, attendants, and similar roles in cinemas across various cities. At night, they would also be shown various instructional videos to learn different skills. It could be considered half work, half study. Of course, there were also those who became self-reliant, such as the stationery shop next to the cinema, which was also opened by a former White Rose lady. "That man seems to harbor hatred toward my father," Hazel said after a few seconds of silence. "No policy can satisfy everyone. There will always be people whose interests are harmed. As long as there is follow-up consideration, compensation, and assistance, it's not too big of a problem," Ebner said with a smile. "So, the large-scale recruitment you're doing in Burden is also partly to make up for issues like this?" Hazel asked, turning her face to the side. "You could say that, but more so it's for the development of my own territory," Ebner answered honestly. "Thank you, Ebner. If it weren't for you, that man's family would essentially have been ruined by my father. He might have gone to extremes to seek revenge against my father," Hazel said with a hint of gratitude. This was not wild speculation on her part. Having just advanced to Sequence 6, Prometheus, she was already able to steal some of other people's thoughts. End of chapter. Chapter 1141, Audience. The way a Prometheus peered into other people's thoughts was an advanced application of the decryption ability. At its current stage, it could only see the memories that the other party treasured most and that left the deepest impression. And what the men downstairs, who had given up on committing violence, cherished most was naturally his wife and children, which was why Hazel had been able to notice the anomaly. In fact, Hazel's guess was not wrong. In the original course of events, this man had indeed attempted to assassinate Counselor Mocht, but happened to be stopped by Furs, who was protecting Dawn at the time, and thus failed. Still, I didn't expect him to be Alex's father. Ebner sighed inwardly, but he had no intention of helping much more. After all, Alex was merely the former fiancé of one of his classmates. He was not familiar with him in the first place. Next, after discussing matters related to the film company with Hazel, Ebner glanced through the window at Voight, who had just exited the stationery shop next door, and then smiled and said, "I still have things to attend to, so I won't continue watching how you interview that gentleman. No matter whether he is suitable or not, I will help him pay for his son's surgery," Hazel said. Although she very much wanted to help the men, she was still clear about the boundary between public and private matters. She could not bring an unsuitable person into the company simply to help someone. "Pay attention to the method," Ebner reminded her with a smile. After all, Hazel was nominally the daughter of that man's enemy. If she mishandled it, a good deed could easily turn into a bad one. "I know." Hazel nodded. If it were her in the past, she definitely would not have considered such details and trivial matters, but her experiences at the Harvest Church over the past year had truly made her grow a great deal. After taking a few looks at her River of Fate, and confirming that there were no major problems, Ebner bade farewell and turned to leave. Then, with a single step, his main body crossed over to Intis, while the Owen avatar, under the enhancement of psychological invisibility, swaggered toward the headquarters of MI9 at number 9 Bellotto Street in the West District. It was worth mentioning that after Alvin's revival, as long as a worm of spirit was attached to the psyche of the Owen avatar, it could remain connected to the main body at all times. Simply put, Ebner's control over the Owen avatar was no longer restricted by distance. With the Owen avatar's Sequence 4 level psychological invisibility, it was invincible against low and mid-sequence beyonders, but it was somewhat insufficient when facing demigod-level chaos hunters and law mages. Moreover, Ebner had no intention of deliberately erasing the traces he left behind, so his arrival quickly drew the attention of those who were watching closely. However, Ebner paid it no mind and headed straight for Vera's office. His purpose in coming here was precisely to inform the lone royal family that Owen had arrived in Backlund and could meet with George III at any time. This was the agreed-upon method of meeting that he and Vera had settled on that night. Princess Vera, who was working at MI9 headquarters, naturally also noticed Ebner's arrival. She opened the door and ushered him into the office, then smiled and said, "Master, welcome back, would you like me to serve you now?" Looking at the princess before him, who was gradually getting into character, Ebner helplessly shook his head and said, "Your Highness, stop playing around." He was absolutely certain that the lone royal family was incapable of monitoring the movements of this former archangel, or rather, whatever they managed to monitor would only be what Vera wanted them to know. One has to leave some traces in the office, after all, otherwise, how would they believe that you really are lust? Vera joked as she personally stood up and brewed a cup of tea for Ebner, then continued, "Those people from the lone royal family will probably have to wait until after dinner before they can summon you. After all, the fact that Zeradal is attached to you must have exceeded their expectations. They are surely in an emergency discussion right now, adjusting their strategy toward you. So, we have plenty of time." Ebner nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this, then sternly rejected the princess's suggestion. As for the issue of traces, as a cognizer, what traces could he not fabricate? What information could he not falsify? Even if the main body was absent, he could simply have Alvin, disguised as Zeradal, pull out a projection. Queen's District, inside the luxurious mansion of Earl Hall. Audrey, who had just returned from watching Titanic of the IC at the cinema, was enthusiastically discussing the plot she had just seen with her mother and brother. At this moment, Earl Hall, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly turned his head and looked at his daughter. "Audrey, you should know that I have already discussed the matter of the Academy Awards with the Viscount of Burden. And at the end of that discussion, the young man proposed holding a ball this weekend, first, to announce the formal establishment of the Academy Awards, and second, to organize a charitable fundraiser. He plans to use all the proceeds from Titanic of the IC and the Snow Queen to establish a charitable foundation. The total value will definitely exceed £100,000, and I also plan to contribute £10,000 to £20,000. Didn't you say before that you wanted to work in a charitable organization? Are you interested in joining this foundation?" Audrey had actually already sensed that her father might have such an idea. At this moment, she appropriately displayed surprise and confusion. "Father, the reputation of Ebner Bryan is not very good," Audrey's elder brother, Hibbert Hall, interjected. His impression of Ebner had never been particularly favorable, and at that ball, after his companion was perceived as a demoness by Ebner's female companion, Hibbert's impression of him worsened even further. In his mind, if the other party had not been meddlesome, he would not have embarrassed himself so badly or been scolded by his father. Earl Hall smiled and shook his head. The personal reputation of the Viscount of Burden is irrelevant. Moreover, as an unmarried young man, he has the right to choose his own lifestyle. There is no need for others to interfere. In addition, quite a few people have already come through me seeking an invitation to the Academy Awards ball. Why do you think so many nobles, councillors, and wealthy individuals are eager to participate?" Hibbert Hall frowned slightly and said while thinking, "Advertising or improving reputation." At the same time, Audrey also gave her own view. "Because of the influence of films." Earl Hall nodded and sighed. "Films, as carriers of information, are easier for people to accept and identify with, and they can even reach the illiterate poor. And as suffrage continues to expand downward, the nation will sooner or later include all citizens within the scope of elections." He looked at his eldest son and shook his head inwardly, then looked back at Audrey and said with a smile, "You don't need to force yourself. It's just a suggestion. Also, you don't need to worry too much about the Viscount of Burden's poor reputation. He will not take a position in the foundation. Only an agent will be stationed there long term. I will instruct him to arrange a female one." "Father, I'll think about it," Audrey replied seriously. In fact, Audrey was not opposed to the industries of Mr. Tower, but she also could not appear too enthusiastic, lest her father grow suspicious. At night, inside a secluded room of the Soderak Palace, George III sat upon the throne, looking at Owen, who walked in with an arm around Vera. He curled the corner of his mouth and said bluntly, "Owen, long time no see, aren't you going to introduce us to the new friend attached to you?" End of chapter. Chapter 1142, Alliance. George III wore a pair of small mustaches, his features resolute. Stern and old-fashioned, even though he was dressed only in everyday clothing, he still gave off an imposing, domineering aura. Ebner raised his head and sized him up a few times. Because the Owen avatar could not communicate with the pure white eye, he was unable to determine whether the other party was the true body or merely an imagined avatar. If this is just an imagined one, then among the people present, not a single one is a true body. I won't even mention that although the Owen avatar is real, it's still something whose loss wouldn't affect anything, and as for the so-called Zeradal, it's nothing more than a worm of spirit attached to a projection. And Princess Vera is just an empty shell, her current essence is actually those mists hidden who knows where. Thinking about it this way, this really is a completely fake meeting. I just wonder what kind of effect it would have if used as material for a mystical reenactment. Of course, there must still be an angel of the Augustus family hidden inside Soderach Palace. As his thoughts turned, Ebner withdrew the arm he had around Vera and, adopting Owen's manner from memory, bowed to George III. Your Majesty, this time I have brought you a reliable friend. The President of the Secret Order, His Highness Zeradal. As he spoke, his heart stirred, and he caused that historical projection of Zeradal, tainted by the unknown, to manifest. The moment Zeradal appeared, he glanced toward a position diagonally behind the throne and said bluntly, Your Majesty George III, I have come to seek an alliance. George III narrowed his eyes and scrutinized the black-robed elder beside Owen for a while before smiling and saying, So it is His Highness Zeradal. I have heard that more than 100 years ago, you stopped involving yourself in the affairs of the Secret Order. Why have you chosen to ally with our Augustus family this time? Under Ebner's control, the bearded Zeradal chuckled and said, Your Majesty, the Augustus family scheme to advance to the Black Emperor may fool the churches, but it cannot fool me, who once helped Roselle. Moreover, I was once a member of that organization myself, so I have some understanding of him. Therefore, I am willing to place my bet on the Augustus family and help you deal with any obstacles that may arise during the ritual. But correspondingly, I also need you to help me deal with Amon. Of course, when it comes to dealing with Amon, our positions should be aligned. Hearing the name Amon, George III felt a sudden realization, believing he had grasped Zeradal's intent. However, he was somewhat puzzled by the last sentence. There is no conflict between the, and I will also need to seek the opinions of my elders. I hope you will understand, Your Highness. Heh, it's fine. This is only our first contact. A lack of trust is normal. You may freely find someone to verify my words, Zeradal replied. Thank you for your understanding, His Highness Zeradal. You truly are a generous elder, George III casually praised him before changing the topic and asking pointedly. Once we have reached a decision, how should we contact you? Zeradal pointed to Owen beside him and said, If you wish to find me, you can contact him directly. Before his words had even faded, his figure vanished on the spot. Owen also bowed at the appropriate moment, expressing that he was honored to serve as the bridge. George III narrowed his eyes again, then smiled and said, Very well. As he spoke, he formally turned his gaze to Owen and cast him an ambiguous look. Owen, no, Mr. Lust, I hear you captured the Yellow Saintess and the Red Saintess in Trier. Yes, Your Majesty, they both left me with unforgettable memories, Ebner replied in Owen's tone, following along with his words. George III stared at him deeply for a moment before saying carefully. You should know that the Augustus family is currently allied with the demonesses sect. The matter of you capturing their two saintesses, I endured considerable pressure to help you suppress it, preventing the Black Saintess from seeking revenge against you. So I advise you to release them. I can mediate and ensure that the demonesses sect will no longer trouble you. Moreover, as far as I know, aside from the Black Saintess, there is another catastrophe demoness within the demonesses sect. Coupled with the zero-grade sealed artifact they control, even with His Highness Zeradal backing you, you may not be able to evade their assassination. The Black Saint is coming to trouble me. How is that even possible? She's as obedient as a pet in front of me right now. You're really lying through your teeth, truly worthy of an old noble. And you probably don't even know that the Yellow Saintess is actually the other catastrophe demoness of the demoness sect, do you? Edner mocked inwardly, while outwardly he appeared extremely hesitant. After a long while, he deliberately put on an indignant expression and said, But if it weren't for their sudden ambush, our Delian family would not have had outsiders secretly infiltrate our family's hidden grounds, ultimately leading to our destruction. They haven't paid a sufficient price yet, how could I possibly let them go? Hearing this, George III's spirits lifted. Without revealing anything, he asked, what exactly happened in Trier? Although MI9's intelligence personnel had been continuously investigating the truth of the incident, on the one hand, too little time had passed, and on the other, much of the intelligence had been sealed by the churches. With rumors flying and facts scarce, it was difficult to distinguish truth from falsehood. It was Charlie Delian, bewitched by a demon of the Nos family, who conducted a ritual and allowed the dark side of the universe to descend upon Trier. This was a scheme pushed forward by multiple factions, all in order to uncover what secret Roselle left behind for that ancestor of our family, that is, the former MI9 renegade agent Julia, what exactly she obtained from Roselle. I also hope to obtain that secret, which is why I allowed the Prime Minister's actions to proceed, but who would have thought that at the critical moment, I would be stopped outside the ancestral residence by the demonesses. Because of this, a group of people of unknown affiliation infiltrated the ancestral residence, slaughtered all the family members who remained there, and emptied the family treasury. And in the end, that secret Roselle left behind was activated by that group, using it to resolve the descent of the abyss. As Ebner spoke, he deliberately made his expression look extremely unpleasant. George III pondered for a while before asking again, do you know who those people who entered your family were? They may have been remnants of Roselle's men in black, or they may have been people of the Mystic Queen. After all, you should have also received intelligence that the ones who resisted the Abyss invasion at the very first moment were the Gustav siblings, Ebner said. Not a single sentence was false, yet he completely removed himself from the matter. End of chapter. Chapter 1143, Ransom. After listening to Owen's description of the inside story of the Trier incident, George III fell into contemplation once more. After a moment, he nodded and said, "So it seems that the near annihilation of the Delian family really was the responsibility of those few demonesses." In truth, this also caused him considerable heartache, since there had been quite a few covert agents cultivated by the Kingdom of Loan within the Delian family, all of whom had lost contact in this incident. However, the king shifted the topic and said after some consideration, "Nevertheless, I still believe you should release the red demoness and the yellow demoness. In light of the Delian family's losses, I will provide you with some compensation." As he spoke, he displayed his majestic bearing, making it clear that this decision brooked no refusal. And given the fact that nearly half of the upper ranks of the demoness sect practically already bore the surname Brian, whether to release them or not made no real difference to Ebner. He emphasized his losses merely to extract some benefits. Thus, while pretending to be unwilling, he followed the king's words and said, "All right. But I demand a ransom of 2 million gold pounds." George III was somewhat taken aback upon hearing this. Based on his understanding of Owen, he had already prepared himself for demands such as engaging in games with Duchess Georgina or the brightest jewel of Backlund. Who would have thought the other party would actually ask for money? But upon second thought, it also seemed reasonable. The Delian family centuries of accumulation had been destroyed in a single stroke. If Owen wished to revive his family, he would indeed require a vast sum of funds. Still, was £2 million not too much? Were 2 unaging demonesses really worth that price? After all, even the bounty on the Mystery Queen, who was also Sequence 3, was only £650,000 in loan. Even if this money were ultimately to be paid by the demoness sect, the Augustus family would certainly have to advance it first. As king, although he did not lack such money, he also could not allow himself to be treated as an endlessly withdrawable fool. As his thoughts turned, George III tentatively tried to bargain. £2 million is too much. How about 1,500,000? Deal. Ebner replied without the slightest hesitation. After all, this money was essentially free, even though it was only half the price of his Viscount of Belden title. For an instant, George III felt he might have been taken advantage of. However, he quickly regained his composure, reasoning that using over £1 million to satisfy all parties and resolve this thorny issue was actually quite acceptable. Thus, he no longer spoke of the ransom, instead asking, "How did you come to know His Highness Eredal?" Ebner paused slightly, then answered a different question instead, "The Vice President of the Secret Order, also a beautiful lady." George III immediately felt enlightened, and in an instant, imagined many stories. Afterward, after chatting with Owen some more about Trier's political situation and subsequent plans, he had Vera, who had been standing to the side the entire time like a puppet, escort Owen out of Soderach Palace. Only after their figures vanished from that secluded room did George III turn his head and ask, as if speaking to himself yet also as if inquiring, "Ancestor, what do you think? Owen's bloodline is still within my order. I can command him to obey at any time." A cold, emotionless voice came from the shadows behind the throne. "That's good." George III nodded. As long as Owen remained under control, there was no fear of him harboring ulterior motives. "Do you think I should agree to Zeredal's request for an alliance?" George III asked again. Amon indeed requires vigilance. On this point, Zeredal is correct. From a certain perspective, the Black Emperor is the best choice for stealing a godhood ritual. Aside from the seer and apprentice pathways, the emotionless voice sounded once more. "So that means you are inclined to ally with Zeredal?" George III did not ask why. If his ancestor chose not to say, there was naturally a reason. One may also ally with the Abraham family, but regardless of who it is, they are all enemies of Amon. The cold voice added a reminder. "However, before they sign a contract under my witness, do not expose the location of the mausoleum." "I understand." George III inclined his head slightly. He himself was also inclined toward forming an alliance. For some reason, he always felt a faint sense of unease. He had originally thought it was pressure brought by his sister, but even after Vera had been subdued by Owen, that unease had not disappeared. Thus, George III hoped that more angels would stand on his side, so as to avoid any accidents during the final ritual of the Black Emperor. Of course, the details of any alliance would still need to be discussed and approved by the other members of the Augustus family, so it would take some time. After riding in a carriage back to her own luxurious residence with Ebner, Vera glanced in the direction of Soderach Palace and snorted with a shake of her head. He can't even decide on an alliance by himself, and he still dreams of becoming the Black Emperor. Hearing her mutter, Ebner smiled and said, "The times have changed. Kings nowadays don't have that much power to begin with. But whether it's a judge or a black emperor, they must carry out their own will. The symbol of an emperor isn't something you can obtain just by getting your hands on a crown of the Balam Empire." Vera shook her head again, expressing her pessimism about George III. Even if he were to succeed by sheer luck in the end, his condition would certainly not be good. Ebner largely agreed with her words, but felt there was no need to think too deeply about it, because he did not believe George III would live to reach that final step. After all, compared to the original Klein, the forces he could mobilize were far stronger. If he arranged for Zeradal to enter the mausoleum, and with demonesses serving as internal agents, George III wanted to advance to the Black Emperor. He could keep dreaming. If not for wanting to let Hugh grow and personally take revenge for her father, as well as being unable to confirm where George III's true body was, the forces Ebner could currently mobilize already had a significant chance of heavily injuring him. After all, a beyonder like George III, who had hardly experienced real combat, even with a sufficiently high status, actually possessed relatively weak combat strength. This could already be seen in how he dealt with Triss in the original story. At this moment, Princess Vera once again changed her face. Different from her usual majesty, her dullness before George III, and her earlier girlish demeanor, she leaned close to Ebner's ear in a very suggestive manner and said, "I'm going to take a bath first, want to join me?" Does the mist of uncertainty also make one's personality uncertain and ever-changing? Ebner came back to his senses and once again sternly refused. After Vera turned around and entered the bathroom, he immediately retracted the Owen avatar into Alvin's question-and-answer maze, allowing his main body, having finished its business, to teleport back from Trier. End of chapter. Chapter 1144, Divine Sword. While Owen was audiencing George III, Ebner's main body used the illusory, pure white angel within the land of the unknown to very easily determine the location of the Black Knight, Dorian, then teleported to his hiding place in Trier, inside an abandoned warehouse. As the penultimate pope of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, Dorian, or rather, Albach, was different from Richelieu, the final pope of the Eternal Blazing Sun within the magic mirror, who was a naturally born mythical creature. Ciro had originated as an ascetic monk, and thus did not care much about his living environment. However, among the so-called three sacred artifacts of sword, mirror, and seal that Ebner had entrusted to him for safekeeping, the divine sword possessed a personality that favored luxury. It found this place unsightly no matter how it looked at it and had lodged protests many times, all of which were unfortunately ignored by Ciro. "Ciro, you brat, how are you even more stubborn than Charlie? With your Black Knight abilities, as long as you pasture a faceless one, you can change your appearance at will. You're not lacking money either, so why insist on living in such a filthy, damp place?" Faced with the incessant nagging of the divine sword, that is, the wraith of Andre, former patriarch of the Church of the God of Combat, Ciro had long grown accustomed to it and had not intended to pay it any attention. However, he suddenly sensed something, hastily stood up, and looked toward the doorway. Immediately afterward, Ebner's figure entered his field of vision. "My lord," Ciro stood and saluted. At the same time, the divine sword cried out as if it had seen a savior, "You've finally come." Ebner first nodded to Ciro, then looked toward the divine sword, feeling that it seemed far more restless than when he had first encountered it. "Your subordinate is far too quiet. These past days, he hasn't spoken more than 10 sentences," the complaints of the divine sword followed. "So that's it, you were bottled up. Could it be that this former patriarch of the Church of the God of Combat was actually a chatterbox? That could very well be the more profound part of his humanity. It's understandable that a glory-bearer wouldn't like silence." As his thoughts turned, Ebner felt that since this thing loved chatting so much, he really should teach it the summoning ritual for Arads and let it chat with Arads instead. That would be truly exciting. Ebner ignored its complaints and directly asked, "Do you know the purpose behind Roselle forging the 3 items, sword, mirror, and seal?" He had asked this question before to the magic mirror, Richelieu, after its full unsealing. Asking the divine sword again here was to see whether it knew more. It was nothing more than a part of the Knowledge Emperor ritual, however. The divine sword's answer was exactly the same as the magic mirror's, but its tone clearly suggested there was more to say. "However, what?" Ebner pressed. The divine sword answered irrelevantly, "I want to change to a more comfortable place, and when I followed Charlie back then, there were beautiful young ladies wiping my blade every single day. This thing's demands are quite high." Ebner's mouth twitched slightly. Then he narrowed his eyes and smiled, saying, "All right, then, we'll change places." As he spoke, he opened the pure white eyes. At the same time, the yellow demoness, Natalia, flew out of nowhere and lifted the blade of the divine sword. "That's more like it." Just as the divine sword was feeling smug, it suddenly sensed something was wrong, because the beauty holding it seemed to be flying toward that young man's pure white eyes. Several hours later, the divine sword manifested a vague humanoid figure and bowed to Ebner, saying, "Master." Although its tone was respectful, the violently fluctuating emotional colors revealed the anger, unwillingness, and helplessness hidden deep within it. Ebner casually nodded, but inwardly thought. Angels that have fallen into wraiths lack the necessary protection for their spiritual bodies, so comparatively speaking, they are easier to corrupt, but even so, after several hours, only a preliminary unknown brand was imprinted into its soul. It is merely forced into submission now, not a fanatical believer like the parasite Flora. As for normal angelic existences, they most likely can isolate themselves from knowledge related to Lubo, so shouting Lubo on the battlefield probably won't have much effect on angels, unless they actively choose to understand it, just like Amon's previous avatar in the primordial moon that explored Roselle's memories. Of course, in theory, deities and subsidiary gods like Lilith and the god of knowledge and wisdom were also likely corrupted through exploring the unknown. This should be the special nature of the unknown itself. The unknown cannot be understood, and attempting to explore it must bring calamity. If this truly is the intrinsic property of the unknown, and if the unknown, as Adam showed me, was born from the original one witnessing Lubo's transmigration and forming the thought of unknown, then when the original one saw Lubo and tried to understand this unknown phenomenon, something truly terrifying must have happened. Otherwise, exploring the unknown wouldn't have such horrific consequences, so horrific that Amon would rather let himself be killed by me and abandon a sequence too characteristic than allow those memories of exploration to flow back to his main body. At this point, Ebner stopped his train of thought. Although he himself was also Lubo, at this stage, deeply exploring the unknown would likely result in misfortune as well. This was not a spiritual warning, but knowledge derived from the memories of Alvin and his other past selves. Coming back to his senses, Ebner looked at the divine sword, which was displaying a humble posture, and asked once more, "Tell me everything you know about sword, mirror, and seal." Yes. We items were not only part of Roselle's Knowledge Emperor ascension ritual. Later on, it is highly likely that we were also endowed with the power of knowledge. That is an authority of the Knowledge Emperor. Only when sword, mirror, and seal are gathered together, and all specific conditions are met, can the effect be triggered, the divine sword answered honestly. The authority of the Knowledge Emperor. Like how Bernadette used an improvised story to grant the Holy Sword, Bernadette, the attribute of Abyss Nemesis. Thinking this inwardly, Ebner outwardly pressed on. What exactly are the conditions? I don't know. I only vaguely sensed, through the demon-hunting eye, that I had been endowed with the power of knowledge, but what exactly it is, I have no idea at all. The divine sword replied with difficulty. So you only know this much, yet you dared to negotiate terms with me just now. Ebner glanced at it sideways. Although through the brand he knew it wasn't lying, he still said coldly, "Think again. See if you've missed anything." The divine sword was now filled with regret. Had it known earlier that the being before it was this terrifying, how would it ever have dared to raise conditions? And to end up losing itself entirely just to improve its living conditions, this was far too much of a loss. But no matter what, it could not refuse its master's question. After racking its memory for a long time, the divine sword finally said uncertainly, "Roselle seems to have created a storybook for the three items, sword, mirror, and seal, but where it is, or what exactly is written inside, I truly don't know." A storybook about sword, mirror, and seal. Did Old Huang really copy the story of the three sacred artifacts? What exactly was he trying to do? Deal with the Great Serpent? If that's the case, then who does the Great Serpent refer to? The Angel of Fate Ouroboros? The Earth Mother? Or the primordial demonesses? Blind guessing is meaningless. I still need to find Old Huang's book. I can ask Bernadette, Bornova, and Lion Leon. Maybe I can find some clues. After briefly thinking it over, Ebner directly tossed the divine sword into Alvin's traveling palace. This was also its own request. After all, the traveling palace was resplendent with gold and jade, and it even had the administrator, the goddess of wealth, regularly maintaining the collections, perfectly matching the conditions it had just proposed. What more could it complain about? End of chapter. Chapter 1145, once again, the Tarot Gathering. After handling the divine sword, Ebner turned his gaze to the Black Knight, Dorian. After a brief moment of thought, he asked, "Do you still have any contact with the Men in Black organization?" Ciro shook his head and replied, that commander of the Men in Black had long since grown suspicious of my identity. Previously, for the sake of the Delian family, he exercised some restraint, but after the Abyss Descent incident, I've already sensed that he's been searching everywhere for my whereabouts. That's also why I've been hiding here all this time. I see. But that's fine. Make some preparations and go take over the two remaining teams of the Men in Black. I'll instruct Hearts 1 and Clubs 12 to cooperate with you, Ebner said with a smile. Within the Men in Black organization, Clubs 12 was none other than the Red Saintess Margaret. She was now completely under Ebner's control and was about to assume the position of his agent within the Backlund Charitable Foundation. As for the so-called Hearts One, he had once ambushed Ebner, mistaking him for a mon within the mind of the parasite Flora. The method used was broadcasting Lubo. As a result, not only was Flora's only Sequence 3 level avatar turned into the sealed artifact, pseudo-voice of faith, but Flora herself had completely become a fanatical believer of Lubo. As for the main body of Hearts One, he had not escaped the corruption of Lubo either, it was merely more concealed, to the point that he himself had yet to notice it. And because of this layer of connection, Ebner could rather easily locate all of his avatars. However, considering that this Hearts One was fiercely loyal to Old Huang and had once saved Edwina, Ebner had no intention of killing him, nor of completely corrupting him into a puppet. It would be enough to simply alter his cognition of Ciro. For a cognizer, for a miracle invoker, this was not difficult at all, even if that man's main body was very likely a mentor of deceit. Your will shall be obeyed, my lord. On the other side, Ciro raised no objections at all and respectfully accepted the task. Ebner nodded, then suddenly recalled the words with which the divine sword had urged Ciro earlier when he first arrived at the warehouse. He asked, "Do you have the ability to change your appearance? If not, I'll just have Zeradal go to the secret order and grab a faceless one." Reporting to my lord, Ciro once pastured a faceless one. As he spoke, Ciro immediately switched his soul, activated his ability, and transformed into the appearance he had taken on the first floor of the Dream Labyrinth Tower when he had impersonated that gun dummy. Ebner's mouth twitched, and he hurriedly said, "Don't use such an eye-catching appearance. Just switch to something more normal." After that, Ebner went down into the warehouse to take a look at the place where Ciro had sealed half of the Delian family's collection. He personally examined each item one by one, and only then did he leave this hidden warehouse, taking a single step to enter the residence of the Secret Order's vice-chairman, the scholar of your Daphne. Daphne, who had just finished preparing a feast and was about to enjoy herself, immediately greeted Ebner warmly upon seeing his arrival and invited him to dine together. "Divine Envoy, is there anything you need me to do in Trier this time?" After some pleasantries, Daphne asked while attentively serving Ebner food. "There is indeed something I need you to handle." Ebner lifted the glass of Ormeyer Daphne had poured for him, took a sip, and then continued, "Your Secret Order's chairman, Lord Zeradal, has already broken free. He will be holding a gathering next Saturday at 8 in the evening, and all saints must attend." As he spoke, Ebner took several badges out of his pocket. They were all transformed from the genuine spirit worms of the real Zeradal and could fully represent his will. "What?" Daphne was startled, nearly dropping the bottle of red wine in her hand that was worth 300 pounds. This truly is the chairman's aura. Suddenly, she realized something and exclaimed in shock, "The chairman is also my lord's." "That's right. Lord Zeradal is now an angel under my lord's seat." Ebner nodded, handed the badges to Daphne, and continued, "Your task is to convey Lord Zeradal's orders and deliver these badges into the hands of every saint." After Zeradal's disappearance, the Secret Order's development had stagnated. At present, there were only 3 vice-chairmen within the order, all of them scholars of yore, as well as 5 Bizeo sorcerer, and 3 non-core saints who had joined through other pathways. These people were now scattered across the northern and southern continents. Informing all of them would not be an easy task, so Ebner left Daphne a relatively generous amount of time. After receiving the badges, Daphne hurriedly bowed her head to accept the command. Only then did she cautiously ask, "Divine Envoy, may I ask where the gathering will be held?" "You'll know when the time comes," Ebner replied with a mysterious smile. After all, those badges did not contain only Zeradal's aura. After dinner, Ebner had originally planned to teleport to Turin to visit Fanny and, while at it, ask Lion Leon about Roselle's book concerning the 3 sacred artifacts. However, due to suddenly receiving a summons from his avatar, he had no choice but to return to Backlund first. There was a time difference between Trier and Backlund. While it had just passed dinner time there, it was already deep into the night in Backlund. Time flowed on, and in the blink of an eye, several days passed. Monday afternoon arrived once more, precisely at 3 o'clock. One after another, deep crimson lights shot up within the majestic palace, freezing into blurred human silhouettes. Justice Audrey quickly scanned her surroundings, looked toward the head of the long bronze table, and led everyone in a smiling salute. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Just a few days earlier, at the charity gala celebrating the establishment of the Academy Awards, Klein, attending as a wealthy tycoon, had seen Miss Justice's real-world identity for the first time. He had gained a much deeper understanding of the easy cheerfulness and vibrant sunshine naturally carried in her tone, and finally understood where they originated from. However, Klein did not feel envy or jealousy, nor did he think she lacked the tempering of hardship. Instead, he felt that, in a world whose underlying rules were filled with chaos, distortion, and madness, the existence of such a young lady was truly a good thing. It's just that Sharon seems a bit unhappy when she talks about her. A faint smile appeared on Klein's face as he gently nodded in response to Miss Justice's greeting. After the members of the tarot gathering finished exchanging pleasantries, Hermit Catlia adjusted her glasses, turned slightly sideways, and bowed to the hazy figure shrouded in grey fog at the head of the bronze table. Respected Mr. Fool, there are 3 pages of diary this time. The Queen Mystic has finally returned to normal. Let's hope there's no more of old Huang's romantic escapades this time. Klein muttered inwardly, then smiled and said, "Very good." A few seconds later, having received permission, Hermit Catlia manifested the diary pages and watched as they leaped into Mr. Fool's palm. End of chapter. Chapter 1146, Diaries and the Doomed Demonesses. October 3rd, Benjamin came to me, requesting that I take action to save one branch of their Abraham family. Due to improper safekeeping, they allowed a grade 0 sealed artifact called the God's Painting Scroll to lose control. That branch's base was located within Intis, so the final distress message ended up reaching Benjamin. According to Benjamin, the sealed artifact known as the God's Painting Scroll looks like an ordinary oil painting set within a brass frame, but the content depicted on it changes at irregular intervals. When it displays different locations, the holder can cause the surrounding area of a target to change, allowing the corresponding scene to descend. When it displays different people, the holder can cause those people to launch attacks against a target, once per person. When it displays abstract and difficult to understand images, different effects will manifest in reality. When it displays one door after another, opening different doors will transfer one to different places. The destination cannot be known in advance, and it can be used to exile a target. When it displays dim underground depths or a profound starry sky, it becomes extremely dangerous and must be sealed. This oil painting must always be watched, must always be appreciated. Otherwise, the figures within it will come alive, stretch their hands out from the painting, and little by little enter the real world. This time, it was precisely because this Abraham family branch made the mistake of no one watching that the deity within the painting came to life and walked out of it. Having just advanced to Knowledge Mentor not long ago, I was very interested in this matter, so after making some preparations, I had Benjamin teleport me to that branch's base. Unfortunately, we still arrived one step too late. That branch of the Abraham family had already been annihilated. The surroundings were filled with the aura of destruction and disaster, and only a few mentally deranged members remained, screaming and shouting madly. The good news was that the deity who had come out of the God's Painting Scroll had not been gone for long and had left behind many traces. Thus, I quickly calculated the location where she would soon appear and blocked her in advance through teleportation. Strictly speaking, she was not truly a deity, but rather an existence similar to the evil spirit formed after the death of the last angel of the Sauron family. Only, her condition seemed much better than that of the Sauron family's angel. Yes, the reason I use her is because she was an extremely beautiful lady, black hair, brown eyes, facial features that combined the three-dimensional depth of a Westerner with the gentle softness of an Easterner, and slightly pointed ears that made it obvious she possessed elven blood in life. I can responsibly say that, aside from Lady Helen, she is the most beautiful woman I have seen in my entire life. In any case, after I blocked her, she did not choose to fight. Instead, she simply explained her own condition, saying that even after death she remained a symbol of disaster and doomsday, and that having just broken free, she could not control herself, hence the calamity suffered by that Abraham family branch. In essence, she had already left as quickly as possible. I didn't really believe her words, but since combat could be avoided, I truly didn't wish to resort to violence against such a beautiful lady either. Thus, at my suggestion, I brought her to a secret base belonging to the Men in Black and evacuated the agents originally stationed there. As for Benjamin, he went off on his own to deal with the affairs of that Abraham family branch and to reseal the God's Painting Scroll. October 4th. Using the gatekeeper characteristic stored within the secret base, combined with multiple precious materials, I helped this deity lady construct a realistic mechanical body. This both sealed the calamity and destruction aura upon her body, naturally also sealing her abilities, while temporarily freeing her from the problem of her soul's continual weakening. One action, multiple benefits. She should consider herself fortunate that the first person she encountered after breaking free was me, this child of steam, the greatest and most powerful mechanical expert of the current era. Afterward, I had a conversation with her. She said her name was Aglia Constantine, the daughter of the elven subordinate god, god of fortune, Oliver Constantine, and the elven queen, queen of calamity, Kohainam. To be honest, upon hearing this, I, who had been somewhat mentally fatigued from crafting the mechanical body, instantly lost all sleepiness. Was the elven race's atmosphere back then similar to that of Intis? I wonder what the elven king Seniathron thinks about this. Perhaps I should gather some intelligence about the god of fortune. I could also go back and ask the seal of calamity. Although his earliest life was as the sanguine Rhine, that era was closer to the third epoch, so he would definitely know more. Back to the point. According to Lady Aglaia Constantine herself, she was born a catastrophe demoness, and later, after observing the blasphemy slate, she successfully gathered all the materials and conducted a ritual to advance to sequence 1. She formed a family and stood opposed to the succubus demoness branch family, Monica, becoming the two great demoness families. However, with Cheek's rise, Lady Aglaia Constantine became material for the other party's advancement to the primordial demoness and was hunted down and killed. After death, her soul once fell into the hands of the Night Emperor. It was only after her close friend from life, Bethel Abraham, agreed to certain conditions demanded by the Night Emperor that she was exchanged back and placed into the God's painting scroll to sleep, in hopes of recovery. TSK, isn't Bethel Abraham Mr. Dor? So this beauty is actually a friend of Mr. Dor. I remember Mr. Dor once told me that he and the Night Emperor had privately cooperated to construct a door, and I previously found its remains on a small island in the Berserk Sea. So could this cooperation have occurred precisely because Mr. Dor wanted to exchange for this doomed demoness before my eyes? Furthermore, that door was absolutely not a good thing. It may very well have been one of the reasons Mr. Dor was exiled by the gods. Worthy of a doomed demoness, even in death, even without subjective intent, she could still become the trigger of a catastrophe. Additionally, the fact that Lady Aglaia Constantine's soul fell into the hands of the Night Emperor, does that mean that among those who hunted her down was the not yet deified Trunsoist? Was he already an ally of the primordial demoness at that time? Unfortunately, Lady Aglaia Constantine did not see the others who helped Cheek, she only sensed the existence of the power of order. The first page was written on both sides, and its contents were extremely rich. Klein read for a long time before finally setting it down, inwardly complaining. Although I'd long suspected that the relationship between the God of Fortune and the Queen of Calamity wasn't normal, Lubo really did end up acting like a complete scoundrel. He even had a child. Since this involved Ebner's private affairs, he had never mentioned such matters during the small meetings. But isn't the primordial demoness closely connected with the Underworld Emperor? Why has the Night Emperor appeared now as well? That actually makes sense. I remember the latter half of the Feast of Blood mentioning that Rhine, Solomon, and the Underworld Emperor once conducted research together on a small island off the western coast of the southern continent. If Old Lou's daughter really was hunted down by Cheek in cooperation with the Underworld Emperor, then based on my understanding of Old Lou, he would absolutely never have any further dealings with the Underworld Emperor. What a pity. If Old Lou's daughter had won this demoness struggle, the demonesses of today probably wouldn't be so mentally twisted. Of course, things might also have been even worse in other aspects. After all, the fact that demoness symbolizes disaster would not change. After thinking for a moment, Klein picked up the second page. This page continued from the previous one, but only had writing on the front, so the word count was much lower. It was mostly Lady Aglaia Constantine's recollections of her father. After listening to Aglia's account, I realized that this God of Fortune actually played around even more wildly than I did, and even styled himself as the poetry of the goddess. But the more I listened, the more something felt off, because some of this God of Fortune's actions carried a strong transmigrator flavor, and combined with his relationships with multiple goddesses. He wouldn't also be that brat Lubo, would he? No, I'm certain. Aside from being much more chunny, some of the things Aglaia relayed about the God of Fortune were extremely similar to Lubo's habits. So the question is, why would Lubo hide his first life from me? No, this might not even have been his first life. Before that, he may very well have had other lives. Was I perhaps a bit too trusting of him in the past? It seemed that this was where old Huang began to harbor doubts toward Lubo, becoming increasingly distrustful, eventually ignoring his warning about landing on the moon. Of course, the Lubo associated with the Seal of Calamity was Sequence 1, and according to old Huang's final diary, he truly was not worthy of trust. Nodding thoughtfully, Klein continued reading. November 8th, the night of the full moon. As usual, I met with Bethel Abraham. I cautiously questioned him about Aglaia Constantine, and to my surprise, he displayed complete ignorance, as if such a person had never existed at all. For a time, I was unable to determine who was lying. But no matter how I think about it, Bethel is far more suspicious. This isn't because Aglaia Constantine is beautiful, but because that doomed demoness soul came out of the Abraham family's God's painting scroll. How could Bethel possibly know nothing about her? If he now claims not to recognize her, what purpose does that serve? Protecting her? Or has Bethel truly forgotten? End of chapter. Chapter 1147, Public Vest. Did Mr. Dor forget Old Lou's daughter? Why did I smell a strong whiff of dog blood melodrama? Is this about to stage some kind of Korean drama plot? Is old Huang cast as the villainous second male lead? While complaining inwardly, Klein sorted out the plot before and after this and felt that old Huang's guess might not be wrong, only that it needed to be viewed together. Who said that forgetting her couldn't be for the sake of protecting her? The direction this matter is heading in is getting stranger and stranger. Klein shook his head and stopped thinking about it, believing that this headache should still be left to old Lou anyway, since it was his daughter. As he thought this, he picked up the third page of the diary and read it carefully. March 11th. After receiving hints from Lady Yallalin and the Queen of Calamity, Kohinum, and after a month of searching, I finally found the palace of the God of Luck deep underground in Byam. Although some sealing rituals were arranged here, they were no obstacle to a knowledge emperor. I quickly found the main hall where the body of the God of Luck lay. After thousands of years, this elf subsidiary god still had not decayed, and not even its characteristics had separated out, as if it might open its eyes at any moment. But I knew that it would not awaken, at least not now, because the timing had not yet arrived, and its arrangements had not yet reached the moment of final unfolding. If the future Lubo sees this page of the diary, then I must remind you of one thing. To you, the God of Luck may be even more dangerous than the unknown. Do not rashly attempt to obtain its memories, and do not revive it without sufficient preparation. As for what counts as sufficient preparation, I am actually not very sure either, but I suggest that you go learn more about the arrangements of the Seal of Calamity. As far as I know, although the Seal of Calamity has some mental problems and acts in contradictory ways, at least half of the time it represents the will of the unknown, and most of its schemes are directed at the God of Luck. So, make the best possible use of this point. However, speaking of which, whichever Lubo ends up being dominant is irrelevant to me. I only ask that you give me a hand at the very end. I placed a blasphemy card and a portion of a sequence 2 knowledge magister characteristic that I separated from myself inside the palace, counting it as a meeting gift for you. Of course, as a return gift, since the decorations in your palace carried a very strong sense of historical accumulation, I took them away to repair my mausoleum. Another diary about the God of Luck. And Ebner already told me about this. Old Huang not only used a knowledge magister characteristic to create a war god mecha inside the palace of the God of Luck, he even placed a paragon card there, and the latter has already been collected by old Lou. It's probably because these 3 diary pages have an extremely high frequency of the God of Luck and Lubo appearing together, and because the Queen of Mystics cares deeply about Lubo, that they were selected and given to me. If that's the case, then Madam Hermit's upcoming question is most likely related to the God of Luck. Thinking this, Klein withdrew his gaze, let the diary disappear, raised his head, and looked at Hermit Catlia as he said, "State your question." Hermit Catlia pondered for a moment and asked cautiously, "I wonder if, adding these 3 pages this time, the accumulated contribution is enough to obtain the answer to my previous question." She didn't directly ask about the God of Luck. Let me think, her previous question seemed to be about the relationship between Giuseppe Castilla and Lubo. Compared to the God of Luck, does the Queen of Mystics care more about that answer? Fool, Klein thought inwardly, while on the surface he said calmly, it is still not enough. In fact, regarding this question, he had discussed it with Ebner after the last gathering, and Ebner's response had been, to not tell Bernadette for the time being. Although he did not know what kind of private game old Lou and Bernadette were playing, since it concerned other people's privacy, Mr. Fool still needed to respect it, so he could only stall for now. Fortunately, the answer to this question indeed carried considerable value, involving the core secret of a hidden existence, so asking a higher price was perfectly reasonable. Hermit Catlia seemed to have expected this result long ago and did not appear disappointed. After a brief pause, she spoke respectfully. "Then I will change to another question. Honored Mr. Fool, I wish to know the meaning of these 4 symbols when connected together." As she spoke, after obtaining permission, she materialized the 4 Chinese characters, and, as expected, this is the second target. Or rather, after advancing to Sage, the Queen of Mystics is indeed sharp. Is this the revelation she obtained by peering into fate? If she truly dares to associate further, she might even guess Giuseppe's identity. As his thoughts turned, Klein said casually, "When combined together, they refer to an elf subsidiary god, the God of Luck. The God of Luck." Justice Audrey, who had been forcefully memorizing the shapes and meanings of the 4 symbols, the hangman Alger, and the other Tarot Club members all turned their heads in surprise to look at Mr. Tower. After all, from very early on, this gentleman had been exploring the secrets of the God of Luck. Later, he had even found its palace and learned of the secrets of the Rose of Redemption. And now, they discovered that even Roselle had recorded this subsidiary god, making it clear that it was by no means an ordinary one and might even be tied to even greater hidden events. Hermit Catlia thought the same and had already begun considering what conditions she should use to exchange information with Tower. Judging from the operation where the Queen and Mr. Tower saved Trier together, they should also have private contact. Perhaps this condition won't need to come from me. While Catlia's thoughts turned, Fool Klein said nothing more, leaned back against his chair, and said, "You may begin." Star Leonard had been waiting for this moment. He immediately looked at Ebner and asked with anticipation. Mr. Tower, has that item with demoness abilities been completed? So eager to transform already. Ebner and Klein glanced over simultaneously, thinking the same thing. In fact, I've already finished it. It's just that there were too many things last week, so I didn't have time to look for Klein to give it to you. And if I demonstrate the effects publicly now, you might not want it anymore, so. Thinking this, Ebner smiled and replied, it's almost done. I can give it to you tonight or tomorrow morning. You can start preparing the funds. I can tell you that it will definitely not be less than £13,000. After all, it was an extraordinary item created by fusing a sequence 5 druid characteristic and a sequence 6 demoness of pleasure characteristic. The side effects were not particularly hard to accept, so £13,000 was absolutely the cost price. In fact, without the several hundred years of experience of the mechanical emperor, relying solely on Ebner's own accumulation, the effect of this item would likely have been much worse. At this moment, however, Leonard frowned and said, but how do I know whether it's worth that price? Ebner smiled and said pointedly, I'll deliver it first. You can just let that old grandpa behind you appraise it, can't you? The old grandpa behind him. That description is actually pretty fitting. Leonard muttered, completely failing to notice the thoughtful gazes of Justice, the hanged man, and the others. He only nodded and said, I understand. Next, he was about to ask Son about the main material he needed, but because the interval in between was a bit long, Miss Justice seized the initiative. I have an investigation task I wish to entrust. An investigation task. Fool Klein's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and German Sparrow's expression stiffened slightly. What investigation task? Who had been about to speak, slipped up and asked directly. Justice Audrey organized her words and said. I would like to ask someone to investigate the true situation of a wealthy individual named Dwayne Dantes. Dwayne. Isn't that Daly's husband? Why is Miss Justice asking about him? Could it be that guy isn't behaving himself and is fooling around behind Daly's back? Did he harass Miss Justice? As made these guesses, he was about to ask further. But at that moment, German's low voice suddenly rang out. Dwayne Dantes is a public identity. What? Turned pale instantly, nearly standing up on the spot. Dwayne's identity is fake. Does Daly know about this? Under Leonard's incredulous gaze, German added. He is an identity shared by me and my companions. The one currently disguising himself as him is me. As he said this, he cast a meaningful glance at End of the chapter. Chapter 1148, Miss Temperance's Declaration. Dwayne Dantes was Klein in disguise. No wonder his demeanor was so similar to the captain's. That must have been deliberate imitation, right? But the problem was, did Madame Daly know about this? If she didn't. Klein, I never thought you were this kind of person. Leonard looked toward the lowest seat at the long table with a complicated expression, his eyes filled with scrutiny. However, at this moment, Temperance Sharon suddenly spoke up, the current Madame Dantes is me. As one of the only 2 demigods in the Tarot Club, Miss Temperance usually did not speak, but her sense of presence was not low at all. Especially since at every gathering she would exchange looks with everyone had already grown accustomed to Mr. acting as her spokesperson. However, cases where she directly expressed her stance like this were extremely rare, so it inevitably drew many surprised gazes. This, at certain times, Dwayne Dantes was equivalent to Mr. and Madame Dantes was equivalent to Miss Temperance. Justice Audrey was first startled, then immediately felt that all the doubts in her heart had been resolved. The reason Dwayne Dantes looked more surprised upon seeing me at Ebner's charity banquet was that he recognized the necklace. Even though this mystical item had already changed its appearance, its essence originated from an extraordinary characteristic provided by Mr. Perhaps it resonated in some way with that mad adventurer. After all, German Sparrow could disguise himself as anyone and possess the ability to adjust his facial features. But why did Miss Temperance suddenly emphasize her identity? At this moment, the hangman Alger and hermit Catlia were not particularly shocked that Dwayne Dantes was that he was a collection of Mr. Fool's blessed ones. The thought that flashed through their minds the most was, something big was going to happen in Backlund. At the same time, they had already decided to divert part of their attention to this wealthy merchant's movements. As long as they could grasp some of the actions of this collection of Mr. Fool's blessed ones, they would be able to indirectly understand Mr. Fool's intentions and provide cooperation and assistance at appropriate times, accumulating their own contributions. Magician first looked at then at Temperance, and thought inwardly, Miss Temperance isn't declaring sovereignty, is she? On this point, she happened to coincide with Ebner, who was watching the fun. The two even exchanged a tacit glance. Judgment Xiao Dericha did not notice the small movements between her 2 friends. She also knew Madame Daly, who was a Nighthawk. She had even attended Daly and Dwayne's wedding, but she really had not noticed that the two of them had already been swapped out. If Dwayne Dantes is a collection of Mr. Fool's blessed ones, that means the person Daly married before was also. Then could Daly herself also be one of Mr. Fool's blessed ones? Daly seemed to have known Ebner for a very long time. That really makes it hard to say. Zio glanced thoughtfully at Tower across from her, and at that moment, Tower happened to smile back at her. Their gazes met and separated at once, but Zio already had her answer. What Miss Judgment could think of, Star Leonard, who cared even more about Daly, could naturally think of as well. But what he cared about now was where the previous Dwayne and Daly had gone. Disregarding the setting of the Tarot Club, Star Leonard immediately asked, World, then where did the previous Dwayne and Daly go? They received tasks from Mr. Fool and the goddess. As for where they went, I'm not very clear either. Klein knew poet classmate's feelings toward the Tingen Nighthawks, so he still gave a brief explanation. Tasks from the Fool and the goddess. Star Leonard murmured a few times, then suddenly recalled Daly's obsession with cases related to the Fool, even joining the joint investigation team because of it. Could it be that she gradually came into contact with Mr. Fool back then and converted her faith because of it? No, not necessarily a conversion. The goddess and Mr. Fool have some kind of tacit understanding. Maybe it was arranged from the very beginning. But then who exactly was the Dwayne who married Daly? He shouldn't have been Klein. Klein was still out at sea at that time, acting as the mad adventurer, and simply didn't have the time. And I'm very sure that Daly's happy expression when she married Dwayne wasn't an act. She genuinely liked that man who resembled the captain in temperament. But how sincere that man was toward Daly, now that I think about it, that's hard to say. Leonard wanted to ask a few more questions, but suddenly realized that he was currently at a meeting before the god of Mr. Fool. In such a setting, digging into and probing the identities of Mr. Fool's blessed ones. That's practically provoking Mr. Fool. At this thought, Star Leonard forcibly suppressed the doubts filling his heart and prepared to go to Dwayne's house to ask everything clearly after the Tarot Club gathering ended. Mr. Star seems very concerned about the Madame Dantes whom Miss Temperance replaced. Was she a former lover? I remember that Madame Dantes's public identity was a Nighthawk. Mr. Star already exposed his official Beyonder identity at the last Tarot Club gathering. So it could also be a close colleague. Should I have someone look into it later? From the fluctuations in Star's emotions, Justice Audrey instantly read a great deal of information. At this moment, Moon finally came back to his senses. He straightened up and looked toward the bottom of the bronze long table, taking the initiative to ask. What is this public identity used for? As a resident of Backlund, Moon Emlyn was quite concerned about his living environment. If something big happened, knowing in advance would at least allow him to run, right? This identity was originally prepared for the goddess's test. But now, who knows why? Klein muttered inwardly, then had the dummy world give a low chuckle as he said. Of course, it's to more conveniently investigate certain secrets hidden within Backlund. Translated into more detailed words, this meant, yes, Backlund indeed concealed major events, but I don't intend to tell you. Likewise, don't ask about the purpose of the public identity Dwayne Dantes. Although Moon Emlyn's emotional intelligence was sometimes on the low side, he could still hear the hidden meaning in World's words. He gave a dry laugh, leaned back, and pretended to be very satisfied with the answer. Seeing this, Justice Audrey spent a second controlling the corners of her mouth that almost lifted, then said to World Gehrman Sparrow. All right, I understand. Thank you for informing me. What do you mean, thank you for informing you? The investigation task is completed, shouldn't there be a reward? So you're treating this as internal information sharing among members? While Klein was complaining inwardly, Star Leonard also recovered from his slightly out-of-line emotions. He turned to look at Sun and asked, have there been any updates on the pair of fangs from a skeletal demon wolf? He had figured it out now, only by becoming stronger would he be worthy of knowing more. Son Derek shook his head apologetically and said in a low voice, sorry, Mr. Star. Although the skeletal demon wolf isn't very strong, in the environment around the City of Silver, even the chief can't do anything about it. It can easily retreat into darkness, making even the demon hunting eye unable to detect it. Hearing this, Star Leonard frowned as well. After the last Tarot Club gathering, Klein had written to him, explaining many common-sense matters about the Tarot Club, including descriptions of the forsaken land of the gods, so he was very clear about Sun's helplessness. Seeing the two fall into silence, Tower Ebner smiled and said, in this matter, I can help a bit. After all, I have the goddess's blessing. Dealing with demon wolves is my specialty. But son, you'll need to request Mr. Fool to bestow a historical projection charm. End of the chapter. Chapter 1149, Transaction. In fact, borrowing Lemano's travels from Miss Magician was also an option, but that magic book was ultimately only a mid-sequence extraordinary item. Pulling out Ebner's current projection placed a heavy burden on the notebook's holder. It was fine for emergency use, but wanting to maintain the projection's long-term existence was unrealistic. Therefore, what Ebner planned to have Son request was the kind of historical projection charm that the goddess had once bestowed upon him, the same type of product whose spiritual consumption was entirely borne by the source materials of the charm itself. And this kind of thing, aside from the goddess who held half a fool, could probably only be completed by the true fool using the power of Sapphira Castle. At the very least, even Alvin Abraham, who was already a miracle invoker, could not do it at present. Or rather, even if an alternative could be found, it would not be as convenient as using Sapphira Castle. Upon hearing Mr. Tower's words, although Son was happy that the matter could be resolved, he did not take the initiative to request it from Mr. Fool. After all, when it came to hunting the skeletal demon wolf, it was clearly Mr. Star who was more eager, and he himself had not even thought through what he should exchange for it. Seeing this scene, the hanged man, Alger, nodded in satisfaction and thought to himself, he's finally been tempered. He won't foolishly help others for free anymore. Star Leonard also understood this principle, but he had not managed to collect any Roselle diaries in the previous week. As for those he had once seen at Blackthorn Security Company, Klein had clearly told him in a letter that they had already been handed over to Mr. Fool. Under circumstances where he clearly knew it would be duplicate, continuing to submit them would be disrespectful to Mr. Fool. Therefore, he also had no contribution he could use to exchange for Mr. Fool's charm. Just as Leonard was feeling troubled, Klein controlled World and said in a hoarse voice, I can use my contribution to exchange for the charm. But there are two conditions. First, you need to pay me a worm of time. As he said this, World shifted his gaze to Star Leonard. Worm of time. This. Leonard's mind raced as he considered how the old man would react upon hearing this. If it were this time last year, the old man definitely wouldn't agree. But after unexpectedly obtaining the corpse of one of Amon's avatars during that mission in the southern continent, his condition seems to have improved somewhat. Just one should be acceptable, right? After repeatedly thinking it over for nearly half a minute, Star Leonard gritted his teeth and ultimately did not give a clear answer. I need to go back and ask about this. I can let you go into debt. World nodded slightly and said. That's good. Star Leonard could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, feeling that Klein was indeed only putting on a cold front, but was actually quite considerate toward his friends. However, Ebner, who was smiling and watching the show from the side, cast a sympathetic glance at him and added silently the part Klein had not said, going into debt comes with interest. Klein did not know that Ebner had already seen through his little scheme. After resolving Leonard's side of things, he controlled World to look toward Tower and continued. The second condition is that I hope the projection pulled out by the charm can help me find the blood of a trickster evil creature. As he spoke, he looked toward Son again and asked, you should already have information on a trickster evil creature, right? Although he used an interrogative sentence, his tone was quite certain, because just last Saturday, Son had requested Mr. Fool to appraise this matter. Yes, Mr. World. I found information in the library about a creature called a shapeshifter. They do not possess the intelligence needed for communication, but they are good at setting traps, dealing with targets, and can disguise themselves as others, completing kills through various seemingly unbelievable methods. The chief's evaluation of them was bizarre, dangerous, and very similar to the trickster evil creature you described. Additionally, the chief told me that they live in a city-state ruin located quite far away to the north of the City of Silver. And because the monsters in the darkness of that region are powerful and terrifying, even the Council of Six cannot deal with some of them. Therefore, after the initial 2 attempts, the City of Silver temporarily halted exploration of that area, and it has not resumed to this day. After I reported Mr. World, your request, the chief has actually already prepared to restart the exploration of that city-state. It's just that it will have to wait until the investigation into the former chief's mausoleum is finished. Son Derek truthfully recounted the information he had gathered. Regarding this, World, Klein had already known it all. He had Son say it out loud merely to spark Ebner's interest. Although that was only one of Ebner's projections, and some matters were merely convenient actions for him, the decision still ultimately rested in Mr. Tower's own hands. Although, given the current relationship between Klein and Ebner, this kind of matter was not much at all, favors accumulated over time were all the harder to repay. Even though Klein strove to provide Ebner with various conveniences from Sapphira Castle and had always shared the collected Roselle diaries, compared to the help and guidance Ebner had provided in the past, these were completely unequal. Based on his understanding of Klein, Ebner naturally guessed the other party's intentions. However, he was only helping casually anyway, and also taking the opportunity to explore the forsaken land of the gods. Since herding one sheep was the same as herding a whole flock, he simply agreed directly. After this matter was settled, son Derek turned his head again to look at Moon Emlyn and asked, I've already obtained the sequence 5 vampire characteristic. Have you gathered enough money to buy the Guardian characteristic from Mr. World? This was the 3-party transaction finalized the previous week. World would provide a son with a Guardian characteristic, son would give the Scarlet Scholar to Moon, and Moon would pay £7,000 to World. However, because Moon had been unable to prepare enough pounds for a long time, the transaction had been extended to this week. As for why son needed the Guardian characteristic, of course, it was to help him buy it for that friend of his. Upon hearing this, Moon Emlyn immediately straightened up, raised his chin, and said, Of course. I prepared the £7,000 a long time ago. The transaction can be completed at any time. Ebner glanced at him and thought to himself, looks like Emlyn has already given a sample of the Fountain of Youth water to that vampire marquis, so he received a reward. Still, the vampire's efficiency really is terrible. I've already sold a round of Fountain of Youth water among high-level figures in multiple countries, yet they still haven't taken the initiative to come find me. Is this a common problem among long-lived species? I remember watching a movie in my previous life where treefolk held a meeting to discuss one matter, and it could last for months. End of the chapter. Chapter 1150, Ebner. While Ebner was letting his thoughts wander, the transaction segment had already ended, and the Tarot Club naturally entered the stage of free communication. After the scene fell into a brief silence, Moon Emlyn straightened his back again, looked straight ahead, and said, There is a major figure within my race who will soon arrive in Backlund. He paused. Seeing that the other members did not respond, he then looked toward Miss Magician across from him, cleared his throat, and said, He should be coming to meet the newly advanced angel of the Abraham family and complete the transaction we discussed earlier. He, another angel. Star Leonard sighed inwardly, then immediately noticed a problem. Mr. Moon had mentioned the concept of race, and he had red eyes. Looks like my guess last time wasn't wrong. He's most likely that vampire Emlyn from the Church of Harvest. Thinking this, Star Leonard could not help but look at Moon a few more times. The more he looked, the more convinced he became that his guess was correct. Emlyn undoubtedly noticed Star's scrutiny and thought in surprise. Did I say something wrong just now? Did this Star guy recognize me? Do I know him? A chain of thoughts flashed through Moon Emlyn's mind in an instant. He subconsciously wanted to move his nostrils and sniff the scent of the new member beside him, but the grey fog blocked him, leaving him with little gain. At the same time, Miss Magician Furs, who had suddenly become the focus due to Moon's words, looked rather confused. She had not understood what he was talking about at all. After all, since bringing Ebner to meet her teacher, she had only occasionally exchanged a few letters with her teacher, and naturally would not be involved in such secret matters. Seeing this, Ebner coughed lightly, turned his head toward Moon, and said, Just tell me directly. That transaction was arranged by me. At his current level, he had long since stopped caring much about whether others knew his identity. What's more, aside from Moon, the only ones in the Tarot Club who still did not know he was Ebner were Hermit Catlia and the hanged man Alger. Even Sun had already seen his true appearance. Although Moon Emlyn was lazy by nature, disliked trouble, and appeared somewhat foolish, he was not actually incapable of thinking. After hearing Tower's words, he froze for a few seconds, then reacted and blurted out. So you're that. Halfway through, he came to his senses and hurriedly swallowed the rest of the words, so as not to expose Tower's true identity. However, Justice, Magician, Judgment, Temperance, World, and Star all silently completed the sentence in their hearts, the heroic/flirtatious/romantic detective, Ebner Brain. So Tower was Ebner Brain. That really did match up. That detective's strength had also risen to the point over the past year that even I couldn't see through it anymore, and his trajectory aligned with Ebner Brain as well. Moreover, that detective was said to have a very bad reputation and to be extremely flirtatious. So did he establish a connection with the Abraham family through Miss Magician? Moon Emlyn examined Tower a few more times before continuing. Several marquises in my race are very interested in the samples you provided. However, those lords don't really dare to rashly approach the angel of the Abraham family, so I suspect they invited the Duke to step in. So that's why their decision-making was so slow, they went to get backing. That makes sense. Being cautious when dealing with the spokesperson of an angel is only natural. But, several marquises. Then the Fountain of Youth water I have on hand might not be enough. After all, unlike the ordinary people or low to mid-sequence buyers I've dealt with before, who mostly only needed several decades worth, these vampire big shots are very likely aiming for the 1,000-year limit of the Fountain of Youth water. Looks like I'll need to find the Saintess of Black and the other unaging demonesses to think of a solution. That £1.5 million ransom has already been arriving one after another. I can think of a way during the process of releasing the Saintess of Yellow and the Saintess of Red. After all, if I'm going to release 2 demonesses, there should be several high-ranking demonesses present to confirm that Owen didn't tamper with them, right? It's just that I don't know whether controlling too many high-ranking demonesses will attract the attention of the primordial demoness. There's no rush on this. The remaining balance of that ransom will take at least a few more days to arrive, and that Vampire Duke won't be able to come too quickly either. I have plenty of time to prepare. Also, it's best to go discuss this with Vera. After all, the Saintess of Black is actually under her control. Although he was thinking all this internally, on the surface, Ebner only said to Emlyn, once that major figure arrives, you can come directly to me. I'll arrange the meeting for you. All right. Emlyn nodded. Naturally, he knew where Ebner lived. The reason Emlyn had mentioned this matter to Miss Magician at the Tarot Club was actually that he feared that Ebner might not be reliable and might set a trap for the vampires. But now that he knew Ebner was Tower, there was naturally no problem. After this topic ended, Hermit Catlia also shared some news from the seas, including a piece of major information involving a pirate king. The King of Immortality, Agalito, and his Death Announcer have gone missing. The 3 subsidiary fleets he newly formed under his command have either declared independence or been absorbed by other pirate admirals. Even so, Agalith himself has not reappeared. He is suspected to have already died. As she spoke, Catlia glanced at Ebner in a subtle way. She naturally knew that the Pirate King had been taken out by this Mr. Tower in an extremely short period of time. The death of a demigod should have been an event with enormous impact, but aside from the Hangman and Hermit, the Undying King was relatively distant from everyone else's circles. As a result, beyond sighing that the seas had lost another king, no one had too many thoughts. That was, until Mr. Tower said calmly. Pale Death has already become one of my collections. Justice Audrey froze for a moment, then reacted. Mr. Tower had once again quietly accomplished something major. How many major events had Mr. Tower participated in over the past few weeks? Why did it feel like he was everywhere? Audrey was not the only one who felt this way. Even Klein thought the same, completely failing to notice that he himself was also involved in quite a few things. Only Judgment, Magician, and Star remained relatively calm. The first 2 were already used to it, while the last was because he knew that Ebner Brain was actually an ancient monster from the early 4th epoch. If he could even scheme Amon's angel-level avatar to death, what was a mere pirate king? Hermit Catlia did not expect Tower to admit it so directly. While slightly surprised, she tactfully skipped over the topic and continued sharing other information. Vice Admiral of Ailment, Tracy has, for some unknown reason, been attacking slave ships over the past few weeks, rescuing many indigenous people from the southern continent and various islands. However, her bounty has increased by 5,000 gold pounds because of this. Why would her bounty increase for attacking slave traders? Justice, Audrey asked. Although she vaguely thought of the answer, she did not quite dare to believe it. Naturally, because those slave ships all have deep backgrounds. The Hanged Man, Alger snorted. After being ordered to join the fleet of the Vice Admiral of Ailment, he had also intercepted quite a few slave ships and naturally knew the inside story. How could this be? Audrey pressed her lips together. After a brief thought, she asked again, who exactly is behind those slave traders? Mostly the military, or the military's proxies. Occasionally, there are also a few cultists. Alger answered vaguely. He had guessed what Miss Justice wanted to do, but he did not really want her to directly target those people. He had already vaguely sensed that the waters behind this matter were very deep. If Miss Justice were exposed, he himself would also be at risk of exposure. After all, back when Mr. Fool still could not accept sacrifices, the first transaction between him and Justice actually had quite a few loopholes. If someone had paid attention, it would have been easy to trace the clues back to him. At this moment, Judgment Zio spoke up, "Don't worry, Miss Justice. Sooner or later, all of them will be liquidated." Having risen into the middle and upper ranks of MI9, Zio had already vaguely perceived that the source of much of the darkness within the Kingdom of Loan was actually the royal family, or rather, a portion of the royal family. And her father's enemy was very likely among them. Although Zio was still unclear about the deeper secrets involved, she believed that Ebner would ultimately help clear her father's name. Therefore, those people would all be dealt with sooner or later. Audrey looked at Zio in surprise and sensed the determination in her words. She also calmed down and abandoned the idea of personally presiding over justice. A spectator could not be exposed in front of others. Even if something had to be done, it should be done by guiding others from behind the scenes. At this moment, Ebner also smiled and said, "Actually, there's not much of a problem with striking at those proxies now. They've already become expendable pawns. Moreover, the Vice Admiral of Ailment didn't suddenly change her nature. It's because she's now one of mine, and doing this is also her way of atoning for her past actions." Extra update at 9 o'clock. End of the chapter. Chapter 1151, Seeing Bernadette Again. After hearing Mr. Tower's words, neither Miss Judgment nor Miss Magician showed any special reaction. After all, Ebner had already explained the situation to them privately, so they weren't surprised. Miss Justice, Madam Hermit, and a few others, however, cast slightly strange looks toward Mr. World at the very end of the long table. After all, according to rumors, the mad adventurer, Gairman Sparrow, had once been linked by gossip to the Vice Admiral of Ailment. Why are you all looking at me? I have nothing to do with Tracy. Besides, she's a demoness, only people like Old Huang and Old Lou wouldn't mind. Klein grumbled inwardly as he secretly glanced at Temperance Sharon. When he saw that she showed no extra reaction, he felt a bit disappointed, but also let out a quiet sigh of relief. Next, World, under all those strange gazes, opened his mouth and asked, "Why do you say those people have already become expendable pawns?" Hearing this, everyone snapped back to their senses, stopped dwelling on the question of the Vice Admiral of Ailment's affiliation, and shifted their attention back to Mr. Tower. Because the ritual is almost complete. Ebner sighed. He deliberately glanced toward the fool seated at the head of the table before continuing, "It's not that I don't want to tell you, but Mr. Fool believes that most of you are not at a high enough level yet. Knowing some things too early would be dangerous. I believe that. Why don't I know about this? Mr. Tower is getting more and more audacious. He even dares to use my name as a pretext right in front of me now, and I still have to cooperate." Klein felt helpless inside, but on the surface he had Mr. Fool meet the gazes of the other members and smile in a profound, unfathomable manner. After that, once everyone had exchanged a few more matters, the Tarot Club entered the study segment involving various kinds of knowledge, until it finally reached its end. When the figures of the others vanished, and only Ebner and Klein remained once more on either side of the ancient long table, the latter handed over the diary provided by Madame Hermit, this time while carefully asking, "What exactly does the lone royal family want to do?" Ebner casually replied while reading the diary in his hand, "I'll tell you once you become a demigod. You really have a lot of confidence in me. Not to mention the trickster abomination, even the spirit world plunderer of Calderon City isn't something I'm very confident about, let alone that ritual." Klein mocked himself. By this point, Ebner had already memorized the contents of the diary. To be honest, aside from letting him know that Mr. Dor and his own daughter had some sort of unclear relationship, it didn't contain any particularly important information. After all, he had long known that the ancestor of the Constantine family was his and Gossenham's daughter, and he had never relaxed his vigilance toward the god of luck. However, Roselle's line of thinking might indeed be correct. It really would be good to pay more attention to the layout of the Calamity Seal, for example, those 3 divine artifacts that had instigated Old Huang to create. Thinking this internally, Ebner said outwardly to Klein, "You've already accepted the gift of fate. Even if you don't want to, you'll still be pushed forward constantly by fate." Klein looked at him deeply and complained, "Can you speak like a normal person? You're a seer, what right do you have to say that about me?" Ebner grumbled inwardly, but still translated, "What I mean is that many existences are expecting your advancement, so naturally there will be big shots arranging things behind the scenes. You just need to do your best to handle what you're capable of." Klein sighed and said, "Being pushed forward so passively, aren't you afraid? Is being afraid useful?" Ebner asked in return. "It's not. But if it were just me alone, I'd do my best to repay that gift. Yet now I have friends, I have family. One misstep, and they'll be dragged in as well," Klein said worriedly. "With that little bit of trouble of yours, you think you can drag me down?" Ebner shot him a sideways glance, then smiled and said, "Besides, your friends and your family are also growing. You need to learn to rely on them, not shoulder everything yourself. What's more, your greatest enemy, Amon, was just tricked by me. In the short term, it'll be hard for him to gather enough power to cause trouble again. You have plenty of time to grow." Hearing this, Klein fell silent for quite a while before quietly nodding. Seeing this, Ebner curled up the corner of his mouth and deliberately teased, "And besides, you still have Mr. Fool as your backing. What is there to worry about?" Backlund, inside a detached house in the Cherwood borough. Hermit Catlia opened her eyes and sat up from the bed. She then tidied her clothes, opened the door, left the room, and entered the adjacent living room, where the Queen of Mystics, Bernadette, was already waiting. After the Tarot Club meeting last week, Catlia had worried that the Queen of Mystics might have used unconventional methods to repel the abyss, and was concerned about her physical condition. That was why, after arranging her future, she had hurried to Backlund over the weekend. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with Bernadette's body, and with Monday arriving, Catlia didn't rush to leave. She planned to wait until after the Tarot Club meeting and then directly relay the information she obtained to the Queen before departing. Looking at Bernadette standing by the window, gazing at something unknown, Catlia pushed up the heavy glasses resting on the bridge of her nose and greeted her simply. "Good afternoon, Your Majesty." Bernadette turned around, a faint smile appearing on her face, and said, "The gathering is over. Did you gain anything?" Catlia nodded slightly and replied, "The 4 symbols you instructed me to ask about, when combined, they mean the elven subordinate deity, the god of luck. As for the question regarding Giuseppe, the accumulated contribution is still insufficient." God of luck. Bernadette's straight, long eyebrows furrowed slightly. Although she had heard of that ancient god's subordinate deity, she didn't know much about him. "If you wish to know more, you could ask Mr. Tower. As far as I know, he has been searching for information on the god of luck all along," Catlia suggested. "Tower, him again. People connected to the calamity seal, could they also be connected to that hidden existence, Lubo? Father told me not to get close to people related to the calamity seal. Was it because he didn't want me to investigate Lubo? But I already." As her thoughts turned, Bernadette took out 3 prepared pages of diary and handed them to Catlia, saying calmly, "These are the diary pages for that person next week. This time, the question is whether the 2 symbols hometown mean a spiritual place of return. Afterward, once Catlia had recorded the contents of the diary and the Queen's question, she reluctantly took her leave. Although Madame Hermit wished to stay by her side, as the Admiral of Stars, she also bore responsibility for an entire ship's worth of people. After Catlia left, Bernadette once again cast her gaze toward the window and softly said, "Since you're here, come out." Before her words had even fallen, a figure dressed in formal attire and wearing a top hat shifted from illusory to solid, appearing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. It was Ebner. End of the chapter. Chapter 1152, Sudden Incident. "How did you find me here?" Bernadette looked at Ebner and asked a question she had asked once before. Ever since the incident last time where Ebner had almost run into her while she was bathing, Bernadette had dealt with the permissions she had granted him for the Dream Labyrinth Tower, making sure that it was impossible for him to locate her through it again. Originally, Bernadette had not been capable of doing this, but after advancing to Sage and becoming a complete information life form, she had easily understood the essence of that permission and modified it accordingly. Because of your previous recklessness, you've already been deeply contaminated by the unknown. Once I exclude you from my permitted range, you'd end up in the same state as Flora Jacob in minutes. And you still expect me not to be able to find you?" Edner muttered a few words inwardly, while outwardly smiling as he said, "Although this place is some distance away from Kingster Street, there aren't many obstructions between here and my home. You've been standing by this window observing my place for quite a while now, haven't you? How could I possibly not sense that?" This was not the true reason Bernadette had been located, but it was also a fact. Bernadette's straight, long eyebrows twitched slightly. She did not continue on this topic and instead asked, "Did you come to see me for something?" Ebner nodded and replied, "I have a matter I'd like to consult you about. If you can answer my question, then I can equally answer one of your questions." Bernadette's eyebrows lifted as interest appeared, and she asked, "What question?" "I want to know where the storybook Roselle wrote, themed around the 3 items, sword, mirror, and seal, is located." Ebner had already asked Leon about this question, but unfortunately it didn't know either, so he could only come to Bernadette to try his luck. Bernadette, with her chestnut-colored long hair casually draped over her shoulders, did not speak and maintained her silence, seemingly thinking about something, while faintly, the river of fate flowed within her eyes. After quite a while, she finally came back to herself, rubbed her temple, and sighed. "I retraced my own memories, as well as all the intersections between my father's and my rivers of fate, and I did not find the existence of the storybook you mentioned." She felt somewhat regretful, because this meant she would not be able to obtain the answer to something she cared very deeply about. "So you don't know either. Where exactly did old Huang hide it?" As his thoughts turned, Ebner's tightly knit brows suddenly relaxed. He then extended his hand and drew the holy sword, Bernadette, out of the void. After obtaining all of Alvin's memories, Ebner had become even more adept at simulating the abilities of a wanderer. "I remember you once promised that as long as I held this sword, I could make one request of you, and you wouldn't refuse." Bernadette stared deeply at the long sword in Ebner's hand. She fell silent for several seconds, seemingly making certain associations and engaging in a bout of inner struggle, before finally nodding as if she had made up her mind. "Yes, what do you want me to do?" "I need you to transcribe all of Roselle's diaries from memory and give them to me," Ebner stated his request. What old Huang had done might not necessarily be told to his daughter, but it would definitely be written down in his diary. Then, as if he remembered something, he added, "Don't worry, I won't hand the diaries over to Mr. Fool for the time being. You can continue to trade with Mr. Fool through Catlia." Hearing this, Bernadette, who had just quietly let out a sigh of relief, suddenly widened her ocean-like azure eyes. She sized up Ebner for a long time, her lips moving several times, before finally asking the question aloud. "You and Mr. Fool, can both of you read Rosaline?" "That's actually Chinese," Ebner replied casually. As he had said before, at his current level, many secrets no longer needed to be hidden. What's more, he had already told Edwina about the matter of Chinese. The language of the Central Kingdom. What does this Central Kingdom refer to? Is it connected to the words home and hometown? Bernadette pressed further. Ebner smiled but did not answer. Edwina herself had yet to get an explanation of the Central Kingdom from him. Did Bernadette think she could just freeload it with empty words? Impossible. Bernadette also reacted at this point, realizing that this was not knowledge that could be obtained easily. After thinking it over, she felt she could take it slowly. There would always be something or some information that Ebner needed from her side. If all else failed, she could take another risk and explore the Pale Death again. After all, within the imprints left behind by Lu Bo, there also seemed to be knowledge related to Chinese. The meanings of the two symbols home and hometown were the results she had obtained from her previous risky expedition. She had simply not yet verified their authenticity with that Mr. Fool. Thinking of this, Bernadette's deep azure eyes shifted slightly, as if she had fallen into a memory. Only after quite some time did she come back to herself, glance at Ebner, and say, he has many diaries. Transcribing them all will take some time. Hearing this, Ebner very unceremoniously sat down on the sofa in the living room. He casually took out a tea set and tea leaves from the void, brewed a cup of Duke red tea, and then smiled as he said, "No problem. I can wait." Bernadette fell silent again for 2 or 3 seconds, then silently took out paper and pen, leaned over the table, and began transcribing. In fact, as an information being, she could have opened up her memories directly, or created an information package for Ebner to read himself, but she subconsciously ruled out such methods. One of the reasons was that once Roselle, or rather Chinese, was incorporated into an information lifeform's database, it would mean that the hidden sage would also know it. In the future, if she came to understand the meaning of those characters, it would be equivalent to indirectly informing the hidden sage, which was something she was unwilling to see. Just as Ebner was visiting the Queen of Mystics, Leonard also took a deep breath and was about to ring the doorbell of Dawn's house. But at that moment, his expression suddenly changed, because the emergency contact item that Red Gloves Captain Soest had placed on him suddenly began to vibrate. This was a device that would only be used when there was an urgent mission. Leonard did not dare to delay. He could only lift his head and regretfully glance at the third-floor window before turning around and leaving. Soon after returning to the underground of St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard learned the reason for the emergency summons. Count Gross, a great noble who believed in the goddess, was assassinated. The 4 extraordinary bodyguards he had hired also died on the spot, and the killer used the methods of a nightmare. This incident can be said to be extremely serious. A follower of the goddess has died in a field that the goddess's Nighthawks specialize in. If the culprit cannot be brought to justice, the impact will be enormous. The killer is very likely a Black Blade of the Church of the God of Combat, or an agent planted by the FASAC authorities. They've probably already fled Backlund. Listening to his colleague's introduction of the case, Leonard's brows also furrowed, because in the process of Count Gross's assassination, he saw far too many coincidences. End of the chapter. Chapter 1153, Pursuing the Murderer. Although Count Gross was a believer of the goddess, some of his behavior in private life was not exactly clean, especially his fondness for young boys. But since he never used coercion and every time it was a transaction, the church could only subtly advise him, yet with little effect. Count Gross was clearly aware that his hobby was not favored by the church, so every time he went to entertain himself, he would deliberately shake off the Nighthawks that the church had assigned to his side. What the Count didn't know, however, was that the church's protection of him was both overt and covert. His past actions had always been recorded by the Nighthawk operating in the shadows. This is also why he never truly crossed the church's bottom line even once, otherwise, he would have long since been cleaned up by the official Beyonders themselves. And this time, when Count Gross was assassinated, it just so happened to be on a day when he had shaken off the overt Nighthawks. Unfortunately, the covert Nighthawk protecting him had come into contact with a sealed artifact the day before, which led to a poor mental state and signs of losing control. For a moment, he even thought he was still in a dream and failed to keep up with the Count. Additionally, among the 4 Beyonder bodyguards that Count Gross himself had hired, the strongest one, a Sequence 6, Dawn Paladin, happened to encounter an enemy at the moment of the assassination and was unable to play any role at all. Among the remaining 3, 2 failed to carry the corresponding Beyonder items due to various oversights. As a result, they were completely helpless against the nightmare that assassinated the Count and could only watch helplessly as he died. As for the last Beyonder bodyguard, he was the murderer himself. The killer had replaced him a day earlier without arousing any suspicion, including from the 2 Nighthawks. If it were only a single incident, it could be described as coincidence. But when so many accidents pile up together, it means that someone is definitely manipulating everything behind the scenes. After laying out his analysis, Leonard lowered his voice and, as if muttering to himself, asked, "Old man, could it be 0-08? Doesn't seem like it. And I can confirm that 0-08 is not in this city." A slightly aged voice echoed in his mind. Not 0-08. Leonard frowned. But this case gives me the exact same feeling as back in Tingen. Your feeling isn't wrong. It was probably done by a high-sequence spectator. But who exactly, I'm not too sure. After all, the few I know are far more skillful than this. At the very least, you definitely wouldn't be able to see any flaws. Palez chuckled with his aged voice. Leonard was just about to ask a few more questions when, at that moment, Red Glove's Captain Soest entered the room, tossed a stack of files onto the table, scanned the room, and said, "Based on the existing intelligence, we can preliminarily confirm that the killer is a Black Blade from the Church of the God of Combat." Black Blade was the name of an elite unit of the Church of the God of Combat, similar to the Red Gloves, but with different duties. Black Blades were more often tasked with doing dirty work. A Black Blade from the Church of the God of Combat. Daring to act in Backlund, and succeeding. Who provided him, or them, with intelligence and support? One of the Red Gloves frowned. That's still unclear, but you should all be able to imagine how vile this incident is. After using nightmare abilities to kill him, that Black Blade even exposed Count Gross's little hobby. On top of that, our Nighthawks really were negligent in their duties at the time. If we can't capture the killer as soon as possible, the great nobles who believe in the goddess may begin to waver. Captain Soest paused here, seemingly receiving some message. Then he scanned the room again and said, "Latest intelligence, someone spotted the killer on a train heading to Constant. We will immediately depart by airship and intercept him. Captain, that Black Blade might get off the train midway." Bob, a Red Glove with a rather sharp chin, frowned and shook his head. Soest waved his hand and said, "The Archbishop has already notified Nighthawks across various regions to cooperate with us. And capturing him at any cost is an order just issued by the Cathedral. Even if he escapes back to Faceac, as long as he hasn't entered the Hall of the Twilight Giant, we cannot give up." "Understood." "Yes, Captain." The Red Gloves all felt a chill in their hearts and responded in unison. "Very good. You have half an hour to prepare. Half an hour later, assemble on time at the western outskirts airship base. Oh, right, the materials on the table are about that Black Blade. Each of you take a copy and read it on the way." After saying this, Soest took the lead and walked out. Seeing this, Leonard picked up a copy of the materials and flipped through them casually. Beside him, a female teammate with long burgundy hair, Cindy, grabbed her copy as well and muttered unhappily, "Risking our lives to avenge a piece of trash, just thinking about it makes me feel awful." Count Gross was a devout believer of the goddess, and his previous actions were tacitly permitted, weren't they? Bob comforted his teammate. If he were truly a devout believer of the goddess, he wouldn't have done such perverted things. I think his piety only showed in how diligently he donated money. Cindy sneered. Coming from a commoner background, she had always disliked nobles. Leonard didn't pay attention to his colleagues' complaints. He skimmed through the information on that Black Blade and discovered that the men had already appeared in the spy case involving the Difference Engine manuscript. It was precisely due to his inaction that the detective under his command, Zeril, had died. This person wasn't necessarily very loyal to the god of combat or to Faceac, so why would he proactively provoke the Church of the Evernight Goddess? Also, a seal-type extraordinary item that had once been recovered by MI9 was stolen again shortly before the assassination. That item seemed to have been created using a Nighthawk Beyonder characteristic. Was the reason the killer could use powerful nightmare-type abilities because he relied on this item? What is the lone royal family even doing? How could such an important sealed artifact be stolen repeatedly? Wait, wasn't the first theft of that seal-type sealed artifact done by Insanguil? And the case handler was Zio Dericha. Misjudgment. Maybe I should ask Mr. Fool about this. Also, the demonesses-type item that Mr. Tower promised would only be finished tonight or tomorrow morning, I won't be able to get it for now. After all, I'll be heading out with the captain in half an hour. Praying to Mr. Fool might still be doable, but there's no way I could secretly set up a ritual to request a bestowed item without my colleagues noticing. With a sigh, Leonard found an excuse and went to the washroom first. Then, clasping his hands together, he prayed. The fool that does not belong to this era. 160 Buckland Street. Klein had just finished dinner and returned to the semi-open room with the large balcony. As soon as he sat down in the armchair, he heard the prayer. He frowned, but still immediately arrived above the gray fog. A sudden assassination, another theft of a lone official item. An unknown source of intelligence. Could this be the lone royal family deliberately drawing the Church of the Evernight Goddess's attention away in order to do something? Early Tuesday morning, after collecting all of Roselle's diaries, thoroughly satisfied, and bidding farewell to Bernadette, Ebner directly teleported to his steam workshop in the North District. End of the chapter.